Chapter 2062. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju rushed over and immediately attacked Chi-Si Ancestor. The secluded domain of heaven and earth above his head, Shi-Land, countered Chi-Path too much. Chi-Si Ancestor was Dragon Palace's greatest support. Now that he was suppressed, Dragon Palace's situation became even worse. But soon Myriad Year Flying Warship also arrived and fought with all its might. Fang Yuan's side was surrounded by danger, but he managed to hold on with difficulty. Spectral Soul shouted coldly, his figure moved like a phantom as he slammed his palm on Dragon Palace again. Countless soul beast figures appeared on Dragon Palace's surface. It was like looking at flowers on horseback. Dragon Palace broke apart. It was heavily damaged both inside and outside. Dragon Palace activated Dreamy Light Smoke Killer move as Spectral Soul quickly retreated. At the next moment, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju pointed at Dragon Palace. The airflow suddenly converged and then exploded in an instant. The corridors and pavilions outside the Dragon Palace had been completely destroyed by the explosion, leaving only a bare main hall. But now that it suffered a heavy blow from Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, a hole appeared on the roof of the main hall. It could be seen inside and outside. Spectral Soul saw this and smiled coldly, praising, "Chi-Ju, well done." At this point, anyone could tell that the Dragon Palace was in danger. If they put in more effort, Dragon Palace would be destroyed in an instant. Fang Yuan and Chi-Si Ancestor could cooperate with each other, so could Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and Spectral Soul. After Demon Immortal Chi-Ju joined the battle, he suppressed Chi-Si Ancestor and cooperated with Spectral Soul. Even though they did not have good teamwork, the two had rich battle experience. They could always find a place to cooperate. And it was this cooperation that pushed Dragon Palace to the brink of destruction. When Fairy Myrtle, Qin Ding Ling, Bing Sai Chuan, and the rest arrived, they saw Dragon Palace shattering into countless fragments that scattered everywhere. Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai, who were inside Dragon Palace's main hall, showed their true bodies, but Myriad Year Flying Warship received them and brought them inside. Myriad Year Flying Warship was much faster than Dragon Palace. It moved forward and continued to escape. The three immortals were stunned before becoming overjoyed. Quick, Fang Yuan can't hold on any longer. Dragon Palace was destroyed. Myriad Year Flying Warship is fast, but in terms of defense, it is inferior to Dragon Palace. We must get rid of Fang Yuan and wash away the humiliation of Celestial Court. Fang Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. We have deep hatred with Longevity Heaven. Kill him and take all of his true inheritances and goo worms. Kill him and take all of his true inheriting goo worms. Fang Yuan, it is finally time for Shadow Sect to take care of you. We cannot give Fang Yuan Sect's palace. We can't give Fang Yuan any chance to fish in troubled waters. Fang Yuan, Gu and Ju and An and Si and Sol. And King Fang Yuan encountered the greatest difficulty since King and An and Emperor. And Fang Yuan, God and An and Si Spirit. And Earth God and Father and respectively. And Tian Demon of Emperor. Qin Ding Ling, Fairy Myrtle, and Bing Sai Chuan were famous Gu immortals in history. There was even a terrifying existence like Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan, you can't escape. Spectral Soul sneered in his mind when he saw that everyone was focused on Fang Yuan. He did not chase away the others, he allowed the immortals to pursue him. Stay alert, be wary of Spectral Soul and Longevity Heaven. Qin Ding Ling instructed. This was truly a strange sight. Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and Shadow Sect worked together to pursue Fang Yuan, but they were wary of each other and held back. Fang Yuan did not create an internal conflict between the three parties because they were not ordinary Gu immortals. At the same time, Fang Yuan had deep enmity with them. The benefits he had were too great. Even if the three parties held back, their firepower was ferocious and their killer moves were strange and mystical. Myriad Year Flying Warship did not fly for long before it became heavily damaged. Countless goo worms and corpses were scattered along the way. At this rate, there is no way out. Wu Shuai shouted, "Main body, our path to the north has been completely sealed. We can only escape southwest now. There is no hope. We can't hold on for long. Myriad Year Flying Warship is much more fragile than Dragon Palace." Fang Yuan's main body was sitting cross-legged, resisting the myriad tribulation inside as he commanded, "Then go underground and see if there is any chance of survival." Myriad Year Flying Warship swayed rapidly in the sky, dodging a black soul ball sent by Spectral Soul, but it was still engulfed by the attacks in the sky. The silver-white hull resisted the killer moves with difficulty. Soon a portion of the hull dimmed and turned into white ash, drifting in the sky. In the end, it was swept away by the intense winds, vanishing without a trace. Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a flying fish that was getting injured. It plunged down towards the ground. Follow it. With 3 more rounds of attacks, this ship will definitely be destroyed. Fang Yuan must die. If we cannot win, we will destroy the sovereign immortal aperture as well. We cannot let outsiders benefit from it. Almost all 3 forces had similar communications and instructions. Boom. Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a silver-white meteor, directly crashing into the ground. Dust and smoke surged as the ground shook, but it could not intimidate the pursuers behind Fang Yuan. They entered the hole created by Myriad Year Flying Warship. Boom boom boom, all sorts of killer moves were unleashed on Myriad Year Flying Warship. Myriad Year Flying Warship quickly disintegrated. It was in grave danger. Aha, Fang Yuan is muddle-headed. Under the ground, Myriad Year Flying Warship can't move easily, so we can easily hit it. There is no path to heaven, no door to hell. Fang Yuan, you demon, you slaughtered the innocent and harmed the world. Today's situation is the result of your actions. Offending us, this is your miserable ending. The immortals roared. Fang Yuan's defeat and escape caused their morale to soar to the extreme. If they worked harder, Fang Yuan's death would be right in front of them. Inside Myriad Year Flying Warship, Wuxia was covered in blood. Under such intense attacks, Myriad Year Flying Warship could not be repaired in time. Rumble. The immortals prepared for a moment before attacking again, creating a frenzied wave of attacks. Countless killer moves were separated from each other, trying their best to avoid internal friction. Like a terrifying tsunami, they surged towards Myriad Year Flying Warship layer by layer. Die. Bam. At the moment of life and death, Myriad Year Flying Warship smashed through the soil and rocks in front of it, charging into a spacious underground space. Myriad Year Flying Warship had the space to move quickly, avoiding most of the killer moves and narrowly escaping death. It was like a swimmer that was about to drown suddenly inhaled some air. What's going on? We chased him to Earth Abyss. Is this Fang Yuan's plan? Chase, we cannot let him escape. The immortals were stunned for a moment before breaking through the soil and rocks, charging into the underground space. It turned out that Fang Yuan was chased by Spectral Soul from Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range in the north of Central Continent to the southeast. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju rushed over from the east and cooperated with Spectral Soul to force Fang Yuan to the southwest. Finally, Fairy Myrtle and the rest joined the battle from the south. Fang Yuan had no choice but to go west. After going west, they finally reached Ancient Soul Sect's territory. Ancient Soul Sect was one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. It had a long history. Under Ancient Soul Sect's territory, there was a huge underground abyss. Every layer of the underground abyss had an area of at least hundreds of millions of square kilometers. The space was vast and mysterious. There were all kinds of caves and tunnels. Some were like mazes, some formed huge underground lakes, and some were as empty as plains. There were countless life forms living here. In Fang Yuan's previous life, a terrifying beast tide surged out of Earth Abyss, wreaking havoc on the whole of Central Continent. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects spent several years to exterminate the beast tide on the surface of Central Continent. Afterwards, they disregarded their factions and invited both righteous and demonic path Gu Masters and Gu Immortals to explore Earth Abyss together. In the end, they found that Earth Abyss was unfathomably deep. There were layers after layers. By the time Fang Yuan was reborn, he had already discovered 107 layers. It was impossible to estimate how many layers there were. The environment here is complex. There are many life forms. The deeper we go, the more immemorial desolate beasts there are. This is indeed the best place to escape to. Wu Shuai, who was in Myriad Year Flying Warship, realized. Relying on Earth Abyss, Myriad Year Flying Warship's situation started to improve. But towards Fang Yuan's scheme, the pursuers led by Spectral Soul understood it clearly. Many Gu Immortals no longer held back. They used all their methods. They were on guard against each other earlier, but now that they had chased all the way here, no one was willing to give up. Fang Yuan's situation was still dangerous. Myriad Year Flying Warship's destruction speed was much slower, but it was still sliding towards the edge of the cliff of destruction. Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai worked together and used their brains to their fullest extent, but they were still unable to shake off the pursuers. At most, they were only able to create a gap between the pursuers. In the first group, the one closest to Myriad Year Flying Warship was Spectral Soul. Next were Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, Chi-Si Ancestor, and Ching-Cho. In the third group were Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and Shadow Sect's Fairy Myrtle. Boom. Myriad Year Flying Warship, which was on the verge of collapse, smashed through the rocks and entered the next layer. Countless bats flew around, escaping in panic. There were millions and millions of bats living in this level. They were like a black tide, vast and boundless. Ordinary bats were smashed into minced meat by myriad-year flying worship, while the alarmed immemorial black bats charged against the tide. On this floor, the black bat swarm was fully deserving of being the overlord. They were alarmed by myriad-year flying worship. They were determined to punish this daring intruder. Spectral Soul arrived soon after. He saw the sky full of black bats and was overjoyed. Fang Yuan, heaven is not on your side. It seems that this lair will be your burial ground. Spectral Soul suddenly roared. The whistling sound spread out, and wherever it went, the black bats died instantly. Even the ancient black bats were not spared. Only the immemorial black bats staggered in the air, barely holding on. Spectral Soul roared. Countless bat souls emerged from the corpses of these black bats. These souls quickly fused with his roar, turning into black fog that covered myriad-year flying worship. Myriad-year flying worship quickly disintegrated under the corrosion of the black fog. It could not hold on any longer. Collect the core immortal goo, prepare to abandon the ship. Fang Yuan's main body ordered decisively. Just like when they abandoned Dragon Palace, they tried to retrieve the core immortal goo at the final moment. Dragon Palace's core immortal goo dream token had already been retrieved. But the battle was dangerous. When the immortal goo house was facing destruction, retrieving the core immortal goo was only a matter of manpower. It was up to fate. Sometimes, because they were too anxious, they extracted the core immortal goo too quickly, causing the core immortal goo to be heavily injured and destroyed afterwards. At the next moment, myriad-year flying worship broke apart. Fang Yuan's main body and Wu Shuai were completely inside the black fog. He is here. I will block him. Wu Shuai blocked in front of Fang Yuan. I said it before, this escape is futile. Spectral Soul approached, his tone was cold as ice. Qi Ancestor and the second group of people had just arrived. They saw the sky filled with black fog, silver-white fragments were scattered and dissipating. Spectral Soul was attacking Fang Yuan's main body. No. Qi Ancestor was too far away, he could only shout in his mind. Chapter 2063. When Fairy Myrtle and the rest chased after them, they saw an endless black bat group. In this layer of underground abyss, the black bat group was the sole overlord that ruled over all living beings. Now that they had been violated, they had completely fallen into a state of madness and rage. Immemorial black bats controlled ancient black bats. Ancient black bats enslaved desolate beast black bats. Desolate beast black bats swept through countless ordinary black bats. When Shadow Sect, Longevity Heaven, and Celestial Court chased after them, the furious black bat group vented their anger on them. Even the goo immortals of the three forces, the top experts of the current world, could not help but freeze. Why are there so many black bats? We need to kill the immemorial black bats in the black bat group to disperse these beasts. There are too many of them, the size of these black bats is too shocking. We cannot waste time with them, don't forget that our main target is Fang Yuan. The three forces charged into the black bat group, it was like they were attacking a fierce wave. These goo immortals were all top-rank 8s of the current generation. Even though the black bat group was huge, they could not match the immortals in terms of strength. But even though the immortals created a bloody path, myriad-year flying worship, Spectral Soul, and Qingqiu were nowhere to be seen. What happened? Where are they? They did not leave any clues behind. This is impossible, we clearly followed the traces of their battle and followed them here. The immortals were shocked and bewildered. Calamity Luck Altar burst out with golden light, the countless black bats around it melted and cleared out a large area of space. Bing Sichuan's impatient voice came from Calamity Luck Altar. Fairy Myrtle, tell me, where did Fang Yuan go? Old man Zheng Yuan snorted coldly. How would we know? Qin Ding Ling sneered. Shadow Sect, do you really think we do not know your tricks? You are chasing after them, on one hand you cannot catch up to them, on the other hand, aren't you interfering with us? Qin Ding Ling's tone was very sharp. Her words were meant to sow discord and she told the truth. Instantly the Shadow Sect became extremely passive. Fang Yuan, Spectral Soul, Qingqiu, Qixi and Qiju had all vanished. This was too strange. This made the three forces chasing at the back feel anxious. Fairy Myrtle frowned and said in a low voice, "We have also lost contact with his lordship. I strongly suspect that other forces have already interfered. The most important thing right now is to find them. If we fight among ourselves, it will only allow this power to succeed." Bing Sichuan's voice was cold, he did not conceal his killing intent. Then I want to see the abilities of a wisdom path great expert. Just wait and see, Fairy Myrtle said. then immediately took action, activating a killer move and quickly deducing. Qin Dingling did not speak, but she did not conceal her killing intent. Once she found out that the Shadow Sect was playing tricks on her, the Celestial Court would definitely surround and kill the Shadow Sect. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The surrounding black bats swarmed over again. The other Gu immortals hesitated for a moment before taking action, helping Fairy Myrtle to resist the beast group. Fairy Myrtle's body was covered in a purple-gold fog. The fog spread and continued to spread. Fairy Myrtle's expression turned pale, her immortal essence was expended intensely, her body started to tremble as she opened her eyes, revealing a pair of eyes that were filled with purple light. The purple-gold fog quickly disappeared. Fairy Myrtle's eyes also returned to normal. Her aura was clearly weaker, she had used all her strength in the deduction earlier. Under the immortal's gazes she let out a breath of air. I deduced it, a battlefield killer move engulfed them, causing us to miss our target. Battlefield killer move? Who could be lying in ambush here? Humph, what proof do you have? Fairy Myrtle sneered. As a wisdom path great expert, she would not make baseless claims. She split up the bat group and guided the immortals to identify a trace of earth path aura that was about to dissipate. The immortals captured this aura and started to analyze it. It is an earth path immortal move indeed. It really seems to be a battlefield killer move. Watch my method, I will find it. A Gu immortal from Celestial Court made a move. He was very confident when he attacked, but soon he returned in defeat without any results. Soon this trace of earth path aura dissipated, leaving behind a huge number of black bats that continued to attack the three groups of immortals. The immortals' expressions were very ugly. Some were still suspicious of Shadow Sect, some were thinking about how to excavate the immortal battlefield, while some had no choice but to attack the black bats. On Longevity Heaven's side, Bing Sichuan was still skeptical. Fairy Myrtle's mood was the heaviest. She dealt with the black bats while shouting at Celestial Court. You should be very familiar with this trace of earth path aura. Celestial Court, what do you think? Qin Dingling was silent for a while before speaking. That's right, this is similar to Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method. Our thoughts are the same, find this immortal battlefield and destroy it. So it is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's force, no wonder. Bing Sichuan realized at once. Among the 10 venerables in history, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the most skilled in immortal battlefield killer moves. In this aspect he was publicly recognized as the #1 venerable in the world. Right now, the reincarnation battlefield that he created was still in Central Continent, shared by the 10 great ancient sections. As for why Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's force attacked? None of the immortals present were surprised. Everyone knew about the conflict between Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable slaughtered the world, he brought terror and chaos, the people of the 5 regions had no way to live, the righteous path declined and the demonic path rose. Ever since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable started cultivating, he had been trying to bring order to the world, to suppress demons and eliminate disasters, to benefit the people of the world. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had opposing ideologies. To find Paradise Earth's battlefield and destroy it, the difficulty. Bing Sichuan shook his head, even an expert like him felt hesitant and troubled. Why did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's force attack? Why did he set up an ambush here? A Gu immortal asked. This question made Fairy Myrtle's mood even heavier, her expression was shrouded by a thick layer of dark clouds. It must be Fang Yuan. Even though there was no evidence, Fairy Myrtle still said it with absolute certainty. She had fought with Fang Yuan too many times, she was the loser every time. Fairy Myrtle had tasted this feeling of failure too many times, she was already used to it. Every time she thought that victory was in her grasp, Fang Yuan would cause trouble. The current situation gave Fairy Myrtle the same feeling, it was extremely familiar. Qin Dingling agreed with Fairy Myrtle's deduction. We are chasing after Fang Yuan, but from another perspective, we are being led by Fang Yuan. One chasing and one escaping, this route is controlled by Fang Yuan. If he cooperated with Paradise Earth's force, this situation would have been the easiest. But why is Paradise Earth's force cooperating with a demon like Fang Yuan? We have not seen it with our own eyes, is this a force left behind by Paradise Earth? If it is, which Paradise Earth force is it? Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the most recent venerable, he naturally had the most forces left behind. But different from the other venerables, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not intentionally support any forces. Celestial Court was a force created by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Longevity Heaven was originally Giant Sun Immortal's Grotto Heaven. It was a foundation created by his inheritance. Shadow Sect was an organization created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable Soul after his death, using Zombie Alliance as a shell. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was different. He supported and helped countless forces. For example, Eastern Seas Merman Imperial Court, he could not bear to see the merfolk being bullied. Or Southern Borders Mushroom Man Paradise, he did not want to see the Mushroom Men being slaughtered mercilessly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had methods to transform his immortal aperture into a paradise. He had helped a large number of Goo Immortals and many Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands in his life. He even helped legendary immemorial beasts, like the Blue Dragon Whale. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not just help humans, he also helped variant humans and all living beings. Thus, in this aspect he was the most benevolent and compassionate Venerable. Even though Celestial Court's Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable also helped all living beings, he mostly focused on saving nature and restoring the environment. The other Venerables had offensive methods. Only Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had also left behind true inheritances in various places. Southern Borders Mushroom Man Paradise was one of them. Thus, Paradise Earth's leader, Southern Border Goo Immortal Lu Wei-yin, claimed to be Paradise Earth's inheritor. Nobody could refute him. Back then, before the Fate formation, Fairy Myrtle had personally entered Mushroom Man Paradise and borrowed Benevolence Goo. The Immortals could not guess. Paradise Earth's actions caused many forces and Goo Immortals to be connected to him. It was hard to say which force was among them. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had been eliminating Spectral Soul's influence his entire life. He showed kindness and brought peace to people. Would his force cooperate with a demon like Fang Yuan? But this is not impossible. Isn't Celestial Court also cooperating with us temporarily? Fairy Myrtle's heart was filled with dark clouds. The more she thought about it, the worse she felt. The reason why Celestial Court cooperated with Shadow Sect was to let Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul exhaust each other. It would be best if they could eliminate these two demons at the same time. If they had such thoughts, why would Paradise Earth's force cooperate with Fang Yuan? With Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's status and nature, he would not do such a shady thing. But the Immortal Venerable had already passed away. Nobody could say for sure what kind of nature his force or inheritor had. This situation is definitely out of Master's expectations. But there is an even worse situation. That is, this is all Fang Yuan's scheme. He did not hesitate to give up Dragon Palace and myriad-year flying warship to lure Master into this battlefield. No matter what the situation is, I need to do my best to save Master as soon as possible. Fairy Myrtle had a bad premonition. She was very anxious. She was a wisdom path great expert. Any premonitions or changes in her mood were important to her. Spectral Soul naturally had an advantage against Fang Yuan. But if he faced another venerable force, it would be hard to say. And most importantly, this venerable force was the Paradise Earth force that targeted Spectral Soul the most in history. At the same time, in the Earth Path battlefield, Spectral Soul looked at the surging yellow sand around him. His expression was cold as ice. Good, very good. You are Lu Wei-yin, the current generation Southern Border inheritor of Paradise Earth? A Goo Immortal stepped on a yellow cloud as he bowed towards Spectral Soul. Lord Demon Venerable is wise. I have been waiting here for a long time. At the side, Fang Yuan urged, Lu Wei-yin, I have lured him here. Don't expect me to take action now. I need to see your sincerity. Ugh. Fang Yuan stopped talking and retreated rapidly. But it was too late. In an instant, Spectral Soul suddenly appeared in front of him, using an unknown method. Fang Yuan, you were careless. It has been hard on you to escape to this point. Die. Spectral Soul stretched out his hand and grabbed Fang Yuan's neck. Chapter 2064. Spectral Soul was truly a demon venerable who had fought his way up. If it were anyone else, they would be on guard and wait for a chance to break out. Furthermore, his combat experience was too rich. Once he fell into a trap, he actually took advantage of this opportunity. Needless to say, his timing was perfect. Fang Yuan had been chased by 3 parties. He felt huge pressure. Now that he was safe here, it was normal for him to relax. Spectral Soul used words to confuse him while secretly preparing a killer move. His move was silent. In the current 5 regions, only Southern Borders Wu Yang's Qi concealment method could match it. Thus, once he activated it, Spectral Soul immediately changed the situation. He grabbed Fang Yuan's neck tightly. And Spectral Soul's move was extraordinary. It was called Soul Shattering Hand. This move could only be used in close combat. After all, Gu immortals rarely fought in close combat. Most of them fought from afar, only a few paths like Transformation Path and Strength Path focused on close combat. Soul-Shattering Hand's area of effect was extremely short, it had a huge flaw, but Spectral Soul still grasped it and could not bear to part with it. Because once it was hit, it would be extremely powerful, the person hit would not be able to escape, it had the effect of deciding the outcome. At the next moment, Soul-Shattering Hand activated. A smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face again, but Spectral Soul's expression turned grim. Fang Yuan in his hand rapidly turned into sand, vanishing into thin air. It was a puppet made of sand. Sand flew in the sky, Fang Yuan's praise could be heard from within. Spectacular indeed. Friend Lu, you did not waste so much effort and time to create this illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield. Fang Yuan did not conceal his voice. Spectral Soul snorted coldly, he immediately searched for traces of the sand and arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul attacked again but Fang Yuan did not dodge. At the next moment, Fang Yuan crumbled, turning into countless sand and dispersing again. Spectral Soul finally showed a rare frown. Lu Weiyin's voice could be heard. Fang Yuan, you are too kind. Spectral Soul is simply too powerful, I had to use my most powerful battlefield killer move. I won't hide it from you. Although this battlefield originated from Paradise Earth's true inheritance, it has undergone several generations of innovation and has undergone many changes. The transformation just now is Sha Zhao's substitute. It can confuse the enemy's senses and attract their firepower. Lu Weiyin, you don't want the Mushroom Man Paradise in southern border? To think that I, the Shadow Sect, let you off back then. Spectral Soul shouted coldly, staring at Lu Weiyin's sand ape. He knew that Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin were purposely saying those words to lower his morale and pressure him. In a battle between experts, every word was a battle. Especially in the hands of Information Path Gu immortals, their words were even sharper. Every word was like a sharp spear, the opponent could not let their guard down. Fang Yuan ignored Spectral Soul, he continued to speak to Lu Weiyin. Such a powerful battlefield killer move, it was worth it to destroy 2 immortal Gu houses as bait to lower this old geezer's wariness. Next we will have to rely on you. Lu Weiyin knew about Fang Yuan's tribulation. In fact, Fang Yuan's unrestrained heavenly mark was a gift from Lu Weiyin. The truth was Fang Yuan did not trust Lu Weiyin. His main target was not Earth Abyss but Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan did not know much about Lu Weiyin, there was not much information about him in his memories from 500 years ago. Right now, not only was Spectral Soul trapped in illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield, Fang Yuan was the same. Moreover, Fang Yuan's 2 immortal Gu houses, Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship, were destroyed. He lost a lot of Gu worms, the core immortal Gu he brought back were all injured. Spectral Soul laughed sinisterly. Fang Yuan, hide well. Maybe Lu Weiyin will let you out? Hehehe, but it doesn't matter. Paradise Earth is gone, no matter what kind of Earth Path battlefield it is, it cannot trap me for long. Once I understand the profundity of this, it will be the day you die. Lu Weiyin did not reply, he activated the battlefield. Yellow sand flew around Spectral Soul, a figure charged out of the sand, it was Fang Yuan's Qi-Si clone. Qi-Si ancestor saw Spectral Soul and was stunned, as if he had charged through the sandstorm earlier, he did not expect Spectral Soul to be here. But at the next moment, Qi-Si ancestor immediately attacked, using Qi Path methods to attack Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul snorted coldly, he blocked the attack and was about to counterattack when he saw Qi-Si ancestor getting engulfed by the sand again, vanishing without a trace. Spectral Soul immediately chased after him, diving into the yellow sand, but he could not find Qi-Si ancestor's whereabouts. Another figure attacked, it was Demon Immortal Qiju. Spectral Soul was about to greet him, but he saw that Demon Immortal Qiju's expression was not right, he became vigilant. As expected, at the next moment, Demon Immortal Qiju also attacked him. Spectral Soul blocked and shouted, Qiju, what are you doing? Demon Immortal Qiju smiled coldly, Qi-Si ancestor, since you provoked me, I will show you the true power of Qi Path. Hearing this, Spectral Soul was stunned, he thought, don't tell me this is another ability of the Earth Path battlefield, it can confuse enemies and allies? Spectral Soul could recognize the sand puppet as Fang Yuan, but Spectral Soul could not. Then, this battlefield could disguise him as Qi-Si ancestor, it was not strange that Demon Immortal Qiju was deceived. Spectral Soul and Demon Immortal Qiju fought for more than 10 rounds, Demon Immortal Qiju was injured, he was engulfed by the sand again. Next was Qingqiu. Spectral Soul, I want you to die. I want you to die. Qingqiu was still going crazy, The rank 9 immortal goo aura on its body was extremely dense. Spectral Soul's heart jumped. Like this, at times, it was Qi ancestor, at times, it was demon immortal Qiju, and at times, it was legendary immemorial desolate beast Qingqiu. They appeared and disappeared amidst the sand, engaging in continuous battles against Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul had incredible battle strength, surpassing any of them, but whenever he gained a slight advantage, Lu Weiyin, who was behind the scenes, would immediately switch targets. Spectral Soul could not do anything about it. Spectral Soul was attacked repeatedly. He was also covered by the sand. He could not get away for the moment. He could only fight passively. At the back of the battlefield, Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation with all his strength. Wu Shuai, on the other hand, was guarding him with a vigilant expression. Beside him, countless army ants gathered into a hollow sphere, protecting him and Fang Yuan. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the myriad tribulation had already turned into a torrential flood. The flood engulfed the surrounding 10,000 li. Fang Yuan's mini-5 regions were all affected. A large number of small-scale resource points were destroyed. Mini Central Continent Spirit Spring Forest, Kokitahara's Bone Burial Ground, Contact Heart River Bank, Mini Western Desert's Eerie Fire Dragon Python Pit, Sand Gull Soil Bank, Mini Southern Borders Become Dragon Mound, Heaven Sealing Mountain and Mini Eastern Seas Jade Beard Lake were all heavily damaged. And the resource points that were heavily protected by Fang Yuan were also greatly impacted. Fang Yuan's losses were severe. There was no choice, he had already used all his strength. Fortunately, his efforts and sacrifices were not in vain. The number of heavenly Dao marks that he had refined had already reached more than 20. The first myriad tribulation was the myriad destruction lightning forest tribulation. Fang Yuan finally came up with a countermeasure to deal with it. Under the control of Providence, the Heaven Path Dao marks immediately changed the contents of the myriad tribulation. Fang Yuan's countermeasure quickly lost its effectiveness. If this situation happened to most Gu immortals in the world, it would be a desperate situation. But for Fang Yuan, every change in the myriad tribulation was a great opportunity for him. Because he had the killer move Exposed Heavenly Secret. Exposed Heavenly Secret allowed Fang Yuan to accurately predict what the next calamity or tribulation would be. Even though he might not have enough time to prepare, this was already a qualitative change. After all, the biggest reason why calamities and tribulations were troublesome and dangerous was that they were hard to predict. Once they were accurately predicted, the threat of the calamity or tribulation would fall by several times. Of course, even if the predicted myriad tribulation was a myriad tribulation, it was still a myriad tribulation. Thus, the sovereign immortal aperture was flooded and countless resources were destroyed. Fang Yuan's losses were severe indeed, but this was not a bad thing. The power of the myriad tribulation continued to fall. Because the essence of the heavenly Tao was balance, the greater Fang Yuan's losses, the smaller the imbalance. Even with Providence, it still followed the principles of the heavenly Tao. More and more Heaven Path Tao marks were refined by Fang Yuan. His refinement efficiency was rising rapidly. The first step was the most difficult. Fang Yuan sacrificed all of his soul beasts to break through this greatest predicament of his life. He succeeded. Even though the myriad tribulation was still rampaging, Fang Yuan had already gotten a breather. He was starting to turn the situation around. Spectral Soul fell into a tough battle. Lu Weiyin's illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield forced him into a passive state. Qi ancestor, demon immortal Qiju, Qingqiu, and Lu Weiyin could even work together to attack Spectral Soul. Qingqiu was blinded by hatred. It was once used by Spectral Soul, but here Lu Weiyin moved it around casually. Spectral Soul could not make use of it. Intense winds blew, yellow sand flew into the sky. Suddenly the fine sand turned into rocks. They spun on their own while flying rapidly. In an instant, countless flying rocks covered heaven and earth, enveloping Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul waved his hand and threw out a cloud of smoke. A small portion of the flying rocks vanished into the black smoke, but most of them pierced through the black smoke and arrived in front of Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's body suddenly vanished. When he appeared again, he was already at the other side of the battlefield. He dodged almost all of the flying rocks, but when these flying rocks landed in the swirling yellow sand, they turned back into sand. Next, the sand in the sky condensed into a smooth yellow flying rock, flying towards Spectral Soul. This move is called flying sand turning rocks. Please take a look at it, Lord Spectral Soul. Lu Weiyin said calmly. Child's play. Spectral Soul growled, his body shook as black smoke rumbled. With him as the center, it spread rapidly in all directions. Spin. Spectral Soul vanished into the thick black smoke as he shouted. At the next moment, the black smoke started to spin like a whirlpool. Spectral Soul was at the center. He breathed in and released the black smoke at the same time. When the flying rocks entered the black smoke, they were immediately corroded into sand, before being swept away by the black smoke and absorbed into Spectral Soul's immortal aperture. This response made Lu Weiyin praise, amazing as expected of Lord Spectral Soul. However, my battlefield killer move's location was carefully chosen. It is placed on the Earth Vein node. Lord Spectral Soul, no matter how many flying rocks you absorb, this battlefield of mine can absorb Earth Chi from the Earth Vein at any time to replenish itself. Thus, unless the Earth Vein's power is completely exhausted, these flying rocks will be endless. These words did not affect Spectral Soul. This former demon venerable sneered with killing intent. Lu Weiyin, do you think I used this move to break your flying sand-turning rocks? Oh no. Lu Weiyin paled. He could not react in time. At the next moment, yellow sand fell to the ground. A layer of illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield's power was corroded by the black smoke, returning to a yellow land. My killer move singing sand as rice was actually broken. So fast. Lu Weiyin had an ugly expression. Spectral Soul moved stealthily. He was dealing with flying sand-turning rocks on the surface, but he was actually targeting singing sand as rice. Now that this move was broken, the sand puppets were no longer obstructing him. Demon Immortal Chi Ju saw the truth, while Fang Yuan also revealed his location. Fang Yuan, how much longer do you want to hide? Spectral Soul pounced at Fang Yuan without hesitation. Wu Shuai tried to resist, but the defense created by the army ants was instantly torn apart by Spectral Soul. A dark soul ball flew out and arrived in front of Fang Yuan in a few breaths of time. Fang Yuan had been sitting cross-legged. He opened his eyes and smiled lightly. I don't need to hide. Rumble. An immortal goo house suddenly appeared, covering Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai. The dark soul ball landed on the immortal goo house and erupted with terrifying power. But this immortal goo house was like a mountain. It did not budge. Chapter 2065. An immortal goo house suddenly appeared in the battlefield. It was like a mountain, but it was not tall. From the bottom to the top, there were clear layers. The surface was smooth and round. Thus, it was like a tower piled up with dozens of drums of varying sizes. This immortal goo house was yellowish-brown in color. There was a layer of dense sand on the surface. It gave off a strong feeling of stability and stability. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. This Earth Path Immortal Goo House was an unexpected gain from Fang Yuan's dream realm exploration. It was different from most immortal goo houses. The most fundamental difference was that this immortal goo house did not have a core immortal goo. It was constructed with an immortal killer move as the core. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had 3 core killer moves. The most important one was Accumulating Soil Mountain. This move was very special. It could not be used for offense, movement, healing, or anything else. Using this move, the Goo Immortal could stack Earth Path Goo worms and make them form an immortal goo house. Even if the Goo Immortal using the killer move had no formation path attainment level. Mastering this killer move was equivalent to mastering the foundation of this immortal goo house, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Thus, every Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had a different appearance. In fact, even the same Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress would have different forms and powers because of the different Earth Path Goo worms added into it. Fang Yuan had already created Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress for a long time. He obtained the complete blueprints from the Dream Realm. He also obtained a large number of Earth Path Immortal Goo from the Blue Dragon Whale. In fact, he had already obtained this rank 8 Immortal Goo House before the Fate War. Right now, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was taken out by Fang Yuan. It changed the situation. Spectral Soul's attacks on Fang Yuan were ineffective again. Lu Weiyin, Qing Chou, and the rest attacked one after another, forcing him to deal with them first. I thought that Fang Yuan was only bluffing earlier. I forced him too much. He had to give up Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship, these 2 immortal goo houses. But now, it seems that he was truly trying to lure me into an ambush. Spectral Soul's heart sank. In truth, Fang Yuan's action of abandoning the 2 immortal goo houses had greatly lowered his guard. After all, the Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship had been destroyed one after another. It was impossible not to feel that Fang Yuan was at the end of his rope. He didn't expect Fang Yuan to have such a hidden card. Lu Weiyin was also surprised, thinking, Fang Yuan is willing to pay such a heavy price to lure Spectral Soul. Was this a kind of trust in him? Or was this a test of their first cooperation? In fact, Fang Yuan had no other choice. Although he had been hiding this Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, there was a huge flaw. Their flying speed was too slow. If there was a ranking list of immortal goo houses, Fang Yuan's peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress would definitely be at the bottom, there was no doubt about it. Honestly speaking, peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress was like a tortoise among immortal goo houses. It moved slowly, only slightly better than an immortal formation. It was a terrible sight to behold. But there were gains and losses. Peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress had a huge weakness in terms of movement speed, but its defense was terrifying. If Spectral Soul, Lu Weiyin, and the rest knew about peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress weakness, they would understand some of Fang Yuan's weaknesses. If they took out peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress in the battle earlier, Fang Yuan would not be able to escape far. He would become a sitting duck and suffer the attacks of Spectral Soul and the rest. Even though Fang Yuan had a short period of peace, the other forces were able to mobilize their troops and gather their methods to kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not stay in one place for long. This was Central Continent, the territory of Celestial Court. Even though Celestial Court was on the decline, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were still there. But now that Fang Yuan took out peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress, the effect was completely different. Spectral Soul resisted the attacks of Lu Weiyin, Qi ancestor, and the rest while attacking peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress. Peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress stood firmly, it did not move at all. Even an existence like Spectral Soul felt great discomfort. His main target was Fang Yuan, it had never changed. But if he wanted to attack Fang Yuan now, he had to destroy this immortal goo house. This huge obstacle made Spectral Soul feel a little suffocated. If Spectral Soul ignored Fang Yuan and focused on this battlefield and these enemies, he would give Fang Yuan precious time to recover. This was something Spectral Soul did not want to see. In the intense battle, Spectral Soul looked at Qingqiu wanting to use it as a breakthrough point. But Lu Weiyin was prepared. Once he saw that Spectral Soul was targeting Qingqiu, he immediately used a battlefield killer move to teleport Qingqiu away. Qingqiu only targeted its greatest enemy, which was Spectral Soul. Lu Weiyin was not helping Spectral Soul, he was helping it. Qingqiu would not attack him. Spectral Soul's scheme was foiled. He transmitted to Demon Immortal Qiju. Qiju, you will be the main attacker. After we destroy this immortal goo house, the reward will definitely satisfy you. Demon Immortal Qiju hesitated. Spectral Soul, your battle strength is higher than mine. If you cannot do it, how can I? Spectral Soul snorted coldly. Who says I cannot do it? I just need to spend some effort. We lack cooperation. The most suitable thing now is for me to deal with this battlefield and the enemies while you attack Fang Yuan. You have the secluded domain of heaven and earth. As long as you are willing to pay the price, how hard can it be to destroy this immortal goo house? Spectral Soul's main target was Fang Yuan, but now he had to change his target. Firstly, Spectral Soul could tell that this immortal goo house had high defense, it would take too much effort to destroy it. Secondly, Spectral Soul was only cooperating with Qiju, their relationship was shallow, thus Qiju was an unstable factor. Spectral Soul wanted him to attack to prevent Qiju and reduce the chance of accidents. He could also break out of the battlefield and wait for an opportunity, it was safer and more stable. Spectral Soul had the greatest killing nature in history. He was not a fool who lost his rationality and was overwhelmed by killing intent. Demon Immortal Qiju naturally did not want to be trapped in the battlefield. He did not doubt Spectral Soul's determination to break out of the battlefield. He thought about it and smiled. My Shi land can indeed destroy this Earth Path immortal goo house, but the price will be extremely high. After all, I cultivate Chi Path, not Earth Path. It is very likely that after I succeed, Shi land will be completely destroyed. But it is not impossible to make this deal. The crucial thing is, what kind of price can you pay for me to make such a huge sacrifice? What, you think I can't take it out? Spectral Soul immediately asked. You are a venerable, your foundation is extraordinary, I am looking forward to it. But until now, even though you have given me many types of true inheritances, they are lacking in any of them, I am truly disappointed. In your eyes, only venerable inheritances are worthy of being mentioned. Of course. Demon Immortal Qiju's tone was direct. Only venerable inheritances are worthy of my attention. To speak the truth, I am very interested in Spectral Soul's true inheritances. Demon Immortal Qiju was an old demon. In this situation he actually asked for Spectral Soul's soul path true inheritances. This was a shameless move. Spectral Soul naturally did not want to be taken advantage of, he rejected in a forceful tone. Qiju, don't forget our goal. If you do not use your full strength now, how can you kill Fang Yuan? You and I might get trapped in this battlefield and become prey for others. Demon Immortal Qiju was silent. The situation was tense now, the Earth Path battlefield was unfathomable, he had not explored it yet. Demon Immortal Chiju was only probing earlier. Since Spectral Soul was so forceful, it was better to cooperate and get through this crisis first. Even though Spectral Soul unraveled a layer of this Earth Path battlefield's transformation, Lu Wei-yin, Qingqiu, and Qi-Si ancestors' attacks still gave him huge pressure. Even though Demon Immortal Qiju restrained Fang Yuan's Qi-Si clone, under Lu Wei-yin's control, Qi-Si ancestor tried not to fight with Demon Immortal Qiju. Instead, Qingqiu was often used. This fool dared to fight and charge. It was crazy and reckless. Demon Immortal Qiju was in a difficult spot. Battlefield killer moves were hard to set up, but once they were set up, the Gu Immortal would have a huge territorial advantage. Formation Path and Enslavement Path were both paths that could fight against many, because once these two paths were used to their full potential, the upper limit of one's strength would be very high. And this illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was a killer move created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. After being modified, it became even more threatening. Furthermore, this battlefield was located in Earth Abyss now. It was connected to the Earth Vein. Using the endless power of the Earth, Spectral Soul and Qiju felt troubled. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the Myriad Tribulation was still ongoing. The content of the Myriad Tribulation changed again. It turned from a torrential flood to a blazing inferno, burning everything and creating endless heat waves. I have already refined more than 100 Heaven Path Dao marks. Fang Yuan made new progress. Each Myriad Tribulation's transformation was a crisis for him. Chapter 2066. At the same time, Fang Yuan had to pay a heavy price as well. The richest mini-southern border in the mini-5 regions was already mostly destroyed. Immortal Succession Mountain was destroyed. It was cleansed by the flood. This Immortal Mountain was a middle-grade resource point. Fang Yuan took it from Heifang Grotto Heaven. It once had the ability to guide mortals to immortal ascension. There was also Heaven Sealing Mountain. This mountain was created by Fang Yuan. It was small and unassuming. The belly of the mountain was hollow. Fang Yuan had once set up a Gu formation here to seal the Strength Path Immortal Zombie body. Other than that, there were hundreds of other mountains. Among them, the greatest losses were Interior Rain Mountain, Copper Seal Mountain, and Bone Bird Peak. Interior Rain Mountain was shrouded in a layer of dark clouds. Rain continued to fall from the dark clouds. This rain was not ordinary rain. It was the rank 6 Immortal Material Interior Rain. This was a resource point that could produce Water Path Immortal materials. It was now in ruins. Copper Seal Mountain still had a remnant body left. This mountain was originally red in color. It was Fangjing Square. It was like a huge seal that stood on mini-southern border. There was no soil on the mountain. It was made up of all kinds of copper. These copper materials were mortal and mortal. There were Chaotic Heaven Copper, Wisdom Copper, Snowflake Copper, and other mortal copper materials. There were even immortal copper materials like Gray Profound Copper and Ascending Dragon Copper. Copper Seal Mountain was so special, it was heavily taken care of during the Myriad Tribulation Myriad Destruction Forest Lightning. But now it was half its original size. It was black and was emitting smoke and lightning. The entire mountain was completely melted. It gave off an intense charred smell. This mountain had once produced Domination Copper. It was a rank 7 immortal material. Unfortunately, after this calamity there were no more. As for Bonebird Peak, it had a large number of flower-winged white bone birds. It was full of vitality. But now, it had completely collapsed. The flower-winged white bone birds had already been killed by the lightning. The lightning collapsed the mountain. The flood destroyed the forest. Fang Yuan had obtained a large number of musical trees from Heifang Grotto Heaven. They formed mini-southern border's vast primordial forest. After this myriad tribulation, how could there still be a forest? Not to mention the beautiful and colorful Qi Death Bird and the fragrant tea stream. Mini-southern border was in ruins. There were only a few places that were heavily guarded by Fang Yuan. Among them were the Coiling Thread Cavern, the Stalactite Cavern, and the Dark Inkstone Mine. These resource points were all underground, so it was easier for Fang Yuan to protect them. At the same time, these places were also inhabited by stone men. Firebird Mountain was an exception. Because of its remote location, it had luckily escaped the calamity. This mid-sized resource point had many types of fire path birds. There was still a fire phoenix in the crater of the volcano, imprisoned and suppressed by the great formation within the volcano. The roots of the sunset parasol tree on the mountain absorbed the magma as nutrients. Its branches swayed in the wind, and its leaves glistened. It emitted a beautiful glow like the sunset. It was a rare and beautiful scene. Apart from the lesser southern border, the other lesser 4 regions were also heavily damaged. The rocky shoal in Kokitahara was obtained by Fang Yuan from annexing Han Dong's blessed land. Now it had been washed away by the flood. All the pink spirit snakes living inside were killed. The little western desert's Quan Desert was created by Fang Yuan after he took Liu Yong's blessed land. There were more than 20 desolate dogs inside, and none of them had their corpses or bones left. The small middle continent, the small East Sea, and even the small Nine Heavens were affected. Fang Yuan could not care so much anymore. The myriad tribulation had taken the lives of countless rank 8 Gu immortals. In history it was the main cause of death for countless geniuses. If he did not deal with it properly, Fang Yuan would lose his life. Fang Yuan not only had to deal with the myriad tribulation, he also had to deal with the 3 pursuers outside. If giving up some resources could improve the situation, why would Fang Yuan not do it? Was his life more important than resources? The answer to this question was self-evident. Only with his life would there be hope and possibility. In the worst-case scenario, even if Fang Yuan destroyed all of his resources, even if his main body and clones died, as long as he was alive, as long as he got through this predicament, even if he was on his last breath, Fang Yuan would be able to accept this outcome. A man should be unyielding, success or failure did not matter. The destruction of these resources is actually of great help to me. The heavenly Tao is balanced. If these resource points are destroyed, the power of the myriad tribulation will decrease accordingly. Thus, my efficiency in refining heaven path Tao marks will continue to rise. Fang Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Rumble. With a loud sound, peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress shook intensely. Hundreds and thousands of Gu worms were shattered into pieces. This was an attack that demon immortal Qiju had prepared for a long time. Demon immortal Qiju. This old demon who had once resisted limitless demon venerable in history had ruthless methods. He had the terrifying strength to weaken and shake peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress. If he continued to attack like this, peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress would be destroyed by him sooner or later. It was not that Lu Weiyin and the Qi Si clone did not want to obstruct him, but Spectral Soul continued to attack and obstruct them. Spectral Soul's body was covered in black smoke. He attacked and defended at times, he tossed out immemorial soul beasts at times and used strange soul path killer moves at others. Not only did he protect Qiju and give him ample time and space, he even probed the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield and obtained new results. He successfully got rid of another layer of variation in the battlefield. Lu Weiyin, Qingqiu, and the Qi Si clone attacked Spectral Soul with ease. And at this level, Spectral Soul is only a remnant soul. He is injured, he has not reached the peak of sovereign immortal fetus Gu when he underwent tribulation. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He had already experienced Spectral Soul's strength. We cannot let this go on. Wu Shuai, join in and deal with Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan ordered. In the current situation, Spectral Soul and the other 2 sides wanted to kill Fang Yuan. On the other side, Lu Weiyin inherited Paradise Earth's will to eliminate Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan was the key, but so was Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan did not face much pressure from the outside world now. He was even more wary of Spectral Soul. He did not hesitate to target Spectral Soul. Wu Shuai joined the battle. At once, army ants gathered into an ant river that surged towards Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul split a portion of his attention to use killer moves to resist them. Wu Shuai was Fang Yuan's Dragon Man clone. He mainly cultivated enslavement path. Even though he had not cultivated for a long time, he inherited the inheritance of the Dragon Man race, as well as the true Wu Shuai inheritance. After several rounds of attacks, Lu Weiyin was energized. He was overjoyed. Even though Wu Shuai does not fight personally, he has rank 8 cultivation level, his battle strength is quite impressive. Good, with him around, it is Spectral Soul's turn to feel pressure. With him controlling the battlefield, even Qingqiu could be surrounded, not to mention Wu Shuai who was willing to cooperate. Wu Shuai soon integrated into the encirclement, his tempo became faster and he exerted greater pressure on Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was the strongest in the current world, but his soul had not reached its peak state. Demon Immortal Qiju and Qi Si Ancestor could not defeat Spectral Soul, but they could fight him for dozens of rounds. With Wu Shuai's addition there was a qualitative change. He was a crucial factor in the balance of battle strength. Lu Weiyin and the rest's attacks could be said to be endless. Spectral Soul started to become passive, he started to get tired of dealing with the encirclement. Immortal Killer Move, Breathless Breaths. Demon Immortal Qiju stretched out 2 fingers, pointing at the top and foundation of Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. At once, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was unable to move. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly, his breathing was no longer smooth. Worse still, The immortal essence that he was injecting into Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress started to become intermittent. Immortal goo houses needed to expend a lot of immortal essence to activate. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was the same. After being hit by this move, its defense started to fluctuate between strong and weak. A huge weakness of Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was exposed. It was too slow, it could only take most killer moves head-on. Of course, its defense was extremely strong, it could expend a lot of the enemy goo immortal's immortal essence. Thus, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress tactic was a battle of attrition. Goo immortals could heal inside, they could also use Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress to expend the enemy's immortal essence and investigate their killer moves. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress also lacked defensive methods. In fact, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju could ignore Fang Yuan for now, he could join forces with Spectral Soul to deal with Lu Weiyin and the rest. Fang Yuan was entangled by the myriad tribulation, he could only rely on Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress to fight, he posed little threat. Immortal killer move, Soul Explosion. Spectral Soul suddenly turned around, he endured the attacks of Lu Weiyin and the rest as he flicked his fingers, sending out more than 10 black dots. The black dots quickly flew to the sky above Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, turning back into more than 10 immemorial soul beasts. These immemorial soul beasts charged down towards Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. The mountain-like beast bodies stacked together, completely burying Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. At the next moment, rumble. The terrifying explosion killed these immemorial soul beasts on the spot. They sacrificed their lives in exchange for this terrifying explosion, creating a pure black sphere of light. The sphere of light expanded rapidly, in a few breaths of time, it reached an astonishing size of 100 li. Earth shook, the entire battlefield was shaking intensely. Lu Weiyin's expression changed, he quickly got out and tried his best to protect the battlefield. If the battlefield collapsed, even a corner would collapse, the entire situation would turn for the worse. Spectral Soul is crafty and sinister. He actually had such a terrifying move. Chi-Si Demon Immortal squinted, he had already retreated to a safe distance. Soul Explosion is not rare, it is not surprising that he detonated the immemorial soul beasts. But he could perfectly fuse the power of the detonation of more than 10 immemorial soul beasts. How did he do it? Oh no, I wonder how the main body is doing? Wu Shuai and Chi-Si Ancestor were worried. Qing Chou was affected by the aftershock, it was heavily injured. But the more painful it was, the more frenzied it became. It ignored everything else, it charged towards Spectral Soul again. Wu Shuai and Chi-Si Ancestor could only follow behind it, to prevent Spectral Soul from absorbing Qing Chou's strength. After Spectral Soul completed this attack, his face turned slightly pale. This time, when resisting Qing Chou's attacks, he focused on defense, recovering his mental energy. Evidently, that attack earlier expended a lot of mental energy. In fact, the price of this soul explosion was very high. Immemorial soul beasts had rank 8 battle strength. Spectral Soul sacrificed more than 10 rank 8s at once. I wonder how Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress is doing? Demon Immortal Chi-Ju quickly approached Fang Yuan. As the dust settled, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress appeared in front of the immortals again. This Earth Path Immortal Goo House was 30% shorter, it was damaged on the surface but there were no holes. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju squinted as he sighed internally. This Immortal Goo House has the highest defense among all Immortal Goo Houses currently. Immortal Killer Move, Accumulated Soil Mountain. Inside the Immortal Goo House, Fang Yuan injected Immortal Essence as he activated the Core Killer Move. Countless Earth Path Goo worms flew out of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, entering the Immortal Goo House. In just 3 breaths of time, not only did Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress recover to its original state, its outer appearance even changed, it was no longer round, it looked like a tower with many straight lines and corners. Even a demon like Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's pupils dilated upon seeing this, he was at a loss. Isn't this a little too shameless? Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress not only had high defense, its recovery speed was also outstanding. After all, it was not easy to repair most Immortal Goo Houses in the world. To place goo worms into the empty spots, these empty spots had to be specific. It was not as simple as placing them there. Most of the time, some goo worms or killer moves were needed to be used to place them in. Immortal Goo Houses were a type of immortal formation that could be moved at will. To repair Immortal Goo Houses or immortal formations, one had to consider the influence and interference of the main body. But Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was not like that. For example, repairing other Immortal Goo Houses was like building a wooden tower, the Gu Immortal would need to place the same Gu worms into specific holes. During this process, the Gu Immortal would need to use all sorts of methods to hold the wooden tower and stabilize the wooden blocks around the holes, to prevent any accidents from happening during the process. But repairing Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was like dumping it. Because the core was an immortal killer move, no matter how many Earth Path Gu worms Fang Yuan put in, these Gu worms would fuse with the wooden tower and become extremely stable. In fact, its characteristics were even different from before. Demon Immortal Chi Ju and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable attacked Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress for a long time. They finally had some information about it, but after Fang Yuan's attack, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress became different from before. He had to let Chi Ju and Spectral Soul probe their strength again. Chapter 2067. If it were any other Gu Immortal, they would have given up all hope already. This scoundrel Fang Yuan is too good at turtling up. How can we kill him? Demon Immortal Chi Ju asked. His tone was filled with the urge to curse. Spectral Soul was silent for a while before smiling coldly. In an instant, terrifying killing intent condensed into solid form as it spread out from his body, making everyone's limbs turn cold and their hearts shake. After suffering this setback, Spectral Soul's determination to kill Fang Yuan became even firmer. Let me tear down this tortoise shell. Go and deal with the others, cover me. Spectral Soul's voice had just fallen when his soul flew out and devoured Lady Cold Ash's body. A huge soul giant that was as large as a mountain appeared. The giant's body was black like ink, it had a thick body and bulging muscles. He had two heads, one had a sinister expression while the other had a cold expression. Two pairs of eyes, one was red like blood, emitting a blood-red light, while the other was cold like ice, extremely eerie. It had 600 arms, some were raised high, some were lowered, some were meandering, some were straight. It had the ability to hold up the sky and grab the moon, it had the ability to grab the stars and dance in the wind. Good giant. Lu Weiyin's body shook as he praised, battle intent surged in his heart as he shouted, "Try this move." He used all his strength to activate illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A strong gust of wind blew, and the yellow sand danced. Countless rocks flew around like a meteor shower, landing on the Black Soul Giant's body. The Black Soul Giant faced it coldly, it only raised its hand. About 200 arms stretched out and reached into the sandstorm. The 200 ghostly hands at the front of the arms opened their fingers and grabbed the sandstorm. The formless sandstorm was grabbed like silk in the sky. The Black Soul Giant waved its arms, ripping sounds could be heard endlessly. The sandstorm was torn apart, the wind dissipated and the sand fell, the battlefield became clear again. Lu Weiyin's eyes were wide open, his expression was pale. Spectral Soul broke through the battlefield so easily, he was deeply shocked. Let me. Chi-Si Ancestor flew into the sky, looking at the Black Soul Giant at eye level. Immortal Killer Move, Chi Breath Mountain. Rumble. A translucent mountain made of air currents suddenly formed and rapidly pressed down, as if the sky was falling. This move was part of the true teachings of the Premier. Duke Long had once used it to send Zishan Makoto flying, vomiting blood. Now that Chi-Si Ancestor was using it, he could not be underestimated. Giant Spectral Soul looked at the descending mountain as he walked closer. Over 100 arms were raised, and in an instant, it was as though a pitch-black ancient forest had appeared on the battlefield. More than 100 giant arms supported the airflow mountain, producing loud banging sounds. The 5 sharp, pitch-black, ghostly hands clawed at it, and the airflow mountain only lasted for a breath before it completely collapsed. Chi-Si Ancestor grunted, he could only retreat in defeat. But Spectral Soul was unwilling to let him go. The furious head on his neck opened its mouth and spat out a vast soul river. The soul river was formed by countless vengeful spirits and ghosts, and it flowed without end. Billions of vengeful spirits wailed and screamed in pain. At once, the entire battlefield became sluggish. Chi-Si Ancestor saw this move's imposing aura and his heart shook. He knew that this move was extraordinary. It was even more powerful than the immemorial Soul Beast self-detonation earlier. At this moment, Spectral Soul erupted completely. Not only did he turn into the Black Soul Giant form, his killer moves also changed, their power rose sharply, they were strange and terrifying. Chi-Si Ancestor's arms shook as he stretched out 2 hands from his wide sleeves. He used his index and middle fingers to draw a huge circle in front of him, causing rumbling winds and clouds to gather. Immortal Killer Move, Chi Current Scissors. Streams of translucent chi currents flew out of his sleeves at an extremely fast speed. These air currents seemed weak, but they were actually extremely sharp. They drew a beautiful arc in the air, and then converged into a translucent river of air currents. With a loud sound, the Qi Current Scissors River collided with the Vengeful Soul Black River. The Qi Current Scissors were pushed back, the Vengeful Soul Black River was heavily injured but it still charged forward. It soon got close to Qi Ancestor. Lu Wei-yin shouted as he activated the battlefield, creating a sand and stone barrier that blocked the Vengeful Soul Black River's weak point. Qi Ancestor's face was already red, he was having a hard time fighting against it. He used this chance to escape. Spectral Soul, why are you not dead yet? At the same time, Qingqiu roared as it pounced from the left. And on the right of Giant Spectral Soul, Wu Shuai did not make a sound. He controlled the countless army ants to attack Giant Spectral Soul's head like a black cloud. Pincer attack. Spectral Soul stood on the spot. 300 arms blocked Qingqiu while 100 arms attacked Wu Shuai. Qingqiu charged with all its might, disregarding its own safety. Spectral Soul snickered. His black hands suddenly clenched. They were sharp like spears that countered soul beasts. At the next moment, close to 100 arms stabbed into Qingqiu's body. A large amount of green-black blood splattered all over the battlefield. Spectral Soul saw this blood and the eyes of the furious face shined. The cold face laughed sinisterly. Soul beasts have no bloodline, but it seems that your body has already changed along with the refinement of hatred goo. Interesting. After this battle, I will cut you into pieces and research on you. The meaning was that Spectral Soul was definitely going to defeat Qingqiu. Qingqiu roared in pain, its snake-like neck moved rapidly, its roars almost pierced the immortal's eardrums. Its body was emitting smoke, it was also Black Soul smoke, almost the same as Spectral Soul's. Not just that, it opened its mouth and shot out more than 10 human-face soul balls that were flickering with lightning. All sorts of attacks landed on Giant Spectral Soul's body, but it was like a gust of wind hitting an ancient tree. The tree only shook slightly, its huge trunk did not budge at all. Spectral Soul's arms that stabbed into Qingqiu's body went deeper, they dug and twisted. Qingqiu screamed in pain, it was heavily injured by Spectral Soul and could not break free, its soul blood flowed like a river, it was a tragic scene. Seeing this, Wu Shuai, who cultivated enslavement path and had a weak body, did not dare to take the risk, he quickly retreated. He made up his mind, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would only attack from afar. The army ants were densely packed, they gathered and dispersed like smoke, they charged towards the eyes, nostrils, ears and eyes of the Black Soul Giant's head. Spectral Soul's cold head snorted lightly, a trace of black smoke came out of its nostrils. The smoke spread, everywhere it went, the army ants died instantly, they could not resist as they fell in large numbers. As expected of the former demon Venerable. Demon Immortal Qiju's eyes shined with bright light, he praised endlessly. Spectral Soul used his full strength and immediately changed the situation. Even though Lu Wei-yin and the rest had the terrain advantage and numbers advantage, they were still at a disadvantage. Spectral Soul attacked several times to block them, before turning around and staring at peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress with his 4 eyes. Over 400 black arms stretched out, clenching into fists. Black Qi surged on the fists as they attacked Fang Yuan's rank 8 Earth Path Immortal Gu House. Bam bam bam. Each punch caused the peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress to shake violently. Under the countless punches, Black Qi surged and corroded the Immortal Gu House. The surface of peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress's defenses started to fall off in large chunks, they were quickly destroyed. Fang Yuan quickly used his killer move, using Earth Path Gu worms to replenish the damage. However, misfortune did not come alone, the myriad tribulation in his sovereign immortal aperture transformed again. Almost all of the Heaven Path Dao marks condensed into a lump, turning into a meatball monster. The meatball floated in the sky, it was huge like a mountain, it was 10 times the size of Spectral Soul, it cast a huge shadow on the ground. Countless black holes appeared on the meatball's surface. The holes opened up and emitted an intense suction force. The suction force rumbled and spread endlessly, forming tornadoes. Under the cover of the tornadoes, countless resources and variant humans in the sovereign immortal aperture were forcefully sucked away and thrown into the meatball. At once, screams could be heard, there were heavy casualties. The meatball quickly digested all of this, its size started to expand. Oh no, I have never seen this myriad tribulation transformation before, it also has the ability to grow, it can get stronger as it fights. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He had to deal with Spectral Soul's frenzied attacks and the myriad tribulation in his immortal aperture. Regardless of which, he needed to put in all his effort. Others could not help him at all. Fang Yuan could not split himself into two, he had to make a choice now. Peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress can last for a while, but if the myriad tribulation continues to grow, it will surpass my limits. Choosing the lesser of two evils, Fang Yuan decisively chose to guard against the myriad tribulation. Most of his attention was focused on the sovereign immortal aperture. His control over peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress slowed down. The old combat beast king was saved. He dragged his heavily injured body as he gritted his teeth and stood up, listening to Fang Yuan's instructions. Shui Air controlled the situation on the ground, controlling the ice crystal formation to resist the suction force of the tornado. The meatball monster slowly floated over. It was stable like a mountain. Shui Air felt immense mental pressure. Immortal Killer Move Unrestrained Heavenly Mark. Ever since he activated it, Fang Yuan had not stopped. But now, its power had fallen to the deepest part of the abyss. Countless thoughts collided in Fang Yuan's mind. It was a grand sight. Fang Yuan multitasked. He first activated a Wisdom Path Immortal Killer Move. The number of thoughts increased rapidly. His mind felt extremely small at this moment. A vast number of thoughts collided. Fang Yuan's thoughts became extremely sharp. He had extra energy to activate other killer moves. Without any other choice, Fang Yuan used the human path formation to disrupt the heavenly Tao. The formation was activated, it buzzed and let out a bright radiance. Just this step caused more than half of the thoughts in Fang Yuan's mind to disappear. If he continued to activate it, the thoughts would be expended faster than he could produce, his thoughts would dry up soon, his mind would dry up, Fang Yuan would turn into a fool. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth but did not panic. He was prepared for this. He arranged many of Fang Yuan's wills in the human path formation. Fang Yuan's will took over the formation, it continued to operate, Fang Yuan's thoughts started to rise again. Fang Yuan only needed to activate the human path formation at the first step. Again? Fang Yuan shouted in his mind, activating a wisdom path killer move again. The thoughts in his mind were stimulated, they surged like a tsunami, they were about to clog up his mind. For wisdom path Gu immortals, it was not good to have too few thoughts. Too many thoughts would clog up their minds, there would be no space for them to collide and change. It was a terrible thing. Fang Yuan did not make a stupid move, he had expected it. Seeing that these thoughts were about to clog up his mind, he quickly focused his attention on the sea of clouds in the sky. Chapter 2068. In the boundless azure clouds, waves surged, waves splashed and waves crashed onto the shore. It was like a sea, but not a sea, clouds and mountains shrouded in fog, transforming endlessly with countless images. This was a killer move. This killer move was Fang Yuan's trump card, it was his trump card, it could even be considered his strongest offensive method currently. It was Immortal Killer Move, Unlimited Qi Si. This move was mystical. After Fang Yuan's modification, it not only used rank 8 Immortal Gu Big Qi as the core, it also had 10 Qi Path Immortal Gu as supplementary Gu and hundreds of thousands of Mortal Gu as the foundation. Moreover, it included Qi Path Immortal Materials, it could expend immortal materials to increase the power of this move. This move was mystical. It could absorb all the Qi in the world, life Qi, death Qi, sword Qi, blade Qi, dusk Qi, dawn Qi. The more Qi Path Immortal Materials it stored, the more powerful it would be. If it was used to attack, it would expend immortal essence and immortal materials. If it was used to defend, it would absorb external Qi currents. This move had vast power. Xiang left behind this move, and Xiang Grotto Heaven used this move to survive countless myriad tribulations. Myriad tribulations. Most rank 8 Gu immortals in this world did not even dare to go through one myriad tribulation, they would try their best to stall for time in their immortal aperture. Xiang Grotto Heaven, however, was controlled by the heavenly spirit, it had survived countless myriad tribulations. After Fang Yuan annexed Xiang's Grotto Heaven, he used the light of wisdom Gu to modify unlimited Qi Si before the Fate War. Next, during the battle, he used this move to forcefully break the primordial Qi wall, shocking everyone in the world and the 5 regions Gu immortals. The primordial Qi wall was Primordial Origin's creation. It not only contained Qi Path Immortal Gu, but also Qi Path Immortal Materials. One of the characteristics of Qi Path was that it could use Qi Path Immortal Materials to replace Gu worms to use killer moves. Fang Yuan used unlimited Qi Si to break the primordial Qi wall. He also absorbed a vast amount of immortal material Qi currents from the Qi wall. Fang Yuan broke it once, he broke it a second time. Not long ago in the Celestial Court, he once again used his boundless Qi Si to absorb the immortal materials Qi flow in the primordial Qi wall and broke it. Breaking his Qi Si twice in a row, in addition to the large amount of immortal materials Fang Yuan had obtained from exploring the Qijua Paradise, caused the chi reserves in his boundless chi si to skyrocket to an extremely shocking level. As a result, the power of this move rose to a level that even Fang Yuan found terrifying. Fang Yuan willed and decisively used unlimited chi si. His chi si churned and a huge white pillar of chi condensed. It pressed down from the sky and headed straight for the meatball-like monster. The pillar of energy was extremely thick. This scale had reached an unprecedented level, even by Xiang of the past sighed in amazement. Not only that, but the surface of the air pillar was also enveloped in a layer of dazzling golden halo, giving off an extremely tough and domineering feeling. Before the white pillar of air hit the meatball-like monster, a boundless, formless and terrifying force surged from all directions, locking the meatball-like monster in midair. Boom! The white pillar of air was like a heavenly pillar. It crashed into the meatball-like monster and crashed down fiercely. The huge explosion caused Shui Air, who was at the edge of the battlefield, to go deaf for a moment. The piercing white light of the chi pillar forced Shui Air, who was hiding in the ice crystal formation, to shut her eyes to prevent herself from being blinded by the intense light. The meatball-like monster could not resist the force of the chi pillar. It was directly pressed down on the grassland of Kokidahara. The grass on the grassland, along with a layer of the ground, had long been swept away by the incomparably fierce wind before the pillar of chi arrived. The meatball-like monster was heavily pressed down on the grassland by the chi pillar. The ground shook, hundreds of huge cracks formed on the ground below the meatball-like monster, spreading rapidly like a spiderweb. The white chi pillar was still continuing, shattering mountains and splitting seas. The great meatball-like monster transformed from myriad tribulation was pressed down on the ground. It was as weak as a chicken, unable to resist. 3 meters, 6 meters, 10 meters, as the meatball-like monster sank deeper and deeper, its body also shrunk. It was continuously being destroyed by the white chi pillar. The countless black holes on the surface of the monster were tightly closed, as if it was desperately trying to shrink. Waves of mournful wails came from inside the monster's body. This was the wailing of Providence. The white chi pillar lasted for 20 breaths of time before it slowly disappeared. The sea of clouds in the sky had shrunk by 80%, and the remaining clouds had also become extremely thin. Fang Yuan immediately sent it away. Meanwhile, the meatball-like monster was in an even worse state. Its mountain-like body was now the size of a dragon palace. The meatball-like monster did not move at all. It was like a corpse lying at the bottom of the cave. And there was a distance of 100 meters between the ground and the bottom of the cave. Fang Yuan's main body breathed roughly. His head was throbbing in pain as he breathed. For this move, he had spent a lot of effort. He had used up too many thoughts. It surpassed the limits of his mind. The myriad tribulation formed from more than 3,000 heaven Dao finally stopped for a while. It seemed to have been stunned by Fang Yuan's vicious counterattack. Opportunities were hard to come by. Fang Yuan quickly increased his strength, using unrestrained heavenly mark to refine heaven path Dao marks. In just a short while, Fang Yuan's newly refined heaven path Dao marks had already broken through 100. Together with his previous gains, Fang Yuan had more than 160 heaven path Dao marks. When Fang Yuan's total number of heaven path Dao marks officially broke through 200, the heavenly Dao finally reacted. The meatball-like monster at the bottom of the cave dissipated like smoke. Hail started to fall from the sky. However, Fang Yuan could have used this opportunity to deal with it, but now he could only barely deal with it. He placed his attention on the outside world again. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was heavily damaged. Giant Spectral Soul had been attacking continuously during this period of time. The results were huge. Spectral Soul swore to kill Fang Yuan. Even when Lu Wei-yin and the rest attacked, Giant Spectral Soul did not hesitate to endure the attacks. He still maintained his ferocious attacks on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was trying his best to repair it now, but the situation was getting worse. Boom. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress could not block it anymore. A hole was created. The inside and outside were connected. Through this small hole, Giant Spectral Soul's 4 eyes shined with cold killing intent, because he saw Fang Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged in the room. He saw Fang Yuan's expression after using unlimited Qi Si. Fang Yuan was not in a good state. Spectral Soul's heart jumped. His rich battle experience made him decide to use his trump card like Fang Yuan. Immortal Killer Move, Eat Heart. I comprehended this move from The Legends of Renzu in my later years. Fang Yuan, everything is over. The current Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress will not be able to block this move. Spectral Soul's killing intent surged. As expected. At the next moment, Fang Yuan grunted, his expression twisted as he clutched his chest in pain. His heart was in intense pain like he was bitten by a fierce beast. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 5, Section 33. Renzu stared at the skull. Next, I will eat the most important part of the predicament. Strong Gu laughed loudly. This is a stupid move. O human, your choice is very foolish. The predicament shook its body as it shrunk rapidly. At the same time, countless tribulations flew out of its neck and attacked Renzu. The tribulations were like fire, they burned Renzu's bones. The tribulations were like hammers, they smashed Renzu's bones into pieces. The tribulations were like wind and rain, Renzu was left alone. The tribulations were like lightning, they struck Renzu continuously. Fear Gu shouted, "Oh heavens, this is too scary, at this rate he will die for sure." Courage Gu encouraged, "Oh human, don't be afraid." Self Gu and Attitude Gu shouted together, I am very strong, all of the tribulations are like a drizzle, they are like a breeze." Weak Gu, Betrayal Gu and Fear Gu flew together, they wanted to escape with Renzu. "Oh human, run. Don't believe Self Gu's words, it has already been deceived too thoroughly." Renzu was trapped in the tribulations, he could not escape. When the tribulations engulfed him, he could not leave even if he wanted to. "This is too scary, let's go, forget about him." Weak Gu, Betrayal Gu and Fear Gu flew away together. "You traitors." Self Gu was extremely furious, it grabbed these three Gu and bit them fiercely. The three Gu were injured but they were not stopped by Self Gu, they escaped from Renzu. Self Gu wanted to chase them but rules and regulations Gu persuaded, don't chase them. Escaping because of weakness and fear in the tribulations, betraying self and courage will only lead to death. Isn't it good that they escaped? Weak Gu and Betrayal Gu are useless. As for Fear Gu, if the tribulations did not appear, fear would be futile. But the tribulations have already happened, fear will only increase human pain. You are right. Self Gu was persuaded. Hope Gu shined as it supported Renzu. Oh human, as long as you have hope in the center of the tribulations, there is still hope. Strong Gu laughed loudly. Oh human, you are truly pitiful, you listen to hope so easily. Don't you know? Relying on hope in the tribulations will only cause the tribulations to continue, it is hope that prolongs human pain. When you do not have any hope, you will instead feel relaxed in the tribulations. Renzu did not speak, he resisted the attacks of the tribulations with difficulty. No matter how his skeletal body bent, he did not fall. Strong Gu soon found the reason. On Renzu's ankles, there was an independent pair of wings. Even though the wings were small, they flapped tenaciously, allowing Renzu to stand on his own. Strong Gu continued to attack Renzu. Oh human, I am starting to admire you. It is a pity that you cannot hold on for much longer. Look at your bones, they are filled with cracks from the torture of the tribulations. Renzu was silent. Originally, Renzu's bones were smooth and warm, there were no cracks at all, but now his bones were unrecognizable, they were filled with cracks, it was like they were going to shatter at any moment. The other Gu worms were silent, only Hope Gu shined. Oh human, don't give up. The tribulations are not scary, the scary thing is when a human loses hope. Hope Gu's light penetrated Renzu's bones, shining into his bone marrow. All living beings in the world would have cracks in their lives, but that was where the light of hope shone in. Renzu's bones absorbed the light of hope, they started to devour the surrounding tribulations. Each crack was like a big mouth. The wider the crack, the bigger the mouth seemed to be, and the more calamities and tribulations it could devour. How can this be? Strong Gu was shocked. Renzu's bones were devouring more and more tribulations, his bones were getting tougher. Chapter 2069. The calamities and tribulations continued, Renzu's skeleton started to shine with golden light. The calamities and tribulations became more intense, Renzu's skeleton continued to burn, it turned into a dazzling golden light. Renzu started to straighten his back, he raised his head and puffed out his chest, enduring all the torture, his skeleton seemed to be made of gold as he stood in the calamities and tribulations. It was the myriad tribulation golden bone. And on Renzu's skeleton head, a crown grew out, it was the connecting heaven bone crown. The calamities and tribulations that humans endured would become their crowns in the future. Even though the calamities and tribulations were still ongoing, Renzu finally had the ability to speak. I know, fate has its arrangements, the calamities and tribulations are its arrangements for humans. But I can persevere, any calamities and tribulations that seem unbearable are actually bearable to me. Strong Gu was shocked and uncertain. Self Gu came to a realization, I understand now. O human, you are someone who walked out of ordinary abyss. That is why you can endure the unbearable calamities and tribulations. Strong Gu saw that the calamities and tribulations could not deal with Renzu, it forced itself to remain calm. Oh human, don't go back on your words. You have hope, Gu, the calamities and tribulations will continue. Don't tell me that the bet between us is going to be dragged on like this. I don't care. I will take it that you have passed the calamities and tribulations. Now it is our turn to eat you. What do you want to eat from me? Renzu sighed. Strong Gu laughed loudly, pointing at Renzu's ribs. Next, I will eat your heart. Renzu was slightly shaken. Strong Gu's choice was too fatal. If a person did not have a heart, how could they live? Quickly take out your heart, let us eat it. Strong Gu shouted impatiently. Renzu sighed bitterly. He hesitated for a moment before taking out the sympathetic heart. Strong Gu directly placed the sympathetic heart into the predicament's neck and into its stomach. Its stomach became bigger. In predicaments, people often lose their sympathetic heart first. Renzu took out the noble heart next. The predicament swallowed it. Its stomach became bigger. It was hard to digest. Renzu took out his original heart. Oh, Hope Gu, quickly leave. I don't want to implicate you. Hope Gu was residing in Renzu's original heart. It did not fly out. It said, I am not leaving, this is my home. Man, you might as well throw me in as well. I don't blame you. Renzu was helpless. Under the urging of Strong Gu, he took out his original heart and fed it to the predicament. After eating, the predicament's belly swelled up a lot. Difficult situations often make people lose hope. Without the Hope Gu, the calamities and tribulations that plagued Renzu's life gradually disappeared. This greatly reduced the pressure on Renzu, but at the same time he felt a sense of loss. Quick, human, take out your final heart and let us eat it. Strong Gu pointed at the heart of loneliness in Renzu's chest. Renzu hesitated. The heart of loneliness was not only the self-Gu, it was also his final heart. Without this heart, Renzu's life would be in danger. Strong Gu laughed loudly and threatened, Quick! If you don't take out your heart for us to eat, we'll make a move and eat you whole. Self-Gu was deceived. It said indifferently, Oh human, just give it to them. I don't care and you won't die. We are the strongest. Give them to me. Strong Gu snatched the heart of loneliness from Renzu's hands and threw it into the predicament's stomach through the wound on its neck. At this moment, Renzu lost all his heart. He fell to the ground without any signs of life. He could not get up anymore. Renzu was dead. Oh human, you are dead, we are free. Rules and regulations. Gu flew away. There is no helping it. This human is facing the greatest predicament of his life. Courage Gu, Edge Gu, and others also flew away. On Renzu's corpse, only Self-Gu was moving around. Attitude Gu wanted to leave too, but Self-Gu held onto it tightly. It did not succeed. Strong Gu laughed happily. Ha, oh human, you are only SS. Predicament, what's wrong? Strong Gu's predicament held its extremely swollen stomach, rolling on the ground in pain. Loneliness was extremely hard to digest. The stronger the predicament, the lonelier it was. Boom. Suddenly, the predicament's stomach burst open. Renzu's heart of loneliness, as well as his skin and flesh, formed into a boy. Strong Gu was dumbfounded. Who are you? The boy shouted, I am Renzu's son, great strength true martial. Before he finished speaking, he jumped up and grabbed Strong Gu. Strong Gu struggled to break free, but Self-Gu took the chance to fly up and bite it. Strong Gu was injured, it became weak. Where do you think you are going? Great strength true martial shouted. He grabbed Strong Gu and pushed it into his chest. Strong Gu landed on his chest and was locked in his heart, unable to get out. Don't waste your energy. This is my grand ambition, you will not be able to get out. Great strength true martial laughed loudly. Next, he found the other hearts of Renzu from the predicament's corpse and placed them back into Renzu's chest. The human ancestor came back to life. Undeniably, a person's heart was the source of their motivation. It was one of their fatal weaknesses. The food path killer move Eat Heart that Spectral Soul created was much more outstanding than Eat Hardship and Eat Loss. Even if the last two moves hit the enemy, they would only add weight to the scales of victory and defeat. But Eat Heart was extremely fatal. Once hit, if one did not defend against it, the outcome would be certain. This was a method that could ensure victory. Fang Yuan was hit. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had outstanding defense, that was true. But Gu Immortals had many paths, but Food Path was rare. There were few defenses against Food Path. Thus, during the Fate War, Western Desert's Immortal Gu were all hit by the joint use of the two Celestial Court Immortals. Sitting Eating Mountain empty, Food Path killer move, they could do nothing about it. Fang Yuan had some Food Path inheritances. He also knew that Spectral Soul had deep Food Path attainment. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was created by Fang Yuan. It could naturally defend against Food Path. But now, peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress was destroyed by spectral soul. Even the complete peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress could not block Eat Heart. Fang Yuan would still be hit. At once, the dense shadow of death shrouded Fang Yuan. He could not struggle, he had no strength to struggle. The heavenly Tao in the sovereign immortal aperture seemed to sense it. It stopped the myriad tribulation and spread out, restraining Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan could not use any methods to defend himself, he could only wait for death. Lu Weiyin saw that the situation was bad. He quickly mobilized the Earth Path battlefield. Yellow sand gathered like a dragon, coiling around giant spectral soul and tightening, trying to imprison spectral soul. Spectral soul smiled coldly, his hundreds of arms barely held on, his defense was very passive. His 4 eyes were still staring at Fang Yuan, most of his focus was on activating Eat Heart. Oh no! Lu Weiyin's heart sank. Qi Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai felt a chill in their hearts. They attacked with all their might, but Spectral Soul did not even turn around. Spectral Soul would rather get heavily injured to grab this chance. He had to kill Fang Yuan. Am I going to die here? Fang Yuan's mind was still dry, he barely had any thoughts left. This was the aftereffect of using unlimited Qi Si earlier. Spectral Soul was truly too strong. As expected of the former demon venerable. An invincible man in the world. During that era, he slaughtered until the world was shrouded in darkness. Nobody dared to make a sound, billions of living beings could only tremble in his shadow. Only when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable appeared and fought for his entire life did he heal the wounds of the world's living beings. Before Spectral Soul used his full strength, his individual battle strength was not much different from his opponents, but he still had the upper hand in the battle. When he unleashed his full strength, his battle strength would surge and widen the gap between him and his opponents. What was even more despairing was that each of his choices was so ruthless and ruthless. They were instant, he did not give his opponents any chance to catch their breath, not to mention a chance to survive. No, even if there is only a trace of hope, I will try it to the end. Fang Yuan could not use any methods, but even if he could use killer moves he could not defend against Eat Heart. Unless he had reverse flow protection seal. The painful expression on Fang Yuan's face disappeared, the corners of his lips curled up, revealing a mysterious smile that was extremely thought-provoking. At the next moment he shouted, "If you don't attack now, when will you?" Qiju. Spectral Soul's eyes were wide open, but his other eyes squinted at the same time. This? Fang Yuan tricked me? No. One of Spectral Soul's heads turned around, he saw Demon Immortal Qiju attacking Spectral Soul. Boom. Demon Immortal Qiju activated a killer move, she landed above his head, shot out like a meteor, landing heavily on Spectral Soul's back. Spectral Soul staggered from the impact, he almost fell to the ground. Puff 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 puff. All of a sudden many large holes appeared on his body, and countless dark and gloomy soul energies spurted out of the holes like air leaks. Chapter 2070. Phew. This part of the Legends of Renzu was finally finished. Evidently, this was the longest part of the Legends of Renzu so far. This was the result of a week of planning. It was very difficult. I had modified it many times back then just from the imagery alone, I had to choose carefully. For example, predicament, weakness, calamity and calamity. The predicament contained suffering, loss, calamity and calamity. These 3 imagery were carefully chosen. At the start there were at least 10 of these imagery. In the following days I reluctantly cut down more than half of it. At the final juncture, I removed the words difficult and easy. Otherwise the full text would be even longer. I needed to match the main text for this part of the Legends of Renzu. Thus, there were several scenes of Renzu suffering, loss, suffering, calamity and finally having his heart eaten. They corresponded to Spectral Soul's food path killer move, as well as Fang Yuan's own situation. Many readers should be able to sense that the connection between the Legends of Renzu and the main text was more of a comparison. There was a faint resonance between the 2 lines. For example, in the Legends of Renzu, Renzu encountered the strongest predicament in his life, Fang Yuan was the same. Renzu struggled on his deathbed, Spectral Soul was the same, Fang Yuan was the same, others like Wang Xiao'er were the same. Wang Xiao'er was an important supporting character, everyone will know after reading. There was also the example of Renzu using attitude gu and self-gu to deceive the predicament. It was the same as Fang Yuan using his own will to deceive Spectral Soul in myriad year flying worship. These things were mutually resonating. Renzu was the main character in The Legends of Renzu. When he interacted with the predicament, what interesting reactions would his gu worms have? This was something that could not be ignored. I had thought about this for at least 3 days. There was also the problem of the 10 extreme physiques. In this chapter, there was finally some progress. The birth of great strength, true martial physique. When this part of the plot is finished, everyone can read it again. One chapter a day. Everyone might feel that the pace is slow, but if you read it, you will find something different. Venerable Gu, the feeling will be different when you read it the first time and the second time. Especially this chapter, other than Fang Yuan's struggles on the surface, resisting the pursuit, there was actually a deeper meaning to it. For example, the legends of Renzu, and the interactions between the various characters. Only by looking at it as a whole could one discover the beauty of this novel's layouts. Or the schemes of the various forces and characters, especially Qiju, Spectral Soul, and Fang Yuan. After everyone finished reading tonight's second update, they would understand more about Perfected Being Zhao's Alliance Master. Recently, I saw a reader friend's book review and I was deeply moved. The gist of it was that venomous person was actually a work with growth potential. In the beginning it was more of a dark style, but in the middle and later stages, it became more majestic. It would be biased to say that this book was a dark text. This review triggered me to look at myself in a new light. Gu Dao Master had been written for about 6 years. After such a long time, the style had indeed changed. Just as the book reviewer had said, at first, it leaned towards the dark wind, but then it gradually changed. On one hand, it was because of external reasons. Ever since the book was published, it had been reported many times, and it was still the same until recently. It did not become safer as time passed, but instead, it became more and more dangerous. With the country in such a state, he had no choice but to change the direction of his writing. On the other hand, there were internal reasons. As an author, I've grown a lot. Especially during the period when I stopped updating, I had a special realization. When I was writing venomous person, I relied on my hot-bloodedness, unruliness, and unruliness. I focused on writing, not caring about the results or money. At first, there were few people paying attention to it, but as time passed, there were more and more people paying attention to it. Thus, when I reached the middle stage of venomous person, my ears were filled with noises as if I was in a bustling market. All sorts of mundane matters came one after another, causing my mental state to waver and my heart to become restless. Now, when I reached the later stages of venomous person, because of the legends of Renzu, there were too many clues in the main text, making it difficult for me to write. Often, I felt powerless and felt my own insignificance. The period when I stopped updating had saved me. Just like the bustling market around me, it gradually shrank. The sea of people around me became fewer and fewer, until there was only a study table at the end of the street, a dim table lamp, and a me. The voices that had been lingering in my ears also gradually disappeared, leaving only my pounding heart. When I was in seclusion, I did not look at any QQ messages or WeChat messages, I only focused on thinking and writing. Finally, I broke through the bottleneck in front of me. Actually, the biggest problem that Renzu faced in the Legends of Renzu, the biggest problem that Fang Yuan faced, isn't it also the biggest problem that I have faced in writing? Now, when I read Venomous Person again. This book spanned 6 years or so, it had suffered many blows, tortures, curses, and doubts. Look at the book reviews, those curses have never stopped. At first, I was filled with excitement, but as my emotions fluctuated, I finally settled down. All that was left was my desire and determination to complete this work. Regardless of the ranking, regardless of the income, regardless of the outside world, just this thought, the pure thought of writing. Let them report me, let them question me, let them be dismissive, let them be furious. I only care about writing this novel, that's all I can do. Recently, I have come to realize how insignificant I am, and that my ability is very limited. I will continue writing like this until the end of Venomous Person. From September onwards, I have set a small goal, that is to steadily update 1 chapter every day for a month. During this period, if there is a new alliance leader, I will try to update 1 chapter. But if I feel that I am unable to write the ideal text during this period, I will still choose to go into seclusion. When that time comes, I can only temporarily give up on this small goal. As for how long, I am not sure, but in order to overcome this difficulty, I must first satisfy myself. If you think it is good, then support it. If not, then I will not force it. So be it. Chapter 2071. Ah. Qiju. Spectral Soul screamed, looking back at Demon Immortal Qiju angrily. Demon Immortal Qiju kept Shiland calmly as he retreated to prevent Spectral Soul from retaliating. You fool. Spectral Soul stomped on the ground with a loud sound, he finally stabilized his body. Even though he had lived for so long, he was extremely furious now. Just as Fang Yuan was about to die at his hands, he was interrupted by his teammates. Demon Immortal Qi Ju floated in the sky, staring at Spectral Soul vigilantly. He first frowned, recalling the change in Fang Yuan's expression earlier. It was clear that Fang Yuan purposely made Spectral Soul reveal a flaw. Was Fang Yuan really at his wits' end at that moment? No, this is more likely Spectral Soul's deception to distract me. In fact, even if I was deceived, since we have reached this point, we can only continue to attack Spectral Soul. Demon Immortal Qi Ju quickly made up his mind. The killer move Eat Heart was broken. Spectral Soul also suffered a backlash. Fang Yuan used this chance to quickly repair Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. At least that hole had already disappeared. While reorganizing his forces, Fang Yuan did not forget to attack. Spectral Soul, don't be too angry. In fact, long before you contacted Qi Ju, I had already made an agreement with him. You made an agreement? Impossible, I clearly inspected you secretly. There are no traces of an agreement on you. Spectral Soul retorted with a cold smile. I have just been reborn. I will not trust any information path methods. Spectral Soul, you used benefits to tempt me, but actually, Fang Yuan had already done so. Furthermore, he is much more generous than you. Before Demon Immortal Qi Ju finished speaking, he attacked again. Chi Path killer moves were unleashed. His attacks rained down on Giant Spectral Soul like a storm. Lu Weiyin and the rest looked at each other. They were overjoyed. Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor did not know. Seeing Demon Immortal Qi Ju counterattacking, they were very excited. The situation was already in a deadlock. It was hanging by a thread. Demon Immortal Qi Ju suddenly betrayed Spectral Soul. The situation immediately turned around. Lu Weiyin thought about it before realizing. After the Fate War, I used Lord Paradise Earth's method to confirm that Spectral Soul had regained freedom and was growing stronger. Soon, the secret of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was transmitted from Jewel Yellow Skies. I secretly contacted Fang Yuan and told him about it, wanting to work with him to deal with Spectral Soul and Shadow Sect. But initially, Fang Yuan was only suspicious. But not long after, Fang Yuan contacted me and agreed to this alliance. Now it seems that he secretly contacted Demon Immortal Qi Ju and used him to confirm my information. Lu Weiyin was Paradise Earth's inheritor, and Paradise Earth had been setting things right all his life. He did not get along with Spectral Soul. One of Lu Weiyin's objectives in participating in the Fate War was to eliminate Spectral Soul's remnant souls. But even after the Soul Sect Dong ancestor Lu Weiyin naturally would not give up. He paid a huge price and used Paradise Earth's method to deduce Spectral Soul's condition, but he could not deduce his exact location. Lu Weiyin thought of Fang Yuan. If Spectre wanted to rise again, he would have to eliminate Fang Yuan. After killing Fang Yuan, not only would Spectral Soul obtain Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, he would also regain his attainment level. Lu Weiyin used Paradise Earth's method and finally managed to contact Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was very wary of Lu Weiyin. Fang Yuan had been reborn. He vaguely knew that Lu Weiyin was not like what he looked like on the surface. He was fully supporting the Celestial Court. He had his own motives. In addition, during the Fated War, when Fang Yuan attacked the Celestial Court, he did not see any remnant souls. Thus, Fang Yuan already believed some of Lu Weiyin's information. Subsequently, the secret of Fang Yuan's supreme immortal body was revealed in the Jewel Yellow Skies, which made Fang Yuan believe it a little more. After Demon Immortal Qi Ju was reborn, Fang Yuan secretly tried to contact Demon Immortal Qi Ju, but he did not succeed. Not long after, Demon Immortal Qi Ju came to find trouble with Qi Si Ancestor. Fang Yuan used Qin Ding Ling's help to repel Demon Immortal Qi Ju on the surface, but he was actually colluding with Demon Immortal Qi Ju. In order to gain Demon Immortal Qi Ju's trust, Fang Yuan told him that Qi Si Ancestor was his disguise. Demon Immortal Qi Ju obtained Fang Yuan's weakness. He immediately understood Fang Yuan's sincerity in cooperating with him. What Demon Immortal Qi Ju lacked the most back then was understanding of the current Gu Immortal world. Fang Yuan catered to Demon Immortal Qi Ju's interest. He used all sorts of true inheritances as bargaining chips to transact with Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was moved, but he was still very wary. He did not agree to an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan. He was worried that Fang Yuan would use information path methods that he did not know about to harm him. Fang Yuan did not force him. He eventually formed an extremely loose alliance with Demon Immortal Qi Ju that could not restrict each other. Fang Yuan provided Demon Immortal Qi Ju with true inheritances of all sorts of paths, while Demon Immortal Qi Ju gave Fang Yuan the profundity of his Qi Path revival. Furthermore, he had to follow Fang Yuan's arrangements to sell Qi Path immortal materials in Jewel Yellow Skies and purchase inheritances of all sorts of paths. After Fang Yuan obtained the profundity of Qi Ju's revival, he immediately had a huge breakthrough in terms of Qi harvest fruits. Thus, Qi ancestor was able to resolve the Qi harvest fruits. After that, Fang Yuan used the Qi harvest fruits of Celestial Court to successfully create the Qi clone. In fact, with just Fang Yuan's current Qi path attainment, he could not resolve the Qi harvest fruits so quickly. But not long after, Demon Immortal Qi Ju actually contacted Spectral Soul in Jewel Yellow Skies. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was greatly shocked. After learning of Spectral Soul's intention, he immediately understood Fang Yuan's intention. Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Fang Yuan's alliance was very loose, they could easily betray each other. Demon Immortal Qi Ju naturally would not consider for Fang Yuan's sake, he kept this information to negotiate with Spectral Soul. In the end, he found that Spectral Soul's price could not compare to Fang Yuan's. A great demon venerable is actually so stingy? Demon Immortal Qi Ju was disdainful at first, but he thought about it. Oh, I understand. Spectral Soul is only the leader of Soul Path, he has a food path true inheritance, but he is hiding it and will not trade it to me. Even though Shadow Sect has been in hiding for many years, they have only found a few venerable inheritances. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was a crucial chess piece of Heaven's will and the 10 venerables, many venerables invested in him. Thus, he had Red Lotus true inheritance, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, Giant Sun's true inheritance, Spectral Soul's true inheritance, Reckless Savage's true inheritance, Primordial Origin's true inheritance, Genesis Lotus true inheritance, Paradise Earth's true inheritance, and Limitless true inheritance. Other than these, he also has Langya true inheritance, Dragonman Race true inheritance, Food Path true inheritance, Bo Qing Sword Path true inheritance, and so on. Damn it, why is he so lucky? After Demon Immortal Qi Ju thought about it, he felt a complex emotion rising in his heart. Fang Yuan could be said to be the person with the most true inheritances in history. Even though Spectral Soul had been secretly managing Shadow Sect for so many years, it took a lot of effort to obtain venerable inheritances, and they were often incomplete. Venerables had their own reasons for setting up inheritances. Even if Spectral Soul could destroy them, it was hard for him to gain anything. His greatest gain was still the Red Lotus True Legacy. This was specially set up by Red Lotus Demon Venerable for him so that they could cooperate. Demon Immortal Qi Ju could not help but feel jealousy and hatred towards Fang Yuan's gains. Fang Yuan was truly too rich. Even though Spectral Soul was once a demon venerable in this aspect compared to Fang Yuan, he was a complete pauper. After understanding this, Demon Immortal Qi Ju gained a deeper understanding of Fang Yuan. No wonder this lad was chosen to become the crucial person to destroy fate. He is using me to defend against Spectral Soul, he is trying to frame him, he also knows my intentions, so even without the alliance agreement he is not afraid of me betraying him. Fang Yuan was truly wealthy, he knew that Demon Immortal Qi Ju was going to deal with Spectral Soul, he was naturally generous and promised generously. In contrast, Spectral Soul did not know about this, he was facing the cunning and taciturn Demon Immortal Qi Ju. This formed a clear contrast to Fang Yuan. Of course, Demon Immortal Qi Ju did not completely side with Fang Yuan because of this. He had always been taking advantage of both sides and benefiting from both sides. On one hand he told Fang Yuan what price Spectral Soul offered, on the other hand he kept raising the price to Spectral Soul. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was trying his best to gain benefits for himself. He was still doing this even before he attacked Spectre just now. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's situation was not optimistic. The myriad tribulation changed again, turning into boundless gloomy gray winds. Wherever the winds blew, ashes and sparks would appear, eventually, they would be blown away by the gray winds like paper, leaving behind a huge empty space. It was the myriad tribulation, starfire blowing gray wind. The heaven path Dao marks turned into wind path and fire path Dao marks, forming this myriad tribulation. Fang Yuan could not deal with it immediately. The gray winds not only ravaged the mini 5 regions, they even attacked the mini 9 heavens. Many of the resource points scattered around were destroyed. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had always been developed by Fang Yuan, it was at least 20% developed, but now more than half of it was destroyed. Fang Yuan could only try his best to protect his people. There were many humans and variant humans living in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, they lived in cities, snowy peaks, valleys and other places. This was the greatest wealth, Fang Yuan could only give up on everything else to protect these people. Cough cough cough. Inside peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress, Fang Yuan continued to cough blood. He was heavily injured. This was caused by Spectral Soul's Eat Heart Killer move. The earlier scene was too dangerous, if it had continued for a few more breaths of time Fang Yuan would have died. Even now, as long as Spectral Soul continued to use Eat Heart on Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, Fang Yuan would not be able to escape death. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress could not completely block Eat Heart killer move. However, Spectral Soul no longer had a chance. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's counterattack changed the situation. Previously, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had Chi land above his head, he countered Chi-Si Ancestor, he could even share some of Spectral Soul's pressure. But now, Chi-Ju became Spectral Soul's biggest problem. Immortal Killer Move, Giant Chi Hand Explosion. Chi-Si Ancestor activated a killer move, Spectral Soul sensed it, he waved his 100 arms as black smoke rose from his body. Chi-Si Ancestor's face turned red, he felt like he was holding a piece of metal that was expanding, his killer move was about to be broken. Immortal Killer Move, gasping for breath. At the crucial moment, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju used a killer move that hit Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul immediately felt his aura becoming uneven, his immortal essence infusion became even more intermittent, his defensive methods against Giant Chi Hand Explosion became weaker. Chi-Si Ancestor saw this chance, he immediately increased his speed. Boom. Giant Chi Hand Explosion was finally unleashed, but at this instant, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju used a supplementary move that doubled the power of the Giant Chi Hand Explosion. Chapter 2072. Swoosh. Some parts of Giant Spectral Soul's body broke open, holes of various sizes formed. Pitch black soul energy continued to spurt out of the hole at a rapid speed. As the soul chi leaked out, Giant Spectral Soul's huge body shrunk at a visible rate. Seeing this, Lu Weiyin's eyes shined with bright light. No wonder Spectral Soul had been using his physical body to fight and did not turn into a soul giant. So this move is only his explosive state, it cannot be maintained for long and is a huge hidden threat. Giant Spectral Soul quickly healed his injuries and sealed the holes on his body, preventing the soul chi from leaking out. While healing, he used offense as defense, hundreds of arms waved all over his body, forcing Lu Weiyin and the rest to retreat. Spectral Soul's momentum was even fiercer than before. But Lu Weiyin and the rest were calm and collected, their morale soared because they saw the chance of victory. Buy me some time. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju suddenly transmitted to Lu Weiyin and the rest. Lu Weiyin did not hesitate, he immediately mobilized the battlefield. The sandstorm concealed Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's traces. Within the sandstorm, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had a solemn expression. Almost all of his attention was placed on his immortal aperture. A brand new killer move was carefully prepared by him, gradually taking shape. Spectral Soul sensed something amiss, he immediately charged into the sandstorm, attempting to destroy Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's mysterious killer move. Chi-Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai tried to block him but they could not stop Spectral Soul. Qing Cho charged forward but Spectral Soul easily dodged it. Seeing that Spectral Soul was about to get close to Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, Lu Weiyin stepped forward. His defensive methods were outstanding, but his offensive abilities were far inferior, but he was the best at delaying Spectral Soul now. Giant Spectral Soul fought with Lu Weiyin, causing Lu Weiyin to bleed from his mouth and nose. He could not break through the latter's obstruction for the time being. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju obtained the crucial time to finish preparing his killer move. Immortal Killer Move Shi. She land above his head shined with profound light, targeting Spectral Soul. Inside the pillar of profound light, the specter was howling, and there was a hint of panic in his voice. The profound light pillar released a terrifying suction force. It forcefully sucked the pitch-black soul energy out of Giant Spectral Soul's body. Giant Spectral Soul's body shrunk rapidly, the power of his soul path moves also fell. Spectral Soul's expression was grim, he used food path killer moves, bitter taste and suffer loss. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was hit, his body shook intensely, he almost could not maintain the killer move and let Spectral Soul escape. At the crucial moment, Lu Weiyin roused his mind, he pointed at Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and shot out two yellow lights. A yellow light landed on Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's body and spread to the entire battlefield. Immortal Killer Move, all life is bitter. At once, all the immortals felt the bitterness, even the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was sharing the power of bitter taste. The second yellow light entered Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's body. Immortal Killer Move, suffering a loss is a blessing. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju benefited from this, his injuries healed rapidly as he laughed heartily. Spectral Soul's expression was grim. After using two moves, Lu Weiyin's aura became extremely weak and he was immediately swept away by the yellow sand. His voice resounded in the wind, "Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you have committed many evil deeds, you have brought disaster to the world. In the past, so many Gu immortals lost to these two food path killer moves of yours. Thus, Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created these two moves specifically to deal with you. It was too targeted. Spectral Soul's situation immediately became very passive, because his two killer moves were broken. Once a killer move was broken, any Gu immortal would fall into a passive state. Spectral Soul was no exception. Because the person dealing with him was also a venerable, and this person had been dealing with him for his entire life. Bitter Taste and Eat Loss were both countered. Spectral Soul wanted to use Eat Heart. This move was created in his later years, he had never used it before. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had little chance of breaking it. But Spectres couldn't do this. When he activated Eat Heart earlier, he destroyed many Soul Path Immortal Gu and expended a vast number of Food Path Mortal Gu. He paid a huge price to forcefully activate it. That was to say, he could not use Eat Heart a second time in a short period of time. Precisely because of this, Spectral Soul had been holding back on Eat Heart. He did not use it easily. After Spectral Soul escaped, he first seized Celestial Quartz Treasury, then devoured Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, obtaining all of its foundation. Spectral Soul recovered at full speed. He could rise up again very quickly. However, it was undeniable that he had very few Food Path Immortal Gu. He could not use Food Path's full strength. Food Path was rarely passed down. This was both the advantage and disadvantage of Spectral Soul. There were too few Food Path Gu immortals in history. Food Path Immortal Gu were also extremely rare. The time given to Spectral Soul to recover was still too short. Ever since this pursuit of Fang Yuan started, Spectral Soul had been using Soul Path killer moves endlessly. It was tiring to deal with them. But in terms of Food Path, Spectral Soul only had 3 killer moves. And among them, Eat Heart was forcefully created by Spectral Soul. It was a trump card that could only be used once. Spectral Soul had too many Soul Path killer moves. They were strange and terrifying. They were hard to deal with. But in terms of Food Path, there was nothing to write home about. Just 3 moves for Lu Weiyin and the rest who had fought for a long time. It was hard for them not to be familiar with them. Like Fang Yuan's Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, when he first used it, he was shocked. But after a few rounds of fighting, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was continuously probed. Its foundation was gradually exposed. Chi-Ju and Spectral Soul quickly became familiar with it. Trump cards were things that were used less and less often. Spectral Soul's 2 Food Path killer moves were countered by Lu Weiyin. He immediately suffered a backlash and suffered heavy injuries. Killer moves could not be used carelessly. Once they were countered, the outcome would be terrible. But Spectral Soul's move was not a mistake. In that battle earlier, Soul Path killer moves could not change the situation. Food Path killer moves were the wisest choice. But Lu Weiyin had schemed. He was only Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's inheritor. He was not the main body. Lu Weiyin purposely hid these 2 trump cards. Spectral Soul had already used Bitter Taste and Eat Loss killer moves earlier, but Lu Weiyin endured them. Finally, at the most crucial moment, he unleashed it in one fell swoop and created the greatest battle result. Mingyu, I will kill you, I will kill you. Spectral Soul was heavily injured. Qingqiu roared as it charged over. It went berserk, disregarding its own safety. Its face was twisted. Its eyes were bloodshot. They were about to burst open as green-black blood flowed out. Its body was filled with hundreds of wounds. They were densely packed. They were still bleeding profusely. The injuries were shocking. Truly a wondrous creation. At once, giant Spectral Soul squinted. Spectral Soul's attainment in Soul Path was definitely the #1 in history. Soul Beasts only appeared after he created Soul Path. Thus, his understanding of Soul Beasts was extremely deep. No one could surpass him. But Qingqiu was different. There was a qualitative change in its insides. Qingqiu attacked him, but giant Spectral Soul was not shocked. He was happy instead. Ever since they fought, Spectral Soul had benefited from Qingqiu many times. Qingqiu was a huge problem to others. It could even be fatal. But to Spectral Soul it was like a timely rain. It came at the right time, allowing Spectral Soul to absorb its strength and recover rapidly. Qingqiu charged extremely quickly. It truly disregarded its life. Its only enemy was right in front of it. But memories surfaced, causing its vision to blur. Escape, quickly escape. Who can save me, Qing clan's ancestors? Why are you not attacking? Father. Mother. Where are you? Cries and screams filled the whole of Qing Prefecture. The desert winds howled. Qing Prefecture's warm wind blew. This was Western Desert Qing clan's blessed land headquarters. It was located in a beautiful oasis in Western Desert. The sandstone was like a mountain, the lake was like a sea, the trees were lush, it was filled with vitality. But now, this paradise, the beautiful home of Qing clan's clansmen, had turned into a living hell. A terrifying massacre was happening, blood flowed like rivers, countless Gu masters resisted in despair, but they could not cause any trouble to the killer. The young spectral soul, Mingyu from southern borders Gu immortal world, wore a black robe. He stood proudly in the sky. Every time he attacked, tens of thousands of lives would be taken. He looked down at the countless people who were running for their lives. They were like pitiful ants. Qing clan, you are a great western desert superforce. How long are you going to hide for? Mingyu sneered and provoked. What a disappointment. Are you going to watch your clansmen die like this? The so-called Qing clan is nothing more than this. Qing clan did not have many Gu immortals left. Right now, they were in the deepest part of the blessed land. Hearing Mingyu's voice, they were furious. This demonic path scoundrel is so arrogant and hateful. To think that second elder would die at his hands, it is truly unbelievable. Our great Qing clan actually fell to this state. We are forced by a mere Mingyu to the point of not daring to fight. No, this is not Mingyu's contribution alone. Don't you feel that ever since news of Divine Bean Palace was leaked, something has been amiss? Qing clan's Gu immortals discussed. Some had sorrowful expressions, some felt powerless. Cough, you are right. Qing clan's first supreme elder woke up from his coma. First supreme elder. Qing clan's Gu immortals were overjoyed. Some cheered. You are finally awake. Qing clan's first supreme elder, however, still had a dark purple expression. His aura was weak. He sat up on the bed with difficulty. Mingyu has probably colluded with other forces to plot against us. Mingyu is a sharp blade on the surface. While the other forces are restraining us, they have malicious intentions. Not long ago, I was dealing with a conflict at the border and fought for a super resource point. I was ambushed and defeated. My injuries are severe and I do not have much battle strength left. And recently, the clan's super resource points were attacked by demonic path Gu immortals at almost the same time. Right now, the clan's immortal Gu houses have all been sent out. Our headquarters are unprecedentedly empty. Cough. First Supreme Elder, you need to rest. Don't overwork yourself. Yes, we will bear all of this. As long as our Qing clan survives this tribulation, we will definitely teach those despicable people a lesson. Qing clan's Gu immortals urged. But Qing clan's first Supreme Elder shook his head. Don't go and die. Mingyu has great battle strength. He has overwhelming luck. He is not a simple person. We were too careless earlier. When we wanted to take him seriously, our attention and strength were diverted by other forces. We need to be very careful when dealing with him now. Chapter 2073. First Supreme Elder, do you have any good ideas? Qing clan's first Supreme Elder forced a smile. The cause of everything, the source of Qing clan's predicament, is one thing, that is Divine Bean Palace. Other than us, no one wants to see Qing clan refine Divine Bean Palace. Even if we do our best and give up the territories outside to repel Mingyu, how can we deal with the major forces that will come after us? Cough. Qing clan's first Supreme Elder breathed heavily. Thus, our best counterattack is to refine Divine Bean Palace. An anxious Gu immortal asked, how can we refine Divine Bean Palace so quickly? Qing clan's first Supreme Elder sighed. We have a way, let's try. Qing clan's immortals' eyes shined as they stared at Qing clan's first Supreme Elder. Qing clan's first Supreme Elder revealed, earlier we used Hatred Gu to pry open Divine Bean Palace's defenses. We made a lot of progress. We only need some time to refine it. However, what we need now is time. We can only take a risk and use that killer move. What killer move? Don't tell me. Some Qing clan Gu immortals were confused, while others' expressions changed as they thought of some rumors. Qing clan's first Supreme Elder nodded. Excitement appeared on his weak face. This killer move was created by me and second Supreme Elder. He is the main force while I am the support. The killer move has incredible power. I will control it while the rest of you participate. As long as it is used, Divine Bean Palace will not be able to resist it. Any rank 8 Gu immortal will have to avoid it. No matter how strong Mingyu is, he is only rank 7. Then let's do it. First Supreme Elder, what is the name of this move? First Supreme Elder shook his head and smiled bitterly. We have not decided on a name yet, but second Supreme Elder has already passed away. This old man was silent for a while before saying solemnly, how about we call it Qing Cho? This is the grudge of Qing clan. Because of all the difficulties and pain caused by Divine Bean Palace, we need to take revenge. Using Qing Cho, we can completely refine Divine Bean Palace. Those super forces with ill intentions, every single one of them is my Qing family's enemy. Mingyu, who wreaked havoc in my Qing province, is the enemy of my Qing family. Using Qing Cho we will We will take revenge. Take back the blood debt of my Qing family and return the pain you inflicted on us 1,000-fold. On this point, our Qing family will not be stingy and will be infinitely generous. These words stirred the immortals present. Qingqiu, what a good name. What the great elder said is absolutely right. We must take revenge. Let Qingqiu be the symbol of our Qing clan's rise. Qingqiu, 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 Qingqiu. Qingqiu's vision cleared up, it remembered everything, all of its memories were complete. Facing Mingyu's attack, Qing clan's immortals decided to use Qingqiu killer move to refine Divine Bean Palace. Then he would kill his way out and secure victory in one fell swoop. However, Qingqiu, which he had high hopes for, did not completely refine Divine Bean Palace. Instead, it had a mysterious resonance with the Divine Bean Palace, creating a sky full of green light. The mystical light swallowed the Qing clan immortals, digested the Qing clan's headquarters, enveloped Qing province and even spread for thousands of miles. Mingyu was forced to retreat. When the mystical light dissipated, all the super forces came to search for him. The once powerful Qing clan was only left with a vast and desolate desert ruin. The indignant Western Desert Gu immortals searched everywhere, but they could not find any clues. Time passed, people went from disappointment to despair. They finally left this lifeless desert. Only a dark palace of a rank 8 wood path immortal Gu house was left in a corner, as well as a killer move that was being prepared with hatred Gu as the core. This killer move was called Qingqiu. Qingqiu did not fail, it was only affected by something and underwent a mutation. It turned into a life form. Countless souls that died tragically gathered and fused. A soul beast with hatred Gu as the core was born. Initially it was very young, it was as weak as a baby. It opened its eyes, its gaze was clear like water. Next it continued to grow in a daze. Its body grew larger and larger, its body was distinct. It had claws, it had a tortoise shell, it had a head with long hair. Its body was the size of a rabbit at first, then it was the size of a wolf, then it was the size of a bull, then it was the size of an elephant and finally, it was the size of a hill. The screams of countless vengeful souls, from the moment it was born, it had been echoing in its ears, it was echoing in its heart. Every time it grew a little bigger, a little taller, these echoing voices became a little louder and a little noisier. They were hissing, they were roaring. Qingqiu could not hear them clearly, it was deeply troubled. These voices were too annoying, they were too noisy, they did not stop, it was confused, it was annoyed, it was angry. Its thoughts became chaotic, it became ferocious and violent. It roared, it used its claws to tear apart the floor tiles of the hall, it used its back to break the pillars of the hall. Its head was bleeding from the collisions, its hair was disheveled. The hall quickly recovered, but the voices continued, they were getting louder and louder. Qingqiu was helpless. It could not help but feel discouraged. It wanted to give up, it even wanted to die. But it did not do so, the voices of the vengeful souls seemed to be reminding it of something. What was it? These damned voices, what were they saying? Tell me, why are you torturing me like this? Why don't you just let me die? Ever since the pursuit battle, Qingqiu had sensed spectral soul, it had been in chaos because of hatred Gu. Even though it had consciousness, it was not clear. It only knew to kill, it only knew to charge, it only knew to fight. It used all its strength, every drop of blood in its body as long as it could kill spectral soul, destroy spectral soul. But now, at this moment, Qingqiu's mind was no longer in chaos, it was extremely clear. It was like the clouds had parted, it was clear. Its memory suddenly became complete, and it understood everything from beginning to end. It finally understood the cries of those vengeful souls. These vengeful souls were screaming, crying, they were furious, they did not stop or weaken at all. Qingqiu heard them clearly. These vengeful souls did not say that they were in pain or suffering. They did not say that they were wronged or wronged. They only said one word, Qingqiu. 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 You need to remember the meaning of your birth. You need to remember the mission that you have. You need to remember all of your enemies. Do not forget for even a moment. Do not rest for even a moment. Revenge, revenge, revenge. The deaths of our kin, the unfulfilled ambitions of Qing clan, the pain and anger that they inflicted on us, we need to pay them back. Spectral soul. Qingqiu screamed, have a good taste of this. This is my Qing clan's hatred, it has been accumulated for 100,000 years, this killer move, Qingqiu. Oh no. At this moment, giant spectral soul's expression turned cold, his heart sank. Qingqiu's body underwent a qualitative change. The rank 8 immortal Gu hatred Gu that it had been accumulating finally broke through at this moment. becoming a true rank 9 immortal goo. Qing Chao's mountain-like body burst out with a strange jade light that Spectral Soul was familiar with. Within the strange light, Qing Chao's body moved like water. It stood up abruptly, its limbs turning into human hands and feet. The huge wings that it had grown during the battle had transformed into a full-body armor. Its tortoise shell turned into a shield that was held by its left arm. Its snake neck shrunk rapidly, the ratio of its head and shoulders became extremely appropriate. Next, the snake neck and tail turned into a large lump of light, it moved to its right palm and stretched, turning into a sinister spear. Giant Qing Cho charged towards Spectral Soul, the sky full of jade light suddenly shrunk and entered the spearhead. The spear continued to move forward and slammed. Giant Spectral Soul changed his move. He had to change, using the previous method to deal with Qing Cho was courting death. Spectral Soul grunted, he retracted his move at the last moment, causing him to suffer a backlash again. But he achieved his goal, he successfully changed his killer move. At the crucial moment, black smoke surged towards Qing Chao's body, trying to block the attack. Seeing this, Wuxia Qi ancestor and demon immortal Qi Ju stared with wide eyes. Everything seemed to have happened over a long period of time, but it happened too quickly and suddenly. Qing Cho suddenly became stronger, it turned into a giant, its battle strength rose to a terrifying level. Before Wuxia Qi and Qi Ju could rejoice, Giant Spectral Soul decisively retracted his move and counterattacked. Seeing that Spectral Soul was able to block most of their killer move's power, Wuxia Qi and Qi Ju felt disappointed, but they were also impressed by Spectral Soul's decisiveness and methods. He actually managed to change his killer move in such a short period of time. Lu Weiyin smiled lightly. At the next moment, Giant Qing Chao's messy hair rose up like vines, intertwining and turning into the shape of a huge tree in the blink of an eye. The huge tree had lush leaves and branches, it was like a canopy, it was placed on top of Giant Qing Chao's head and emitted jade light again. Spectral Soul's thick smoke was blocked by the jade light. This is a Venerable's method. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Karma Divine Tree Killer Move. Qi Ju and Wuxia were shocked. Puchi. Giant Qing Chao's attack was unstoppable, the terrifying spear pierced through Giant Spectral Soul's body. Next, the green-scaled spear flowed like water, turning into jade light that entered Giant Spectral Soul's body. Giant Spectral Soul staggered a few steps back, his aura fell rapidly, he was at rock bottom. There were many holes on Spectral Soul's body, Soul Chi was leaking out, at the same time, jade green light was seeping out. Hundreds of arms covered the holes subconsciously, but they could not cover the jade light that was getting brighter and brighter. These lights were like sharp swords and spears, they broke out of Spectral Soul's body and illuminated the entire battlefield. Spectral Soul was defeated. This was a true fatal blow. Spectral Soul's expression was cold as ice, he muttered, Genesis Lotus Paradise Earth, good very good. Then he sneered. His killing intent didn't decrease, but increased to an unprecedented level. A long time ago I swore that I would only let others struggle before their death. Are you prepared? Spectral Soul's words had a hidden meaning, the immortal's expressions changed. Oh no. Dodge. He is going to self-detonate. All of you die with me. Spectral Soul howled. Chapter 2074. Quick, faster, faster. Fairy Myrtle urged herself in her mind. She was the only wisdom path great expert here, the responsibility of unraveling the battlefield killer move naturally fell on her. Fairy Myrtle's soul had been modified by Spectral Soul, she was extremely loyal to him, she put in all her effort to deduce and unravel the battlefield killer move. However, Lu Weiyin's illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was not ordinary. This Earth Path battlefield is stable, but it also has a layer of obscurity. I'm afraid it used Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's battlefield as the foundation, and was modified by later generations. Fairy Myrtle's brows were tightly furrowed, her mind was working hard, she had already made some progress in her deductions. But overall there was not much progress. Firstly, once the battlefield killer move was set up, it could hide in the void and isolate itself from the outside world. Be it from the inside or the outside, it was very hard to break. Back then, when Fairy Myrtle fought in Langya Blessed Land and unraveled Fang Yuan's Yama battlefield, she had also relied on Feng Jioga's Fate Armor Immortal Gu to locate the battlefield inside Yama battlefield. Only by working together from the inside and outside could she make a sharp breakthrough in the battlefield killer move. Secondly, illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield was not ordinary. This was the work of an immortal venerable, and it was constantly being modified along with the times. Fairy Myrtle was able to quickly find the crucial location of the battlefield. It was already very impressive. She did not let down her wisdom path cultivation level. Fairy Myrtle used all sorts of methods. Sometimes she used immortal goo, sometimes she used wisdom path killer moves, sometimes she directly commanded Longevity Heaven or Celestial Quartz goo immortals to probe the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield. This was truly an unimaginable scene. Shadow Sect, Longevity Heaven, and Celestial Court were actually working together. At the outermost area, the Black Bat group was like a pitch-black tide, attacking continuously. Celestial Court's several immortal goo houses guarded it, forming a sturdy defensive line to kill the reckless Earth Abyss Black Bat groups that dared to invade. Inside the inner circle, Fairy Myrtle was hovering in the air, surrounded by Old Man Jing Yuan, by Ning Bing, Fairy Miaoyin, and the others. At the center, two immortal goo houses were facing each other. They were Longevity Heaven's Calamity Luck Altar and Celestial Court's Demon Judgment Board. Whenever Fairy Myrtle gave instructions, these two immortal goo houses would cooperate and use their methods to move a corner of the battlefield killer move. Qin Ding Ling, Bing Sai Chuan and the rest did not doubt Fairy Myrtle's eagerness. They lacked wisdom path great experts to begin with, they were willing to sell themselves. Everything was done with Fang Yuan as the goal. Originally, in the process of pursuing Fang Yuan, these three parties had interfered with each other and were secretly on guard against each other. But now that the battlefield killer move had engulfed Fang Yuan, Spectral Soul, and the rest, the three parties immediately focused their attention and energy on unraveling the battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan's craftiness and viciousness were deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Since Fang Yuan could set up an ambush here, he definitely had ulterior motives. He was plotting something. The three goo immortals felt that something was amiss. They immediately cooperated and tried their best to destroy Fang Yuan's plan. This was indeed a wise move. But, GUH. Fairy Myrtle's body suddenly shook, she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Oh. This change attracted the attention of the other goo immortals. Fairy Myrtle wiped the blood off her lips, her face was pale, but she gritted her teeth and continued to deduce. Celestial Court's nurtured immortals are really going all out for their master. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan's cold laughter resounded, his words dealt a huge blow to the two parties. Inside the immortal goo house, Qin Ding Ling snorted coldly as she frowned. Why is my luck suddenly wavering? At the next moment, Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Jing Yuan attacked. Mystical lights danced and enveloped the Shadow Sect immortals as they shot out like a meteor. Bing Sai Chuan and Qin Ding Ling's hearts jumped. They did not have time to think, they subconsciously controlled the immortal goo house to chase after Fairy Myrtle. Boom. A terrifying explosion suddenly occurred. Calamity Luck Altar had just moved when it felt an incomparably strong force attacking its back. Bing Sai Chuan growled, Z-Wei is harming us. Calamity Luck Altar was heavily injured, but its momentum increased, it continued to charge towards Fairy Myrtle. Meanwhile, Fang Jing, who was inside Demon Judgment Board, lacked experience. He could not compare to Bing Sai Chuan and Qin Ding Ling. When the explosion occurred, Demon Judgment Board was still at the same spot. This way, Demon Judgment Board took much more damage than Calamity Luck Altar. In an instant, Fang Jing seemed to have fallen into a raging wave, he was caught off guard and the entire Demon Judgment Board was swept away by the explosion. Rumble. This explosion came from Spectral Soul's self-detonation. After the explosion destroyed the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield, the three goo immortals who did not know what happened were in a terrible predicament. Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Judgment Board were both heavily injured. Even though Fairy Myrtle had deduced the explosion in advance, the time was too short, the explosion quickly spread to them and sent them flying, scattering everywhere. Many of the Celestial Court immortal goo houses were also blown away like kites by the intense winds. The Black Bat group was in an even worse state. Hundreds of thousands of black bats, be they desolate beasts or immemorial desolate beasts, were instantly blown to pieces by the explosion. The ground shook, heaven and earth collapsed, the scene became very chaotic. A tattered earth tower appeared in the sky. Ching Cho, who had turned into a giant, was blown into 3 pieces, falling to the ground. Shiland was in a terrible state. It was originally intact, but now only 30% was left. Demon Immortal Chiju was covered in blood. He barely managed to fly out of this secluded domain of heaven and earth. His gaze was like an eagle as he stared at the earth tower. The earth tower was peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress. This rank 8 immortal goo house had the best defense indeed. Even though it was damaged, it still blocked Spectral Soul's self-detonation. At the next moment, peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress was kept into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. This immortal goo house was too slow, he could not rely on it blindly. Fang Yuan appeared. In an instant he attracted the attention of all the Gu immortals present. But Fang Yuan was not alone, he had Lu Weiyin and Wu Shuai with him. Come and kill Fang Yuan. Calamity Luck Altar was in a terrible state. Bing Sichuan abandoned it and let others repair it, while he charged at Fang Yuan. This rank 8 great expert who had once fought alongside Fang Yuan did not conceal his killing intent towards Fang Yuan at all. Fang Yuan, what did you do to Master? Fairy Myrtle did not escape. Blood flowed out of her nose and mouth as she shouted. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had the appearance of a young boy. He had an old voice as he laughed coldly. Did you not feel the explosion earlier? Spectral Soul has already self-detonated. What? The immortals heard this and their bodies shook intensely. The great Spectral Soul Demon Venerable really died? That explosion earlier had terrifying power. It was clearly a Soul Path killer move. Was it Spectral Soul's final counterattack before his death? But how is that possible? The great Demon Venerable. No, Spectral Soul is no longer a Demon Venerable. Even so, he is still the strongest in the current world, but he actually died at the hands of Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan killed Spectral Soul? The immortals' expressions changed, their pupils shrunk, their gazes were scattered for a moment before focusing on Fang Yuan. Even though Spectral Soul's death was a combination of the immortals' strength. But Fang Yuan was undoubtedly the mastermind. Fang Yuan cannot be underestimated, he is too sinister. He actually caused Spectral Soul's death. He was a former Demon Venerable. He could even destroy Fate Gu, it is not strange for him to do such a thing. Kill him, we cannot let him escape. If such a demon remains in the world, it will be a great misfortune for all living beings. That's right, even if he was acting earlier after killing Spectral Soul, he must be in a bad state. If we don't kill him now, when will we? The immortals shouted madly. Fang Yuan, even if I die, I want you dead. Fairy Myrtle's expression was twisted, she gritted her teeth as she charged forward. On one hand, Fairy Myrtle was modified by Spectral Soul, she was extremely loyal, Spectral Soul's death made her extremely furious. On the other hand, she lost to Fang Yuan time and time again. In Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle lost many times, even in Shadow Sect, she still lost to Fang Yuan. Kill, if Fang Yuan does not die, the first to die will be those who are chasing him. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju roared, he also attacked Fang Yuan. At the same time he transmitted to Fang Yuan secretly, Fang Yuan, earlier when Spectral Soul self-detonated, you did not let me hide in peaceful soil Heavy Mountain Fortress, I will let it go. If you want to escape now, you need my help. Take out more venerable true inheritances, show me your sincerity. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's Shiland was heavily damaged, but he still retained most of his battle strength. Earlier this old demon was working together with Fang Yuan to harm Spectral Soul, but now he turned against them, using the 3 Gu immortals to extort Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not in a good state, the sovereign immortal Aperture's myriad tribulation was still ongoing. Beside him, Lu Weiyin's expression was pale, his body was shaking. Even if he fainted at the next moment, nobody would be surprised. Wu Shuai was in a pathetic state, his rank 8 aura was unstable but he still had battle strength. Right now he could only be sacrificed to stall for time. Even so, he could not guarantee how much time he could stall for. As for Qi-Si Ancestor, he was already kept into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the combat beast king was still unconscious. Fang Yuan needed a Gu immortal expert to control the situation. If not, Qi-Si Ancestor would be forced to expose his identity in order to protect his main body. At the crucial moment, I can only give up on the Qi-Si clone and Wu Shuai clone to stall for time and opportunity for me. Fang Yuan thought as he transmitted to Lu Weiyin. Fellow immortal Lu, what exactly is the method of escape that you mentioned earlier? When Giant Spectral Soul self-detonated, Lu Weiyin made a move, using illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield to suppress the soul explosion miraculously. Even though it was only a few breaths of time, he managed to stall for the crucial time. During this crucial time, Fang Yuan's Qi-Si clone and Wu Shuai clone managed to hide inside peaceful soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Lu Weiyin used this chance to transmit to Fang Yuan that he had an escape method to leave Central Continent safely. Precisely so, Fang Yuan let Lu Weiyin into peaceful soil Heavy Mountain Fortress as well. Firstly, Lu Weiyin saved Fang Yuan's 2 clones, he was very sincere. Chapter 2075. Lu Weiyin immediately replied to Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan, please follow me. Fang Yuan however replied, no hurry. At the next moment he smiled coldly, his hands were behind his back as he faced the 3 groups of goo immortals and immortal goo houses. He smiled calmly. Very good, who wants to be the first to die? As he said that, his aura surged, his rank 8 aura was smooth and unobstructed. He did not show any signs of fatigue. The immortals stared with wide eyes. Is he not at the end of his rope? The surging momentum from earlier immediately stopped. The immortals were hesitant. Using this time, Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he activated an immortal killer move, bringing Lu Weiyin and the rest with him as they turned into a sword rainbow, flying far away. Different from before, Fang Yuan had already refined many Heaven Path Dao marks. He broke free from the restrictions of the Heaven Path Dao marks and obtained precious space. It was much easier for him to use immortal killer moves now. Even though he still needed to use human path formations and other methods to charge at the Heaven Path Dao marks, he still had space to use them. Fang Yuan escaped. Chase him. He is toying with us. The immortals seemed to have woken up from a dream. They chased relentlessly. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed, bombarding Fang Yuan and the rest. It was as if the scene had returned to before, except that Spectral Soul, Qi Ancestor, and Qing Chou were not here, but Lu Weiyin was here. However, we need to be careful. The counterattack of a demon like Fang Yuan cannot be underestimated. Let the other 2 sides deal with him. We need to conserve our strength. Fang Yuan is crafty. In my opinion, there might be a second battlefield killer move or immortal formation ahead. That's right, Fang Yuan used a time path formation to trap the Righteous Path Alliance in southern border. Lu Weiyin is also a sinister person. This time he set up an Earth Path battlefield to ambush Spectral Soul. His method is the same as Fang Yuan's. I was truly wrong about him. The great southern border inheritor of Paradise Earth is actually colluding with Fang Yuan. The immortals were filled with righteousness and indignation. They secretly transmitted their voices and came up with a plan. As they chased and killed, their momentum was great, but at the same time they felt a little guilty. The current situation seemed to be the same as before, but it had actually undergone an earth-shattering change. Fang Yuan's killing of Spectral Soul made the other 3 sides wary of him. And Fang Yuan had always done things sinisterly. He was despicable and cunning, he was ruthless and merciless. His battle achievements were deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. The goo immortals of the 3 sides were very wary of him. On one hand, even if Fang Yuan was really an arrow at the end of its flight, his dying counterattack would cause any side to bleed, and the situation would collapse. On the other hand, Fang Yuan wasn't the only opponent of the 3 sides, there were still the other 2 sides. Previously, Spectral Soul and Qiju were the main force. The 3 sides were happy to chase after them and take advantage of the situation. But now that Spectral Soul was gone, even though Demon Immortal Qiju looked aggressive, he was actually extorting Fang Yuan for benefits. How could he attack forcefully? Speaking of which, the 3 sides were wary of Fang Yuan, but was Demon Immortal Qiju not wary of him? This lad Fang Yuan did not even make a move during the ambush. How much has he recovered? Right now he is clearly using killer moves more frequently. How much strength is he still hiding? Is there a 4th Immortal Goo House? Demon Immortal Qiju thought to himself. Earlier, Fang Yuan destroyed Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship. He immediately took out Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. These 3 Immortal Goo Houses were all rank 8. They were peak creations of Enslavement Path, Time Path, and Earth Path. Fang Yuan's wealth truly shocked Demon Immortal Qiju. Even if Fang Yuan took out a 5th Immortal Goo House, Demon Immortal Qiju would not be surprised. How deep is Fang Yuan's foundation? The past venerables have invested too much in him. Demon Immortal Qiju gritted his teeth. Fang Yuan retreated while using true inheritances to make transactions. His attitude fluctuated. Demon Immortal Qiju was hesitant. Should I make a move now or not? How much strength does Fang Yuan have left? If I get rid of him, will I gain more? But right now, I can chase him while receiving true inheritances. It seems like a good idea. Among everyone, Demon Immortal Qiju enjoyed the process of being chased the most. We're here. It is 1 layer below this direction. Lu Weiyin suddenly transmitted. Fang Yuan controlled the rainbow light and made a sharp turn, instantly breaking through the thick soil and rocks, arriving at the next layer. Rumble, Fang Yuan's group's ears were immediately filled with loud noises. Boundless earth chi surged like a raging river, the tides were surging. Fang Yuan and the other 2 were like ants in a river, they could not be detected. This is the manifestation of the earth vein? Fang Yuan was stunned before recognizing it. Lu Weiyin nodded with a smile. That's right. The 5 regions merged into one, the earth vein will also become one, the earth vein will fuse and move, revealing its true form. Hurry up and land on that small island. Fang Yuan activated his killer move with difficulty, the sword rainbow shot down. The sword rainbow could not hold on any longer, it dissipated in the air. The three immortals landed on a brown-yellow island at the same time. They were in a sorry state. This island was very small, it was only a few acres in size. The island was desolate, there was not a trace of life on it. The island was flat, but there were three huge rocks at the periphery. They were like pillars that were rooted in the vast earth vein. Because of these three pillars, the island was able to remain unmoved even under the erosion of the earth vein. Fang Yuan, where are you running to? Chis. What is this place? At this time the three pursuers also arrived at this lair. They chased after them. Someone activated a killer move, but found that the earth path Dao marks here were extremely dense, suppressing most of the variant paths. Gu immortals had to expend a lot of energy to activate killer moves. Other than earth path, only immortal Gu houses could move freely. Oh no, Fang Yuan came here on purpose. No matter what he wants to do, we need to stop him. Hurry up and destroy that island. The three Gu immortals had aggressive auras as they got closer. Fang Yuan, Wu Shuai and Lu Weiyin attacked, destroying the three huge rock pillars around the island. Without the huge rock pillars, the island started to move along the flow of the earth vein. The three Gu immortals chased after it, but the island's speed was too fast. The difference between the two sides was huge. The island pulled away dangerously. In just a few breaths of time, it was far away from the three Gu immortals. The three Gu immortals were dumbfounded. What the hell was this? It was just an island, but its speed was so fast. We really got rid of them. What exactly was this island? And where are we going? Wu Shuai touched the hard ground of the island as he exclaimed in shock. Lu Weiyin coughed out blood continuously. The destruction of the rock pillars earlier had worsened his injuries. He did not answer Wu Shuai. He looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you should have recalled it already, right? Fang Yuan nodded. The moment he saw this island, he had a flash of inspiration. When he landed on the island, he had already recalled it. This isn't flying earth. Fang Yuan replied to Wu Shuai. Even though Wu Shuai was his clone, Fang Yuan did not copy all of his memories to him. This was a precaution. In the future, if Wu Shuai was defeated and captured, he would be subjected to soul searching or other methods. Then these memories would be used to aid the enemy. In the 500 years of my previous life, the 5 regions were united, the 2 heavens merged into one, the earth veins of the 5 regions also fused together, forming many unique terrains. Since ancient times, people called them the 10 earths. They are Earth Abyss, Earth Trench, Earth Tunnel, Earth Cave, Earth Prison, Production Ground, Flying Earth, Battlefield, Treasure Ground, and Graveyard. This island is one of the 10 earths. Flying Earth, it is formed in the earth vein. It can travel through the earth vein continuously, moving as fast as flying. Its speed is extraordinary. Wu Shuai realized, so that's it. He continued to sigh. Heaven and earth have changed, but there are other interesting things in the depths of the earth. He knew the essence of this island. He asked, then where can we go? Fang Yuan shook his head slightly. I have only heard of Flying Earth. I have never personally come into contact with it. I only know that it can move along the earth vein, but the direction is hard to control. I wonder what methods do you have? In this ambush battle, Lu Weiyin's performance was extremely outstanding. Fang Yuan placed a lot of importance on him. This current generation Paradise Earth inheritor of southern border was very strong. First, he set up the illusory sand-shifting shadow battlefield. This battlefield was so outstanding that it trapped Spectral Soul and Qiju. It perfectly displayed the power of a battlefield. Next, Lu Weiyin controlled the battlefield, allowing the immortals attacking Spectral Soul to cooperate better. During the intense battle, Spectral Soul had tried to attack Qingqiu several times, but Lu Weiyin stopped him. Secondly, at the crucial moment, Lu Weiyin displayed a powerful defensive method to block Spectral Soul's frenzied attacks, giving Demon Immortal Qiju time to use Shishi Killer move. This was the turning point of the ambush battle. Thirdly, Lu Weiyin used All Life is Bitter and Suffering a Loss as a blessing to restrain Spectral Soul, causing it to suffer a huge backlash. Finally, he held on in the battlefield, suppressing the terrifying power of Spectral Soul self-detonation, helping Fang Yuan's 2 clones escape. After the battlefield collapsed, it was he who led Fang Yuan to this place and escaped with his life. Lu Weiyin's battle strength was definitely top tier in the current world. What made Fang Yuan admire him even more was his temperament. He was skilled in enduring. He purposely kept All Life is Bitter and Suffering a Loss as a blessing to use at the crucial moment, causing Spectral Soul to suffer a huge loss. With such a shrewd plan, Fang Yuan believed that Lu Weiyin definitely had a method to control flying Earth. After all, this involved Earth Path. It was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's specialty. As expected, Lu Weiyin did not disappoint Fang Yuan. He nodded with a smile. I am untalented, but Paradise Earth's inheritance has a corresponding method to control flying Earth's direction and stopping point. Wu Shuai heard this and his pupils shrunk. He could not help but be wary. Lu Weiyin continued to smile as if he did not sense it. Following this Earth vein, we will pass through Western Desert, Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and finally Northern Plains. I wonder where Fang Yuan wants to stop? Fang Yuan smiled as well. Didn't you invite me to Southern Border's Mushroom Man Paradise as a guest? Lu Weiyin nodded. Fang Yuan, now that Spectral Soul has been killed by us, I believe you have already seen my sincerity. This is not just my sincerity, it is also Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's sincerity. Chapter 2076. What? Wu Shuai heard this for the first time. He was stunned. Who did not know of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's benevolence and kindness? He spent his entire life trying to eliminate Spectral Soul's death. He did not have a single offensive move. His actions and words were to guide people to do good. He took pleasure in helping others. The number of people he had helped numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Not just humans but variant humans and legendary immemorial beasts as well. He had even taken action many times to repair mountains and rivers, managing resource points for the world. Southern Border's Mushroom Man Paradise, Eastern Sea's Merman Imperial Court, and the Blue Dragon Whale had all obtained Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's help. Even Central Continent's reincarnation battlefield was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable because he could not bear to see Central Continent's Gu Immortals kill each other. He created this battlefield killer move to resolve conflicts. As for Fang Yuan killed people like flies. He was cold and emotionless. For his own benefits, he destroyed Fate Gu. He disregarded the great cause of humanity. For the sake of cultivation, he plundered resources everywhere. Extortion, ambushes, robberies, he did everything he could. Everywhere he went, there was blood and disaster. Now that Spectral Soul was dead, Fang Yuan was the true #1 demon in the world. It was not strange that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had deduced Fang Yuan. The other 9 Venerables had also deduced Fang Yuan. But Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable actually wanted Fang Yuan to be his successor. He wanted Paradise Earth's forces to help Fang Yuan become a Venerable? This was a little too inconceivable. Is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's brain damaged? Wu Shuai reacted and thought of this. Next, Wu Shuai thought, is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable trying to guide my main body to do good? This is in line with his style. That was right. Fang Yuan was a demon. The battle earlier would definitely shock the world if it spread. Fang Yuan's position as the #1 demon in the world was confirmed. If such a demon could turn back to the path of righteousness, it would be a great thing for the world and all living beings. Wu Shuai was shocked, but Fang Yuan was expressionless. He did not show any surprise. The reason for that was because he had heard those words when he was communicating with Lu Weiyin earlier. At that time, Fang Yuan recalled the scene on the Red Lotus Stone Island. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable barged into the Stone Lotus Island and talked to Red Lotus Will. He did say that he wanted to snatch the inheritor, Fang Yuan. Thus, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable took Regret Gu and placed it in the Blue Dragon Whale. It was because of this that Fang Yuan ventured into the Blue Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven Paradise, took away Regret Gu and released Xin Shang. At that time, the ultimate mission that appeared on the merit list seemed to be inviting Fang Yuan to stay in the Grotto Heaven and accept this mission to become the master of the Blue Dragon Whale. But Fang Yuan did not accept this temptation. He resolutely chose to go out and participate in the Fate War, destroying Fate Gu. After the Fate War, Lu Weiyin took the initiative to contact Fang Yuan and offered his assistance. These two matters were actually of the same origin. It was not that difficult for Fang Yuan to accept it. Since rebirth, I have obtained many venerable true inheritances. This is the help that the venerables gave me. They used me as a pawn to destroy Fate Gu. I thought that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had the same idea, but to think that he had other intentions. Thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind as they collided. He was in such a huge predicament this time. He had a slim chance of survival. The most dangerous moment was when Giant Spectral Soul used Eat Heart on him. Fang Yuan could not resist it. He could only take a risk. At that time, he forced a smile and disguised himself perfectly. He successfully deceived Demon Immortal Chi-Ju into betraying Spectral Soul. This interrupted Eat Heart killer move and allowed him to survive. At that moment, most of Fang Yuan's body was already in the coffin. But what was the source of this danger? The external calamity was Spectral Soul chasing after him with all his might. He wanted to take back sovereign immortal fetus Gu and the dream realms. The internal calamity was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's scheme. He used over 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks to make Fang Yuan unable to retaliate. Fake Gu was already destroyed, Fang Yuan no longer had any value. However much help he received earlier, he was going to suffer a huge backlash now. The Venerables who had helped Fang Yuan before had already abandoned Fang Yuan. They were determined to kill him. In such a situation there was a Venerable who acted alone. At the crucial moment he helped Fang Yuan. What was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's intention? What did he see in Fang Yuan? Why was he so sure that Fang Yuan would become a Venerable? Why was he willing to pay any price to help Fang Yuan become a Venerable? The surroundings were brownish-brown, Earth Chi was surging. Flying Earth moved forward in the vast and majestic Earth vein. According to what I know, in the Three Venerables theory, the next Venerable is Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Does Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable think that I have the potential to become Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, he broke the silence and probed. Lu Weiyin replied, the Three Venerables theory is deeply rooted in people's hearts, it is widely spread, but now that Fate Gu is destroyed, nothing is certain anymore. It is possible that the next Great Dream Immortal Venerable is still Great Dream Immortal Venerable, but it is also possible that it is not, right? Fang Yuan, there is no need to say much. When you go to Mushroom Man Paradise and receive Paradise Earth's true meaning, everything will be clear. At that time I will definitely welcome you with open arms. Lu Weiyin smiled lightly, he did not want to say much. After this battle he was confident that Fang Yuan would definitely come to Mushroom Man Paradise, but not now. Lu Weiyin knew Fang Yuan's nature. Fang Yuan was ruthless, but he was extremely cautious. Even if Lu Weiyin contributed greatly in this battle, if there was a chance, Fang Yuan would definitely kill him. But Lu Weiyin had always been on guard, he did not give Fang Yuan a chance. When Spectral Soul self-detonated, he saved Wu Shuai and Qi Si Ancestor. While expressing his sincerity, he also told Fang Yuan that he had a way to escape, thus allowing Fang Yuan to bring him into peaceful soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. And in Enclave he had the method to control Enclave. He was still useful. Fang Yuan did not want to kill him. If he fainted, Fang Yuan would definitely kill him and soul search Lu Weiyin's soul, he would find out everything. Eventually Fang Yuan chose to leave halfway. He was entangled by the myriad tribulation, the most important thing now was to get rid of it. His battle strength was low now, otherwise he would have attacked the heavily injured Lu Weiyin already. Before leaving, Lu Weiyin instructed Fang Yuan with a sincere attitude, Fang Yuan, I am sure you have a deep understanding of the situation earlier. Many Venerables want to get rid of you, it is not just because of the previous situation. Our time is very tight, the true situation is far more dangerous than the Fate War. If you are slightly slower you will die tragically. Thus, I hope you can fulfill your promise and come to Mushroom Man Paradise as soon as possible. Fang Yuan nodded and left with Wu Shuai. The two immortals left the earth vein and went up. An hour later they came out of the ground and appeared in a desert. The surrounding 1,000 li was desolate and uninhabited. Wu Shuai suddenly laughed, Lu Weiyin seems to be in trouble. He helped us this time and is the leader of a variant human force, he will probably face the joint attack of Southern Border's Righteous Path. Fang Yuan nodded, there will indeed be trouble. Southern Border's Righteous Path is led by Wu Clan. Wu Clan's leader, Wu Yong, is an ambitious and ruthless person, he will not let go of such a good opportunity. But with Lu Weiyin's ability, I believe that he has a solution. Wu Shuai asked again. Before leaving, did Lu Weiyin say those words just to scare you? Fang Yuan had a solemn expression, he shook his head slightly. Wu Shuai's heart sank slightly. Let's go. Fang Yuan said, let's find a place to rest, we need to make every second count. Earth Vein. That demon Fang Yuan really escaped. Inside the Celestial Court's Immortal Gu house, Qin Ding Ling stared with wide-opened eyes, she gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. This was the situation she did not want to see the most, but it happened anyway. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan also sighed. He did not expect such an outcome. Earlier, Spectral Soul was so powerful, but in the end he died while Fang Yuan, who was chased all over the place, was still on the run. The biggest surprise was Lu Weiyin. This Paradise Earth's inheritor was simply cutting himself off from the righteous path. He was a disgrace to Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Of course, there were also Earth Veins and Ascending Lands. The 5 regions were unified, the regional walls disappeared, the Gu immortals of the 5 regions were all focused on the Fate War. The aftermath of the battle had yet to subside, Qi tides swept the world again. The Gu immortals had trouble dealing with them. Basically, no one had the leisure and elegance to go deep underground to investigate the anomaly. The earth vein was vast and boundless. It was like a surging yellow river. It had a huge momentum. It was not easy to move in the fan surface of the earth vein. The ascending lands that carried Fang Yuan had already disappeared. The immortals moved with difficulty on the ground. Their hopes of catching up to Fang Yuan dwindled. Everywhere the immortals looked, the earth path resources around the earth vein were as plentiful as the stars. And inside the earth vein, there were even higher quality immortal materials. Heaven and earth are changing. The earth has become so unfamiliar. These earth path resources are very plentiful, but it is very difficult to collect them from the earth vein, unless one has outstanding earth path attainment. Just looking at the earth path resources we have seen along the way, if we use them fully, we can definitely change the situation. Ancient Soul Sect, which owns this earth abyss, is really lucky. After absorbing these resources, their strength will definitely soar. These were the people at the top of the Gu immortals. They had broad horizons and great foresight. The underground resources were so plentiful they had a huge impact. How to efficiently excavate these resources and how to use them would affect the entire world. Quick, take out the backup Gu worms. Another 300 Gu worms have been destroyed. Who will work with me to replace the new Gu? The immortal Gu house moved in this earth vein. The earth chi was constantly corroding the immortal Gu house, causing more and more earth path Dao marks to be carved on it. Unless it was an earth path immortal Gu house, immortal Gu houses of other paths could not stay in the earth vein for long. Fang Yuan has already disappeared for a long time. Unless we can find a flying island like theirs, otherwise, that Lu Weiyin clearly has a method to control the flying island. He is Paradise Earth's inheritor. Paradise Earth immortal venerable mainly cultivated earth path back then. Even though the celestial quartz Gu immortals did not say it explicitly, they were implying that they wanted to retreat. Qin Dingling maintained her silence. She was very unwilling, but in the end she could only watch as Fang Yuan escaped. She knew that Fang Yuan had disappeared for so long, there was almost no hope of catching up to him. But she still subconsciously did so. After this battle, her wariness towards Fang Yuan increased by several times. Spectral Soul personally chased after him, but Fang Yuan actually survived. He even set up an ambush and killed Spectral Soul. You have Fang Yuan. I still underestimated you. No wonder back then even Fairy Myrtle who cultivated wisdom path lost to you time and time again. Chapter 2077. Today is my birthday. I am very grateful for everyone's support and blessings. Thank you to Nightmare 12, the leader of the Alliance, for your reward. I will add a chapter for you in the near future. I've read all of your lengthy comments and I'm very touched by them. I really feel that I have not written for 6 years in vain. I have been reported all the way. This kind of perseverance is not wrong. Thank you to the friends like Nightmare 12. Thank you to you Xin. Thank you to Ancestor Shi and the others for their congratulations and activities. But I don't know why Qidian did not activate the birthday blessing function. So okay, I'm really happy. Ever since I went into seclusion, I have deeply felt how insignificant I am. Being able to write this book is like trying to light an oil lamp in the dark. From time to time, there will be wind coming from the dark. I have to do my best to protect it and not let this small oil lamp be blown out. Sometimes I feel sad. Can't such a big world accommodate a small oil lamp? Can't the internet, where there is freedom of speech, accommodate a book called Venomous Person? Chapter 2078. Danger, danger. Lady White Rabbit's expression was pale. Dodge. Fairy Meoween shouted. Demon Judgment Board enlarged rapidly in the three immortals' vision, soon filling their entire field of vision. Strong winds blew against her. Lady White Rabbit found it hard to breathe. Bam. At the next moment, the ground shook, rocks flew everywhere. The Demon Judgment Board fiercely smashed into the thick soil and rocks. Bai Ning Bing and the other immortals split up. At the crucial moment earlier, they managed to avoid it. Demon Judgment Board got up and charged again. This time it targeted Bai Ning Bing. So fast. Bai Ning Bing's pupils shrunk, she concentrated. Demon Judgment Board was covered in a faint red light. It accelerated its charge. It did not use any killer moves, it only charged around and attacked quickly. Bai Ning Bing could only dodge. She was exhausted from dealing with it. She could not find any way to deal with it. What do we do? Lady White Rabbit asked anxiously. Fairy Meow Yin's expression was ashen. She said directly, "Let's go. This is an old grudge between the two of them. Let them fight to the death." Lady White Rabbit was grabbed by Fairy Meow Yin. They were about to leave the battlefield. Where are you going? Guyue Fangjing suddenly turned around. Even though he hated Bai Ningbing, he had never forgotten Qin Dingling's mission. White Rabbit and Miao Yin were crucial clues to finding Fang Yuan. How could he let them leave so easily? Demon Judgment Board let out an intense blood-red light. The blood-red light illuminated the battlefield. Bai Ningbing and the other immortals were enveloped by the blood-red light. Their expressions changed. Under this blood-red light, they felt their blood being pulled by a strong force. It was as if all of their blood was being pulled into Demon Judgment Board. It was very uncomfortable. If we do not get rid of this light, our blood might really be sucked dry. Fairy Miao Yin's expression was ashen. Immortal Killer Move, by Xiang. On the other side, Bai Ningbing successfully activated her killer move. She turned into a white ice giant. The blood-red light was ineffective against her. Bai Xiang was the trump card of a southern border rank 8 Gu Immortal. It could allow the Gu Immortal to temporarily abandon their body and transform into another life form. This move was very powerful. It had once brought white terror to southern border. It left a mark in history. When Bai Ningbing used it, she immediately changed her situation. The white ice giant did not have a drop of blood on it. Demon Judgment Board's killer moves were all useless. Goddess Miao Yin's heart sank. With Bai Ningbing's current state, it was time for her to retreat. But Bai Ningbing didn't do that. Instead of retreating, she attacked back and roared excitedly. This madman. Goddess Miao Yin mumbled. Her expression was a little complicated. However, when Bai Ningbing's killer moves landed on Demon Judgment Board, they were like waves crashing on a reef. The Demon Judgment Board was like a reef by the sea. No matter how strong the wind or the waves were, it remained unmoving. Goddess Miao Yin furrowed her brows and shouted urgently, "White Rabbit, use your move." Lady White Rabbit nodded and grunted. She quickly used a killer move to protect herself and Fairy Miao Yin. Fairy Miao Yin was willing to take the risk and let others protect her while she used this chance to unleash her killer move, Wondrous Hand Profound Sound. She grew 5 new arms, giving her a total of 7 hands. His 7 hands formed hand seals. Her slender, white fingers shone with a dazzling light. Clang clang clang, thud 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 thud. As he moved his fingers, every time his fingers collided, a melodious sound could be heard. The crisp sounds reverberated in the surroundings, creating translucent sound waves that could be seen by the naked eye. Waves of sound waves raged like a storm, creating waves of attacks that landed on Demon Judgment Board. Fairy Miao Yin ranked 37th on Demon Judgment Board. Rank 7 cultivation level, Miao Yin's true inheritance. Her Wondrous Hand Profound Sound killer move can rise to rank 8 along with the core Immortal Gu. Guyue Fangjing muttered. Above his head, countless blood-red characters gathered into a huge red name list. Be it Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, or Bai Ningbing, they were all on the list. Fairy Miao Yin and Bai Ningbing worked together, but Guyue Fangjing still had a relaxed expression. Because he was inside Demon Judgment Board. The rank 8 Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board was extremely powerful. Normally speaking, a rank 7 Immortal Gu House that could block a rank 8 was already the foundation of a super force. And a top rank 8 Immortal Gu House could participate in the competition for pseudo-venerable positions. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan had used Myriad Year Flying Warship and Dragon Palace to fight against Duke Long. And in the pursuit earlier, he had used 3 Immortal Gu Houses to deal with Spectral Soul. These 3 Immortal Gu Houses were all rank 8. Demon Judgment Board was also at this level. It was more focused on investigative methods. Against rank 7 Gu Immortals like Bai Ningbing, Demon Judgment Board's battle strength was far superior. It was unreachable. Rays of blood light shot out of Demon Judgment Board. These blood lights rained down on Bai Ningbing like a torrential rain. Bai Ningbing turned into a white ice giant. She looked tall and sturdy, but her movements were extremely agile. She dodged continuously. The blood lights did not hit her even once. But as long as I get hit, I will be heavily injured. Bai Ningbing knew this. She focused on resisting. The dangerous situation made her excited. Suddenly, Demon Judgment Board shook, restraining Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing could not move. She was hit by dozens of blood lights. The white ice giant was pierced full of holes. It was unrecognizable. It turned into ice shards. Lady White Rabbit screamed, while Fairy Miao Yin's heart sank. The difference in battle strength was too huge. They could not make up for it with numbers. Suddenly, a strong, cold light shone from the ice shards that were falling to the ground. The cold light shined brightly, turning back into the white ice giant. Bai Ningbing recovered to her original state. This was the strongest aspect of Bai Xiang killer move. As long as there was a shard, it could recover rapidly. Fangjing was not surprised. He knew a lot of information about Bai Ningbing. Since a long time ago the two were enemies, Bai Ningbing had attacked many times, how could the Celestial Court not have any information about her? Furthermore, Demon Judgment Board could investigate. The Demon Judgment Board did not only have blood path demonic cultivators, but because of blood relation immortal goo, blood path demonic cultivators could not escape from the board. Bai Ningbing turned around and fought Fangjing again. Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit attacked together. A large portion of the blood light in the battlefield dissipated. The blood in their bodies was no longer restrained. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit had been waiting for a long time. They flew out and were about to break free. Fangjing smiled. It is still too early. The blood light that had dissipated condensed into a ball, floating in the sky of the battlefield. In an instant, the blood attraction force that had dissipated increased by several times. Bai Ningbing roared as she attacked. The Ice Path Killer move hit the blood ball, only causing it to dissipate by half. Surrender. Fangjing's lips curled up. He activated Demon Judgment Board again. The formless pressure caused Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit's expressions to change. At the crucial moment, Lady White Rabbit suddenly became ruthless. She shot out layers of dark shadows that covered her body. Almost at the same time, Lady Black Tigress appeared. Her eyes were pitch black, there were no pupils, only a cold light was moving around. She had deep eye bags and thick eyeshadow. Her aura changed from pure and innocent to sinister and ruthless. Black Tigress attacked. Her Dark Path Killer move actually surpassed Bai Ningbing's earlier attack, causing the blood ball to dissipate by more than half. Black Tigress and Miao Yin were almost captured by Demon Judgment Board. They managed to escape by a hair's breadth. Fangjing was not arrogant or rash. He raised his hand as Demon Judgment Board's aura changed. His methods changed like flowing water. Blood energy surged. Countless grains of sand instantly filled the battlefield like stars. This is the killer move, Blood Star Spot. When did he set it up? I did not sense it at all. Even if it was Qin Dingling who saw this scene, she would have to applaud. After Fangjing became the Demon Judgment Board Lord, he had improved greatly. He had already grasped all of Demon Judgment Board's methods. He even used them in a unique style. This time even Bai Xiang was not spared, he was hit. The three immortals were corroded by the blood sand. Red spots appeared on their bodies. Their movements were restricted and their thoughts became sluggish. Their immortal essence also seemed to be stuck in a swamp, becoming slower and slower. The difference in strength between the two sides was too huge. Normally speaking, when Gu immortals fought, if one side wanted to escape, the other side could not stop them, unless they activated a battlefield killer move and trapped them inside. But Demon Judgment Board was a top-tier rank 8 immortal Gu house. It was originally created to chase and kill demonic path Gu immortals. Thus, other than investigative methods, even if Demon Judgment Board did not have the ability to set up a battlefield, it could make it hard for demonic path Gu immortals to escape. Bai Ningbing and the other immortals were about to be captured by Fangjing. Suddenly the ground shook, countless amounts of earth chi shot up from below. The air currents were so fast that they pierced through the sturdy ground. Then with a loud rumble, the yellow earth vein rushed up like a mighty yellow river. What is this? Bai Ningbing and the rest had not seen it yet. They were shocked. Even though Fangjing knew about it, at this moment he felt like he was looking at the evil dragon Di Zongxing. Earth chi surged and engulfed this battlefield. Earth path Dao marks spread wildly, corroding everything in the surroundings. From the vast earth vein, Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Chi-Ju suddenly emerged. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju had she land above his head. This secluded domain of heaven and earth was extremely damaged now, but it was still very useful. This time it was acting as a guide, attracting the boundless and vast earth chi upwards. And Calamity Luck Altar's complicated part was that on top of this foundation, the entire earth vein's direction was constantly deviated, finally creating this soaring earth vein. Longevity Heaven is actually cooperating with Demon Immortal Chi-Ju? Fangjing was shocked. It turned out that under Qin Dingling's command, Celestial Court's immortal Gu houses surrounded Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Both sides were evenly matched. Celestial Court could not take them down, but Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Chi-Ju could not escape either. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sichuan contacted Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, saying that the situation was not right. The two were extremely astute experts with rich experience. Qin Dingling's attitude made them suspicious and worried. Chapter 2079. To break through Celestial Court's encirclement, Longevity Heaven worked together with Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Using the earth vein, they completely broke Qin Dingling's encirclement. After Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Chi-Ju came out of the earth vein, they split up and continued to ascend. Celestial Court's immortal goo houses also appeared later on. Qin Dingling transmitted to Fangjing, "Stop them." Even without this order, Fangjing had already prepared his strength. Boom. Demon Judgment Board shook fiercely, a blood-red light pillar shot out, sweeping towards Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Both Sweet Sound and Black Tigress were greatly shaken by such a vast attack. In order to capture the three immortals alive, Fangjing had been restrained all along. This attack was the true power of Rank 8 Demon Judgment Board. The blood-red light pillar shot over, Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Chi-Ju blocked it, but their speed was obstructed. Qin Dingling and the rest arrived soon after. Good job, Fangjing. After dealing with those three immortals, gather up and kill these people. Qin Dingling ordered again. At this moment, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's battle strength fell greatly because of Spectral Soul's ambush, but as long as he worked together with Calamity Luck Altar, they were still on par with Celestial Court. Where did Qin Dingling get her confidence from? Yes. Fangjing had a solemn expression. He had just received the order when Bai Ningbing, who was nearby, attacked. In fact, Bai Ningbing's Ice Path Killer move had been prepared for a long time, but Fangjing did not care about it. He had once controlled Demon Judgment Board to fight against Rank 8 Ice Path Goo Immortal Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. He was hit by the Snowman race's Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move. That battle was still fresh in Fangjing's memory. Compared to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Bai Ningbing was merely rank 7, she was far inferior. However, when Bai Ningbing used this move, Fangjing's expression changed. Bai Ningbing did not attack the Demon Judgment Board. Instead, she attacked Goddess Miao Yin and the Black Lotus Immortals. Guiyue Fangjing had no choice but to change his strategy. Blood mist enveloped Sweet Sound and Heiting's bodies, blocking Bai Ningbing's killer move at the last moment. Bai Ningbing, you're crazy. How dare you attack us? Goddess Miao Yin broke out in cold sweat and cursed. No. Perhaps this is the best way. Heiting's expression was shaken, but he soon understood. Fairy Miao Yin was stunned for a moment before realization struck her. Fairy Myrtle used to be the leader of the Celestial Court, so she knew everything about the Celestial Court. All sorts of methods related to immortal goo houses were told to Ying Wuxia and the rest. Miao Yin, Bai Ningbing and White Rabbit were not left out. Because earlier, even with Spectral Soul as the leader, Fairy Myrtle and the rest did not have immortal goo houses. Compared to Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court, they were the weaker side. Fairy Myrtle increased the amount of information she had, trying to make up for the difference. Guiyue Fangjing knew Bai Ningbing and the rest very well. Similarly, Bai Ningbing and the rest knew Fangjing and Demon Judgment Board very well. Especially when it came to immortal goo houses, once they were built, it was hard to change their methods. The more outstanding the immortal goo house, the more this was the case. For example, Demon Judgment Board was a top-tier rank 8 immortal goo house. Its performance reached a certain extreme, it was extremely hard to modify. Even if there were any good ideas, they might not be used on the entire immortal goo house. Demon Judgment Board was extremely complex. It was constructed from the coordination of countless goo worms. Changing a little would affect everything. It often meant a complete change. It would be better to build a new immortal goo house instead. Fairy Miao Yin was not stupid, she just could not react in time earlier. But now, she understood. Southern Borders Tai Clan's Demon Suppression Tower is most specialized in imprisonment, but Celestial Court's Demon Judgment Board does not have such methods. Celestial Court must have given orders to Fangjing to capture us alive. Thus, since the start of the battle, Fangjing's attacks have been restrained. He only used his full strength against Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and Calamity Luck Altar earlier. As for why they were captured, the answer was obvious. It was for Fang Yuan. Fairy Myrtle had constructed a wisdom path formation in front of the Celestial Court's goo immortals and deduced Fang Yuan's location. How could Qin Dingling not know the value of these people? Fairy Miao Yin immediately guessed. It seems that Fang Yuan escaped successfully. Celestial Court wants to capture us and use us to deduce Fang Yuan's location. Even though they do not have a wisdom path great expert, Central Continent's 10 great sects are unharmed. They have a large number of wisdom path candidates. And Fairy Myrtle's Z-Way True Inheritance has already been contributed to Celestial Court. The wisdom path formation is likely in this True Inheritance. Fairy Miao Yin thought of Bai Ningbing. She gritted her teeth. Bai Ningbing, you lunatic. But at the next moment, Fairy Miao Yin stared with wide eyes. Bai Ningbing's insanity was more serious than she had thought. Bai Ningbing had purposely cancelled her killer move by Xiang and restored her flesh body. Come, Fangjing, attack. Bai Ningbing shouted, Her body turned into a white rainbow as she flew around Demon Judgment Board, shooting out countless icicles. The icicles could not pierce through Demon Judgment Board, they only left behind some snow-white ice marks. Ha ha ha. Black Tigress laughed loudly. She copied Bai Ning Bing and cancelled her defense, joining the battle. This is also insane. Miao Yin sighed to herself with wide eyes. Black Tigress was ruthless and vicious. Her nature was completely different from White Rabbit. When she was ruthless, she did not even care about her own life. The three immortals attacked Demon Judgment Board, especially when Bai Ning Bing and Black Tigress gave up on defense and focused all their energy on offense. Fang Jing could not focus on one thing and the other. He wanted to capture these three female immortals alive, he did not want to accidentally kill them. Qin Dingling had told him to deduce Fang Yuan's location. The more clues he had, the better. If he accidentally killed one of them, the deduction might fail in the future. Fang Jing knew that he had a huge responsibility on his shoulders. But the Immortal Gu House Demon Judgment Board's weakest point was that it lacked methods to capture them alive. Back when Demon Judgment Board was created, which of the ancestors of Celestial Court wanted to test this? Demon Judgment, as the name suggested, was to kill demonic path Gu cultivators. Why was there such a need to capture them alive? In this aspect, Qin Dingling sent Demon Judgment Board. It seemed like she had made a mistake, but she did not have a better choice. Among all the Immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court, Demon Judgment Board had the strongest investigative methods. Even though Fang Jing's cultivation level was low, Demon Judgment Board had a large amount of rank 8 immortal essence. As well as the wills of the past Demon Judgment Board lords, Demon Judgment Board could display its full battle strength. However, all Immortal Gu houses had a huge flaw: their methods were not flexible. Demon Judgment Board was no exception. It was a finished product. It was hard to modify. After it was built, the number of methods and what they were used were basically the same until now. They had never changed their appearance. Fang Jing fell into an awkward situation. He had the upper hand with Demon Judgment Board. Bai Ning Bing and the other two were not his match. But with just Demon Judgment Board, Fang Jing could not capture them alive. In terms of flexibility, Gu Immortals far surpassed Immortal Gu houses. In the past Demon Judgment Board lords could solve the problem. But the current Demon Judgment Board lord, Fang Jing, only had rank 7 cultivation level. If they let Fang Jing leave the board, wouldn't they be giving Bai Ning Bing and the rest a chance to turn the situation around? If only Fang Jing had a rank 8 Gu Immortal helper now. But what helper? From Qin Dingling's point of view, was one Demon Judgment Board not enough? Did he need helpers? Celestial Court was already lacking manpower. It was far from enough to deal with the current situation. No, Lady Qin Dingling's arrangements are reasonable, but I met 2 lunatics. It makes all reasonable troop deployments become illogical, thought Fang Jing. Who could be crazy enough to not defend and only attack when fighting a strong enemy? Wasn't that courting death? But Bai Ning Bing and Black Tigress did it. What was even more amazing was that the results of the battle were extremely good. In the intense battle, Bai Ning Bing laughed loudly. Guyue Fang Jing, don't you want revenge? Kill me, don't you want to kill me? Do it. Guyue Fang Jing was silent. Bai Ning Bing continued to clamor. So look, you are just a lackey of Celestial Court. Your enemy is right in front of you, but you don't even have the courage to try and kill him. You are far inferior to your brother, Fang Yuan. Hearing these provocative words, not just Fairy Miao Yin, even Black Tigress was shocked. She thought, I completely gave up on defense, it is already crazy enough. But compared to Bai Ning Bing, it pales in comparison. Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress were on tenterhooks, while Guyue Fang Jing fell into silence. Hearing Guyue Fang Yuan's name again, he raised his head and looked at the blood-colored words above his head. The blood-colored words formed a huge list. The names and positions on the list were changing from time to time. And not long ago, Spectral Soul, who was at the top of the list, had disappeared. He was replaced by the person at second place, Guyue Fang Yuan. Defeated Celestial Court, destroyed Fate, killed Spectral Soul. The number 1 demon in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Fang Jing smiled bitterly. Regardless of when or where, even if he became the great Demon Judgment Board Lord, Fang Yuan's name was still engraved above his head. Fang Yuan's shadow was still shrouding his life. Eliminating all the names on Demon Judgment Board is the ambition of every Demon Judgment Board Lord. But I know that I am not Fang Yuan's match. In this life I can only look up to his back and hear of his legends. But, Bai Ning Bing, you are merely ranked 27th on this list. You really think I don't dare to kill you? Where do you get your confidence from? Fang shouted. The moment he said that, Demon Judgment Board charged forward, arriving in front of Bai Ningbing in a breath's time. Intense winds blew. Bai Ningbing could not dodge in time. She would be smashed to pieces by Demon Judgment Board at the next moment. She would die. No. Fairy Miao Yin shouted in her mind. Her 7 hands moved together and shot out a berserk profound sound. The profound sounds arrived first, but they could not stop Demon Judgment Board. Black Tigress spat out a mouthful of blood. Her obstructive methods were also destroyed by Demon Judgment Board. Chapter 2080. Earth Abyss Battlefield. Boom. After being hit by Celestial Court's attack, Calamity Luck Altar shook intensely. Bing Sichuan's expression was grim. Legendary immemorial beast Mao Liqiu shouted, "Let Grandpa Mao go out and kill these people." 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted, "Grandpa Mao, this place is too damaged, please help me repair it." Mao Liqiu snorted. It fixed Calamity Luck Altar while muttering unhappily, "It is so unbearable to take a beating. Bing Sichuan, Calamity Luck Altar is under your control, don't ruin Master's reputation." Bing Sichuan frowned, replying, "Mao Liqiu, take a look outside, someone is in a worse state than us." Demon Immortal Qiju was the person Bing Sichuan was talking about. He was in a terrible state indeed. Spectral soul self-detonation caused his Shi-Land to be heavily damaged. And Shi-Land was his greatest support since rebirth. Even though he obtained many top-quality true inheritances, he did not have enough time to modify killer moves. Thus, his Chi Path killer moves were almost always the same, only killer moves that used Shi-Land as the core could be used in battles of this level. But now, Shi-Land was heavily damaged. Demon Immortal Qiju's battle strength fell sharply. "We cannot let this continue. Celestial Court might have strong reinforcements. Longevity Heaven, we need to work together again." Demon Immortal Qiju transmitted with much difficulty. "Celestial Court is currently at its weakest in history. What reinforcements can they have?" Mao Liqiu muttered. "We cannot be careless. Celestial Court's foundation is unfathomable." Bing Sichuan replied to Mao Liqiu before agreeing to Demon Immortal Qiju's request. He also felt something amiss. Thus, Calamity Luck Altar retaliated first to provide cover for Demon Immortal Qiju. Demon Immortal Qiju gritted his teeth, activating Shi-Land and drawing an endless earth chi. Calamity Luck Altar took over again, fiercely pushing up the gradually sagging earth vein. "Humph, using the same trick again, you are really looking down on me." Qin Ding Ling suddenly left the Immortal Gu house and went outside, using a Luck Path killer move. The killer move's golden light burst out. Bing Sichuan's expression changed. It was like his finger was bitten by a poisonous hand. He quickly retracted his hand. So close. This killer move faintly countered Calamity Luck Altar. Just one more step and Calamity Luck Altar would have to bear the pressure of the earth vein. It would be suppressed in the earth vein and unable to escape. It would become a target. Bing Sichuan thought to himself, Qin Ding Ling's methods had far surpassed his expectations. Without the guidance of Calamity Luck Altar, the vast earth vein that had just risen fell back down again. But Demon Immortal Qiju and Calamity Luck Altar's efforts were not in vain. Giant pillar-like earth vein tributaries shot in all directions. An earth vein tributary was like a yellow-brown river that passed through the battlefield of the Demon Judgment Board and the 3 immortals. The 3 immortals were struggling to maintain the situation and resist Demon Judgment Board. Bai Ningbing was still alive. Even though she was crushed by Demon Judgment Board earlier, at the crucial moment, she used Bai Xiang killer move again. Demon Judgment Board dodged, unwilling to fall into the earth vein tributary. "The heavens are helping me." Seeing this scene, Bai Ningbing's eyes lit up with joy. Her body grew rapidly. The small white ice giant that was only 5 meters tall immediately grew to 6 meters tall. This is the chance to escape. Bai Ningbing stretched out her hands towards Miao Yin and Black Tigress. The two hesitated for a moment before letting themselves be held by Bai Ningbing's hands. Bai Ningbing did not hesitate. She jumped into the earth vein tributary. "Don't even think about leaving." Fang gritted his teeth, quickly activating Demon Judgment Board to charge into the tributary. The earth veins were extremely vast and even the branch veins were incomparably huge. When the Demon Judgment Board entered, it was like a small fish and shrimp in the river. "No, we can't escape. Demon Judgment Board is a rank 8 immortal goo house after all." Fairy Miao Yin had a pale expression. In just this short while, Bai Ningbing could not hold on anymore. A vast number of earth path Dao marks invaded her body. Bai Xiang was already on the verge of collapse, even though Miao Yin and Black Tigress defended with their full strength. Bai Ningbing smiled coldly. She was not flustered. "Of course we cannot compare to Demon Judgment Board. Now it is up to Guiyue Fangjing to make a decision. Hehe. At the moment of life and death, Bai Ningbing laughed out loud. She turned around and dispelled Bai Xiang, revealing her true body. Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress had already made up their minds. They followed Bai Ningbing and charged towards Demon Judgment Board. What are you doing? Guiyue Fangjing looked at Bai Ningbing and the rest in shock as they dispelled their defensive methods. He had no choice but to use blood-red light to cover the three immortals. With Demon Judgment Board's help, the three immortals finally escaped the tragic fate of being crushed by the earth vein. Guiyue Fangjing, however, felt a huge rock pressing on his heart. What was this? He had become Bai Ningbing's help instead. But Guiyue Fangjing had no choice but to do this. He had to complete Qin Dingling's orders and capture these three immortals alive. Guiyue Fangjing, what methods do you have to capture us alive? If Demon Judgment Board had them, you would have used them already. In this situation, unless you leave the immortal Gu house and use your own methods. Come, let's take a gamble. Bai Ningbing could not speak, she could only scheme in her mind. If they lost the gamble, they would become prisoners, they would not be able to do anything. When their value was squeezed dry, they would be beheaded, they would become sacrifices for the celestial court to regain its prestige. Guiyue Fangjing stared with wide eyes, he gritted his teeth. Bai Ningbing won the gamble. Fangjing did not have any unique methods to capture them. Unless he took a risk and brought these three immortals into the immortal Gu house. If Fangjing did that, he would be a complete idiot. Because he would be inviting a wolf into the house. How could Fangjing alone be the match of these three immortals? So crafty and ruthless, but so what? Fangjing said through gritted teeth. If you were captured by me, you would still have lived for some time. But now you can only die. Congratulations to all of you. You have fought with all your might and obtained gratifying results. Fangjing left behind a mocking sentence. He gave up on the three immortals and controlled Demon Judgment Board to leave the earth vein. Even something as strong as Demon Judgment Board could not stay in the earth vein for long. In just this short period of time, most of the mortal Gu and Demon Judgment Board were destroyed. Without Demon Judgment Board's protection, Bai Ningbing and the rest felt immense pressure. Their lives were in danger. They struggled at the edge of the cliff. Maybe Fangjing is right. Fairy Miao Yin smiled bitterly. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. What is that? Black Tigress suddenly called out. The three immortals were as small as mosquitoes, they were washed away by the earth vein tributary. In the boundless yellowish-brown area, a pitch-black hole appeared. Go! The three immortals had no other choice. At the final moment they jumped into the black hole. Almost at the same time. In the lush green forest on the surface, Fairy Myrtle, Wuxia, and Old Man Yuan were secretly moving forward. This distance is not safe, continue. Fairy Myrtle saw that Wuxia was moving slowly, she transmitted to remind him. Wuxia gritted his teeth, he had a dazed expression as he said dejectedly, now that our main body is gone we will. Fairy Myrtle looked at Wuxia seriously, even if our main body dies we still have you. Wuxia, you are a split soul. From today onwards you will be our master. But Wuxia did not feel proud, he was extremely dejected, even our main body died in battle. In this vast world, it is no longer the era of specters. Fairy Myrtle frowned, she was about to console him when Old Man Yuan suddenly said, there's a situation, don't move, let me deal with it. At the next moment he activated a killer move, his body shined with white light as he quickly covered the three immortals. After a few breaths of time, heaven and earth shook, countless birds and beasts flew around in the forest, loud noises could be heard from afar, filling the world. The three immortals raised their heads and saw that the sky was dyed jade green, an extremely grand immortal Gu house was flying in the sky, covering the sun and sky. It seemed slow but was actually extremely fast. This immortal Gu house was so huge, it was definitely the #1 immortal Gu house in the world. And its rank 8 aura surged like the sea, intimidating all living beings. Inside the immortal Gu house, there was a commotion, it was filled with vitality. This is Divine Emperor City? Wuxia was shocked. Divine Emperor City was created from the combination of Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City. Isn't it the largest gathering point of Central Continent's surface human vein? It can actually be moved? Old Man Yuan was shocked. Fairy Myrtle pondered. This house was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, there must be a reason for it to move. Strange, why did Qin Dingling not move this house to Celestial Court during the battle earlier? So that's it. Old Man Yuan used human path methods to investigate and found some clues. Too strong, this immortal Gu house is too strong. Old Man Yuan's body shook, he was shocked by his discovery. This immortal goo house contains countless people. It is filled with the profundities of human path. It can actually move the human vein gathering point and move it anywhere. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's plan is too huge. He had planned for too long, he only revealed it now. Divine Emperor City can gather the strength of countless people in the city, be they goo immortals, goo masters or mortals, they can all be used at will. In the current world, it is probably the #1 immortal goo house. Old man Yuan praised, sighing deeply. So that's it. It is a pity that Genesis Lotus' plan was slightly off. This Divine Emperor City did not make it to the Fate War. Wuxia said. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. How can a Venerable's plan fail so easily? There is a deep story behind this, don't judge it rashly. The three immortals stopped and hid in the forest. They held their breaths and waited until Divine Emperor City flew over their heads and entered Earth Abyss before they let out sighs of relief. Let's go. Fairy Myrtle was about to set off. But old man Yuan stopped on the spot and shook his head with a bitter smile. I cannot follow master anymore. Wuxia was curious. What's wrong? Old man Yuan sighed. That Divine Emperor City has already become the center of the world's human path. I cultivate human path and am restricted by it. Earlier it might have sensed me, but it might have an important mission and did not pay attention to me. To be safe, it is better to part ways with Master and Lady Ziwei first. Wuxia's expression was grim. He had suffered another blow. Before the pursuit battle in Celestial Court, Shadow Sect was filled with talents and was flourishing. But now only he and Fairy Myrtle were left. It was truly tragic. Chapter 2081. Divine Emperor City was filled with commotion and clamor. The hundreds of thousands of residents living in the city were all looking at the sky at this moment. Divine Emperor City's sky was completely covered by a dark green profound light. Not only that, but the city gates in all directions were also tightly shut and guarded by layers upon layers of soldiers. What in the world is going on? You don't know? There was a notice at the city gates saying that the city gates would be closed for a period of time. There will be a phenomenon during this period, don't panic. I heard of this notice too, but I did not expect it to be such a grand phenomenon. The residents in the city discussed with calm expressions. There was no large-scale chaos. Northern City District. Where did Hong Yi go? Chao Yu sighed as he walked out of the dark alley. Xiaolan was accompanying him. The two were disciples of Universal Life Academy. After Hong Yi disappeared, they were ordered to search for him. Regretfully, they had been in Divine Emperor City for 2 to 3 months, but there was no progress. Xiaolan frowned. These days we have searched almost the entire Divine Emperor City. We have contacted more than 10 intelligence goo masters, but there is no news of Hong Yi. The situation is probably the worst. Chao Yu stared with wide-opened eyes. You are saying Hong Yi entered the painting world? How is this possible? Xiaolan quickly looked around and said in a low voice, Lower your voice, such secret news has been spreading in the city recently. The painting world was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It can take in the residents of the city and return safely after a period of time. Especially recently, many goo masters have come to Divine Emperor City to try their luck at the immortal opportunity after hearing this news. Chao Yu was at a loss. If Hong Yi is really in the painting world, how are we going to find him? Xiaolan was silent for a while before sighing. If that is the case, we can only wait. Eastern City District. Master, please take care. A female goo master sent him off respectfully. Most of the surrounding people were staring at the phenomenon in the sky. Only a small portion of them saw this scene and were stunned. The female goo master was a famous refinement path master. She was ranked top 100 in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, but she was actually so polite to an unfamiliar goo master. And this unfamiliar goo master was wearing a long robe and a straw hat. His face was hidden in the shadows. The unfamiliar goo master acted cautiously, maintaining his silence and quickly disappearing into the alley. What the hell is going on? Such a phenomenon? It must be the work of a goo immortal. The unfamiliar goo master raised his head slightly in the deserted alley, looking at the strange scene in the sky. Sigh, I did not expect to encounter such trouble when I came to the city to exchange for goo materials. Hopefully my identity won't be exposed. To be on the safe side, I'll choose a remote inn for the next few days and stay there until the city gates open. The unfamiliar goo master was filled with worry. He was Ben Duo E. Under goo immortal Yu Mu Chun's guidance, he had grasped the natural goo refinement method. He cultivated day and night and improved greatly, but the cost of cultivating refinement path was very high. He was alone and had to sell the goo he refined frequently in exchange for cultivation resources. He was a hairy man, he was only using a goo worm to conceal his true appearance. In this human settlement he had to be as cautious as he could be. There were all sorts of people in Divine Emperor City, there was no lack of rank 6 goo immortals among them. But no one could have expected that Divine Emperor City was wrapped in profound green light. Not only did it leave its original location, it even flew towards Ancient Soul Sect and descended into Earth Abyss, fighting against Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal Killer Move, Single Breath Cloud Explosion. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's killer move landed on Divine Emperor City, but it only caused ripples on the surface of the profound green light. This is probably the #1 immortal goo house in the current world. Even someone like Demon Immortal Chi-Ju felt dejected at this moment. With his current battle strength, he could not shake Divine Emperor City. So Qin Ding Ling's trump card was this Divine Emperor City. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan had a grim expression. Calamity Luck Altar was left behind by Giant Sun Immortal, while Divine Emperor City was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. In the battle between the two, Divine Emperor City won against Calamity Luck Altar, and the gap was huge. Calamity Luck Altar itself was not huge compared to Divine Emperor City, it was even smaller. The largest immortal goo house in history, Divine Emperor City, was like a huge and thick jade cloud. It had the power to cover heaven and earth, blocking Demon Immortal Chi-Ju and Calamity Luck Altar's escape route. And at the back, Qin Ding Ling was leading the Celestial Court Goo Immortals. Demon Judgment Board was at the front of several immortal goo houses. It was the vanguard. During the intense battle, Divine Emperor City suddenly became noisy, before profound green light surged and formed a huge whirlpool. Spiraling green winds blew out of the whirlpool, enveloping Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's expression changed, he could only barely maintain the damaged Shi-Land. But Shi-Land could not block this move. At the next moment, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was sucked into Divine Emperor City. Divine Emperor City suppressed Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan and the rest were shocked. Even though Demon Immortal Chi-Ju only had a damaged Shi-Land, he had pseudo-venerable battle strength. But to think that after he was devoured, there was no commotion in the city. Divine Emperor City's power deeply shook the hearts of Longevity Heaven's immortals. No wonder Qin Ding Ling was so persistent and had such a huge appetite. This is urgent. Bing Sai Chuan exclaimed, he no longer hesitated, activating Calamity Luck Altar's strongest method. Calamity Luck Altar let out golden light that filled the sky. A damaged path was formed in the golden light, it extended far into the sky, passing through the ground without damaging a single rock. Longevity Heaven, where are you going? Qin Ding Ling knew that this was the crucial moment. She decisively interfered with Calamity Luck Altar. She cultivated Luck Path, her life's goal was to deal with Giant Sun Immortal, and she was once Giant Sun's immortal concubine. She had a deep understanding of Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was disrupted by Qin Ding Ling, the newly formed golden path started to shake, it could not be stabilized. At this time, a huge whirlpool started to form in Divine Emperor City's profound green light again. Are we going to be captured by Celestial Court as well? Heilolan's heart sank to rock bottom, she had a bad feeling about this. At the crucial moment, 5 Elements Grandmaster hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Let me hold them back, you guys leave. No, little fellow, you cultivate Formation Path, you will be very useful in the future. Grandpa Mao is the most suitable. Mao Li Chiu pushed 5 Elements Grandmaster away. Grandpa Mao. 5 Elements Grandmaster was stunned. Mao Li Chiu's position in Longevity Heaven was much higher than his. He originally thought that sacrificing him was the most reasonable arrangement in this situation. He did not expect Mao Li Chiu to stop him. One had to know the Celestial Court would definitely not be lenient in this situation. Mao Li Chiu would probably die if he left. Bing Sai Chuan looked deeply at Mao Li Chiu. Mao Li Chiu said casually, Bing Sai Chuan, I will leave Longevity Heaven to you. Don't embarrass me, you must escape. Don't disappoint Master, otherwise I will curse you even after I become a ghost. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. So much nonsense. Even if you die, you have to die beautifully. He had fought side by side with Mao Li Chiu many times, even though the two were not courteous, they had deep feelings for each other. It was just that Northern Plains men only knew how to use tough words to express themselves. Mao Li Chiu laughed loudly, don't worry, I am the best at this. Bing Sai Chuan quickly opened the Immortal Goo House and closed it. At the crucial moment, Mao Li Chiu had already charged out. Come, punks of the Celestial Court. Mao Li Chiu charged forward bravely. At once, even Demon Judgment Board was sent flying by Mao Li Chiu. Mao Li Chiu fought so crazily, it was soon bathed in blood and had many fractures. Its laughter became louder and louder, its aura continued to rise. Divine Emperor City sent out spiraling green winds towards Calamity Luck Altar again. Mao Li Chiu clicked its tongue and flew up, using its body to block the spiraling green winds. At the next moment, like Demon Immortal Chi-Ju, it was locked by the green winds and sucked into the profound green light. Taking advantage of this crucial moment, Calamity Luck Altar turned into a stream of light and followed the golden path, quickly leaving the battlefield. Divine Bean Palace Painting World. Boom. Boom. Two loud roars resounded throughout the world of the mural. The gap between them was not long. What's going on? Fairy Baixia and the rest were bewildered. They were cultivating diligently in the painting world. They did not know what was happening in Divine Emperor City. Something big happened. Fang Dichang. Shen Shang had an excited expression as he arrived in front of Fang Dichang. Fang Dichang hid in a corner, his clothes were tattered and dirty, he had a bamboo cane in his hand and a broken bowl in front of him. He looked up at Shen Shang and begged, "Master, please give me something to eat, I have been starving for 3 days and 3 nights. Meanwhile, he secretly sent a voice transmission. "Brother Shen, what exactly happened?" Shen Shang replied secretly, "I am not sure about the specific situation. But at the edge of the painting world, 2 new paintings appeared. In one painting, chi currents were moving and wind was howling. In the other painting world, there were beast roars, it was mysterious and unfathomable." Fang Dichang heard this and his eyes shined with bright light, his interest surged. He was schemed against by Genesis Lotus Will and only managed to escape with a portion of his will. With Shen Shang's secret help, the situation improved. Fang Dichang did not know what was happening outside the painting world. But this was the first time such a situation had occurred in the painting world. Maybe he could find out the deeper secrets of the painting world? Several days later. In a certain corner of southern border. The fog in the valley dissipated and 2 people walked out. One was handsome, he had a dragon horn on his forehead and intimidating dragon eyes, he was rank 8 enslavement path Gu Immortal Wu Shuai. The other had deep eyes, he had black hair and white skin, he was Guyue Fang Yuan. "We have finally refined over 3,000 heaven path Dao marks, what do we do next?" Wu Shuai asked, "Are we going to meet Lu Weiyin first?" Fang Yuan stared at his palm with a complex expression. He was a little dazed, a little curious, and a little excited. Chapter 2082. Divine Emperor City Painting World. 3 yellow leopards suddenly charged out of the dense weeds. 1 male and 2 female leopards, they growled at Yi Fan who was at the center, their sharp teeth were still covered in blood and flesh, they looked very fierce. Yi Fan was surrounded, his heart shook. These 3 leopards have strong concealment abilities, I only found out about them when they attacked. As for their battle strength, I will have to fight them to know. Thinking of this, Yi Fan threw out several goo worms. Bam bam bam. White smoke rose into the air before dissipating. 3 valiant rangers appeared beside Yi Fan with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. They were human path goo worms, Ranger Goo. Go. Yi Fan gave the order, and the 3 rangers immediately moved out, each charging at a yellow leopard. Man and beast fought. After more than 10 rounds, the rangers won 2 and lost 1. Yi Fan nodded, making an evaluation. Ranger Goo is rank 3, it is specialized in moving and fighting. These 3 leopards are also very agile, they have rank 3 strength. Ever since the Refinement Path Convention, Yi Fan had been cultivating in the painting world. Not only did he have rank 5 Hero Goo and rank 3 Ranger Goo, he also had killer moves, chivalrous liver, righteous courage and other cultivation methods. He had made huge progress. Even so, he was frowning slightly now. I have just entered this roaring beast painting world, the outermost ones already have rank 3 strength, it seems that this painting is of a high grade. I wonder what progress Hongyi has made, time is up, I should go back and meet up with him. Yi Fan was only here to investigate some things. He was in charge of roaring beast painting world, while Hongyi went to investigate Qi howling painting world. Yi Fan returned and met Hongyi on the way. The 2 were heroes, they had already become sworn brothers. In the cultivation life of the painting world, the 2 relied on each other and competed with each other, their brotherly relationship became deeper. After knowing each other's situation, the 2 brothers conversed as they walked. It seems that there is a lot of trouble this time. Why did 2 paintings suddenly appear? Don't tell me the painting world can continue to grow? Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's methods are truly unfathomable. With just the 2 of us we cannot explore these 2 new worlds. The best way is to rely on the residents of the painting world and borrow their strength. That makes sense. The city gate was guarded by soldiers. People continued to flow out of the city while a small portion of people returned. The two new paintings had a huge impact on the painting world. The space of the mural world was limited, but these two new paintings were vast, attracting the attention of the entire city. Therefore, a large wave of exploration was set off. Yi Fan and Hong Yi mixed in the crowd and returned to the city. They were inconspicuous. Yi Fan and Hong Yi mixed in the crowd and returned to the city inconspicuously. Shen Shang sat on the second floor of the tea house at the city gate, observing Yi and Hong without leaving a trace while transmitting his voice to Fang Dichang. Look at the two of them. They've made extraordinary progress recently. These two people's auras were dense and extraordinary. They would definitely accomplish great things in the future. Brother Fang Di, if you return to your main body one day, you can ask about these two, maybe you can make use of them. Fang Dichang sat on the ground, still looking like a beggar. He secretly replied, "In the painting world, there is not much difference between immortals and mortals." Fang Dichang sat on the ground, still looking like a beggar. He secretly replied, "In the painting world, the difference between immortal and mortal is not big." Their exploration time this time was very short. Calculating their journey, they probably only explored the periphery of two murals. From this, we can deduce that these two painting worlds are of extremely high standards. Even Yi Fan and Hong Yi do not want to enter too much. Shen Shang chuckled. Brother Fang is indeed worthy of being the wisdom immortal of Fang clan. You can see the general trend from just a small clue. Yi Fan and Hong Yi want to borrow external strength. We might as well save some effort this time. Look, the 10 children of human path are here. Actually, there was no need for Shen Shang's reminder. There was already a commotion on the other side of the street. With Xiao Qi Xing in the lead, Fairy Bai Xia, Sun Yuan Hua, Sun Yao, Ing Xing Ji, Chen Dejiang, and the others appeared together, causing a commotion. Passers-by looked around and praised these 10 people. Fang Dichang's gaze focused slightly. Xiao Qi Xing and the others were Shen Shang's 10 children of human path. Shen Shang had already commented that these 10 people were full of human qi. Even though they were inferior to Hong Yi and Yi Fan, they were far superior and would definitely shine in the future. This was only natural. These 10 people were chosen by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. They were Gu immortal seeds specially nurtured by the Celestial Court. They were people who were strongly supported to develop into human path Gu immortals. Even a pig could obtain the support of the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Their future achievements would not be low. The 10 children of human path started to display their talents in the battle of exterminating Fang Dichang. During this period of time, they showed off their abilities and improved rapidly, becoming famous people in the painting worlds. They obtained the recognition of the city's higher-ups and were almost entrusted with important tasks. Now that the painting worlds were shaken and 2 new paintings were added, the 10 children of human path received orders and became the main force in exploring them. Besides the culprit Genesis Lotus Will, the ones who destroyed my soul are these 10 people. Don't let me get any chance, otherwise I won't mind if some of you die. Fang Dichang snorted coldly in his heart. Even though he was only left with a will, his strength had recovered a lot and was no longer the same as before. This was all thanks to the mystical path of human path. Fang Dichang had been cultivating in seclusion for a long time. He had a deep understanding of human path. The most prominent characteristic of human path was that Gu worms could transform into humans. For example, Hong Yi's scholar Gu could transform into a scholar. Yi Fan's hero Gu could transform into a hero. These scholar and hero type Gu worms had the intelligence of a normal person after transforming into humans, but their temperament, ideals, and behavior would be different depending on the type. The most crucial point was that these Gu worms could transform into humans and use other Gu worms. Moreover, the proficiency in using them depended entirely on the Gu cultivator themselves. This was very terrifying. After transforming a Gu worm into a human, a bunch of Gu worms could use it and instantly create a Gu cultivator. Mortal Gu worms could transform into humans and use other Gu worms to become Gu masters. Immortal Gu worms could transform into humans and become Gu immortals. This made Fang Dichang think of his main body's sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Sovereign immortal fetus Gu's effect and power were naturally not something these human path Gu worms could compare to, but there were huge similarities between the two. The crowd surrounded the 10 children of human path and set off from the city gate. This would be the largest wave of exploration. Quietly looking at this scene, Fang Dichang hid in a secluded corner and waved his hand, "Men!" Immediately, a few beggars rushed to him from their respective corners. Their attitudes were incomparably respectful as they said in unison, "Chief, what orders do you have for us?" "Go and gather some gang brothers, follow the crowd and gather information," Fang Dichang instructed. Currently, although he was formed from a beggar gu, he was already a rank 5 bag beggar. Not only that, he had also borrowed Xinshang's strength to purchase a large number of beggar gu and used the sect token gu to activate the killer move, creating beggar gang. Right now, more than half of the beggars in the city were already under his command. Immortal killer move, myriad thought sword waterfall. Rumble. With a loud sound, a waterfall appeared. The silver-white waterfall had a grand aura as it fell from the sky and smashed into the hill. Every drop of water in the waterfall was a thought, they had the appearance of a sword. In just a few breaths of time, the hill was flattened. Fang Yuan retracted the killer move, the hill vanished completely and a shallow pool appeared in its original location. The water was filled with flowing small sword thoughts. As expected, the killer move's power has increased by several times, and it is even smoother. Fang Yuan carefully experienced the use of the Heaven Path Dao marks. After quelling the myriad tribulation, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to keep the appointment. He found a place to rest and reorganize in secret. The reason why he used Myriad Year Sword Waterfall was because it was not an ordinary killer move. Killer moves were mainly of a single path, even if goo worms of other paths were mixed in, they were only supplementary. For example, Rule Path's 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi, or Time Path's Time Cutting Edge. And some killer moves were special, they were compound killer moves that were based on 2 or more paths. For example, this Myriad Year Sword Waterfall move was the fusion of Wisdom Path and Sword Path. Fang Yuan had many such killer moves. There were Myriad Dragon, Yama, Great Thief Ghost Hand, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, Jade Flow Pearl, and so on. More accurately speaking, Myriad Dragon was a compound killer move of Enslavement Path and Transformation Path, Great Thief Ghost Hand was a compound of Soul Path and Theft Path, and Jade Flow Pearl was a compound of Refinement Path and Space Path. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was even more complex. It was created by fusing Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Myriad Self, Yama Sun, Yama Emperor, and Familiar Face. Every time he used Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, it would expend 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks on Fang Yuan. This compound killer move was much stronger than a single path killer move. The enemy would need to consider 2 or more paths to deal with it, it was harder to defend against. Normally, Gu immortals who cultivated multiple paths would use it. For example, Qin Baisheng cultivated both Soul Path and Metal Path, he had a move called Burning Soul Supreme Gold, it was a compound killer move of Soul Path and Metal Path. All Gu immortals who cultivated multiple paths would have such killer moves. Celestial Court's Thunder Ghost True Monarch had one because she cultivated both Lightning Path and Soul Path. Duke Long naturally had one as well. Because of conflicting Dao marks, Gu immortals who cultivated multiple paths were extremely rare, compound killer moves were also very rare in the Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan cultivated many paths because of the sovereign immortal body, he accumulated many compound killer moves. Even so, these compound killer moves could not be used in top-tier battles. This was because even though Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body did not have conflicting Dao marks, the compound killer moves that he used would have a large amount of internal friction because of the conflicting Dao marks. But the existence of Heaven Path Dao marks helped me greatly improve this. Fang Yuan acutely sensed this, he had already verified his conjecture. Right now, when he used a compound killer move like Myriad Ghost Sword Waterfall, because the internal friction was greatly reduced, the killer move's power increased by several times. According to my deductions, if I use Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon now, the expenditure of 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks will definitely be reduced by a lot. Because the internal friction is reduced, I do not need to expend so many Soul Path Dao marks to balance out the strength of the various paths. Over 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks are not enough to eliminate this internal friction. But what about more? In the future, will I be able to use the help of Heaven Path Dao marks to create killer moves that cover all paths? At this point, other than a few killer moves of a single path, Fang Yuan no longer cared about them. Chapter 2083. Fang Yuan held an information path Gu worm in his hand. The Gu worm recorded the battle report of the pursuit earlier. The content was, Celestial Court 1, Spectral Soul died, Fang Yuan escaped, Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Mao Li Chiu were suppressed, Old Man Jing Yuan was captured, Shadow Sect Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia escaped, Qi Si Ancestor by Ning Bing Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin went missing, they were most likely dead. It seems that in the current world, even if there is no immortal Gu house ranking list, Divine Emperor City is the #1 immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan sighed. In the 500 years of his previous life, During the Five Regions Chaotic War, Information Path grade experts had created many ranking lists together. Every ranking had intense competition. The Immortal Gu House ranking list was the same. But in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Divine Emperor City had never appeared. Fang Yuan's rebirth brought about all sorts of changes. Even before the Immortal Gu House ranking list appeared, Divine Emperor City was already at the top. In this case, even if there is an Immortal Gu House ranking list in the future, Divine Emperor City's #1 position will not change. Fang Yuan estimated. Fang Yuan did not find it strange that Divine Emperor City could suppress Mao Li Qiu and Demon Immortal Qiju. Divine Emperor City was created by Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City. Even though it did not have rank 9 Immortal Gu and was not a rank 9 Immortal Gu House, it had painting worlds inside. This was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's peaceful and contented lifestyle. It was a human path killer move with painting path effects that formed the painting of all living beings. Evidently it was a rank 9 level killer move, a venerable method. Against venerable methods, Duke Long had lost and Di Zongxing had knelt before. Even if Demon Immortal Qiju was not heavily injured in Shiland, he was only a pseudo-venerable, while Mao Li Qiu was still far from it. My myriad-year flying warship and Dragon Palace have been destroyed. Even if they still exist, they are only at the peak of rank 8. But Divine Emperor City can be considered half a rank 9 Immortal Gu House. If 88-point Jinyang Tower was not destroyed back then, we could compete with it for the #1 position. Back then, the 88-point Jinyang Tower was jointly refined by Long-Hair Ancestor and Giant Sun Immortal. It could split into countless small towers and collect wild goo worms. After merging into one, the main building would be formed, and it could even help Imperial Court Blessed Land resolve disasters. Giant Sun Immortal had passed away, but he had left behind 88-point Jinyang Tower, allowing Giant Sun to control the whole of Northern Plains even after his death. Northern Plains had held countless Imperial Court contests. The Huang Jin bloodline had established a supreme position in both the mortal and immortal worlds of Northern Plains, and the 88-point Jinyang Tower was the main reason for this. And now, the Divine Emperor City was Central Continent's largest gathering point of human connections. It was Central Continent's largest storage and training ground, a holy land of humanity. In terms of structure, it was comparable to the 88-point Jinyang Tower. Even Fang Yuan was wary of such an Immortal Gu House. As for why the Celestial Court wanted to announce this battle to the world, Fang Yuan could completely understand. The Celestial Court needed to raise their morale. Ever since the defeat in the Fate War, Fang Yuan destroyed Fate Gu in front of the world. The Celestial Court seemed to have lost its backbone, it lost its spiritual banner and was even trampled by Fang Yuan. This result had a huge impact. The whole of Central Continent was shrouded in a dark shadow. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals were furious, but they also felt fear deep in their hearts. Meanwhile, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had low morale, they were listless. Central Continent was a place of war. This situation was truly dangerous. Once they were seen as weak and easily bullied, when the 5 regions chaotic war started, they would be attacked by all 4 regions. By then, no matter how strong Central Continent was, it would be like a tiger or leopard, it would be devoured by a pack of wolves. On one hand, it could stabilize the internal situation, on the other hand, it could intimidate the external situation. Qin Dingling had to do this. Concealing the results of the battle might give her a tactical advantage. But Qin Dingling was the leader of the Celestial Court, she had to look at the world. Thus, she chose to give up on the tactical advantage. She was willing to salvage the situation based on the overall situation. The Celestial Court has many talents. Even after losing a great expert like Fairy Myrtle, Qin Dingling is still able to stabilize the situation. The foundation of the Celestial Court is solid, it is not an exaggeration. Fang Yuan sighed. He approved of Qin Dingling's decision. If it were Fang Yuan, he would do the same. At their level, the 5 regions and 2 heavens were like a chessboard. When they competed with each other, without a grand scheme and vision, even if they could show off their might for a while, they would eventually lose miserably. Looking back at this pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Zhang Xian's expression changed. Undeniably, the biggest loser was the Shadow Sect. Spectral Soul, who had pseudo-venerable battle strength, died. Shadow Sect's Gu immortals either died, went missing, escaped, or were captured. Next was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's losses were severe. Right now, the entire sovereign immortal aperture was in a terrible state. Mini southern border, which had the most vitality, had turned into barren mountains and ruins. Only a few resource points were left. The other mini 4 regions and the mini 9 heavens were not in a good state either. Even though many variant humans and humans were protected by Fang Yuan, they suffered great losses. After the combat Beast King blocked the myriad tribulation, he was still unconscious, he had not woken up yet. The losses of Immortal Gu were the greatest in Fang Yuan's life. Firstly, 2 rank 8 Immortal Gu houses were lost. Dragon Palace's core Immortal Gu Dream Token and myriad Year Flying Warship's Year's Flow like water were preserved. They were both damaged and needed to recuperate. Most of the other Immortal Gu were destroyed in the battle, including Precaution Gu and Fight Gu. He also lost many Earth Path Gu worms. Even though Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was still around, the power of Spectral Soul self-detonation was terrifying. Just to block this attack, Fang Yuan lost 7 Earth Path Immortal Gu and countless Earth Path Mortal Gu. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was severely weakened as a result. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had gone through the Fate War, the Myriad Tribulation and Fang Yuan's Pursuit Battle. His rank 8 Immortal Essence was almost used up. It could be said that he had used up almost all of his hard work before the Fate War. The 12 Zodiac battle formation had just improved, but after the battle with Spectral Soul, it had to be replenished again. There was only a trace of Reverse Flow River left, it could not be used properly. Unlimited Qi Ci's power had fallen to rock bottom, it was no longer a trump card. And from Spectral Soul's body, Fang Yuan did not obtain any battle spoils. Spectral Soul's self-detonation caused everything to disappear. Undeniably, Spectral Soul was extremely troublesome. Even in death he did not leave any loot for Fang Yuan. After the pursuit battle, Fang Yuan's greatest gain was that he survived. He had over 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks and the Qi Ci clone. But these were not what he had originally, they were his gains from the Fate War, or from plotting against the Celestial Court. They had nothing to do with Spectral Soul at all. Even though Spectral Soul died in battle, Fang Yuan felt terrible. Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan were losers, Longevity Heaven was the same. They lost a legendary immemorial expert like Mao Li Chiu, they had no gains. It was just that compared to Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan, their losses were much lower. After that, it was Demon Immortal Qiju who lost more than he won. Demon Immortal Qiju extorted many inheritances from Spectral Soul and Fang Yuan, there was no lack of venerable true inheritances. But his Shi land suffered heavy losses, he lost his freedom and was imprisoned by Divine Emperor City. Thus, the greatest victor of this battle was Celestial Court. Spectral Soul was destroyed, Fang Yuan escaped, they suffered heavy losses. Next, Celestial Court defeated Longevity Heaven, Calamity Luck Altar escaped Central Continent in a panic. Divine Bean Palace suppressed Demon Immortal Qiju and Mao Li Chiu, Qin Ding Ling and the rest captured Old Man Jing Yuan, and put out arrest warrants for Fairy Myrtle and Ing Wuxia. Qi Ci Ancestor by Ning Bing White Rabbit and Miao Yin died in battle. This kind of battle result was really not small. It was a huge boost to the morale of the whole of Central Continent. Celestial Court's battle report spread all over the world. Not only was Fang Yuan analyzing the results, all the Gu immortals in the world were analyzing the situation. Among them, one person was the happiest. Amazing, amazing. At the main seat of the hall, this Gu immortal held the battle report as he praised. Joy appeared in his eyes. He was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He had thin eyebrows and long eyes, he had a strong physique and a domineering aura that was 30% ruthless and 30% domineering. He was Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder, rank 8 Wind Path Gu Immortal, a formidable character of the present era, Wu Yong. Sitting at the first seat on the left was Wu Clan's second Supreme Elder, Wu Bachong. He did not have outstanding battle strength in Wu Clan, but he had the most experience, he was a steady person and dared to take on responsibilities. Back when Wu Clan was facing difficulties from the alliance of various forces, he stood up and stabilized the situation. He was an important member of Wu Clan. Wu Bachong respectfully asked Wu Yong, "What is so amazing about it? Please enlighten me, Lord." Wu Yong put down the information path Gu worm in his hand, his gaze was bright as he said, "In the 5 regions and 2 heavens the strong are revered. The so-called major forces of the world are merely the fights between the strongest experts at the peak. Only when the strong are in a stalemate can the weak and super forces have a chance to shine. If a venerable is born, he will be invincible, he will dominate the world, everyone will bow down to him. Right now, the major forces of the world are in the hands of 4 people. One is Spectral Soul, the second is Guyue and Fang Yuan, the third is Demon Immortal Qiju, and the fourth is Qi Ci Ancestor. Other than them, super forces like Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven have immortal Gu houses like Calamity Luck Altar and Divine Emperor City. They can participate in the battle and influence the overall situation. Wu Bachong heard this and felt puzzled, asking, Divine Emperor City is now publicly recognized as the #1 immortal Gu house. It can suppress demon immortal Chi-Ju. Calamity Luck Altar is only slightly inferior, but it is also an extremely powerful immortal Gu house that shone brilliantly during the Fate War. Lord, why do you rank Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven below those four? Wu Yong smiled, replying calmly, these two immortal Gu houses are strong indeed, but they can only be strong for a short period of time. The greatest flaw of immortal Gu houses is that their methods are fixed and singular. Once they are understood, they can be targeted. But immortal Gu houses are hard to modify, they are not as flexible as pseudo-venerables, they can adjust quickly. Divine Emperor City is very strong, it can suppress pseudo-venerable demon immortal Chi-Ju. But when its methods are understood, its deterrence will fall by a level. Celestial Court lacks pseudo-venerables, that is their greatest weakness. If not for Qi-Si ancestor standing on Celestial Court's side, Qin Dingling would not have such an outcome. So that's it. Wu Bachong realized, I understand Lord's joy now. In this pursuit battle, Spectral Soul died, Fang Yuan escaped in a sorry state, Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was suppressed, and Qi-Si ancestor went missing. The chances of him dying are very high. The four pseudo-venerables that decide the overall situation of the world are in an intense battle of attrition. It is a good opportunity for us to develop. Wu Yong nodded, it is good that such experts are all dead. The most regretful thing is that Fang Yuan escaped. Sigh, this demon is unfathomable, he cannot be evaluated with common sense. Maybe when he reappears, he will be even stronger than before. Speaking of Fang Yuan, Wu Yong had a solemn expression. Wu Bachong was also very worried. Fang Yuan had deep conflicts with Wu clan. Now that Spectral Soul was dead, Fang Yuan was definitely the #1 demon in the world. If he was given time to recover and deal with Wu clan, it would be a terrifying calamity that could cause heaven and earth to collapse. Wu Yong continued, we can't interfere with the pseudo-immortal venerables. So, we need to use this chance to develop and strengthen ourselves in the future. When Fang Yuan comes to find trouble with us, we will at least have the strength to fight back. If this situation does not happen in the future, the 5 regions chaotic war will definitely be the trend. Central Continent and Northern Plains are guarded by Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. They have been operating for countless years, they are impenetrable, let's not talk about them for now. As for the remaining 3 regions, Southern Border, Western Desert and Eastern Sea, they are in a state of disunity. The tides of the new era have already risen. Wu clan is taking this opportunity to rise. Western Desert is filled with sand and oases, it is easy to defend and hard to attack. Meanwhile, Eastern Sea is rich in resources, it has never had a venerable, its people are the most gentle. We should first unite Southern Border's Gu immortal world, then take over Eastern Sea followed by Western Desert. We will use the resources of the 3 regions to pass tribulation and become a pseudo-venerable, then nurture rank 8 Gu immortals and construct a top-tier immortal Gu house. Finally, we will attack Central Continent and Northern Plains. Lord. This was the first time Wu Bachong had heard of this. He could not help but stare with wide eyes. He was shocked and excited by Wu Yong's plan, but also felt uneasy. This was the ambition to conquer the world. Could Wu clan be brought to the peak by Wu Yong? Or would it be destroyed by the tides of the new era? Wind Path has never had a venerable. If possible, I might be able to fill this gap. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Wu Yong did not say this out loud, he only thought about it in his mind. He sat on the main seat, his gaze seemed to pierce through the hall, looking at the sky. At the next moment, Wu Bachong heard Wu Yong reciting leisurely. Eternal life is ethereal, I do not seek it, I am ashamed to live a long life without achievements. Regional walls vanish, chaotic times arise, once fate is gone, freedom reigns. Eagles soar in the sky, whales dominate the sea. Without trying, how can we know the difference? How can mortals understand me? I will not give up until the end. Chapter 2084. Wu Bachong quickly get up. In Wu clan's main hall, Wu Yong laughed loudly. Wu Bachong instantly felt an invisible gust of wind that gently and tenaciously lifted him up. With your help, I have no worries. Wu Yong had a gratified expression. I am ashamed. Wu Bachong lowered his head and cupped his fists. This subordinate's cultivation level is insufficient, I have failed Lord's expectations. But from now on, as long as Lord gives the order, this subordinate will do my utmost to serve you. Wu Bachong was not putting on a show, he was willing to submit. Wu Yong was a true leader. When he first took the position, he got rid of the spies planted in Wu clan. Even though Fang Yuan pretended to be Wu Yi Hai and used Wu clan to steal dream realms, Wu Yong turned the tide and quickly regained all of Wu clan's lost territories. During the Battle of Southern Border's Dream Realm, Wu Yong and the Celestial Court reached an agreement, returning the immortal Gu of the super clans. His reputation was unparalleled. Next, he led the Southern Border Immortals to surround and kill Fang Yuan, forcing Fang Yuan to flee to Western Desert from Southern Border. During the Battle of 5 Regional Mountain Range, he suffered a slight setback due to Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin's schemes. But after that, Lu Weiyin could not compete with him. Wu Yong became the leader of the Southern Alliance in the end. During the Fate War, Wu Yong led the elites of the Southern Alliance and took the initiative to attack, disregarding Fairy Myrtle's threat. During this battle, Wu Yong led the Immortals to attack the unceasing chain formation. He used unlimited wind killer move and expended his wind path Dao marks. Be it his heroism in battle or his contributions, they were deeply engraved in the hearts of Southern Border's Gu Immortals. After the Fate War, Wu Yong returned to his clan to rest and reorganize. He modified his killer moves and even modified Immortal Gu House Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. At the same time he was in charge of Wu clan's political affairs. He made sure that Wu clan was in good order and flourished. Whether it was self-cultivation, personal talent, battle prowess, or leadership, Wu Yong was a rare hero that Wu Bachong had never seen before. Even his mother Wu Duxiu was beneath Wu Yong in the hearts of Wu Bachong and many other Southern Border Gu Immortals. I'm getting old and this is all I can do for my life. It is my good fortune to be able to follow a person like Wu Yong. I'm really looking forward to seeing how far the Wu clan can go under his leadership. These were Wu Bachong's thoughts. Swoosh. With a soft sound, an information path Immortal Gu flew into the hall from outside. The information path Immortal Gu landed in Wu Yong's hands. Wu Yong's divine sense probed and instantly understood the contents. Wu Bachong saw this and guessed, using information path Immortal Gu to transmit information, it must be an important matter. Is it good news or bad news? Then he smiled at Wu Yong. This is double happiness. Take a look. Wu Yong said as he handed the information path Immortal Gu to Wu Bachong. Wu Bachong received the information path Immortal Gu and looked at it carefully, realizing that Wu Yong had set up a trap and successfully lured the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts into the formation. Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts, it really is the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts. Wu Bachong was excited. The Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts was a famous demonic path organization in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. It had 7 members. Every generation of the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts would cause great trouble and losses to Southern Border's righteous path. The Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts were arrogant and had violated Wu clan's benefits many times. At the same time, Wu clan, as the leader of Southern Border's righteous path, naturally had to step forward. Thus, Wu clan and the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts clashed. Every generation of Wu clan's first supreme elder worked hard to exterminate the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts. Generations of the Fierce Gorge's 7 Ghosts had always been dealing with the Wu clan. Whenever the behemoth, the Wu clan, was weak, they would be like vicious dogs hiding in the dark, suddenly pouncing out, biting off a piece of the Wu clan's flesh, and then quickly escaping. Wu clan was a super force. It was the #1 force in Southern Border almost all year round. But the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts were not simple either. There was a lot of evidence that their inheritance came from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. As long as one of the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts survived in every generation, it meant that the inheritance would continue. If the survivor was given some time, another 6 demonic path Gu Immortals would appear around him or her. After generations of life and death struggles, Wu clan and the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts became irreconcilable enemies. Wu clan became the strongest enemy of every generation of the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts. While the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts became a sore point in Wu clan, they could not get rid of it. Every new member of the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts was to take revenge on Wu clan. Wu Duxiu had 3 regrets in her last words. The first was the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts. In Wu Duxiu's life, she had commanded from behind the scenes and even personally killed more than 10 members of the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts, but she had never had the chance to kill them all. As long as one of the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts survived and hid for a period of time, they would be full again. But now, according to the information path Immortal Gu, the Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts had actually fallen into Wu Yong's trap. It was no wonder that Wu Bachong was so excited. Wu Yong put away the information path Immortal Gu and walked towards the door while instructing. The Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts are a threat that our Wu clan must get rid of. If we ignore them, they will definitely make a mistake in the future and drag our clan down. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, I will personally take action this time. Wu Bachong followed closely behind, requesting to fight. If they could kill the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts in this battle, it would have a huge significance to Wu clan. But Wu Yong rejected him. I am going to take away clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. It is like a lion using its full strength to capture a rabbit. Wu clan's headquarters still need you to guard it. Yes. Wu Bachong had no choice but to accept the order. Under his expectant and respectful gaze, Wu Yong's figure soared into the sky like the wind, quickly vanishing. Wu clan's headquarters was on Wu Yi Mountain, and Wu Yi Mountain was at the southwest end of southern border. If one looked at the whole of southern border, they would roughly see Yellow Dragon River and Red Dragon River formed a cross, and Wu clan's territory was at the bottom of this cross. And Shang clan was at the right side of this cross. Among all the southern border super forces, Wu clan was at the southernmost end. Wu Yong was very satisfied with this geographical location, because Wu clan was not like Central Continent, which was at war on all sides. The surroundings of Wu clan's territory were almost isolated by Yellow Dragon River and Red Dragon River. The geographical location was very favorable for their rise. Right now, Wu clan's greatest weakness is the lack of Gu immortals. Even if we annex the surrounding territories in the future, we will not have enough Gu immortals to defend them. Wu Yong pondered along the way. Thinking of this, he thought of Fang Yuan. It was Fang Yuan who stirred up the situation and brought disaster to southern border, causing southern border to experience many battles. Not just Wu clan, the whole of southern border's Gu immortal world lost many members because of this. Wu Yong flew towards the northeast at an extremely fast speed. After a short period of time, the Corpse Mountain was already in sight. This Corpse Mountain was hundreds of feet tall. There were large numbers of zombies living on the mountain. It was close to the whirlpool at the center of the Red-Yellow River. More accurately speaking, this Corpse Mountain was called Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. A southern border rank 8 Gu immortal turned into a zombie, and was attacked by the joint forces of super forces here. The rank 8 immortal zombie died in battle. After a long time, the rank 8 immortal zombie's corpse in the ruins of the battlefield, under the nourishment of the vast spiritual energy along with the water plants that were washed ashore by the river water, it gradually grew into a Corpse Mountain. The Corpse Mountain produced Transformation Path Zombie Gu, as well as Chi Path Zombie Chi Gu. Before Southern Border Zombie Alliance's headquarters was exposed, they had their eyes on this treasure land and offered a high price to purchase it from Wu clan for their headquarters, but Wu clan rejected them. Later Yao clan took it away from Wu clan. Wu Yong took out clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and turned the tide. The Corpse Mountain returned to Wu clan. Because this resource point not only produced a lot of resources, it was also located at a strategic location. Wu Yong sent Wu clan's rank 7 Gu immortal Wu Zhen to guard it. After the Fate War, Qi tides appeared in the 5 regions. Qi tides swept through the world, not only forcing the 5 regions Gu immortals to recuperate, many true inheritance secluded areas and even the 2 heavens grotto heavens were exposed. Demon immortal Qi Ju had once seized Blood Qi immortal Gu in Western Desert. It was one of the Blood Sea true inheritances, but its traces were exposed because of the Qi tides. A true inheritance also appeared in Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. All the signs showed that this true inheritance was left behind by that rank 8 immortal zombie great expert from back then. A true inheritance of this level might not enter the eyes of demon immortal Qi Ju or Fang Yuan, but it was the inheritance of a rank 8 great expert after all. It was enough for any super force in the world to pay attention to it. It was also reasonable for the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts to be moved. Wu Yong thus made a plan and set up a trap. Now that he had finally lured the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts into his trap, it was time for him to catch them. At the peak of the Corpse Mountain, an intense battle had already been going on for some time. What a great 5-directional wind formation. Unfortunately, we fierce Gorge 7 ghosts have a deep understanding of your Wu clan. This formation cannot trap us. Once the formation breaks, you Wu Zhen will be killed. Wu Zhen, a Corpse Emperor true inheritance appeared in Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, but you did not report it. Even if Wu clan's reinforcements arrive, you will not have a good time in the future. You might as well betray Wu clan and join us. The fierce Gorge 7 ghosts were wreaking havoc in the wind path formation. They had a deep understanding of the formation, because the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts had fought against the 5-directional wind formation many times. The wind path formation was already in a precarious situation. Meanwhile, Wu Zhen, who was controlling the formation from the outside, was also covered in injuries, and his condition was not good. Suddenly he received a transmission from Wu Yong, and his face instantly revealed a joyful expression as he quickly used his method. The 5-directional wind formation instantly changed, a clear breeze blew in, and it turned into Wu Yong's true body. What? This formation can actually change. Wu Yong actually came. Wu clan's reinforcements are actually so fast? Damn, this is a trap. The fierce Gorge 7 ghosts were extremely shocked, and after the shock, their ferocious nature was aroused. Kill. Even if we die, we must make Wu clan suffer heavy losses. If we kill Wu Yong, Wu clan will become a joke. The fierce Gorge 7 ghosts all charged at Wu Yong, but they were secretly discussing how to quickly break out of the encirclement. Since this was Wu clan's trap, naturally the longer they were entangled, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Moreover, Wu Yong was a current generation expert. Below pseudo-venerables, he was a character. In the current Gu immortal world, Wu Yong, Qin Ding Ling, Bing Sai Chuan, Thousand Transformations ancestor, and others belonged to the same level. They were all experts below pseudo-venerables. The fierce Gorge 7 ghosts knew they were not Wu Yong's match, but they still had hope. In order to lure these Gu immortals, Wu Yong used the 5-directional wind formation. Even though there were some changes, the foundation was still the original 5-directional wind formation. Precisely because this formation was not a battlefield killer move, the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts let down their guard and attacked together. Seeing the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts charging over, Wu Yong smiled coldly, cowardly in appearance, not worth mentioning. At the next moment, strong winds blew and cold air pressed down. At the next moment, the wind howled and a blizzard poured down. Among the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts, 3 were frozen, and in 2 breaths of time 2 were frozen to death. What killer move is this? It is actually so cold. This was the killer move that Wu Yong had created in his recent closed cultivation, Snowy Wind Without Return. Seeing the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts' chaotic formation, Wu Yong's eyes flickered with a dark light. Cowards, you are not my match. At the next moment, the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts' bodies were covered in green leaves and branches grew out. The remaining 5 ghosts screamed miserably as their life force was completely plundered. Lush willow branches grew out of their corpses. This was another killer move that Wu Yong created called Willow Wind. The 7 ghosts died, but their souls flew out of their corpses and fused into one, turning into an immemorial soul beast. The soul beast was shaped like a bird, its body was pitch black, its feathers were like ink, and it had 7 bird heads. Wu Yong's expression became excited. So the 7 ghosts' true inheritance is the semi-finished legendary immemorial soul beast that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable attempted to create back then, 7 profound soul bird. Come. Wu Yong waved his hand, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building was like a dark green meteor, crashing towards the 7 profound soul bird. The 7 profound soul bird fought with its life on the line, using killer moves continuously. Unfortunately, its mind was sometimes clear and sometimes confused. It was eventually suppressed by clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. Chapter 2085. Lord. Wu Zhen put away the 5-directional wind formation. He was extremely excited. Earlier he had personally witnessed Wu Yong defeating the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts. The methods he displayed were unheard of, they were sharp and unstoppable. Everyone knew the price Wu Yong had to pay for using unlimited wind in the Fate War. What Wu Zhen didn't expect was that Wu Yong's strength actually rose instead of declining in this recent period of time. During the entire battle, the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts could not resist at all. Sensing Wu Zhen's reverent gaze, Wu Yong smiled. The strongest of the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts is only rank 7. They are hard to deal with because they rarely move together. If we cannot capture them all, our previous efforts will be in vain. Saying so, Wu Yong's expression turned grim. You heard the words of the 7 profound soul bird earlier. What do you think? Wu Zhen's expression turned grim as he analyzed. From what it said before it fainted, it seems that the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts were not the only ones who attacked Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. Lu Weiyin was also the one who added fuel to the fire. Lu Weiyin, he can actually influence the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts. Maybe we can make use of this. Wu Yong laughed heartily. Not bad, Wu Zhen, you are very good. Wu Zhen had already guessed Wu Yong's next step. In Wu Yong's strategy, the first step was to unite southern border. And the biggest obstacle in this step was Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin was the current generation Paradise Earth inheritor of southern border. Because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence and his contributions to southern border's righteous path, Wu Yong could not make a move on Lu Weiyin. To think that during the pursuit of Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin actually helped Fang Yuan. This gave Wu Yong the best reason to attack. And this time, Lu Weiyin was also secretly colluding with the 7 profound soul birds. This could further facilitate Wu Yong to lead the Southern Alliance and exterminate the Mushroom Man Paradise. Recuperate well. The next step will be for us to deal with Lu Weiyin and eliminate the Mushroom Man Paradise. Wu Yong's eyes flickered with cold light as his battle intent surged. Wu Zhen hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth and said, "Sir, isn't the timing right now a little rushed?" The Qi tide had just passed, and many inheritances appeared in southern border. My corpse monarch's true inheritance is only one of them. Currently, the various superpowers of the Southern Alliance were actively searching for and collecting these true inheritances. If we summon them hastily, won't there be very few who will respond? Won't the various superpowers turn against us? Wu Yong nodded with a smile. You're right. To deal with Lu Weiyin and eradicate the Mushroom Man Paradise, what you mentioned is one of the difficulties. Apart from that, there were several other difficulties. Firstly, Lu Weiyin is a shrewd and scheming person. He has unique methods and is not an ordinary opponent. Secondly, the Mushroom Man Paradise obtained Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's help. It has deep foundation and is not inferior to our super forces. Thirdly, Lu Weiyin helped Fang Yuan escape. If we want to deal with him, we might have to fight Fang Yuan. Fight Fang Yuan? Wu Zhen's expression turned pale. The current Fang Yuan was the #1 demon in the world. Just hearing the possibility of fighting him made even a rank 7 Gu immortal like Wu Zhen feel uneasy. Wu Yong laughed heartily, raising his voice. But these difficulties are only difficulties. If we don't do them because we are afraid of them, there is almost nothing we can do in this world. Farmers need to farm. If they are afraid of drought or flood and do not farm, there will definitely be no harvest. Fishermen need to eat fish. If they are afraid of drowning and do not fish, their baskets will definitely be empty. How can our Wu clan cower because of these difficulties? Wu Zhen's expression turned solemn. He quickly cupped his fists. Lord is right. Wu Yong's gaze was deep and eerie as he continued to give pointers. Now is the best time to deal with Lu Weiyin. For a person like Lu Weiyin, the more time he has, the more preparations he will make. Mushroom Man Paradise will not be easy to attack. Fang Yuan is escaping. He clearly does not have the strength to fight. If we miss this opportunity when he recovers, there will be even less hope of destroying Mushroom Man Paradise. As for those righteous path super forces pretending to obey, do they think the Southern Alliance is so easy to join? As the Alliance leader, I cannot find a chance to deal with the entire Southern Alliance. Wu Zhen heard this and no longer had any doubts. He was completely convinced by Wu Yong's idea. This subordinate is willing to follow Lord to conquer the world. Wu Yong nodded and said before leaving, "Rest well. Wu clan's path of conquering the world will depend on your contributions." At the same time in Eastern Sea, Xia clan headquarters. The atmosphere in the ceremony hall was heavy. More than 10 variant human Gu immortals formed into two groups, facing each other. The left group was led by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, with Chaotic Rock Grotto Lord, Rotten Egg Grotto Lord, and Hair Monster Grotto Lord. The right group was led by Xiaohe Jian, with Green Forest Great Sage and Great Wisdom Immortal Mother assisting him. There was also a third group of human Gu immortals, including Piercing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Black Locust and Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine. During the pursuit battle of Fang Yuan, these variant human Gu immortals were abandoned by Fang Yuan. After leaving the Celestial Court, they escaped and returned to Eastern Sea. Without Wu Shuai controlling the situation, these two Heavens Grotto Lords were anxious. They had been thinking about how to resolve the Qi Harvest Fruit calamity in their Grotto Heavens, but there was no progress. Xiaohe Jian, are you prepared for Lord Wu Shuai's return? I want to see how you explain to Lord Alliance Leader why you promoted Lady Cold Ash so many times. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke first. Xiaohe Jian's expression was grim. Back then, he promoted Lady Cold Ash to gather Gu immortals and strengthen his force to resist Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's side. But to think that Lady Cold Ash was actually Spectral Soul in disguise. Not just that, Spectral Soul even made a move at the crucial moment, chasing after Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan, destroying Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul caused such huge losses to the Two Heavens Alliance. Xiaohe Jian's responsibility was huge. Xiaohe Jian's expression was ashen as he faced the accusation. He stared at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. How much responsibility I have is not up to you. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, don't forget, we are both Vice Alliance leaders. We have equal statuses. I know how big of a mistake I made. I am willing to accept any punishment from Lord Alliance Leader Wu Shuai. However, I'm not the only one responsible for this. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, are you not at fault? Think about it, who lured Lady Cold Ash into our alliance? Wasn't it you? Not only did you lure Spectral Soul here, you even lured Celestial Court spy, Night Wolf Heavenly Lord into the alliance. Your responsibility is much heavier than mine. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was furious. After his defeat, Xiao Hejian had already realized that he was in a dire situation. He had made ample preparations before coming to this conference. Speaking of which, isn't this all caused by humans? Be it Lady Cold Ash or Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, they are both humans. Human goo immortals cannot be trusted. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother said eerily. She was an Inkman goo immortal. Her Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven had been invaded by Celestial Court, suffering huge losses. Later the Two Heavens Alliance organized a rescue, but back then Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was worried about his Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. He left Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven behind. Because of this, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch became enemies. Xiao Hejian found out and tried to recruit her. The weakened Great Wisdom Immortal Mother became Xiao Hejian's supporter. As for Green Forest Great Sage, he was also a mini-man. He was of the same race as Xiao Hejian. They had a natural relationship. With these two supporting Xiao Hejian could barely resist Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group. But it was barely enough. This time, Spectral Soul's sneak attack created a huge problem for Xiao Hejian. Thus, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother saw that the situation was bad. She turned her attention to the humans. Once she said that, the other variant human goo immortals agreed. That's right, humans are crafty, we cannot trust them easily. In my opinion, our Two Heavens Alliance should be a pure human alliance. These human goo immortals performed too poorly in the battle. The variant human goo immortals were resonated. They looked at the humans in the hall with malicious gazes. Piercing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Black Locust and Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine had ashen expressions. They stood closer to each other. The Two Heavens Alliance had just been created. It had only been established for a short period of time. Now that they lost their strong leader, they were on the verge of breaking apart. Right at this time, a grand voice resounded throughout the Blessed Land headquarters. Alright, stop arguing. Next, a golden light shone down like a heavenly pillar. The golden light pillar dissipated, revealing two immortals. One wore a white robe and had black hair. His eyes were deep and eerie. The other was tall and handsome. He had a heroic bearing. They were Guiyue Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai. In the hall, the immortals were shaken. With Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian at the lead, the immortals half knelt on the ground, saying in unison, "Subordinates welcome Lord Alliance Leader." After hesitating for a moment, they said in unison, "We welcome Lord Fang Yuan." Wu Shuai raised his hand, "Rise." He stood beside Fang Yuan, while Fang Yuan sat on the Alliance Leader's seat. Wu Shuai was willing to be Fang Yuan's subordinate. The immortals had different expressions. Wu Shuai said directly, "No need to be suspicious. Even though I am a dragon man, I am actually Fang Yuan's clone." The immortals were dazed, but they soon reacted. Their expressions became more complex. They were not too surprised by this relationship. Ever since the Celestial Court reported the results of the battle, the relationship between Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan had been widely speculated. After all, during the battle, Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan had cooperated too closely. They trusted each other too much. This was not normal for demonic path goo immortals. The Two Heavens Alliance's goo immortals had already heard of these rumors. Even though they were loyal on the surface, they had many suspicions in their hearts. Thus, Wu Shuai's honesty was not hard for the immortals to accept. Wu Shuai continued, "The reason why I gathered all of you is to regroup and plan for the future, and also to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit problem in your grotto heavens." The immortals' eyes lit up. One of them blurted out, "Could it be that you already have a solution, Alliance Leader?" Wu Shuai smiled, "Of course I don't have a solution, but my main body does." The immortals looked at Fang Yuan cautiously. Fang Yuan was expressionless. His gaze was indifferent as he spoke for the first time. "Right now, you have two choices in front of you. The first is to let me annex your grotto heavens. Only then can I help you get rid of the Qi harvest fruit problem." The immortals' expressions changed. Some of them were angry but did not dare to say anything. At once, everyone fell into silence. Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine broke the silence and asked respectfully, "I wonder what the other choice is?" Fang Yuan leaned on his wide chair and narrowed his eyes. "The second choice is to kill all of you and annex all your grotto heavens." Chapter 2086. Facing the incomparably powerful Fang Yuan, the variant human goo immortals gritted their teeth as their gazes flickered. Many people looked around secretly, hoping that someone else would show up. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was the #1 demon in the world now. Even Spectral Soul died under his ambush. When the demonic might was at its peak, none of the variant human alliance goo immortals dared to provoke Fang Yuan. No one dared to resist Fang Yuan, but no Gu immortals surrendered and offered their headquarters to him. Everyone could see the unwillingness of these Gu immortals. Their Grotto Heaven headquarters were where they lived day and night, they were their homes, they were pure sacred grounds in their hearts. If they really offered their homes to Fang Yuan, they would be ridiculed by their fellow countrymen, and the Gu immortals themselves would not be able to live with their conscience. Back then, when Celestial Court invaded Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch risked his life and expended his lifespan to activate Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move. To save Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother even gave Wuxia the racial inheritance related to the Qianquan Crystal Wall. All of this proved that these Grotto Heavens in the two heavens had a special meaning to the Variant Human Alliance members. They had extremely high positions in their hearts. But what could he do about it? The world knew of Fang Yuan's strength. He was now the #1 demon, Heavenly Court had been attacked by him, Fate Gu was destroyed by him, and now even Spectral Soul was killed by him. After the pursuit of Fang Yuan, even though Fang Yuan had only recuperated for 10 days, the time was short, the Variant Human Gu immortals present had no doubt that Fang Yuan could exterminate them all. Maybe their only hope was external reinforcements. But what reinforcements could these Variant Human Gu immortals have? Should he look for the Heavenly Court or the Longevity Heaven? What a joke. More importantly, almost all the Grotto Heavens in the two heavens were facing the calamity of the Qi harvest fruits. If they did not join Fang Yuan and allowed these Qi harvest fruits to grow, these Grotto Heavens would definitely die. But if they joined Fang Yuan, the lives of these Variant Human Gu immortals would be given to Fang Yuan. Now that he had boarded the pirate ship, it was easier said than done to get off. Fang Yuan's mercilessness had long been known to the world. Previously, he had sent many subordinates to attack the Middle Continent. After the Fate War, Fang Yuan only cared about escaping, and those subordinates were still wandering around the 5 regions. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan and Wuxia had directly moved Dragon Palace away from Celestial Court, leaving the Variant Human Gu immortals behind in Celestial Court, ignoring them. Who could be at ease following such a leader? Have you thought it through? My patience is limited. Fang Yuan's face was indifferent as he issued an ultimatum. The immortals' hearts shook, many of them turned pale and broke out in cold sweat. Among them, the Human Gu immortals felt the most regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have turned to the Celestial Court. In today's world, the human race was the hegemon. They would not accept the allegiance of the mutant forces. But if they were all humans, it was a different matter. In fact, after the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, after they left Celestial Court, it was not that they did not want to imitate Night Wolf Heavenly Lord and turn to the Celestial Court. But the other Variant Human Gu immortals were watching them closely, they had no chance at all. Thus, there was a reason why the Variant Human Gu immortals were suspicious of these Human Gu immortals earlier, it was not without reason. The hall was still deathly silent, Fang Yuan's expression was calm, but the Variant Human Alliance's members were feeling increasing pressure. Fang Yuan did not use any killer moves, but most of the Gu immortals felt difficulty breathing, they felt immense pressure. Unable to endure this pressure, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, one of the Alliance members, gritted his teeth, he was about to agree and offer his immortal aperture to Fang Yuan. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch was a hairy man Gu immortal with rank 8 cultivation level, he had his own plans. He knew that Fang Yuan had annexed Langya Blessed Land, he rarely sent Langya Sect's hairy man Gu immortals to fight. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch sided with Fang Yuan because he wanted the same treatment. Hairy men were skilled in Gu refinement, they had great value in this aspect, they could preserve the lives of Golden Fur Grotto Heaven's members, they could even be put in important positions. It was far better than being slaughtered by Fang Yuan and forcefully annexed. Once Golden Fur Immortal Monarch spoke with the first person, the rest would definitely feel immense pressure, the immortals would follow suit. It was as if a hole had been opened in a huge dam, and the flood would pour out through this hole. But at this time an alarm sounded. A large number of Eastern Sea Gu immortals had moved out with several immortal Gu houses, they were approaching this place. Wuxia and Fang Yuan looked at each other, Fang Yuan nodded slightly. Wuxia turned to look at the immortals. The enemy is here, let's fight them first, we will talk after repelling them. The immortals let out a sigh of relief. Normally, when Eastern Sea's Righteous Path formed an alliance army to attack, these people would be anxious, as if they were facing a great enemy. But now, they felt a sense of relief, they felt a sense of gratitude. Immediately, Wuxia and Fang Yuan went into hiding, with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian at the lead. The Variant Human Alliance's immortals moved out, facing the Eastern Sea Alliance army on the sea. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path had many people, Shin Clan's first Supreme Elder Shin Tsongxing, Tang Clan's first Supreme Elder, and Xie Clan's first Supreme Elder were personally participating in the battle. There were many immortal Gu houses, there were more than 10. Eastern Sea was rich in resources, it was the #1 region in the 5 regions, so it had the most immortal Gu houses, even surpassing Central Continent. Of course, there were few top-tier rank 8 immortal Gu houses like Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship. Like now, among these immortal Gu houses, there was only one rank 8 immortal Gu house, Jade Cloud Fireworks Warship. It came from Eastern Sea's Hua clan. There were the most rank 6 immortal Gu houses, followed by rank 7. The two armies confronted each other in the sky. Eastern Sea Alliance Army's first Supreme Elder walked out, Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder, rank 7 Gu immortal Xia Ruiji. Variant human remnant dares to disturb my Eastern Sea and invade my homeland, you have committed heinous crimes. Today will be the day you die. Xia Ruiji shouted loudly with a righteous aura. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sneered, cowardly scoundrel, you dare to come and die today. Xiao Hejian also mocked, homeless dogs, how dare you speak arrogantly? Xia Ruiji's face turned red from anger, he gritted his teeth. Variant humans, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. I will go out first, who dares to fight me alone? Xia Clan's territory was taken by the Variant Human Alliance. As the victim, Xia Ruiji naturally had to go out first. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately said, a mere rank 7 dares to fight first. Forget it, our Variant Human Alliance disdains bullying the weak, we will send someone with similar cultivation level to fight you. Under Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's instructions, a rank 7 Snowman Gu Immortal flew out and fought with Xia Ruiji. After 3 rounds, Shin Tsongxing stood up, who dares to fight me alone? Shin Tsongxing had rank 8 cultivation level, his battle strength was publicly recognized to be at the peak in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. This time, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian did not dare to be careless. Under Fang Yuan's secret orders, Xiao Hejian went out personally. After Shin Tsongxing and Xiao Hejian fought for a while, Eastern Sea Alliance sent out another rank 8 Gu Immortal, but he was not at Shin Tsongxing's level. Chapter 2087. The two armies confronted each other, and the 3 battle groups fought fiercely in front of the formation, attracting countless gazes. Xiao Hejian was an expert among rank 8s, in terms of strength he was at the level of a Celestial Court member. As for Shin Tsongxing, ever since he returned from the Blue Dragon Whale, his strength had also improved greatly. The two of them were equally matched. But in the other 2 battles, the Mutated Race Alliance was at a disadvantage. Chaotic Rock Grotto Lord was defending more than attacking, while the rank 7 Snowman Gu Immortal on the other side was already losing. His opponent was Xia Ruiji. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he was still Xia Clan's first Supreme Elder. He had abundant resources and many methods. After a few more rounds, Xia Ruiji suddenly shouted, using a fatal killer move towards the Snowman Gu Immortal. The Snowman Gu Immortal could not dodge, despair appeared on his face. Right at this time, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch attacked, using an Ice Path killer move to attack Xia Ruiji. The Eastern Sea Alliance army was furious, they moved to protect Xia Ruiji, blocking Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's sneak attack. Using this chance, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch pulled that rank 7 Snowman subordinate back to his side. Variant Human Gu Immortals truly have no sense of propriety and honor, they lost both in battle and in battle. It was clearly a one-on-one fight, but he actually saved her. Alright, since you don't want to follow the rules, then we'll attack together. Kill all these Variant Human Gu Immortals. The Righteous Alliance of Eastern Sea Alliance was infuriated. Like a raging tide, the whole army charged towards the alliance of the non-human races. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest had a change of expression. The Eastern Sea Alliance army's offense was quite fierce. With more than 10 immortal Gu houses as the vanguard, they charged forward in a domineering manner. In comparison, even though the Variant Human Alliance had many rank 8 Gu Immortals, they lacked immortal Gu houses in this battle, they were at a huge disadvantage with only their physical bodies. At this critical moment, the Ant Army suddenly appeared, forming a golden torrent that counterattacked the East Ocean Coalition Army. The Eastern Sea Alliance Army's offense suffered a setback, they were surrounded by billions of ants, many immortal Gu houses were infiltrated by them, they could only defend desperately, their formation was in chaos. Wu Shuai appeared even without Dragon Palace, he was an expert among rank 8s. Lord Alliance Leader. The Outsiders Alliance's morale was greatly boosted. In contrast, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortals were shocked. Why is Marshal Wu here? Isn't he with that devil, Fang Yuan? If he's here, where's Fang Yuan? As if answering the Eastern Sea Immortal's question, Fang Yuan's figure also appeared. You're quite courageous, Fang Yuan smiled and casually waved his hand, shooting out a five-colored beam of light. A rank 7 immortal goo house was hit by the five-colored light. It shook intensely. After a few breaths of time, it could not resist anymore and retreated rapidly. The goo immortals inside were extremely shocked. They shouted, "This is a compound killer move. It contains the 5 paths of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth." Fang Yuan snapped his fingers and countless light butterflies flew out. Butterflies of light flew like a torrential rain, attacking all the immortal goo houses in the battlefield. The immortal goo houses unleashed their abilities and resisted with all their might. The light butterfly continued to change colors, avoiding the attacks and entering the immortal goo house. This is also a compound killer move. It contains transformation path and refinement path profundities. We cannot let these light butterflies get close to the immortal goo house. They can forcefully refine goo worms. The Eastern Sea Alliance army screamed in shock. The variant human alliance's immortals were dumbfounded. Fang Yuan alone disrupted the entire Eastern Sea Alliance army. This was pseudo-venerable battle strength. The number 1 demon of the current 5 regions. Fang Yuan, how have you been? At the crucial moment, Qi currents surged like a tidal wave. Qi Sea Ancestor appeared. The Eastern Sea Alliance army's morale finally stabilized. Qi Sea Ancestor finally made a move. He has pseudo-venerable battle strength, only he can fight against Fang Yuan. Qi Sea Ancestor also returned? Didn't he go missing? The variant human goo immortals were shocked. Many had grim expressions. The reason why the Eastern Sea Immortals could form an army to attack the variant human alliance was because of Xia clan's active diplomacy and resource points, and also because Qi Sea Ancestor had secretly returned and gathered the immortals. Fang Yuan, please. Qi Sea Ancestor broke through the heavenly wind Qi wall and went to immemorial white heaven. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Qi Sea, since you have such an interest, I will accompany you. Saying so, he also charged into immemorial white heaven. Nobody dared to follow them at this moment. The sky above Eastern Sea was in a chaotic battle. Fang Yuan and Qi Sea Ancestor fought in immemorial white heaven. Heaven and earth shook. The sun and moon lost their radiance. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's cold laughter resounded. Qi Sea, I am no longer the same as I was in the past. Let's see if you can block my sword feather blade wings. As soon as he said so, the immortals in the chaotic battle saw countless sword feathers penetrating the heavenly wind Qi wall and descending, enveloping the entire battlefield. Next, countless sword feathers formed snow-white blade wings that slashed rapidly. The immortal goo houses in the battlefield were extremely fragile against these blade wings. Only the rank 8 immortal goo house Jade Cloud fireworks warship could resist them. Xia clan's immortal goo house whale fishing boat's final layer of defense was cut off. More than 10 blade wings flew in and created a huge wave of attacks. Xia Ruiji let out a miserable cry. He was actually killed inside the immortal goo house. The immortals were shocked. Look at my move, crying heart blood. A moment later, Fang Yuan's voice resounded again. The Eastern Sea Goo immortals felt great pain in their hearts. Large amounts of blood flowed out of their mouths, eyes, and nostrils. This was a compound killer move of blood path and wisdom path. Another move, lightning rhythm flow. A moment later, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in the battlefield again. Thus, formless Qi currents flew in the sky. The Qi currents weaved into a net, covering all the Goo immortals and immortal Goo houses. Lightning path and Qi path Dao marks were carved on their bodies. Too terrifying. This is a compound killer move of refinement path, lightning path, and Qi path. As long as we are inside, we will continue to get injured. Retreat, retreat quickly. The armies of both sides could not fight anymore. They retreated rapidly, not daring to stay in the battlefield for even a second longer. Fang Yuan, after not seeing you for more than 10 days, you have actually improved so much. Qi Sea Ancestor's voice resounded. It was filled with shock. The Eastern Sea Goo immortals felt a chill in their hearts. Qi Sea, you are still injured. How can you be my match? Today you will die here. Fang Yuan spoke. His voice was loud and resounded in the world. The Goo immortals on both sides felt a chill in their hearts. Boom, boom, boom. Next, there was a huge explosion. It was like countless claps of thunder were raging in their ears. The immortals on both sides looked up. They saw that Qi waves were surging in the sky, surging everywhere. The color of the world changed. It was like the end of the world. That closed heavenly wind Qi wall continued to change shape. The thick Qi wall made people think of thin paper. There seemed to be countless wild beasts tearing and dancing on the other side. A large amount of powder fell down. This was heaven-splitting powder. Qi ancestor and Fang Yuan must have broken the sky. Next, the immortals heard Qi ancestor's weak voice. Fang Yuan, it is easy for you to defeat me, but it is wishful thinking to kill me. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Qi, where are you going? Next, the terrifying explosions above the immortals' heads showed signs of slowing down. Be it friend or foe, they all let out sighs of relief. The power of the fight between these two great pseudo-venerables was too terrifying. If the heavenly wind Qi wall was really broken, the immortals would be exposed to the terrifying aftershocks of their battle. The consequences would be unimaginable. What are you waiting for? Kill! Wu Shuai suddenly shouted, waking up the frightened immortals. Qi has been defeated. We need to stall these people and wait for Fang Yuan to return victorious. He will be able to secure victory with a wave of his hand. Kill! The variant human alliance was shaken. Their morale rose to an extreme level because of this. The immortals charged towards the immortal Gu houses. Using their bodies to attack the immortal Gu houses was not a wise tactic. But inside the immortal Gu houses, the Eastern Sea Gu immortals all had ashen expressions. Their bodies and minds were cold. It would be a lie to say they were not afraid. Even the immortal Gu houses could not give them any sense of security. Retreat! Retreat! Shin Songxing shouted. Without any hesitation, the Eastern Sea immortals turned around and fled. The variant human Gu immortals were most proficient in such battles where they had the upper hand. At once, they chased relentlessly with overwhelming momentum. After chasing for 100 li, Fang Yuan turned around and attacked. The Eastern Sea Alliance army was extremely weak in his hands. Most of the immortal Gu houses were destroyed on the spot. Surrender obediently and contribute your immortal Gu, you can still keep your lives. Fang Yuan shouted. Everyone in the variant human alliance, listen up, no one is allowed to attack my captives. In this battle, the variant human alliance won an overwhelming victory. The Eastern Sea Alliance army suffered many casualties, and even more were captured by Fang Yuan. Many Eastern Sea Gu immortals chose to believe Fang Yuan's words. They surrendered and gave up resisting. Chapter 2088. Undeniably, this was a huge victory. Eastern Sea's righteous path is nothing more than this. I wonder if Qi ancestor died in battle? If he died, the whole of Eastern Sea will be ours. The variant human alliance's Gu immortals were all very excited and radiant. Fang Yuan kept the captives while commanding the variant human Gu immortals to clean up the battlefield. Lord Fang Yuan, I, Golden Fur, am willing to follow Lord to conquer the world. I will offer Golden Fur Grotto Heaven to Lord. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch suddenly knelt down towards Fang Yuan, shouting loudly. The group of immortals fell silent. Then, the voices of surrender gathered into waves of sound that continued endlessly. The entire variant human alliance was in awe. Wu Shuai saw this and was secretly happy, while Fang Yuan's expression was still indifferent. The scene in front of them was within their expectations. If Fang Yuan had forced these alliance members earlier, he could have suppressed them, but it would not have been like now, where they were all in high spirits. Fang Yuan and his two clones had made many gains in this plan. One aspect was that Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Alliance's attack brought huge external pressure. The variant human alliance's people were forced to unite. They could sense the vile external environment. The entire human Gu immortal world had deep hostility towards variant humans. On the other hand, Fang Yuan displayed incredible battle strength. He led the variant human alliance to a great victory. This left a deep impression on the alliance immortals that they could not resist Fang Yuan. They were also looking forward to the future of submitting to Fang Yuan. From the perspective of these variant human alliance members. First, each Grotto Heaven had the Qi harvest fruit calamity. If they did not submit to Fang Yuan, they would not be able to resolve it themselves. Second, the outcome of defying Fang Yuan was right in front of them. They could not do such a thing in order to survive. Third, although Fang Yuan was heartless, he was strong enough. Following such an expert would give them a much brighter future than fighting alone. Humans had dominated the 5 regions for a long time. These 2 heavens variant human Gu immortals had endured for so many years. They were already numb to their weak positions. Similar to the morale of the members of the Celestial Court in Longevity Heaven, they were rather lacking. This could be seen in many of the previous battles. The variant human alliance's Gu immortals had weak battle intent. They focused on protecting themselves. With all these reasons, it was almost certain that the entire alliance of the foreign races would side with Fang Yuan. After cleaning up the battlefield, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to calculate the spoils. Instead, he ordered the immortals, next, we need to conquer Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven and Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. The immortals' hearts shook as they once again felt Fang Yuan's dominance. This battle was not enough to satisfy Fang Yuan's appetite. He wanted to continue fighting and take down the soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven and the Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven was a soul path Grotto Heaven that Spectral Soul secretly controlled when he was alive. Now that Spectral Soul was dead, Fang Yuan wanted to take advantage of this and capture them all. As for the previous owner of Night Wolf Grotto Heaven, Night Wolf Heavenly Monarch, he had secretly sided with the Celestial Court. Fang Yuan found out about it and made use of it. Night Wolf Heavenly Monarch was killed by Wuxia in Dragon Palace, but in order to conceal the information, they quickly attacked the Celestial Court. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven could only ignore them. Now that Fang Yuan had the time, he naturally wanted to take revenge and annex them. Thus, the Outsiders Alliance once again charged into the Primordial Onyx Heaven in a mighty manner. The army pressed forward, but before the battle started, Night Wolf Grotto Heaven's entrance suddenly opened. With Yi Ji as the leader, the Grotto Heaven Gu Immortals came out and knelt before Fang Yuan, asking to surrender. Fang Yuan did not start a massacre. After taking in everyone, he led the army to Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven was a scene of desolation. It turned out that after Spectral Soul took over Lady Cold Ash's body, he had left Sun in Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven to manage the logistics. After Fang Yuan pursued them, only Fairy Myrtle and Ying Wuxia escaped from Shadow Sect. After Fairy Myrtle escaped, she immediately contacted Sun and ordered him to retreat. Sun naturally would not retreat empty-handed. Other than emptying almost all of his storage, he even detonated the Chi Harvest Fruit before leaving, causing severe damage to Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. The remaining Gu Immortals and Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven finally repaired the hole, but after a few days of rest, they were attacked by Fang Yuan's army. Against Fang Yuan's army, Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven could not resist at all. It was conquered almost instantly. Inside Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven, there were still several Gu Immortals left, led by Chong. These people had not been modified by Spectral Soul. Before Sun left, they had fought with him. They were all injured. Fang Yuan did not reject any of them. He also took these people in as his subordinates. Next, he created a new alliance agreement. Fang Yuan learned from his previous lesson. He no longer used his main body to contact his subordinates. He used Wushuai's clone instead. This way, even if a strong enemy captured these subordinates in the future, they could only deduce Wushuai's location through the alliance agreement. Fang Yuan's main body would be safe. At this point, Fang Yuan completely took over the Variant Human Alliance. But it was not enough. In many Grotto Heavens of the immemorial Two Heavens, the Chi Harvest Fruits had already grown to a huge size. They were on the verge of self-detonation. Fang Yuan first went to Grand Swine Grotto Heaven. Under the Immortals' gazes, Fang Yuan waved his hand, releasing a white light. The white light coiled around the huge Chi Harvest Fruit as it turned into mist. The mist surged, obstructing investigative methods. Fang Yuan was still not assured. He ordered the Immortals, "Stay back, don't use any Gu worms, I don't want to disturb my method." The Immortals obeyed. White mist spread, shrouding Fang Yuan's main body. Outsiders could not see the situation inside. Fang Yuan opened the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's entrance. The Chi-Si clone flew out. The Chi-Si clone came to the Chi Harvest Fruit, his eyes shining like he was looking at a supreme delicacy. The Chi-Si clone stabbed his hand deep into the Chi Harvest Fruit as he activated a Chi Path method. Immortal Killer Move, Chi-Ju Revival. This Chi Path method was modified by Fang Yuan using Demon Immortal Chi-Ju's Chi Harvest Fruit Revival method. When he created the Chi-Si clone earlier, he relied on this move. Under the killer move Chi-Ju Revival, the Chi Harvest Fruit shrunk rapidly, turning into a large number of Chi Path Dao marks that were added to the Chi-Si clone's body. If I devour this fruit completely, I will gain about 60,000 Chi Path Dao marks. Chi-Si Ancestor estimated with a joyful tone. This was a huge amount. On average, an ordinary Grand Tribulation could give a Gu Immortal about 7,000 Dao marks. An ordinary Myriad Tribulation could give a Gu Immortal about 80,000 Dao marks. If they were undergoing tribulations, a Chi Path Gu Immortal would need to go through 8 or 9 Grand Tribulations to accumulate 60,000 Chi Path Dao marks. The Dao marks gained from undergoing tribulations are not only the Dao marks of the Gu Immortal's main cultivation path, but also some Dao marks of other paths. Looking at it from another perspective, as long as Chi-Si Ancestor completely absorbed this Chi Harvest Fruit, he would have passed most of the Chi Path Myriad Tribulations without any risk. Thus, Chi-Si Ancestor's gains from absorbing the Chi Harvest Fruit were huge. Fang Yuan calculated. The Qi Si clone was created from the celestial court Qi harvest fruit. It had over 800,000 Qi path Dao marks when it was born. Absorbing 3 of these Qi harvest fruits would surpass 1 million. My own Qi path Dao marks are only at this level. When the Qi Si clone absorbs all the Qi harvest fruits in the 2 heavens grotto heavens, his Qi path Dao marks will far surpass mine. It will accumulate to an unprecedented and terrifying level. Fang Yuan's 1 million Qi path Dao marks were obtained from annexing Qi Si grotto heaven. The Qi Si clone had to start from scratch and accumulate independently. But by relying on Qi Ju survival and the Qi harvest fruit, his accumulation efficiency was truly shocking. Evidently, for a long time from now on, the Qi Si clone would become Fang Yuan's main clone. In terms of battle strength, it would be on par with the main body, it might even surpass him. There were many factors that influenced the Gu Immortal's battle strength, for example, the Gu Immortal's personal battle attainment, the battle environment, the Gu Immortal's Gu worm ranks, the killer moves, Gu formations, immortal Gu houses, and whether the Gu Immortal had a mature and outstanding combat system. But among these factors, the most important one was the Gu Immortal's cultivation level. 1,000 Dao marks could double the amplification. Excluding freaks like Fang Yuan, Feng Jioge, and the past venerables, on average rank 6 Gu Immortals had 0 to 9,000 Dao marks. Rank 7 Gu Immortals had 10,000 to 30,000 Dao marks. Rank 8 Gu Immortals had 100,000 to 300,000. Thus, the difference in battle strength between rank 7 and rank 8 far surpassed the difference between rank 6 and rank 7. In the Gu cultivation system, the higher the level, the greater the difference between each rank. Until rank 9 Gu venerables, they were invincible in the world, they could sweep through everything. Why was Northern Plains' old ancestor Shui Hu the number 1 rank 8 in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world? He was from the demonic path, he lacked suitable immortal Gu. The main reason was that he had an extraordinary number of ice and snow Dao marks. According to your estimation, how many Qi path Dao marks does demon immortal Qi Ju have? Within the white fog, Fang Yuan's main body asked the Qi Si clone. The Qi Si clone swallowed the Qi harvest fruit as he said, about 500,000. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement. From the battle, all the signs showed that demon immortal Qi Ju's Dao marks were inferior to Duke Long's. It was likely that his rebirth was disturbed by Fang Yuan and the Southern Alliance. He was too hasty and impatient. But demon immortal Qi Ju had Shi Land. Shi Land was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. A complete secluded domain of heaven and earth was a rank 9 immortal material. Thus, any Qi path killer move that used Shi Land as the core had terrifying power, even Spectral Soul could not face it head-on. This was like the reverse flow protection seal that Fang Yuan had once used, it also made everyone feel helpless. Demon immortal Qi Ju's killer move was outdated and he lacked immortal Gu. The two things that allowed him to have pseudo-venerable battle strength were Dao marks and Shi Land. After Shi Land was heavily damaged, his battle strength fell by a lot, he was eventually suppressed and imprisoned by Divine Emperor City. The Qi Si clone devoured the Qi harvest fruit and sent it into the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan collected the Qi harvest fruit. The Alliance Immortals saw that the original Qi harvest fruit was gone, there was nothing left at the original location, they cheered. We are saved, our homeland is saved. As expected of Lord Fang Yuan, he is unfathomable and omnipotent. Lord Fang Yuan, our headquarters are in danger, please lend us a helping hand. The Immortals cheered, all sorts of flattering words surged towards Fang Yuan like a tidal wave. Even though none of these Gu Immortals could fight, their flattery skills were very profound, and they were improving by the day. Fang Yuan then annexed this Grand Swine Grotto Heaven and fused it into his sovereign Grotto Heaven. Grand Swine Grotto Heaven was a rank 8 transformation path Grotto Heaven. It produced pig-type desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. Fang Yuan's transformation path attainment level was Great Grandmaster. He could naturally annex it. Why did he not annex it before? It was naturally because this Grand Swine Grotto Heaven had fused with a 9 heavens fragment. It contained heaven path Dao marks, causing the heavenly spirit to be corroded by providence. It became very stupid and useless. Chapter 2089. Fang Yuan started to create compound killer moves in secret again. His divine sense moved around the sovereign immortal aperture. Under the divine sense's gaze, there were all sorts of mortal Gu. He casually took out 2 wind path Gu worms. The rank 1 was called Clear Wind Wheel Gu, while the rank 2 was called Jade Wind Wheel Gu. The former, when activated, allowed the Gu Master's 2 calves to have a ring of light green whirlwinds coiling around them, increasing their movement speed. The latter was one of the results of Clear Wind Wheel Gu's refinement. It could form a pair of jade green whirlwinds, like 2 bracelets on the Goo Master's arm, increasing their movement speed. I currently lack movement methods in battle. Why don't I use this as a foundation and create one? Fang Yuan had an inspiration. He fell into deep thought. Ever since he fought with the Qi clone in the immemorial Two Heavens, he had a need for this. Although he was plotting with the Qi clone to harm Eastern Sea's righteous path and the Variant Human Alliance, Fang Yuan and the Qi clone had fought for real. If not for that, how could such a terrifying scene be created? After all, the main body and the clone's fight had split the sky, causing heaven-splitting powder to fall. In this friendly fight, Fang Yuan displayed all sorts of killer moves. He had excellent performance. Even the worst was average. His performance was average. Although there were no surprises, there were no disappointments either. This fight made Fang Yuan feel his own inadequacies. Although he had already created many compound killer moves, most of them were offensive and defensive, he was still lacking in terms of movement. The 2 wind path goo worms gave Fang Yuan an inspiration. In his imagination, when he activated a wind path goo worm, 2 rings of wind would condense under his feet. The rings of wind would revolve continuously like 2 wheels of wheels. As long as he activated them for a period of time, the rings would rotate faster, and Fang Yuan's body would also move faster. Let me see, how many wind path immortal goo do I have? Fang Yuan had few wind path immortal goo, but in the battle not long ago, Fang Yuan had obtained many wind path immortal goo. The members of the Alien Race Alliance also had some. In the worst case, Fang Yuan could extort the whole of Eastern Sea's righteous path to get wind path immortal goo. Fang Yuan's choices were too wide. Soon, Fang Yuan obtained many wind path immortal goo from his subordinates. They were all rank 7. After thinking about it and referring to many wind path immortal goo recipes and wind path killer moves, Fang Yuan successfully created his wind path killer move. After the initial activation, 2 rings of wind formed under the Goo Immortal's feet and could move the Goo Immortal's body. After testing the killer move for a while, Fang Yuan frowned slightly. He noticed the biggest flaw. Although this killer move would become faster and faster, the starting speed was too slow, and it needed to be sustained for a period of time before the speed increase would show some improvement. How to improve it? This was actually a common problem with wind path killer moves. Regardless of whether it was a gentle breeze or a violent gale, they all needed a process to grow to their maximum power. Of course, there were many ways to maximize the power of the attack right from the start. If one's wind path attainment level was high, they could modify the killer move structure to an extremely exquisite level. Or they could sacrifice a lot of time to prepare and erupt in one go. Or they could expend more immortal essence to increase the power of the killer move. However, Fang Yuan tossed all of these methods to the back of his mind, because they were all common methods. Fang Yuan was interested in Fire Path. Fire Path's explosive performance far surpassed Wind Path's. In terms of explosive power, Fire Path was one of the best among all the paths. After choosing a few suitable Fire Path immortal goo, this compound killer move was successfully modified. Let's call it Windfire Wheel. Fang Yuan casually used a name. Windfire Wheel killer move had explosive power, it could accelerate rapidly and become faster and faster, and most importantly, it did not expend much immortal essence and did not require much mental effort. Fang Yuan tried it again and was quite satisfied. All in all, Windfire Wheel was already outstanding among rank 7 killer moves. It could trample on 70% of the current killer moves. However, if this killer move landed in the hands of other Goo Immortals, it would be different. Basically, no Goo Immortal would be stupid enough to use it. Because just the internal friction of Wind Path and Fire Path would cause this killer move's effect to fall to rank 6. Using the immortal essence of a rank 7 killer move, it would only have rank 6 power. In the eyes of other Goo Immortals, this killer move would be the lowest of the lowest. This was the advantage of having over 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks. The internal friction of different Dao marks was greatly reduced, many killer moves were reborn in Fang Yuan's hands. And most importantly, the difficulty of Fang Yuan's derivation of the compound killer move was greatly reduced. If it were an ordinary Goo Immortal who cultivated Wind Path, they would not be stupid enough to use Fire Path Immortal Goo as the 2 cores to create a killer move like Windfire Wheel. At most, they would use some low-rank Immortal Goo of other paths as support, and they could not use a lot of them. The most common method was to use a vast number of Fire Path Mortal Goo to reduce the internal friction. But this way, the number of Goo worms in the killer move would increase, the difficulty of activating it would increase, the mental burden would increase, the overall evaluation of the killer move would also fall. Killer moves needed to be practical, the number of Goo worms could not be too high, the immortal essence burden could not be too high, the effect had to be good, and there could not be any obvious flaws. Thus, creating killer moves was an extremely difficult and huge project. But in Fang Yuan's hands, compound killer moves could not only use 2 cores, they could also use 3 cores, 4 cores and many other cores. Wind path was not good at eruption, he could use fire path and choose freely. The space for creating and modifying killer moves of a single path was limited. Compound killer moves were even more so, because of the internal friction. In the history of Gu cultivation, compound killer moves were far fewer than the killer moves of a single path. Killer moves of a single path had always been the orthodox path. But Fang Yuan's situation was completely different now. Because of the low internal friction in his derivation of compound killer moves, the space for him to create and modify killer moves was much larger than ordinary Gu immortals. The number of paths in the world reduced the difficulty of his derivation of killer moves by several times. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan was able to rapidly devise a large number of compound killer moves in a short period of time. Don't forget that he had a vast number of Gu recipes and killer moves, so even though his wind path and fire path attainment levels were not high, he could refer to them and easily devise a killer move like Wind Fire Wheel. When sparring with the Qi-Si clone earlier, Fang Yuan had used Sword Feather Blade Wings, Heart Crying Blood, Thunder Charm Thread Flow, 5 Technique Rainbow Light, Refinement Butterfly killer moves. They were just a small portion of the outstanding killer moves in his inventory. Over 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks, even though it was a small number, it truly opened up a whole new world for Fang Yuan. Since ancient times until now, countless heroes and experts in history had only dabbled in this new world. After exploring a few steps, they were powerless and unable to continue. But with the support of Heaven Path Dao marks, Fang Yuan could take a dozen steps or even 100 steps. He could easily obtain unprecedented achievements. The Heavenly Dao is inclusive and pays attention to the balance of all living beings. It is truly wondrous. In the next few days, Fang Yuan secretly created and modified compound killer moves while leading Qi-Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai to sweep through the grotto heavens. Most of the Qi harvest fruits in the Variant Human Alliance were devoured by Qi-Si Ancestor. Some were left in the grotto heavens. Fang Yuan annexed a total of 3 rank 8 grotto heavens: Transformation Paths Grand Swine Grotto Heaven, Time Paths Time Difference Grotto Heaven, and Rule Paths Freshness Grotto Heaven. These 3 grotto heavens had abundant resources and deep foundations. They were located on heaven vein nodes and were taken care of by Providence for many years. Fang Yuan had made ample preparations. He cleverly split these 3 grotto heavens and placed them in different areas of the sovereign immortal aperture. For example, Grand Swine Grotto Heaven had 2 super resource points. One was the Rolling Waterfall Cliff, the other was the Needle Forest Snowfield. In the Rolling Waterfall Cliff, there were large numbers of desolate beast jumping pigs. These jumping pigs could not walk, they only knew how to jump. When they grew to a certain stage, their bodies would become fat, they would come to the highest cliff and jump down. There was a huge waterfall hanging on the cliff. The water in the waterfall was boiling hot. It contained a vast number of fire path and water path Dao marks. It was steaming hot all year round. When the jumping pigs jumped into the waterfall, 10% of them would die from the corrosion of fire path and water path Dao marks. The remaining 90% would have their skin and flesh split open. They would have their bones broken and blood splattered. They barely survived. But after that, as long as the jumping pigs survived, they would break through their bottleneck and grow into dead fat pigs. Dead fat pigs would no longer be desolate beasts. Their life forms would break through to another level. They would become ancient desolate beasts. The number of dead fat pigs and jumping pigs in the Rolling Waterfall Cliff was quite sizable. The number of dead fat pigs produced every year was basically the largest in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. And in the Needle Forest Snowfield, there were bold swine that lived and reproduced. Bold swine were immemorial black pigs. Even their bones were black. They were as large as mountains and moved slowly. The Needle Forest Snowfield was huge. Fang Yuan naturally placed it in Kokitahara, causing Kokitahara's area to increase by 20%. And there were more than 500 bold swine of all sizes. Fang Yuan became the world's largest pig farm owner in one leap. As for Time Difference Grotto Heaven and Freshness Grotto Heaven, they each had a super resource point. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had suffered heavy losses from the myriad tribulation. But after annexing these 3 grotto heavens, there was an immediate improvement. The development rate rose to 25%. This development rate was slightly higher than before the myriad tribulation. Previously, the sovereign immortal aperture only had 1 super resource point. It was Danghun Mountain, which produced Guts Gu. After that was the dragonfish business. Fang Yuan invested in it many times before it became a giant resource point. Fang Yuan developed the sovereign immortal aperture by forcefully taking Fang Grotto Heaven and Qi-Si Grotto Heaven. But how could these two grotto heavens be as stable as the variant human alliance's grotto heaven? Providence took great care of the latter. On the other hand, it was Fang Yuan's development, like the eerie fire dragon python pit, seagull soil beach and Five Light Mountain. They were all newly established, there was little investment, their development time could not compare to the variant human grotto heavens. Finally, Fang Yuan focused on raising humans and variant humans later on. He did not put his energy into proper resources. After annexing them, the sovereign immortal aperture's subsequent arrangements were very complicated. Fang Yuan handed them to the humans and variant humans in the immortal aperture. He himself started to refine the heaven path Dao marks inside. As for Qi-Si ancestor, he returned to Qi-Si. Xia clan's surviving Gu immortals were in Qi-Si. They cried tears of joy when they saw Qi-Si ancestor. Qi-Si ancestor was still alive. This was the best news. Eastern Sea's super forces sent their representatives to Qi-Si. After getting this news, they let out sighs of relief. Without Qi-Si ancestor, they could not deal with Fang Yuan. This defeat is all because of me. Qi-Si ancestor took the initiative to take responsibility. Cough cough. Don't say that, ancestor. The one who wanted to attack the variant human alliance was my Xia clan. Sigh, I have let down my friends who died in battle. Qi-Si ancestor raised his head and sighed, his eyes were slightly red. Qi-Si ancestor, you should focus on recuperating now. Whatever resources you need, the whole of Eastern Sea will support you fully. Eastern Sea's Shin Clan Gu Immortal spoke. The other super forces representatives also nodded without any objections. Under everyone's gazes, Qi-Si ancestor coughed out another mouthful of blood. He sighed, the most important thing now is to recover from my injuries. Most of the immortal friends of the two heavens who have attached themselves to me still have the scourge of the energy harvest fruit in their homes. Let me get rid of these Qi harvest fruits first. The immortals were extremely moved. Many of the two heavens Gu immortals had tears in their eyes. Qi-Si ancestor, you are truly the role model of Eastern Sea's righteous path. Chapter 2090. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. A brand new time path immortal formation was set up. It was at the crucial moment. Go. Fang Yuan's divine sense moved. A large lump of epiphyllum nectar was sprinkled over. This was a rank 8 time path immortal material. At the next moment, profound light flashed, turning into countless light specks that spread rapidly. Boom! It was like the explosion of silver-white fireworks. The light specks quickly dissipated without a trace. It was as if the formation that Fang Yuan had spent a lot of effort to set up had completely failed. However, when Fang Yuan activated his investigative killer move, he saw a phantom pool floating in the air. This pool resembled the Year Essence pool, but it was not big. It was only 10% of the Year Essence pool's size. Fang Yuan observed for a while before nodding in satisfaction. The formation was quite successful this time. He willed. The rank 8 Year Essence pool in the Mini 9 heavens opened its floodgates. A tributary of the River of Time flowed down, merging into the newly constructed pool. When the water of the River of Time in the pool reached a certain level, it started to move on its own. The water flowed out of the pool and poured into the ground below. At the bottom of the Year Essence pool was a thick white fog. In the shallow pool covered by the fog, there was a large number of desolate plants, extreme marsh flowers. Some of these flowers were like flower butts. They were as big as houses. Some were in full bloom, their petals connected into one, shaped like a trumpet. From the center of the flower, traces of white fog spread out continuously. This was the flower mist extreme marsh shoal that Fang Yuan had meticulously created. The food of rank 8 Immortal Gu Regret was fresh extreme marsh flower mist. The tributary of the River of Time flowed down, causing the entire extreme marsh flower mist shoal's time to accelerate. The water of the tributary of the River of Time continued to spread, but a light blue translucent wall of light appeared around the flower mist shoal. Thus, the effect of time acceleration was limited to the area covered by the wall of light. Success! It is perfect. Fang Yuan inspected it several times. He was very satisfied that there were no problems. The light blue translucent wall of light was a method that Fang Yuan had obtained from Time Difference Grotto Heaven. All of the resource points in Time Difference Grotto Heaven were like this. They were surrounded by the wall of light. The flow of time inside was many times faster than other places. As a result, Time Difference Grotto Heaven's production of time path resources was extraordinary. Fang Yuan added years subpools on top of the original foundation. Each subpool was responsible for regulating a time path area. The rank 8 Year Essence pool was like the main dam, while these Year Essence pools were like the auxiliary dam. The tributaries of the River of Time that were drawn in from the River of Time first entered the Year Essence Pool, then the largest one spread throughout the Immortal Aperture, while many other tributaries entered the auxiliary dam to speed up the production of resources. In this way, Fang Yuan's resource output would increase by more than 10 times. Of course, this method was not only used to speed up the production of resources, it could also be used on goo worms. In the time path zone where time slowed down, goo worms' food requirements fell by a lot. This method had little effect on other goo immortals. The reason was simple: conflicting Dao marks. Time path partitioning was essentially a time path method. If the goo worms affected were of other paths and had higher ranks, the effect would be smaller. Fang Yuan had the unrestrained heavenly scar, which could reduce internal friction. After trying it out, he found that the effect of this method was gratifying. On one hand, it reduced the food requirements of goo worms. On the other hand, it increased the production of resources. Fang Yuan's goo worm food crisis was over before it flared up. Qi Si ancestor left, but these few days, Fang Yuan was not idle. The Eastern Sea goo immortals died in battle. The immortal apertures and blessed lands that were left at the bottom of the sea were almost all devoured by him. As for the grotto heavens in the immemorial two heavens, Fang Yuan intended to keep them for now. On one hand, the sovereign immortal aperture needed food. By annexing a grotto heaven every once in a while, the calamities and tribulations would start anew, allowing Fang Yuan to make arrangements more flexibly. On the other hand, the grotto heavens were like potted plants that grew qi harvest fruits. Even though there was little hope, if the qi harvest fruits continued to grow, not only would they suppress the variant-human alliance, they could also nourish the qi si clone. As for the 3 grotto heavens that Fang Yuan devoured earlier, they were necessary. Fang Yuan had too little immortal essence. He needed to replenish it in large amounts. Rank 8 goo immortals relied on immortal Yuan stones to replenish immortal essence. The best way was to produce it themselves. But immortal apertures relied on the immortal aperture origin core to produce immortal essence. And the strength of the immortal aperture origin core depended on the immortal aperture's development. To raise its development, Fang Yuan had to devour 3 grotto heavens. The Fate War had expended a large amount of Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves. After that, Fang Yuan could not rest. He moved around the qi tides, searching for a way to deal with the heaven path Dao marks. After finding a way, Fang Yuan entered the celestial court and was immediately pursued. During this period of time, Fang Yuan fought too frequently. Almost all of his battles were against peak experts of the immortal world. They were too intense. By now, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves had fallen below the warning line. He needed to rest and recuperate for the time being. He could not fight anymore. Thanks to the Year Essence Pool that I snatched, I have no lack of time path methods to speed up the immortal aperture's time. Otherwise, my immortal essence would have been used up already. It is a pity that I do not have the rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, otherwise I would not have to worry about this. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus Immortal Goo could produce immortal essence. In history, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable who possessed it had the most immortal essence reserves among venerables. Ever since Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable started cultivating, he had never been worried about the burden of primeval essence and immortal essence. In contrast, his enemies often fell into a predicament of running out of primeval essence and immortal essence when fighting against Genesis Lotus. Fang Yuan lacked immortal essence now. It was delaying his recovery. He explored dream realms. He needed immortal essence. He cultivated soul path. He needed immortal essence. He had lost many immortal goo. He needed to refine them quickly. He had a large number of low-rank immortal goo. He needed to refine them. Injured immortal goo needed refinement path methods to recover. He also needed immortal essence. Because of his lack of immortal essence, he needed to save some for emergencies. Fang Yuan's cultivation could only be put aside for now. Only the compound killer moves concept, because the difficulty was too low, he could barely continue with it. Experimenting with new killer moves also needed immortal essence. But just this alone was within the range of what Fang Yuan could bear. Other than accumulating immortal essence and deducing compound killer moves, Fang Yuan was also relocating resource points and gathering immortal materials. The resource points in the 2 heavens grotto heavens that could be moved, Fang Yuan tried his best to relocate them. After all, these grotto heavens were left in the immemorial 2 heavens. Their defensive range was too wide. If someone attacked, it would be hard to defend against them in time. A vast number of immortal materials were organized and stored in several warehouses in the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan imitated Celestial Court. He built several large open warehouses and also several expensive hidden warehouses. The variant human Gu immortals received the care of Providence, they were truly rich. Among them, wood path immortal materials were the most abundant. Because Xiao He Jian and Green Forest Great Sage were mini-men, other than them there were 2 other wood path grotto heavens. There were also many other paths immortal materials, but what made Fang Yuan pleasantly surprised was that the number of luck path immortal materials he collected was also astonishing. For example, the luck path ancient desolate beast rolling cat. After collecting them in small batches, Fang Yuan found dozens of them in the end. This kind of cat was very exquisite, an adult could make it roll on it with just a stretch of their hand. Rolling cat was very adorable, it had snow-white fur, pink paws, large black eyes, and its meow was very tender, meow meow meow, it made people's hearts itch. There was also Lucky Jade, this was in rank 8 luck path immortal material, it emitted a dazzling light at all times and contained dense luck path Dao marks. Tooth water was also a type, it looked no different from ordinary spring water on the surface, but if one drank it, it would get stuck in the gaps between the teeth. Not only would it be extremely uncomfortable, it could even cause the Gu immortals' luck to plummet and fall into a trough. The variant human alliance does not have luck path cultivators. But these people were able to create a paradise under the influence of humanity, living in seclusion and reproducing, they naturally have great luck. Not to mention that they are also under the care of Providence. Fang Yuan thought about it, these luck path immortal materials could be explained. These luck path immortal materials were very valuable to Fang Yuan, they came at the right time. Because he needed to refine a large number of luck path immortal Gu to raise cooking luck pots level. Cooking luck pots level was still too low for the current Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan predicted that there would be a large number of immortal materials and even immortal Gu in the future. Because those Eastern Sea Gu immortal captives were still imprisoned in the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's extortion letters had already been sent to all of Eastern Sea's forces. After Eastern Sea's righteous path leaders received the letters, they sent them to Qi Si Ancestor, hoping to hear his opinion and ask for his help. Qi Si Ancestor had just visited the 2 heavens grotto heavens and devoured all the Qi harvest fruits. Right now his Qi path Dao marks had broken through 2 million. In less than half a month, the Qi Si clone's strength had increased explosively. The Qi Si clone did not react, he would hide this card for now for as long as he could. If those Qi harvest fruits can grow again, that would be great. Qi Si Ancestor was looking forward to it, but he knew that the possibility was not high. Because Qi harvest fruits were produced because of the impact of the Qi tides. Almost all of the grotto heavens were located on heaven veins, that was why there was a huge problem. During the pursuit battle with Fang Yuan, the 5 regions Qi tides had already stopped moving. The fusion of the 5 regions Qi was almost complete. Qi Si Ancestor was also pondering over his own cultivation. He did not lack Dao marks or immortal essence, he lacked killer moves. Qi Si Ancestor only had a few killer moves that he could use. Even though he obtained Primordial Origin's true inheritance, the Qi path killer move Celestial Court was too familiar, he needed to modify it. Qi Si Ancestor's ambition was not just this. He wanted to create a combat system that was suitable for himself. Killer moves were scattered and could be used to bully some rank 8 experts, or some pseudo-venerables. But against people like Spectral Soul and Duke Long, he needed an outstanding combat system. The main factor that influenced a Gu Immortal's battle strength was cultivation level. But killer moves, immortal Gu, immortal essence, timing, geography, and people were also influential factors. For example, special killer moves like Reverse Flow Protection Seal could allow Gu Immortals to fight above their ranks. Combat systems were also part of this. For most Gu Immortals, combat systems were not necessary. Because just these factors were enough to create a difference in battle strength, Gu Immortals would be able to determine the victor. But to Fang Yuan and Qi Si, it was something they could not lack. Because cultivation level, killer moves, immortal Gu, and other normal factors could not determine the victor, everyone was about the same. At this time, whoever had a mature and outstanding combat system was very important. Fang Yuan's extortion letters were passed around for a while before they all landed on Qi Si Ancestor's table. Qi Si Ancestor did not even look at them because he knew the contents of these letters. My injuries are not light, I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. Qi Si Ancestor's words made Eastern Sea's righteous path lose the will to resist Fang Yuan. If Qi Si Ancestor did not take action, who could resist Fang Yuan directly? They had to hand over the immortal materials and redeem their clan's Gu Immortals. Qi Si Ancestor added, I have already contacted the Celestial Court, maybe they will send reinforcements. Eastern Sea's righteous path Gu Immortals had complex emotions, they could not say anything. After all, Qi ancestor was heavily injured. He even contacted the Celestial Court for Eastern Sea's Righteous Path members. He did not ignore them. As a lone cultivator who was close to the Righteous Path, Qi ancestor had already done a good job. As for Xia clan's Gu immortals, they were obediently resting in Qi's formation. Their first supreme elder had already been killed by Fang Yuan. The remaining Gu immortals were very obedient. They were not obedient earlier, especially when the variant human Gu immortals escaped from Central Continent. These Xia clan Gu immortals were very excited at that time. They thought that the chance to reclaim their homeland was here. In the end. Chapter 2091. Eastern Sea Hot Spring Blessed Land. Ever since Fang Yuan subdued the variant human alliance, he had been in closed cultivation in Xia clan's headquarters. The Dragon Man clone, Wu Shuai, represented him, managing the alliance's daily affairs. I have seen your contributions, you may leave. Wu Shuai's voice could be vaguely heard in the hall. This subordinate takes his leave. At the next moment, the door opened as two mini-man Gu immortals flew out. They were Xiao Hejian and Green Forest Great Sage. After leaving the hall, the respectful expressions on their faces faded, replaced by expressions of regret and helplessness. The reason the two immortals were summoned was because Fang Yuan wanted their Wood Path Immortal Gu. Under Wu Shuai's persuasion, the two immortals had to offer their Wood Path Immortal Gu. Green Forest Great Sage transmitted, complaining, Lord Xiao, what do we do? My Forest Gu is the core of many killer moves. Without it, I can barely fight. Xiao Hejian's expression was ugly. Humph, you only lost rank 7 Forest Gu, but I offered up rank 8. The two immortals were not willing to contribute, but the situation was pressing. What could they do? In fact, this situation had been happening frequently recently. The alliance members were furious, but they did not dare to go against their superior's will. The announcement is here, the announcement is here. An excited voice entered the ears of the two mini-man Gu immortals. The two immortals moved and arrived in front of an information path Mortal Gu house. On this information path Mortal Gu house, there was a board with 3 words at the top. Contribution board. Looking down, Xiao Hejian was ranked first. His contribution points were in 4 digits. As for Green Forest Great Sage, even though he was not in the top 3, he was in the top 10. Green Forest Great Sage was overjoyed. Lord Xiao, look, you are first. Alliance leader did not lie to us, he really recorded our contributions to the alliance. He was depressed earlier, but his mood was much better now. Xiao Hejian snorted coldly, feeling disdainful. This is just the method of the higher-ups to exploit us. To think that this demon Fang Yuan has such political skills. Sigh, it is a pity that I do not have his peak battle strength. There are still Qi harvest fruits left in my own headquarters. Given the current situation, what else can I do besides following behind Fang Yuan? Xiao Hejian's strength was extraordinary, and he was not inferior to the experts of the Celestial Court. Unfortunately, with his strength, he could only bow his head in front of Fang Yuan. He was unwilling, but what could he do? The situation was stronger than the people. Contribution board? Soon, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest learned of this important news. During this period of time, Alliance members have often been summoned and given Immortal Gu. Even Xiao Hejian was not spared. What should I do? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch showed worry on his face. My name is not on the contribution board yet. As the Vice Alliance leader, this is not a good thing. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was slightly anxious. But he was reluctant to hand over the Ice and Snow Immortal Gu. How about this? I'll gather a batch of immortal materials and offer them up. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch quickly made up his mind. Fang Yuan could force his subordinates to hand over their Immortal Gu. But if he did that, it would be too unsightly. The hearts of the people that were gathered after much difficulty would disperse. If that was the case, Fang Yuan's earlier ploy would be a waste of effort. Even though Fang Yuan was a demonic path overlord, he was also well versed in the righteous path. Setting up a contribution board could resolve many conflicts. It could also motivate others. Of course, the essence was still the same: the strong plundered the weak. On the same day that Fang Yuan set up the contribution board, a huge matter happened in Qi. All of the Eastern Sea Righteous Path Gu immortals gathered together and elected Qi ancestor as the alliance leader of the Eastern Sea Righteous Qi Alliance. The variant human alliance led by Fang Yuan had become a huge threat to Eastern Sea's super forces. Especially after the recent defeat, Eastern Sea's super clans were even more wary and worried about Fang Yuan's forces. Facing the bullying of the strong, the weak naturally had to band together. Under Fang Yuan's coercion, all of the super forces wanted to band together. As for the alliance leader position, There was no way to fight for it. All of the super clans supported Qi Ancestor, only pseudo-venerable battle-strength Qi Ancestor could contend against Fang Yuan. The Qi clone was not modest, the current situation was already within his calculations. Since I am the alliance leader of the righteous Qi Alliance, I will act for the big picture. I hope you will not disobey my orders. Qi Ancestor said solemnly. We don't dare, we don't dare. Eastern Sea's righteous path immortals replied. There are 3 important matters now. Qi Ancestor said in detail. The first is to create the alliance's treasury. Each clan needs to hand over a certain amount of resources, not just immortal materials, but also immortal goo recipes, immortal killer moves, and so on. The second is to set up the alliance contribution board and mission board. They must be fair and just. Everyone who contributes to the righteous Qi Alliance will know about it. The affairs of the righteous Qi Alliance should also be handled by competent people. The third is that the members of the righteous Qi Alliance should help each other. If there is a betrayal, the other members must work together to eliminate the traitor. There must not be any leniency or tolerance. That's right, that's right. The immortals agreed. They knew that only by doing this could they truly create the foundation of the alliance. Otherwise, the righteous Qi Alliance would only exist in name. It would be better not to create it. Qi Ancestor organized the first group meeting. The first was the exchange of true inheritances. The clans would exchange their talents. Some clans had many refinement path goo immortals, some clans were strong in wisdom path. Such cooperation could indeed rapidly increase the strength of the entire righteous Qi Alliance. The second was to discuss how to negotiate with Fang Yuan to redeem the goo immortals of the various clans. All the clans hoped that Fang Yuan could return the goo immortals in one piece and keep their immortal apertures. For this, they were willing to make concessions in terms of ransom. The third was to use the righteous Qi Alliance's name to publicly contact the Celestial Court, hoping to cooperate with the Celestial Court to form an even stronger alliance to eliminate Fang Yuan and the Variant Human Alliance. After receiving this information, Wu Yong sat in his study room for an entire afternoon. During this period of time, Wu Yong first eliminated the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts, raising his reputation to a whole new level. But soon news of the battle between Fang Yuan and Qi, as well as the defeat of Eastern Sea's righteous path, spread all over the world. The subsequent development of the situation made Wu Yong feel like it was too much for him to take in. Eastern Sea formed 2 alliances and entered a standoff. Lord. Wu Bachong asked for an audience. Seeing Wu Yong's grim expression, Wu Bachong knew what was going on. His tone became gentler. The change in Eastern Sea's situation was a heavy blow to Wu Yong's ambitions. Wu Yong had originally planned to invade Eastern Sea after unifying southern border. But now, Eastern Sea's situation had undergone a complete change. Not only were there 2 alliances, Fang Yuan was also occupying a corner of Eastern Sea. His might was overwhelming. Wu Yong's grand strategy was about to be implemented, but it was already showing signs of failure. Lord, are we still going to attack Mushroom Man Paradise? Wu Bachong asked. Wu Yong's gaze flickered. He was too familiar with Wu Bachong. He asked directly, what happened now? Wu Bachong handed over an information path mortal goo. Wu Yong took a look. He crushed the information path mortal goo in his hand as his fist slammed on the table. With a loud sound, the paper and brush were scattered. These cowards, scoundrels. Wu Yong gritted his teeth. A ruthless light flashed in his eyes. The information showed that a large number of southern border clans had secretly contacted Lu Wei-yin. The reason for this was obvious. Fang Yuan displayed the might of the number 1 demon in the world. These super forces were afraid. They might not want to collude with Fang Yuan, but Lu Wei-yin had cooperated with Fang Yuan not long ago to kill Spectral Soul. Thus, these super forces secretly contacted and colluded with Lu Wei-yin. This was the way of survival for super forces. On the surface, they were irreconcilable enemies with the demon Fang Yuan, but in the dark, they communicated with each other. If something unexpected happened in the future, there would be a trace of friendship and a way out. Lord, the demonic forces are rampant now. Since Lord has the ambition to conquer the world, why not endure for a while and wait for a good opportunity? Wu Bachong urged. Wu Yong fell into silence. He was clear about his plan. He knew the pros and cons of it. The goo cultivation world had always respected the strong, primordial origin immortal venerable, who single-handedly led humanity to overthrow the rule of the variant humans in the 5 regions. Looking at the current situation, Fang Yuan, Qi Ancestor, and several other pseudo-venerables were leading the world. The result of their conflict would influence the politics of the 5 regions. Using the alliance of the weak to defeat the strong? History had already proven that this was a dead end. Conflicting Dao marks made them lose their advantage in numbers. Since ancient times, there were many wise people who worked hard in this area. Ancient battle formations and immortal Gu houses were created because of this. But what happened? Looking at the Fate War, the main characters were always Duke Long, Fang Yuan, Feng Jioge, and others. They were all Gu immortals. Even Demon Judgment Board, Dragon Palace, Di Zongxing, and others were just supporting characters. Wu Yong's plan was not to ally with the weak to resist the strong. He wanted to gather enough resources through the alliance so that he could cultivate on his own. He wanted to raise his cultivation base and battle strength to the pseudo-venerable realm, or even the venerable realm. Developing a force was only one way to become stronger. Gathering resources and suppressing enemies was ultimately still based on the individual. Looking at the history of the 5 regions, super forces were just vassals of the strong. The rise and fall of a super force was decided by the state of the strong. After a long while, Wu Yong broke the silence, saying, "Wu Ba Chong, your suggestion is very reasonable. Alright, let's put aside the plan of attacking Mushroom Man Paradise for now. There are a few things we need to do now," Wu Yong said as he tapped the table with his fingers. First, actively search for all kinds of inheritances and try to find venerable methods from them, so that we can resist existences like Fang Yuan in the future. Second, spread rumors about Fang Yuan's strength, emphasize the conflict between Fang Yuan and the Celestial Court, and try to lure them into fighting each other. Chapter 2092. Central Continent. Flowing silver blessed land. Spare my life. Leave the enemy is Demon Immortal Ziwei. She is not someone we can fight. We were so unlucky, we had just attacked and Demon Immortal Ziwei came. The Central Continent Gu Immortals sighed as they escaped in panic. Did I say you could leave? Fairy Myrtle smiled coldly. Purple light shone from her body. The light illuminated half the sky. Most of the Central Continent Gu Immortals died, only one escaped alive. Fairy Myrtle was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, a Wisdom Path Great Expert. Against these rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals, she displayed battle strength that left them in despair. After easily slaughtering the Gu Immortals, Fairy Myrtle hooked her finger. The souls of the Gu Immortals were brought to Wuxia. After devouring them, Master's Soul Foundation will rise greatly again. Fairy Myrtle smiled. Wuxia was depressed, his morale was low. Sigh, even if my foundation is strong, so what? My main body is dead, only this split soul of mine is left. Master, don't be discouraged. Sun quickly persuaded, I brought almost all the soul path resources in soul pacifying Grotto Heaven. They are your cultivation resources. During this period of time, Sun had already met up with Fairy Myrtle and Wuxia. After persuading Wuxia, Sun said to Fairy Myrtle, Lady Ziwei, did you let that transformation path Gu Immortal go on purpose? Why did you do that? Did you want him to attract more Gu Immortal enemies? Sun's soul was modified by Spectral Soul. He was extremely loyal to Wuxia. He would object to anything that went against Wuxia's interests. Right now, he was looking at Fairy Myrtle with a questioning gaze. Fairy Myrtle smiled coldly, ignoring him. Wuxia quickly eased the atmosphere. If I am not wrong, that transformation path Gu Immortal should be Warrior Steel Rush. He is Fang Yuan's subordinate. He was originally a Gu Immortal in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. After the Fate War, he has been roaming outside. Sun frowned, feeling indignant. Fang Yuan killed Master's main body. He is our mortal enemy. We should not let him go. Wuxia sighed. Fang Yuan's demonic might is overwhelming. He has completely subdued the variant human alliance and occupied Eastern Sea. During the battle with Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Alliance, he displayed pseudo-venerable battle strength. He has completely broken free from the Heaven Path Dao Mark restriction. Now he is summoning his subordinates back, which super forces would dare to stop him. Even the 10 great ancient sects of the Central Continent turn a blind eye to it. Fairy Ziwei continued, Fang Yuan is crafty and despicable. He is ruthless and ruthless. He slaughtered his entire clan when he was young to raise his aptitude. He is Dragon King Clan Dragon Army. Whether at battle or not, or Dragon King Gu, he wore King Chin Chin. Even if we kill this Warrior Steel Rush, how much damage can we cause to Fang Yuan? Damn it. Sun clenched his fists, realizing, this demon has already gained momentum, we cannot shake him. Not only that, even getting rid of his subordinates was a huge risk. They were worried that Fang Yuan would take the opportunity to investigate. Since this demon has recovered his battle strength, why is he not fighting to the death with Celestial Court? Fairy Myrtle analyzed as she plundered flowing silver-blessed land. I am suspicious of Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves. It is likely that he lacks immortal essence now. Earlier when he fought Qi ancestor he was bluffing. So now he is recuperating. Are you sure? Sun heard this and his eyes shined. Maybe we can make use of this. Fairy Myrtle fell silent again. Wuxia shook his head and smiled bitterly. Do you know what our greatest gain from fighting with Fang Yuan is? What is it? It is Fang Yuan. We cannot use common sense to judge him. According to the intensity of the previous battles, it is reasonable for him to lack immortal essence now. But no one knows how many methods he has, how much venerables helped him in the dark, or what methods he has in his rebirth memories. Even his main body died. Now that we managed to escape, we should not provoke him. Wuxia persuaded. Fairy Myrtle frowned. Wuxia's words did not hurt her, but she was worried about Wuxia's morale. Fang Yuan was always out of the ordinary. He displayed shocking performances time and time again. Right now, Wuxia was filled with fear. This was not the demeanor of the great spectral soul demon Venerable. Wuxia was not only a split soul of spectral soul, he was also the master that Fairy Myrtle and Sun were loyal to. They were looking forward to his rise. To boost Wuxia's morale, Fairy Myrtle thought for a while before saying, Fang Yuan is a terrifying person. After all along he has been pressured by various forces. Be it the Venerable's forceful suppression or the pursuit of the Celestial Court led by me, he has been living a miserable life for a long time. He has been in a precarious situation. The way I see it, Fang Yuan is only a pawn. The Venerables who supported him had already given up on him the moment Fate Gu was destroyed. Not only did they give up on him, they even destroyed him. Be it the restriction of Fang Yuan's heaven path Dao marks, or the pursuit of spectral soul, they are all evidence. But now Fang Yuan broke free and killed spectral soul. He got rid of the Venerable's arrangements and obtained freedom. He never had time to develop his business properly, but now he does. Right now he is growing stronger every minute and second. He is growing stronger at an unfathomable speed. Even though I am a wisdom path great expert and have fought with Fang Yuan many times, I cannot estimate how strong he will be the next time he attacks. But no matter how strong he is, as long as he does not become venerable, he is not invincible. Fairy Myrtle changed the topic. Wuxia smiled bitterly. Maybe the next time Fang Yuan attacks, he will already be a venerable. No. Fairy Myrtle smiled. It is not so easy to become a venerable. Since ancient times there have only been 10. How to become a venerable is a huge secret. All sorts of clues show that the venerables who helped Fang Yuan did not tell him this secret. Is that so? Sun clapped, saying happily, this is great. If Fang Yuan does not become venerable, he will only be a pseudo-venerable. Even though his battle strength is strong, there is a limit. Be it Qi ancestor or Divine Emperor City, they can deal with him. Wuxia let out a breath of turbid air. This means that as long as Fang Yuan does not become venerable, we will still have hope? Fairy Myrtle nodded. Even though Fang Yuan is strong, there are many things restricting him. Once Fate Gu is destroyed, the universe will be in chaos. Demon Immortal Qi Ju can revive. Can't the past venerables do the same? That doesn't make sense. Demon Immortal Qi Ju is only a pseudo-venerable. Sun's heart shook. Lady Ziwei, you were once in charge of Celestial Court. Do you have some clues? What venerable revival? Fairy Myrtle shook her head. This is only my deduction, there is no proof. But one thing is clear. When a Gu Immortal revives, the stronger they are, the harder it is. Demon Immortal Qi Ju used up a grotto heaven to revive. He also used the Qi harvest fruit. Even so, because of the severe interference during the revival, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's strength fell after reviving. It is different from the records of Celestial Court. The revival of a venerable is thousands of times more difficult than Qi Ju's revival. As Fairy Myrtle said this, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's image appeared in her mind. She had many suspicions. These last days, even though she, Wuxia, and the rest were wanted, Celestial Court did not pursue them much. Thinking about it, even though Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements appeared during the Fate War, they were not focused on protecting Celestial Court. Under the control of Genesis Lotus Will, Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City combined to form Divine Emperor City, but before and after the Fate War, it had remained in Central Continent, not moving at all. Not long ago the battle proved that Divine Emperor City could fly. As for the bamboo forest image that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable set up at the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower, after devouring many Northern Plains Gu Immortal experts, it flew out of Celestial Court, vanishing without a trace. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had left behind all sorts of methods. But Fairy Myrtle felt that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's focus was not on defending Celestial Court or protecting Fate Gu, but on other areas. Fang Yuan must have sensed this, that's why he did not attack Divine Emperor City. Fairy Myrtle looked at Eastern Sea. Someone first leaked the news in jewel yellow skies, after which rumors of a battle between Fang Yuan and Celestial Court spread like wildfire. Right now the entire 5 regions Gu Immortal World had a saying. The battle between Fang Yuan and Celestial Court in Divine Emperor City would decide who the ruler of the world would be. Wu Yong was only the beginning. Western Deserts Gu Immortal World, Eastern Seas Gu Immortal World, Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, and even the Gu Immortals of the 2 heavens had strong motives. They were secretly adding fuel to the fire. This plan isn't bad. But what kind of person is Fang Yuan? Why would he fall for it? Fairy Myrtle sneered. In the chess game of the world there were countless living beings but only a few people competed. Even though Fairy Myrtle did not have the strength to participate, as a wisdom path great expert, she had such foresight. After plundering Liquid Silver blessed land, the Liquid Silver inheritance was also obtained by Fairy Myrtle. This was a metal path inheritance. It was created by Central Continent's rank 7 Gu Immortal, Silver Horn Immortal. To Fairy Myrtle it did not have much value. In Wuxia and in Sun cultivated Soul Path, true inheritances did not have much value as a reference. What was truly useful to them were some immortal materials in the blessed land. After confirming that they did not leave anything behind, Fairy Myrtle and the other 2 immortals left. Immemorial Black Heaven. Under Bing Sichuan's lead, He Lulan arrived at Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Longevity Heaven actually had such a trump card. He Lulan was inwardly shocked. This rank 8 immortal Gu house in front of her was far larger than Calamity Luck Altar. The grand dark golden palace gave off an unwavering aura that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. I brought you here to meet someone. Bing Sichuan brought He Lulan deep into Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. You are? He Lulan stared with wide eyes at immortal zombie giant Sun who was sitting on a cushion. The strong reaction from her bloodline and immortal zombie giant Sun's appearance allowed He Lulan to quickly confirm the identity of the person in front of her. She immediately knelt on the ground and paid her respects. Unfilial descendant pays respect to ancestor giant Sun. Good child, get up. Immortal zombie giant Sun smiled kindly. He Lulan, who was in a turbulent mood, was immediately supported up by a formless and gentle force. She had just stood up when she heard immortal zombie giant Sun say, "You are my outstanding descendant. If you want to talk about unfilial, He tribes Gu immortals are truly unfilial. They are afraid of death. They actually sided with an outsider, that 100 Legs Jr." Chapter 2093. When Bai Ning Bing barely managed to open her eyes, the first thing she saw was a gentle yellow light. "You're awake too." A familiar voice resounded in her ears but she could not hear it clearly. After a few breaths of time, Bai Ning Bing's vision became clear. She saw Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress beside her. Bai Ning Bing felt weak all over. She barely supported her upper body with her hands. Where is this? She looked around and found that she was in a cave. The cave was very peculiar. It was shaped like a ball. Bai Ning Bing and the other immortals were at the bottom of the ball. The inner wall of the spherical cave was made up of sparse yellow soil. From time to time, there would be waves of red light that condensed into a bloodline-like red flowing light in the yellow soil. Wait, these are... Bai Ning Bing's expression became bewildered. She found that in the walls of the spherical cave, there was an immortal material embedded at regular intervals. The first thing she found was a piece of copper material in front of her. The copper material was tough and domineering. It was inserted into the soil and flickered with a cold metallic luster. Isn't this the rank 7 immortal material domination copper? Bai Ning Bing recognized it. Then she noticed that there was a piece of iron that was as white as snow not far from Ba Tong. This metal had a higher aura than domination copper. It was a rank 8 immortal material, white snow iron. How can this be? Where domination copper is produced, there should not be any other rank 7 copper materials. But I only took a rough look. There are at least 5 pieces of rank 7 copper materials here. Moreover, white snow iron has always been produced from rooster iron ores. Why is there only 1 piece of white snow iron here? It seems that even Bai Ning Bing cannot recognize the peculiarity of this place. Black Tigress said in disappointment. Fairy Miao Yin smiled. We only woke up a little earlier than you. We are also very curious about this place. This place is too mystical. It seems to be a storage room for immortal materials. Not just metal path immortal materials, there are also other paths. Look over there. Fairy Miao Yin pointed to the left of Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ningbing looked over and saw that in a small piece of soil on the left, there were more than 10 big round radishes. I know, these are white wine radishes. White wine is produced from radishes. Even though they are rank 6, food path immortal materials are very rare. Bai Ningbing said. Look over here. Fairy Miao Yin pointed again. Bai Ningbing discovered a gust of wind. The wind condensed into a ball the size of a string ball. It was dark green in color and the sound of the wind was very low. Bai Ningbing had once obtained the Baixiang Grotto Heaven and had followed by Fang Yuan's side for a long time. When she saw this ball of wind, she narrowed her eyes and recalled its records. This is heavy eerie wind, a rank 8 wind path immortal material. It can only be found deep underground, even celestial quartz goo immortals desire it. Metal path immortal materials domination copper, white snow iron and others, food path immortal material white wine radish, wind path immortal material serene heavy wind. Other than these, Bai Ningbing and the rest also found red snake iron, orchid life chi, sleeping dream soil and others. What is this? Bai Ningbing and the rest noticed a little fox above their heads. Its furry fox tail and hind legs were trapped in the soil. When it saw that Bai Ningbing and the others had discovered it, it curled up into a ball in fear and let out a soft whimper. The 3 female immortals widened their eyes. They were stunned for a while, then they said in unison, Jade Fox Mist Infant. This was a rank 8 transformation Dao transformation immortal material. It was recorded in the Legends of Renzu. What is this place? Jade Fox Mist Infant is already extinct. To think that there would be one here. The 3 immortals soon found purple manor soil. This was a rank 8 immortal material. The soil was in the form of purple granules. Purple smoke was rising from the surface. The purple smoke was only half an inch tall. At the top of the purple smoke, the smoke condensed into even smaller granules and scattered on the purple manor soil below. This purple manor soil is absolutely extinct. Because its effect is too powerful, it has only appeared once in history. Fairy Miao Yin said with certainty. Purple manor soil had extraordinary effects. Putting a trace of purple smoke into an aperture could raise one's cultivation level. And if purple manor soil was put into an immortal aperture, as long as there was enough of it, it could also raise a goo immortal's cultivation level. After the 3 immortals searched for a while, they found that there were many types of immortal materials here. Even though the amount of each was small, the total value was still huge. The most abundant immortal material here is crystal essence. Earth path crystal essence, water path crystal essence, lightning path crystal essence and so on. Could this be the legendary secluded domain of heaven and earth? Hu Land? Black Tigress guessed. Fairy Miao Yin shook her head. Even though the Legends of Renzu did not record it clearly, since Hu Land is on par with Shi Land, it should be similar to demon immortal Chi Ju's Shi Land. Bai Ningbing smiled. This is truly amazing and mysterious. There are actually heavenly crystals here. Aren't heavenly crystals a product of the 9 heavens? We should be deep underground right now. The 3 immortals continued to research and soon overturned their previous conclusion. So the most abundant immortal material is not crystal essence, but the large amount of earth blood meridians buried in the soil. Every once in a while, the earth blood meridians would shine with flowing light, like blood vessels growing and spreading in the ground. Because of it, Bai Ningbing found the red flowing light earlier. Following the earth blood meridians, the 3 immortals found the source. They also saw their greatest discovery. A small and exquisite black-yellow heart. With it as the source, there was a large amount of earth blood meridians in the shape of a net. The 3 immortals looked at each other and shook their heads. They could not recognize the origin of this black-yellow heart. But clearly this is a luck path immortal material. It is rank 9, it is the most valuable immortal material here. There are no traces of human activity here. Nature's uncanny craftsmanship can leave people speechless at times. The world is vast, it is truly mysterious and interesting, it is truly marvelous. If we goo immortals do not live marvelously, it would be like living in vain. What is the point? Bai Ningbing praised endlessly. Fairy Miao Yin saw Bai Ningbing's expression and sighed helplessly in her heart. Bai Ningbing's nature was to focus on herself and pursue excitement. She did not care about life and death, not to mention morals and ethics. Fairy Miao Yin originally disliked Bai Ningbing, but in the previous battle, if not for Bai Ningbing's desperate battle, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit would have already become the Celestial Court's prisoners. Black Daughter said, "This is great. With these immortal materials, they will definitely be of great help to Master." The master she was referring to was naturally Fang Yuan. Fairy Miao Yin looked at her and sighed helplessly in her heart again. She knew, Lady White Rabbit was about the same as Bai Ning Bing. They were both normal people. Lady White Rabbit's true inheritance was extremely strange. It was a top-quality dual-path cultivation method. Lady White Rabbit cultivated light and dark paths. She used the concept of extreme light as darkness and extreme darkness as light. When Lady White Rabbit's cultivation level was rank 6, once it changed, Lady Black Tigress would have rank 7 cultivation level. When Lady White Rabbit had rank 7 cultivation level, Black Tigress would have rank 8 cultivation level. But this inheritance had a huge influence on a cultivator's mental state and emotions. Lady White Rabbit was pure and kind, while Black Tigress was ruthless and ruthless. They were two extremes. Not just that, once they acknowledged and worshipped someone, it would accumulate deep in White Rabbit and Black Tigress' hearts, it would be engraved in them and could not be changed. After the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Lady Black Tigress' worship towards Fang Yuan increased even more. Because even Spectral Soul was ambushed and killed by Fang Yuan. Hearing that Black Tigress wanted to offer the immortal material to Fang Yuan, Bai Ning Bing's expression turned grim, a dangerous light shined in her eyes as she took a step forward. You actually have such a foolish thought? You are calling me foolish? Black Tigress raised her eyebrows, retorting angrily, You think I am afraid of you? You too. Fairy Miao Yin quickly stood between the two. It was not easy for us to escape here. We risked our lives to obtain freedom. We cannot use it for internal strife. What we need to consider is what to do next. Bai Ning Bing and Black Tigress were persuaded. They snorted coldly. The three immortals continued to explore. They dug through a small part of the wall. Through the small hole, they could see the violent earth chi outside. It was still rumbling intensely. We are still inside the earth vein. What do we do? With just our strength, even if we work together, the risk is too high. This discovery caused the three immortals to sink into worry. Thankfully, this place did not restrict communication with the outside world. The three immortals successfully communicated with Jewel Yellow Skies. They quickly learned about the aftermath of the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, as well as the turbulent situation in Eastern Sea during this period of time. Black Tigress was overjoyed. Master is finally out of danger. He has become the #1 demon lord in the world. Fairy Miao Yin was a little worried. To think that Celestial Court still had a trump card like Divine Emperor City. Even someone as strong as Demon Immortal Chiju was defeated. Sigh, Celestial Court's foundation is truly too deep. Black Tigress snorted coldly. What is a mere immortal goo house? The methods are fixed, it is hard to modify them. As long as Master can probe all of Divine Emperor City's methods, it will be easy to destroy this immortal goo house. Black Tigress's eyes shined. She said with a firm tone, I want to return. Master has already sent word to recall his subordinates. I want to return immediately and continue to follow Master. Fairy Miao Yin nodded, agreeing with Black Tigress's idea. She knew that the 5 regional walls were gone, Fate Goo was destroyed, the future would be a chaotic world. To survive in this chaotic world, it was best to rely on experts. Fairy Miao Yin naturally knew of Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and cruelty, but she had no other place to go now. Compared to Black Tigress, Fairy Miao Yin's loyalty towards Fang Yuan was very limited. She was more concerned about herself. Thus, when Fairy Myrtle captured Fairy Miao Yin cooperated with her. But the situation was different now. Fang Yuan was publicly recognized as the #1 demon immortal in the world. Even the Celestial Court was suppressed by him. Even if Fairy Miao Yin joined another force, who would dare to take her in? Were they not afraid of Fang Yuan finding out and taking revenge? Bai Ning Bing sneered at the two girls. It seems that you still want to follow Fang Yuan? Do you have any brains? Who caused you to end up in this situation? Wasn't it Fang Yuan who abandoned you? If he could abandon you once, he can abandon you a second time or even a third time. Why do we always need to rely on others? This is the best chance for us to regain our freedom. Even though our alliance with Fang Yuan still exists, Fairy Myrtle has already suppressed us. Everyone thinks that we died in battle, even the Celestial Court is kept in the dark. You still want to go back? Fairy Miao Yin sighed. Bai Ning Bing, don't forget our identities. We are wanted demonic path Gu immortals on the Demon Judgment Board. The righteous path of the 5 regions want to capture us. Everyone wants to kill us. If we don't join Fang Yuan, what else can we do? If we fight alone, we will be discovered one day. Gu immortal experts will come to hunt us down. Bai Ning Bing laughed loudly. If we escape, it will be very exciting. Don't you look forward to it? Fairy Miao Yin rolled her eyes. Black Tigress snorted coldly, saying, Even if Master Fang Yuan abandons me again, I will do it willingly. Chapter 2094. Sovereign Immortal Aperture Mini Central Continent. Fang Yuan's months of preparations, immortal aperture time, had reached the crucial moment. At the center of a square pond, there was a small pavilion. Following Fang Yuan's thoughts, a goo worm slowly flew towards the pavilion. This immortal goo was round like a pearl, it was the size of a goose egg, there were countless markings on the pearl, constantly changing, like a myriad of blooming lotuses or moving clouds. It was blood asset immortal goo. This goo was created by land spirit of Langya by combining some of the blood path goo recipes in jewel yellow skies. Blood asset immortal goo could protect a portion of the immortal materials or goo worms during the goo refinement process. If the goo refinement failed, these immortal materials or goo worms could be restored using blood asset immortal goo afterwards. Blood asset immortal goo was originally rank 6, but not long ago, under Fang Yuan's hard work, he had used the long hair refinement path formation to advance it to rank 7. Blood asset immortal goo slowly flew to the top of the pavilion, there was a golden throne there. Thoughts surged in Fang Yuan's mind like tidal waves. This step might seem simple from the outside, but in fact, in order to reach this final step, Fang Yuan was spending 100,000 thoughts every second. Blah. With a soft sound, blood asset immortal goo finally landed on the golden throne. Shortly after, Fang Yuan expended his immortal essence. The golden throne produced an attractive force that firmly fixed blood asset immortal goo in place. Blood asset immortal goo burst out with a dense blood light. The bloody light was like flowing water, quickly flowing down from the roof of the pavilion, soaking the original white jade pavilion in a vermilion color. After it dyed the entire pavilion, the blood-red light continued to spread, covering the calm pond water. The pool water turned bright red like blood. The surface of the pool water started to have slight ripples. Splash, splash, splash. The ripples collided with the 4 stone walls at the outermost area, but they immediately vanished, becoming calm again. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was finally constructed. Fang Yuan wiped the sweat off his forehead, he had been tense for a month, he finally relaxed. He immediately felt a strong sense of exhaustion seeping out from his bones. My mental energy consumption is too great, and my immortal elemental energy consumption is not small either. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. He was dispirited and he just wanted to ignore everything else and fall asleep. He did the same. He slept for 2 days and 2 nights straight. His spirit had finally recovered. Fang Yuan immediately probed the 4 elements square regret blood refining pool with his spiritual force. After checking for a while, he nodded in satisfaction. Everything was flawless. For the sake of constructing this refinement pool, he'd exhausted tremendous effort and racked his brains. After paying such a price, the 4 elements square regret blood refining pool was definitely the pinnacle masterpiece of the refining path. Fang Yuan combined regret pool, refinement cauldron, long hair refinement path formation, and other refinement path related immortal goo houses and immortal formations, ingeniously creating the design of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. The regret pool was one of the 3 pools in the world. Along with the heaven pool and the wine pool, they were famous in the 5 regions and left their names in history. When goo immortals refined immortal goo here, if they succeeded, the success mark would be preserved here. When the immortal goo was destroyed, regret pool could be activated, using the power of the tributary of the river of time and the preserved success mark to refine the immortal goo again. The success rate was often as high as 50 to 60%. Sun Ming Lu, one of the 7 extremities of Northern Plains longevity heaven, imitated regret pool and constructed the super goo formation fate reversing sacrificial refinement formation to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven goo for old ancestor Shuehu. Refinement cauldron was long hair ancestor's proudest masterpiece. It had the power to forcefully refine immortal goo. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Langya blessed land relied on it to defend against 7 waves of attacks. It forcefully refined the immortal goo of the goo immortals who invaded the blessed land and captured countless people. And the long hair refinement path formation was Langya sect's strongest foundation, the essence of its trump card. The formation was extremely outstanding, only hairy man goo immortals could control it. In history, long hair ancestor had used this formation many times to refine immortal goo for giant sun immortal and thieving heaven demon venerable. Before the fate formation, Fang Yuan also relied on this formation to advance his immortal goo on a large scale. If not for Fang Yuan's refinement path and time path attainment levels reaching quasi-supreme grandmaster, he would not have been able to think of such a design plan. Just this 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool's design plan was absolutely unprecedented, and it was very likely that no one would be able to replicate it in the future. And the price that Fang Yuan paid to construct this immortal goo house was even more shocking. Firstly, Fang Yuan completely dismantled the unique long hair refinement path formation that had a long history. The core rank 8 immortal goo advanced refinement was still used as the core, becoming a part of the foundation of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Secondly, Fang Yuan used rank 8 immortal goo regret to take the essence of regret pool and construct the small pavilion in the pool. Next, Fang Yuan specially constructed a year essence subpool outside, drawing a tributary of the river of time into the square pool. To achieve this step, Fang Yuan arranged 3 rank 8 time path immortal goo, early autumn, mid-autumn and late autumn, from 3 autumn yellow crane platform. Finally, Fang Yuan directly placed the incomplete form of Refinement C into the pool. Refinement C was an important investment of the land spirit of Langya. It wanted to create a future refinement path secluded domain of heaven and earth. To successfully place the incomplete form of Refinement C, Fang Yuan also placed the rank 8 immortal goo water refinement inside. The entire 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had 4 cores. They were the rank 8 immortal goo advanced refinement, water refinement, regret, and the rank 7 immortal goo blood asset. Thus it was called 4 elements. The number of supplementary immortal goo directly broke through 20, early autumn, mid-autumn, and late autumn were the 3 rank 8 immortal goo at the forefront. As for the other mortal goo, there were over 100 million of them. Their types were as diverse as the sea of stars. It was simply unimaginable. Fang Yuan placed almost all of his refinement path immortal goo into it. There were also many time path immortal goo, wisdom path immortal goo and so on. Fortunately, he controlled the Variant Human Alliance and extorted Eastern Sea's Righteous Chi Alliance. He had an abundance of suitable immortal goo. With such a shocking investment, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had the long hair refinement path formation, regret pool, refinement cauldron, refinement C and other abilities. It fused the flesh body blood refinement method, 7 kill blood path goo refinement method, Bei Luo ice refinement method, and so on. It could unleash refinement path killer moves like slumbering lightning python, wind grind, reflecting snow, muffled thunderstone drum, dragon-shaped ice and snow, heavenly light rotation, refinement snake lifespan flower, omnipresent 4 seas, and even take a step back to broaden the sea and sky. Once 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool appeared, it became the number 1 refinement path immortal goo house in the history of goo cultivation. It was indisputable, it had no rivals. If news of this spreads, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool will definitely be able to compete with Divine Emperor City and 88-point Jinyang Tower for the number 1 position in the ranking of immortal goo houses. Divine Emperor City was the sacred land of human path, while 88-point Jinyang Tower controlled northern plains, achieving the golden rule of the Huangjin bloodline. And 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was not inferior. It fused the essence of human path and hairy man nature goo refinement path. With it, not only would the cost of refining immortal goo fall sharply, the success rate of goo refinement would also be unimaginably high. Whoever controlled this 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool would have an endless supply of immortal goo. However, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool is not complete. It only focuses on goo refinement and has almost no offensive, defensive, movement, or other abilities. Moreover, in this world only I, Fang Yuan, can construct it. Other goo immortals are powerless even if they get the blueprint. If a goo immortal saw Fang Yuan's blueprint, they would praise it profusely and gasp in amazement at first. But once they looked deeper they would curse and feel disdain in their hearts, feeling that this idea was fake and almost nonsensical. That was because the design of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool did not consider the situation of conflicting Dao marks in most aspects. Only in the sovereign immortal aperture, because of the negative impact of conflicting Dao marks, could 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool go from an ideal to a reality. In fact, as long as Fang Yuan brought 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool outside the immortal aperture, this immortal goo house would collapse on its own because of the severe internal friction and the intense conflicting Dao marks. Even before Fang Yuan had 3,000 heaven path Dao marks, it was not enough to construct this 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had devoured Grand Swine, Fresh Heavens, and Time Difference Grotto Heavens, these 3 rank 8 Grotto Heavens, and after refining their heaven path Dao marks, he was able to reach the minimum standard of constructing 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. These 3 Grotto Heavens had fused with 9 Heavens fragments, and the 9 Heavens fragments contained heaven path Dao marks. Time Difference Grotto Heaven had over 700,000 time path Dao marks, and over 800 heaven path Dao marks. Fresh Grotto Heaven had over 1,600,000 Rule Path Dao marks, and over 1,900 Heaven Path Dao marks. Grand Swine Grotto Heaven had the most Dao marks, over 3,200,000 Transformation Path Dao marks, and over 3,300 Heaven Path Dao marks. Chapter 2095. These Grotto Heavens in the two heavens had a vast number of Dao marks. These Dao marks did not come from tribulations, but from the contributions of generations of Gu immortals. For example, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven had more than 7 million Dao marks. With so many Soul Path Dao marks, the Grotto Heaven had a large number of super resource points. The original Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven only had 100,000 Soul Path Dao marks. After it annexed a large 9 heavens fragment, it had no tribulations or tribulations. With the support of Providence, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven produced Gu immortals generation after generation. These Gu immortals were all humans, even though they could choose any path they wanted to cultivate, most of them chose Soul Path. Because the Grotto Heaven had many types of Soul Path resources, it could be said to be blessed by heaven. Even if Gu immortals chose other paths, they were few in number. It was much harder for them to obtain cultivation resources of other paths than Soul Path. In fact, the immemorial two heavens were not a place that ordinary rank 6 or 7 Gu immortals could explore. Normally speaking, only a few rank 7 experts and ordinary rank 8s could explore the immemorial two heavens, taking risks and collecting a certain amount of resources in the wild. And when these Soul Path Gu immortals died, their immortal apertures would fuse into Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven. These Gu immortals did not have sovereign immortal apertures. When they fused their immortal apertures, there would be a lot of internal friction and losses. But because the main Dao marks were Soul Path Dao marks, the gains from the fusion were greater than the losses most of the time. Over the years, the accumulation of generations had resulted in the astonishing accumulation of more than 7 million gold coins today. 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool was the largest investment that Fang Yuan had made since he started cultivating, from the 500 years of his previous life until now. He invested his entire refinement path into it. He even involved Time Path, Rule Path, Wisdom Path, Blood Path and others. With 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool, Fang Yuan's refinement path strength rose sharply. He became the #1 person in the world. Adding on his quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level, even in the long river of history, Fang Yuan was definitely among the top 3 in refinement path. But Time Path, Rule Path and other aspects, because he invested a lot of immortal Gu, his foundation fell. During this period of recuperation, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had not been repaired yet. Its immortal essence storage was already out of danger. Many immortal Gu had been sacrificed, but because of the increase in the Dao marks of the main paths, Fang Yuan's overall battle strength rose instead of falling. Fang Yuan's life became better. In the past, Fang Yuan was in a precarious situation. He was schemed against by the Venerable One and forced to move forward, and the Celestial Court chased after him everywhere. But now, Spectral Soul was dead, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven were also recuperating. Fang Yuan no longer had any external pressure. He could formulate his cultivation plan more easily. Looking at it from a long-term perspective, creating the 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refining Pool was absolutely profitable. Next is to refine a Luck Path Immortal Gu and reach rank 8. Fang Yuan looked at 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool with a smug expression. He already had a plan. When Fake Gu was still around, the world had 9 lives and 1 luck. But now that Fake Gu was destroyed, Luck Path's influence had increased sharply. Especially when the 5 regions chaotic war was inevitable, the more chaotic the situation, the more effective Luck Path would be. I have an unprecedented amount of immortal materials now. I already have the strength to refine rank 8 Luck Path Immortal Gu. But it is still too early to create a complete refinement. See, I have the strength to refine rank 8 Luck Path Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was pondering when he suddenly obtained Black Tigress information from Jewel Yellow Skies. They are still alive, they are still trapped in the earth vein. Interesting, they are hiding in treasure ground. Very good, treasure ground is one of the 10 earths. Each treasure ground is filled with immortal materials, especially a rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Material, Pet Heart. It is suitable for my current situation. Fang Yuan could not help but feel joy. A rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Material could naturally refine a rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Gu. But just 1 treasure ground Pet Heart was far from enough. Most of the Luck Path Immortal materials in Fang Yuan's hands were rank 7, only a few were rank 8. They clearly did not have the foundation to attempt to refine rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Gu. But using rank 9 immortal materials to refine rank 8 immortal goo could slightly increase the success rate of the goo refinement. With pet heart, Fang Yuan was like a tiger that had grown wings. Southern border, Qi clan headquarters. Bam. The current first supreme elder of Qi clan slammed the table, gritting his teeth. Outrageous. This rank 7 goo immortal looked quite young, his skin was pale, he had a pair of dark circles around his eyes due to excessive drinking, his face was filled with anger. It was Qi Bang. He was Qi Chuyu's son, Qi Chuyu had supported him greatly, he was the next first supreme elder of Qi clan. Even though Qi Chuyu died in the Fate War, because he had made sufficient arrangements, Qi Bang succeeded in ascending to the position. After Qi Bang ascended to the position he felt very different from before. Previously he was under his father's protection, Qi Chuyu was there to protect him. But now he had to face the pressure directly. This time, Southern Border's superforce, Yang clan, gave him a difficult problem. The cause of this matter was a sound path inheritance. This sound path inheritance was called Qi Jia, it had a long history and was famous, it had been passed down since ancient times. The previous Qi Jia inheritor only had rank 7 cultivation level, but 2 generations ago he was a rank 8 goo immortal. That was to say, this Qi Jia sound path inheritance could allow someone to cultivate to rank 8, it contained huge benefits. Most importantly, this Qi Jia inheritance was in Qi clan's territory, but it was very close to Yang clan. Qi Chuyu died in battle, Qi clan lost their only rank 8 goo immortal, Qi clan was now weak internally. Yang clan attacked decisively, invading Qi clan's territory and surrounding the inheritance ground, they were currently actively exploring that sound path blessed land. Qi clan had to respond to Yang clan's actions. Their territory was invaded, this concerned Qi clan's reputation. If they did not deal with it properly, Qi clan's reputation would be ruined, it would be extremely embarrassing. However, what could the Qi family do to protect their face? Could Qi clan repel Yang clan's invading forces? Could they fight? How could they fight? If they could not fight, what could they do? This was Qi Bang's problem. What do you three think about this? Qi Bang asked the 3 rank 7 goo immortals in front of him. Qi Pai raised his voice and said, "Of course we are going to counterattack and kill all these Yang family dogs." Softer, softer. Qi Bang quickly waved his hand, looking at Qi Gue who was beside him. Qi Gue frowned. "First Supreme Elder, we need to consider this." "What are you afraid of?" Qi Pai stared with wide eyes. Yang clan does not have any rank 8 goo immortals, only 2 rank 7s came this time. If our Qi clan does not retaliate, we will be the laughing stock of the entire southern border righteous path. Qi Gue sighed. "Don't think that they are just 2 people, they are indeed famous experts. One is Yang Yingguang, he specializes in soul freezing profound light, he is hard to defend against. The other is Yang Wenkue, he cultivates wisdom path and information path, he is the brains of Yang clan. According to our investigations, Yang clan's other goo immortals are guarding Yang clan's territory, but it is hard to say if Yang clan secretly mobilizes them. Even if Yang clan is not in disguise, we need to consider Yang clan's immortal goo house. Since Yang clan invaded our territory, they might have already mobilized their immortal goo house. They are just hiding in the immortal apertures of the 2 Yang clan immortals, waiting for action. Qi Bang nodded, looking at Qi Shang. "What do you think of this?" Qi Shang was dressed in a white robe, he had a handsome face but his gaze was somewhat dazed. "Qi Shang? Qi Shang?" Qi Bang called out softly. But Qi Shang acted like he did not hear him, he looked ahead with a dazed expression. The 3 immortals in the room looked at each other, sighing together. Evidently, Qi Shang's mind was wandering again. He was the genius with the highest chance of becoming a formation path great grandmaster in Qi clan. He was known as the formation fanatic, he often became absent-minded. In order to think about a formation path problem, he even forgot to eat. If not for the clan's care, he might have forgotten to eat and starved to death while immersed in his thoughts. Qi Shang ignored Qi Bang. Qi Bang was furious inwardly, but on the surface he had to treat him kindly. Before participating in the Fate War, Qi Chuyu had specially called Qi Bang into the study room and secretly instructed him. Qi Shang was the best helper his father had left for Qi Bang. In fact, the 3 Qi clan rank 7 goo immortals in the study room were Qi Bang's trusted aides. But these aides could not help Qi Bang solve his problem. Qi Bang asked around, but in the end he still had to make the decision. Right at this time, an information path goo worm was transmitted from jewel yellow skies. Qi Bang's divine sense entered. After quickly reading it, his eyes shined with joy. "Great, Wu clan's Wu Yong has heard of this and is willing to cooperate with our Qi clan." After expelling Yang clan, We will tell the clan that we do not want anything, and Wu clan will even send an immortal goo house to assist us. But we need to form an alliance agreement with our clan. We need to build many immortal formations for Wu clan's resource points. There is such a good deal? Qi Gui was greatly surprised. Wu Yong's conditions were very generous. He was secretly moved. What do the two of you think? This time, Qi Bang ignored Qi Shang. He only asked Qi Da Pai and Qi Gui. Qi Da Pai cupped his fists. We will follow First Elder's decision. Qi Gui hesitated. Our clan relied on Wu clan to defeat Yang clan. It looks like we have a huge advantage now, but Wu Yong is a formidable character of the current generation. Why would he make a losing deal? Qi Da Pai said, have you forgotten? Back then Wu clan was weak. Yang clan seized Wu clan's poisonous waterfall and attacked Wu clan's fake corpse mountain. In the end, our clan's Lord Qi Chu Yu used an immortal goo house to force them to retreat, before Wu clan seized back the poisonous waterfall. Wu clan and Yang clan have enmity. Qi Bang slapped his forehead. Right, Qi Da Pai is right. Speaking of which, Wu clan has been trying to rope in our clan. Back then, when the dream realm of Etion Mountain was still around, every time Wu clan did an immortal opportunity business, they would drag our Qi clan along. Wu Yong is a formidable character. Even though my father has passed away, our Qi clan still has value in roping him in. This time we might as well let Wu clan bleed for us. Haha, our Qi clan will enjoy the fruits of their labor. Qi Gui saw that Qi Bang had already made his decision. He could only suppress the uneasiness in his heart. He thought about it and added, this time if we form an alliance with Wu clan, we will need to consider Ba clan's feelings and opinions. That's right, Ba clan. Qi Bang sighed, feeling a huge headache. Super forces had been around for a long time, their relationships were complicated, it was very complicated to deal with them, there were many restrictions. Ba clan had always wanted to become the overlord of southern border, they wanted to replace Wu clan. Ba clan and Wu clan were not on good terms. Chapter 2096. My Qi clan encountered difficulties this time, but Ba clan did not say anything. Even at the crucial moment of my ascension, Ba clan interfered in the dark, wanting to support Qi Suji. But ever since this Qi Suji married Ba clan's female immortal, his ambitions have grown by the day. Qi Bang recalled, his tone was filled with hatred. Saying so, he slammed the table. I have decided I will agree to Wu clan's alliance. As for Ba clan, I will write a letter and explain. I hope they can understand. The news of Qi Bang agreeing to the alliance reached Wu Yong. Wu Yong laughed loudly. Qi Bang is nothing to worry about. Evidently Wu Yong's plan was progressing smoothly. Qi Chu Yu died, Qi clan was weak internally. As for Ba clan's dynasty change, the original first supreme elder Ba Shirba was captured by Fang Yuan, his immortal aperture was taken away and he had to recultivate. Bada's ascension caused a huge commotion in Ba clan. Wu Yong acutely sensed the flaws of these two clans. The matter of the dominant inheritance was a chance that heaven sent to Wu Yong. How could Wu Yong not grab it? Great news, great news. At this time Wu Bachong suddenly asked for an audience at the door. Come in. Wu Yong spoke, what's the good news? He had rarely seen the steady Wu Bachong so happy. Wu Bachong said, when Wu Bei was exploring Wukong Pit, he unexpectedly found a large amount of dry clear qi. Wu Yong was slightly dazed before cheering, this is indeed good news. Before Wu Duxiu died she had 3 regrets. First was the fierce gorge 7 ghosts, Wu Yong had already killed them all. Second was that she did not refine 8-faced prestige wind immortal goo. Wu clan had already prepared for many years to refine 8-faced prestige wind immortal goo, they only lacked one main material, dry clear qi. Wu Bei unexpectedly obtained dry clear qi, it was enough for Wu clan to refine 8-faced prestige wind goo. Wu Bei is indeed my clan's lucky star. He deserves it. Wu Yong thought about it before speaking. 8-faced prestige wind goo is a rank 8 immortal goo. If we want to refine it, it is a huge matter, we need to take it seriously and make many plans. Wu clan is putting in all their effort to refine goo. Wu Yong said this and sighed, refining a rank 8 immortal goo is difficult. Even Fang Yuan with Langya Blessed Land's help, would find it hard to refine rank 8. This is a serious matter, even though we have prepared all the immortal materials, we still have to consider it carefully. Wu Bachong's heart gradually calmed down. My lord is right. This subordinate was too rash. Wu Yong remained calm and rational, which made Wu Bachong admire him even more. Finally Wu Yong said to Wu Bachong, let's put aside the matter of refining 8-faced prestige wind goo. Qi Bang has already agreed to form an alliance with my clan. What I need to do now is to pressure the Ba clan so that they can't even fend for themselves and interfere with this matter. Wu Yong had planned ahead and had already begun to eliminate the obstacles ahead of time. It was another round of planning and arrangements. Wu Bachong left the study room inwardly praising, Lord Wu Yong is so astute, why would my Wu clan need to worry about not being able to succeed? Several days later, in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan's Time Path clone was sitting in 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Rise. The Time Path clone suddenly shouted as rank 8 immortal essence poured in crazily. Rumble. In the square pool, the blood-red pool water suddenly rushed towards the sky like an upside-down waterfall. The whole of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool let out a buzzing sound as it was pushed to the limit. The blood waterfall rushed to the sky and formed a whirlpool at the top. The whirlpool rotated rapidly, emitting a bright radiance. After the whirlpool absorbed a large amount of blood water, it gradually calmed down. Eventually, an immortal goo flew out of the whirlpool. The whirlpool dissipated, the blood waterfall also fell into the square pool, only a thin layer of blood water was left at the bottom of the pool. The blood light faded like a tired bird returning to the forest, returning to the top of the pavilion in the pool. That was the location of blood asset immortal goo. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone regulated his breathing for a while. With a thought, the immortal goo floating in the air descended and flew into his palm. This immortal goo had the appearance of a dung beetle, commonly known as a dung beetle. Its entire body was golden in color. Its body was divided into 3 parts: head, chest, abdomen, and tail. Its head was like a crescent shovel, and there were paddle-like tentacles on both sides. Its chest and abdomen had horizontal ridges, and its tail was oval. There were 2 pairs of legs on its chest and abdomen and 1 pair on its tail. Each tentacle was very thick, and there were hard black spikes at the ends of the tentacles. It was dog shit luck immortal goo. After Fang Yuan's refinement, it had already risen to rank 8. Dog shit luck immortal goo was the core immortal goo of cooking luck pot. Giant Sun Immortal created luck path and left behind 3 great true inheritances: self-luck, all living beings luck, and heaven and earth luck. Cooking luck pot was the peak creation of the self-luck true inheritance's essence. Before the Fate War, Fang Yuan had invested almost all of his luck path immortal goo into cooking luck pot immortal goo house. This time he completely dismantled cooking luck pot and started to refine the luck path immortal goo inside. Dog shit luck immortal goo was his first choice. Fang Yuan had only tried to refine it for the first time and succeeded. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had a 50 to 60% success rate when refining rank 8 immortal goo. This probability was extremely terrifying. If news of this spread, the whole goo immortal world would be shaken, longevity heaven and the celestial court might even launch a frenzied attack. With rank 8 dog shit luck, cooking luck pot's rank had already risen to rank 8. If it were an ordinary goo immortal, they would have stopped while they were ahead. But Fang Yuan was far from satisfied. He still had to refine Chi luck immortal goo, connect luck immortal goo, luck planning immortal goo, luck inspection immortal goo, and others. The Time Path clone continued to activate 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. As rank 8 immortal essence was rapidly expended, the nearly dried up pool water started to rise again. This pool water was the refinement water of incomplete refinement C, combined with the water of the tributary of the river of time. Using water refinement immortal goo as the core refinement path method, it formed a mystical creation. The Time Path clone opened the hidden door of the immortal goo house's storage, throwing the luck path immortal materials into the pool one by one. Among them was Favor Heart. Fang Yuan had already brought Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin back. He used the killer move Fixed Immortal Travel. The current Fang Yuan had too many Dao marks in his body. Jade Flow Pearl was no longer useful. But it did not matter. Fang Yuan had created compound killer moves with great success. He had already modified Heaven and Earth Travel. With the help of over 9,000 Heaven Path Dao marks, Heaven and Earth Travel directly transported Fang Yuan to the vicinity of Treasure Ground. At the center of the vast Earth Vein, Fang Yuan leisurely endured the pressure of the Earth Vein as he stored the entire Treasure Ground into his immortal aperture. Bai Ning Bing had already left. Fang Yuan did not care about her. There was no need to waste time on her now. After refining Dogshit Luck Immortal Goo, the rank 9 Luck Path Immortal Material Favor Heart shrunk a little. This time, the pool water washed away a layer of its surface and fused it into the pool water. Using the immortal material like this was already an extremely ingenious method. Blood red light spread from Blood Asset Immortal Goo again, covering the whole pool. The pool water rippled as the immortal materials inside completely melted, mixing with the blood red pool water. After a while, everything was ready. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool's efficiency in processing immortal materials was extremely shocking. The time path clone lightly tossed luck inspection immortal goo into the pool water. The second round of refinement had begun. Immemorial black heaven, luck suppression heavenly palace. In He Lulan's blessed land, a tribulation had just ended. He Lulan showed joy on her face. The gains from this tribulation were considerable. She could not have survived it by herself, but with Giant Sun Immortal's guidance and Bing Sichuan's personal protection, He Lulan easily passed the tribulation. I have not been in luck suppression heavenly palace for long, but these last days I have already passed several tribulations. My strength has been rising rapidly. This is simply a rapid progress. My premonition was not wrong. It seems that longevity heaven is really trying to nurture me. He Lulan observed her immortal aperture. After her first meeting with immortal zombie Giant Sun, Bing Sichuan used a time path method to increase the flow of time in her immortal aperture to an astonishing degree. At the same time, longevity heaven provided He Lulan with a vast amount of strength path immortal materials. There was no danger of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. With such an abundance of strength path immortal materials, they naturally triggered strength path tribulations. Meanwhile, longevity heaven had the strongest luck path method in the world. It was of great help in passing tribulations. He Lulan could win without doing anything. With the second largest super force in the world behind her, He Lulan was highly regarded by immortal zombie Giant Sun. She deeply felt the advantage of relying on a force. She did not need to worry about nurturing goo or refining goo. She also did not need to pay attention to collecting goo recipes, killer moves, and so on. Someone would send them to her directly. Even the management of the immortal aperture and the arrangement of resource points were planned by specialized wisdom path goo immortals. He Lulan only needed to ponder on using goo and train her killer moves. Although she was the second generation of an immortal, her life was full of difficulties and obstacles. After encountering Fang Yuan, she wandered from place to place, facing many life and death situations. Thus, after being nurtured, besides being extremely grateful, she cherished this opportunity even more. She deeply understood how rare and precious such an opportunity was. She cherished every minute and second of her time. Excluding the necessary rest, she diligently trained every day. Every once in a while, immortal zombie Giant Sun would summon her to evaluate and give pointers. This time, immortal zombie Giant Sun could not bear to watch He Lulan's masochistic cultivation method. He consoled, "He Lulan, my descendant. Don't be too hard-working. Everything in the world needs to be balanced. Goo immortal cultivation is the same. If you continue like this, your heart will be tense, it will not be beautiful." Facing immortal zombie Giant Sun, He Lulan still persisted in her thoughts. "Lord Ancestor, what is this bit of hard work? In the past period of time, I have been cultivating beside Fang Yuan and personally witnessed his hard work. Everyone thinks that he obtained his current achievements because of the Venerable's help. But in my opinion, even without anyone's help, just this character of his is enough for him to stand out and cause trouble." Immortal zombie Giant Sun was slightly stunned before nodding with a smile, feeling even more admiration towards He Lulan. "It seems that you treat Fang Yuan as your enemy, your goal, and someone to surpass. Very good to have such spirit as expected of my Giant Sun's descendant. But if you want to surpass Fang Yuan, the difficulty is as high as a mortal ascending to heaven. I won't hide it from you, in this period of time Fang Yuan's strength has been rising rapidly. The degree is extremely shocking." He Lulan looked at immortal zombie Giant Sun in confusion. Immortal zombie Giant Sun explained, "Although luck inspection immortal goo is not with me, this space suppression heavenly palace of mine contains a killer move similar to luck inspection. Moreover, because I have been here for so long, I can see the luck of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. In this period of time, I have repeatedly seen that in the direction of Eastern Sea, in the direction of Xia Clan's headquarters, luck is rising continuously. The momentum is so fierce that even I have rarely seen it. Spectral Soul, the Celestial Court, and my Calamity Luck Altar failed to kill Fang Yuan. He finally got a chance to recover. He has the help of several venerables, he has excellent character, and has been reborn many times with rich experience. The more time he has, the higher he will grow. If you want to catch up to him, you will need to work hard to have a trace of hope." He Lulan had a solemn expression as she asked with a firm tone, "Ancestor, please enlighten me, what method is it?" Chapter 2097. More than 2 months passed in the sovereign immortal aperture. The brand new cooking luck pot finally appeared in front of Fang Yuan. It was shining with golden light. It was a huge pot. If one looked carefully, there would be platinum light flashing inside and outside the pot. It had an intense aura of riches. The sides of the pot were thick, it was as thick as a child's fist. On the outside of the pot, there were 8 carved dragons, each of them was very lifelike. The 8 dragon tails gathered at the bottom of the pot, they coiled around each other and extended downwards, forming 8 claws. The 8 dragon tails were facing east, south, west, north, northeast, southeast, northwest and southwest. Each dragon's claw was attached to the outside of the pot, the dragon's body was moving upwards, the dragon's head was at the edge of the pot, looking inside. The dragon's eyes were shut as if they were sleeping. Cooking Luck Pot was already a rank 8 immortal goo house. Compared to the previous Cooking Luck Pot, not only was it bigger, the 8 dragons were clear and exquisite, unlike the previous rank 7 where one was blurry and rough. Right now, Fang Yuan had over 9,000 unrestrained heavenly marks. The difficulty of designing compound killer moves had fallen sharply. Thus, even if Fang Yuan's luck path attainment level was not high, he could modify Cooking Luck Pot and make it stronger. But after Fang Yuan thought about it, he gave up on this idea. If Cooking Luck Pot was made into something like 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, its power would be greatly reduced when used outside. But Cooking Luck Pot had to be used outside. When Fang Yuan fought with Qin Ding Ling earlier, Qin Ding Ling attacked Fang Yuan's luck. At the crucial moment, Cooking Luck Pot appeared above Fang Yuan's head and blocked Qin Ding Ling's rank 8 luck path killer move. At Fang Yuan's level, because the enemies he faced were too strong and had too many methods, his defense had to be comprehensive. Fang Yuan not only had to protect his body and soul, he also had to protect his luck. Experts placed great importance on luck. It was an important part of their strength. Even demon immortal Qi Ju, who had revived, had such thoughts. Back then, above Qi Si, when he fought with Qi Si ancestor and Qin Ding Ling, in order to protect his luck, he wisely retreated. And the so-called fate was the effect of Qi path and luck path. Fang Yuan refined the Cooking Fortune Pot in order to protect his own destiny. Cooking Luck Pot's structure and origin determined that it was weak in offense and focused on defending the Goo Immortal's luck. As for luck path offensive methods, most of them were in the true inheritances of all being luck in heaven and earth luck. The luck path immortal Goo used to construct Cooking Luck Pot were all rank 8, they were enough to defend against luck. Of course, Cooking Luck Pot still had immortal Goo that were not rank 8. For example, Food Path Immortal Goo Cook was still rank 7. It was not that Fang Yuan did not want to refine it, but he lacked the corresponding rank 8 Food Path Immortal material. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool's blood asset immortal Goo situation was the same. It was still rank 7 and lacked rank 8 blood path immortal materials to advance. Rank 8 food path immortal materials and blood path immortal materials were not easy to collect in a short time. This had a lot to do with the corresponding sect. The more prosperous the path, the more immortal materials they had, the easier it was to collect them, the more immortal Goo and the more Goo immortals there would be. In the cultivation of Goo immortals, the more immortal Goo recipes they created, the more immortal materials they would nurture, and the more prosperous the entire path would be. Food path and blood path had never truly flourished, there were few Goo immortals who cultivated them. Compared to food path, blood path had slightly more cultivators, but most of them were only Goo masters. Blood path Goo immortals were few in number, they did not contribute much to the prosperity of blood path. On one hand, it was because of Celestial Court's Demon Judgment Board. On the other hand, Blood Sea Ancestor, who created blood path, only had rank 7 cultivation level. Speaking of which, luck path was not very prosperous, it was only because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's efforts to develop it, its reputation spread far and wide. There were also not many Goo immortals who truly cultivated luck path. Ever since Giant Sun Immortal's era ended, there were almost no luck path experts in history. Qin Ding Ling was probably the only one who could barely be counted. This was mainly because Giant Sun Immortal had hidden his 3 true inheritances very deeply, they were not widely spread. Qin Ding Ling was able to become a famous luck path expert in the world because she had obtained some foundation from Giant Sun Immortal. Afterwards, she had to change her original path and comprehend Heaven's heart before she had any achievements. Thus, Fang Yuan felt very lucky to be able to advance so many luck path immortal Goo this time. Because luck path was not prosperous, it was very difficult to obtain luck path immortal materials. It was very rare for him to be able to plunder so many luck path immortal materials from the 2 heavens grotto heavens. Of course, the biggest contributor to this success was 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. If not for 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, it would not have been possible. 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool had a 50 to 60% success rate in refining rank 8 immortal goo. This success rate was enough to mass-produce rank 8 immortal goo. The high success rate caused the consumption of immortal materials to fall sharply. Fang Yuan saved a lot of luck path immortal materials. If it were any ordinary goo immortal, using all of Fang Yuan's luck path immortal materials to refine a rank 8 luck path immortal goo, they would be extremely happy and overjoyed if they succeeded in refining one. If ordinary goo immortals wanted to refine rank 8 immortal goo, they would need at least 10 times the amount of immortal materials that Fang Yuan needed. Old ancestor Shui was a good example. In order to gather enough money to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, he expended all of his foundation. He squeezed the demonic path goo immortals under him to the limit, causing the entire snowy mountain blessed land to collapse. And this was because old ancestor Shui had captured Ma Hongyun. He could save a lot of luck path immortal materials. Not to mention old ancestor Shui, even Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had to cooperate with Longhair Ancestor. With 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool, Fang Yuan's refinement path strength was definitely among the top 3 in all of history. This advantage had just been displayed, but it was already extremely terrifying. The benefits he could bring were unimaginable. At least, Fang Yuan was clear that even Longhair Ancestor, who had cooperated with Giant Sun Immortal, did not have such a high success rate. The new problem in front of Fang Yuan was that he was worried that if he succeeded in refining rank 8 immortal goo, there would be too many rank 8 immortal goo in the future, and there would be a problem in feeding them. The difficulty of feeding rank 8 immortal goo was not small. Back then, to feed regret goo, Fang Yuan had created a huge flower mist extreme marsh. But Fang Yuan had already prepared for this. His wisdom path attainment was silently supporting him. Previously, Fang Yuan had used Time Difference Grotto Heaven to spend a lot of resources and effort to create Year Essence subpools, forming time path zones that covered the entire sovereign immortal aperture. With these zones and over 9,000 unrestrained heavenly marks, it would greatly alleviate the problem of feeding rank 8 immortal goo. Fang Yuan willed as he activated rank 8 Cooking Luck Pot to check his own luck. Cooking Luck Pot floated above his head. It had been floating slightly in the past, but now it was not moving and was rotating on its own. In the past, Cooking Luck Pot's rank was lower than Fang Yuan's cultivation level, so Fang Yuan could not check his complete luck. He could only check a portion of it inside the pot. But now Cooking Luck Pot could store all of Fang Yuan's luck. Fang Yuan finally saw the full appearance of his luck. Right now, his luck was like a pure silver pillar of light. Even though it was small, it was tall and straight, as if it was going to pierce through the heavens. At the bottom of this dense pillar of pure silver light, there was a cloud of yellow gas, like dust flying in the air, vaguely protecting it. And above the silver pillar, there were 3 clouds. One was black as ink, one was golden, and one was shining with starlight. Such a scene made Fang Yuan fall into deep thought. After a long while, he sorted out his thoughts and observed his luck again. But this time he did not pay attention to himself, he paid attention to the luck of the clones outside Cooking Luck Pot. Among the clones' luck, the one with the greatest aura and vastness was naturally the Qi-Si clone. Qi-Si ancestor's luck was like a vast ocean. Milky white Qi currents moved, forming endless waves. The Qi-Si clone's luck scene is the same as his name, it is the image of Qi-Si. Fang Yuan knew the reason. The luck scene was closely related to the individual's condition and foundation. Qi-Si ancestor's Qi-Si luck did not just come from his title, it was also because he guarded Qi-Si and controlled the Qi-Si formation. And most importantly, a few days ago, Fang Yuan had completely transferred the killer move Unlimited Qi-Si to the Qi-Si clone. Because the Qi-Si clone was trying to create a combat system, it wanted Unlimited Qi-Si as the core. The Qi-Si clone has over 2 million Qi Path Dao marks, it also has many Qi Path Immortal Goo, it has the complete Primordial Origins Qi Path True Inheritance, it is also the leader of the Righteous Qi Alliance, it has a high status and authority. With all these factors, it has such a vast white Qi-Si luck. But even though this white Qi-Si is huge, the Qi currents inside are chaotic, it will expose the hidden danger of the Qi-Si clone. Fang Yuan thought about it carefully, he felt that this danger came from 2 aspects. First, the Qi-Si clone was trying to create a combat system, his thoughts were chaotic. If he succeeded, he might be able to adjust the Qi-Si. But if he failed, he might still be in chaos. Second, the Qi-Si clone's identity. The relationship between the main body and the Qi-Si clone was not exposed yet, but there was a danger of it being exposed at any time. Demon Immortal Qi-Ju, who knew the inside information, was already suppressed by Divine Emperor City. And once this secret was exposed, it would be a huge blow to the Qi clone, thus the Qi luck felt like it was about to collapse. The Qi clone is my strongest clone, it has rank 8 cultivation level and pseudo-venerable battle strength. That is why it has such a vast milky white Qi luck. But from the looks of it, the Qi clone has a flaw, it has limited room for improvement. Fang Yuan compared his pure silver pillar of luck with the milky white Qi luck. He could clearly see that the pure silver pillar of luck was rising, but the Qi luck's foundation was not stable, it could only stabilize the situation. Chapter 2098. Other than the Qi clone, it was Wu Shuai's luck. The scale of his providence had been greatly weakened. Because Dragon Palace was destroyed and could not be rebuilt in a short period of time, the 4 dragon generals had all died, even Di Zongxing was suppressed inside the celestial court. Right now Wu Shuai's luck was still in the form of a flying dragon. This was closely related to Wu Shuai's Dragon Man identity. If one looked closely, they would find that Wu Shuai's flying dragon luck was made of ants. Countless ants gathered into one, forming the ant dragon luck. Wu Shuai is managing the Variant Human Alliance for me. Other than researching his own enslavement path methods, he is trying to raise his battle strength by another level. That is why there is an ant dragon phenomenon. Fang Yuan looked at the Time Path clone's luck. The Time Path clone's luck was still in the form of a small river of time. But compared to before, the river of time was much wider, waves were surging on the surface. Zhan Budu's fish eagle luck did not change much either. But Li Xiaobai's luck had a huge change. Originally, his luck was like a blossoming flower, there was a thin layer of nectar in the flower's stamen. This showed that Li Xiaobai's cultivation had made progress. But now his luck's appearance had changed, it had turned into a white wall. There were already 3 poems on the white wall, they were of different lengths. Looking at them carefully, it was clear that Li Xiaobai had created 3 exquisite poems. Every word of the poem was pitch black, it was even clearer on the white wall. Around the white wall, there were also countless black ink characters that were about to fly up the white wall. This is the poem Wall Luck. Fang Yuan had a realization. Ever since Li Xiaobai received the Bookhouse inheritance, he went on an unstoppable path, becoming famous in the world. Not only did he change his vital goo, he even roamed the world and collected poems, he even created his own creation. The poems that came over formed 3 killer moves. These 3 information path killer moves made him the publicly recognized #1 Gu master in profound literature Grotto Heaven. He became a Gu immortal seed favored by countless people. Some even said that he was a rare genius in the Grotto Heaven in 100 years. Li Xiaobai was so outstanding he naturally attracted old immortal Hua Yu's attention. All the signs showed that old immortal Hua Yu had decided to nurture Li Xiaobai with all his might. The Qi clone and Fang Yuan's main body were aware of Li Xiaobai's situation, but they did not interfere and only watched from the sidelines. Back then, Fang Yuan created Li Xiaobai because he wanted to obtain the information path inheritance in profound literature Grotto Heaven to help him make up for his lack of information path. However, because profound literature Grotto Heaven was an information path Grotto Heaven, it was strictly supervised, Fang Yuan could not support it greatly, Li Xiaobai could only manage it with difficulty. In the end, Fang Yuan had already gone through the Fate War, the Pursuit Battle, and after killing Spectral Soul and getting rid of the Heaven Path Dao marks, Li Xiaobai's situation finally showed signs of improvement. And Profound Literature Paradise was also in the Righteous Alliance, so the majority of the content of their information path true teachings could be obtained through the internal exchanges of the Righteous Alliance. The world had always been like this. Sometimes plans couldn't keep up with changes, and sometimes changes couldn't keep up with plans. This way the chess piece Li Xiaobai had a new arrangement. Therefore, Fang Yuan would let him be and let him develop naturally. Finally, it was the Pure Dream clone's luck. The Pure Dream clone was still at rank 5 level. If he wanted to ascend as a Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique, he would attract dream path calamities and tribulations. Even the current Fang Yuan did not have the confidence to deal with it. But the Pure Dream clone's luck also changed. His luck was originally a lump of pink fog, it was faint and weak, constantly changing. But now this lump of pink fog had condensed into a sand table. The sand table was still pink, it was very small, but yellow sand continued to fall in, turning into pink sand and strengthening the sand table. Sand table luck, what omen is this? At once even Fang Yuan felt puzzled. After activating wisdom path methods, bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, he had some guesses that needed to be verified. Fang Yuan counted, unknowingly he had already created 8 clones. Creating these clones was one of the results of Fang Yuan's study of Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul relied on his clones to create Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. These clones of Fang Yuan were of great help to him. Among the 8 clones, the only one that was sacrificed was Fang Dichang. Wait a minute, this is... Fang Yuan suddenly discovered a piece of luck. This luck was very vague, it was almost transparent, it gave Fang Yuan a very weak feeling. Fang Yuan almost missed it, but after inspecting it carefully he showed a joyous expression. This is Fang Dichang's clone? He is actually still alive. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan was schemed against by Genesis Lotus. Not only did he lose Divine Bean Palace, he even lost Fang Dichang's clone. After so long, Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City had already merged into Divine Emperor City. It was publicly recognized as the #1 immortal Gu house in the world. Fang Yuan also thought that Fang Dichang's clone was finished. To think that he actually discovered something in this luck inspection. Why did I not discover it before? I understand. Cooking luck pot is rank 8, my luck inspection method is dozens of times more powerful than before. There is also Fang Dichang's clone, it has clearly developed recently. After the two merged, the connection between the main body and the clone's luck strengthened by a lot. I was able to distinguish it. Even though Divine Emperor City had painting worlds, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, who left behind Contented Lifestyle Killer Move, had been around long before Giant Sun Immortal. Because of this, Divine Emperor City was relatively weak in terms of luck path. Discovering that Fang Dichang's clone was still alive and vaguely growing stronger was a pleasant surprise. But Fang Yuan did not change his plan. He did not want to attack Divine Emperor City in the short term. Divine Emperor City was not a Gu immortal, their methods were fixed and hard to modify, they were not scary. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was a pseudo-venerable, he could finally rest and cultivate alone in peace. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was built, a large number of grotto heavens were waiting to be devoured, Fang Yuan's strength would continue to advance rapidly. Why would he take the risk and fight Divine Emperor City to the death at this time? After inspecting his and his clone's luck, Fang Yuan understood even more things. Cooking luck pot could greatly increase the luck of Fang Yuan's main body and clone, but Fang Yuan did not do so. Firstly, his main body and clone were in good condition. After going through the previous predicament and tribulation, their luck had risen on its own, it was a blessing in disguise. So there was no need. Secondly, it not only expended immortal essence, but also Fang Yuan's main body's luck. After all, he was spitting out the luck of the pot to his clone. Next, I should refine Wood Path Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan immersed himself in Gu refinement once again. As for why he chose Wood Path, the reason was simple. Fang Yuan had collected a lot of Wood Path immortal materials, they could support the refinement. Xiao Hejian and Green Forest Great Sage of the Variant Human Alliance were both Miniman rank 8 Gu immortals. Their grotto heavens were Wood Path grotto heavens, they had offered sufficient Wood Path immortal materials. I should first raise Immortal Gu Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus to rank 8. Divine Emperor City Painting World. In the newly added Roaring Beast Painting World, a camp was being constructed. The location of the camp had been chosen after careful consideration. Not only was it located on a dangerous mountain, it was also beside a river. Zhao Shuyi stood on a rock, commanding 100 craftsmen to work at full force to construct the camp. Although Craftsman Gu has weak battle strength, it has a lot of uses. Fairy Bai Xia, who was standing beside Zhao Shuyi, expressed her feelings as she looked at the bustling construction site. Zhao Shuyi immediately raised her head, saying proudly, "Our Fairy Bai Xia has great insight. Craftsman Gu's prospects are much higher than Thief Gu, Soldier Gu and Arrestor Gu. Other than modifying immortal materials and constructing Gu houses, they can also refine Gu." Fairy Bai Xia nodded, "That's right, if not for your craftsmen, how could we have built 10 camps and ventured deeper into the Roaring Beast painting world? But how can you control so many craftsmen alone? The amount of mental energy involved was far too great. You also used Organization Gu?" Organization Gu was a type of human path Gu worm, it could allow human Gu to form an organization. Fang Dichang's sect token Gu was of this type. Zhao Shuyi laughed heartily, not concealing anything. "That's right, I used the guild token Gu to construct a guild. I brought the guild leader Gu with me. I chose more than 10 high-rank craftsmen Gu and gave them worker Gu. I also gave 1 vice guild leader Gu, so I still have 3 on me. No need to rush, when my guild continues to expand, there will be a place for me to use them." While the two were talking, an emergency bugle was suddenly heard. Fairy Bai Xia's expression changed slightly, "Another beast group is attacking." Zhao Shuyi said indifferently, "Xiao Qi Xing and the rest are here, there is no need to worry." Sure enough, at the next moment, Xiao Qixing's voice resounded in the whole camp. Everyone attack! Bam 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 bam. After a series of muffled sounds, large amounts of white smoke were blown away by the wind, and the spacious camp was filled with troops. The soldier Gu with the largest number, the squad leader Gu, the sergeant Gu, the higher-level centurion Gu, and even the 1,000-man commander Gu were all used. Xiao Qixing's army had increased in size during this period of time. Divine Emperor City was truly the paradise of human path cultivation. The army charged towards the beast tide. The two sides were like two huge waves, colliding with each other. After a moment of stalemate, uneven jagged edges appeared in the originally neat battle lines. Large numbers of beasts and soldiers fell in the most intense areas of the battle. Next, large numbers of soldiers and beasts filled in the gaps. Several powerful beasts appeared. Their physiques were clearly much larger than the others. They rampaged on the battlefield like fortresses. Xiao Qixing commanded from the center, his expression turning solemn. The deeper we go, the stronger the beast group. Friends, please make your move. No problem. Qinda Jiang, Gu Ting and the rest started to move. This battle lasted for an hour. The beast tide retreated, but Xiao Qixing and the rest also suffered many casualties. Half a day later, the camp was completely built. The supply team that was mixed with merchants, peddlers, commoners and even beggars entered the camp. Chapter 2099. Gang Leader. Gang Leader. Fang Di Chang walked into a dark corner of the camp as 2 or 3 beggars came forward to pay their respects. Fang Di Chang naturally had the appearance of a beggar. His clothes were tattered and he was filthy and smelly. The 10 children of human path formed an army and went deep into the newly appeared growling beast painting world. They were the vanguard. Every once in a while they would construct a stable camp and a large number of logisticians would enter, providing ample supplies to the army of the 10 children of human path. Fang Di Chang followed them secretly and mobilized beggar gang to find an opportunity. What's the current situation? Fang Di Chang asked. Our gang members have been following the vanguard army. Gang leader, the situation is good. We collected a lot of beast corpses and valuable furs. We are going to be rich. But because of this, we had a conflict with some caravans and escort agencies. Fang Di Chang frowned. What are the casualties of our gang? The beggar gang he created developed very quickly. Not only were the members his own human path Gu worms, they also took in many beggars from Divine Emperor City. Hearing the number of casualties, Fang Di Chang's frown deepened. Although beggar gang is easy to develop and beggar Gu is the cheapest human path Gu worm, their battle strength is too low. They are at a disadvantage against caravans and escorts. Only by being united and having the advantage in numbers can we not suffer losses. Fang Di Chang sighed inwardly. Beggar gang looked huge but its strength was not much. In the future, when dealing with the 10 children of human path, beggar gang was not reliable. Fang Di Chang entered the 10th camp, but at this moment, the 10 children of human path had already moved further ahead and were constructing the 12th camp. Now we can only place our hopes on the beast tide. The deeper we go into the growling beast painting world, the stronger the wild beast. Fang Di Chang's only hope was that the 10 children of human path would be defeated by the beast tide. Not only would they be defeated, they would be defeated and suffer heavy injuries. Only then would Fang Di Chang have a chance. There is no other way. My strength is low now. The only thing I can rely on is beggar gang. The 10 children of human path are Gu masters and have primeval essence. So their human path Gu worms can only last for a short period of time. But I am using Xin Shang's immortal essence. It is equivalent to having unlimited primeval essence. Thus I can maintain these beggar Gu. As Fang Di Chang thought of this, his vision suddenly darkened and a feeling of weakness rose from the deepest part of his body. Fang Di Chang quickly took out human will Gu and placed it in front of his nose, inhaling deeply. Immediately, a wave of human will was absorbed into his body, fusing with his original will. Fang Di Chang's current body was formed from beggar Gu. He had no soul and only a will. Willpower had always been difficult to sustain, especially when he was thinking. It would quickly consume his willpower. Thankfully, Divine Emperor City's painting world had already developed human will Gu. The human will produced by human will Gu could transform into any human will. With this help, Fang Di Chang's will was able to exist and remain active. At this moment, in the deepest part of the howling beast murals, a vivid and lifelike will floated in the air. He wore a white robe and a green handkerchief. He had a gentle temperament and a smile on his face. It was Genesis Lotus Will. And beneath his feet, Mao Li Chiu was sprawled on the ground, its entire body curled up, bound by an invisible force, unable to move. Not just that, there was even a powerful force extracting Mao Liqiu's Dao marks. Bullshit, Genesis Lotus, if you have the guts, let me out and let's have a good fight. Mao Liqiu roared. Genesis Lotus shook his head. Mao Liqiu, are you still unwilling to admit defeat? You are in a desperate situation. Unless Giant Sun Immortal revives and comes back to save you, you will die for sure. And you know very well that this is simply hopeless. Only by surrendering will you have a chance of survival. Otherwise, the longer this drags on, the weaker your strength will become. Until you die. Genesis Lotus persuaded Mao Liqiu to surrender. His tone was calm and his expression was gentle. Mao Liqiu roared in anger. Then come, Grandpa Mao doesn't want it anymore, I will give you all my Dao marks. Genesis Lotus was stunned. At the next moment, Mao Liqiu not only let go of its defense, it even stimulated its body and cooperated with the external suction force, throwing away its own Dao marks. Within the dazzling profound light, countless Dao marks spread out in all directions, entering the roaring beast painting world. Some Dao marks landed on the ground and turned into giant beasts of all shapes and sizes. Some Dao marks flew in the sky and gathered into balls, turning into ferocious birds that covered the sky. The painting world was extremely mysterious. It could draw out external Dao marks and use them as paintings to form all kinds of birds and beasts. But now, with Mao Liqiu's full cooperation, the number of beasts it created increased sharply. It soon surpassed the safety limit. Not good. Genesis Lotus Will's expression changed slightly. It did not expect Mao Liqiu to be so impulsive. It was suppressed in the painting world. Even though it could not attack, it still had the strength to defend. If it defended with all its strength, it could last for a long time. Thus, Genesis Lotus came to persuade it to surrender. To Mao Liqiu, the most rational way was to hold on, allowing the painting world to wear down its strength bit by bit, to buy as much time as possible. Like what Demon Immortal Chiju did, it was suppressed by Divine Emperor City. It could not escape by itself. But it could leave hope for the future. Who could say for sure what the future would be like? But Mao Liqiu was not rational. It exceeded Genesis Lotus Will's plan. An unprecedented ferocious beast tide rapidly formed. It charged over 100 li and pounced at the army of the 10 children of Human Path. The 10 children of Human Path only took a glance before their expressions changed. Retreat, this beast tide is too ferocious. Even if we use all our strength, we are definitely not their match. Retreat, the urgent matter now is to preserve our strength and wait for a revival. The 10 children of Human Path were all elites. They hurriedly retreated. But retreating was not easy. The beast tide surged forward like a tsunami. Many birds and beasts were extremely fast. They entangled the army that was opening a path. The 10 children of Human Path fought fiercely. They finally made a bloody path. They successfully retreated to the 11th camp. Half of the army was gone. They suffered heavy losses. But the beast tide continued to surge forward as if it was endless. The camp was built successfully and had thick defenses. But soon, it was on the verge of collapse under the ferocious attacks of the beast tide. Heavens, it seems we have completely enraged these beasts. This beast tide is so ferocious. Even if all the beasts from before are added together, they cannot compare to 10% of this beast tide. Retreat again. The 10 children of Human Path retreated to the 10th camp. Fang Dichang had already retreated in advance. Fang Dichang had already informed him that the beast tide was too powerful. The 10th camp would definitely not be able to withstand it. Although he wanted to find a chance to take revenge, he did not want to risk his life. In fact, with just beggar sex strength, even if they risked their lives, they might not be able to take revenge. The 10th camp also could not withstand it. It was quickly overwhelmed by the beast tide. The 10 children of Human Path could only retreat again and again. The beast tide also paid a price, but the scale was too huge. This price was completely bearable. In the end, everyone was chased out by the terrifying beast tide. The camps that the 10 children of Human Path had painstakingly built were all destroyed. Not a single one of the 10 children of Human Path survived. The other characters in the painting worlds were even more heavily injured. The people who retreated were in a sorry state. They were filled with fear and shock. The city gates were closed. The guards on the city walls had solemn expressions. The beast tide had already reached the city. The ferocious beasts did not stop. They attacked the city fiercely. The offensive and defensive battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The city actually could not hold on any longer. Many times, giant beasts climbed the city walls and killed their way into the city, causing large numbers of casualties. At the crucial moment, a large number of Divine Being soldiers appeared and participated in the defense, repelling the beast tide. The Divine Bean soldiers are already under our control. That's right. This was Divine Bean Palace's killer move to begin with. After we succeeded in slaughtering the immortal, the Divine Bean soldiers became our helpers. The 10 children of Human Path were pleasantly surprised, but also extremely regretful. Their losses were too severe this time, almost all of their previous accumulations were wasted. The only fortunate thing was that they did not suffer any casualties, they were still alive. Fang Dichang was no longer in this city, he had retreated to the rear. Beggar Sect's losses were not small either. The defeat that Fang Dichang hoped for had happened, but the extent of it was far beyond his expectations. The 10 children of Human Path helped each other and were united, he could not find a chance to attack them. After the beast tide disappeared, large numbers of wild beasts returned to the roaring beast painting world. They scattered everywhere, making the roaring beast painting world far more difficult to explore than before. The painting world was also like a giant beast licking its wounds. The claw that stretched into the roaring beast painting world earlier was almost shattered. I did not expect the roaring beast painting world to be so dangerous. This means that the other painting world should also be of a similar level. Xin Shang found Fang Dichang. The two exchanged information. Fang Dichang told Xin Shang about the information that Beggar Sect had gathered, like the extent of the 10 children of Human Path's losses, as well as Yi Fan and Hong Yi's performance in this battle. Xin Shang told Fang Dichang a huge discovery. Xin Shang was the person who explored the deepest, he saw the transformation of the beast tide with his own eyes. Using Dao marks to paint, painting path methods are truly profound. But in this case, Fang Dichang analyzed, it seems that a powerful enemy of the Celestial Court is being suppressed in the depths of the roaring beast painting world. The battle between the beast tide and humans is essentially a method to weaken the enemy and increase the suppression. Xin Shang agreed with Fang Dichang's analysis. He said to Fang Dichang, I wonder who is being suppressed inside? It is at least a rank 8 Gu immortal. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, we might be able to cooperate. This time the losses of the army were too severe, almost less than 10% survived. It is impossible to form an exploration army in a short period of time. Should we use this chance to go to the depths of the painting world? Fang Dichang shook his head. Those wild beasts do not recognize anyone. Xin Shang nodded. In this painting world there is not much difference between immortals and mortals. It seems that we can only wait for the exploration army to be formed again. Only then can we use this chance to go deeper. Just as the battle between humans and beasts in the painting world stopped, Fang Yuan secretly came to Mushroom Man Paradise. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was successfully refined to rank 8. Fang Yuan also grasped a large number of compound killer moves. The Qi Si clone had repeatedly invited the Celestial Court to form an alliance army to suppress Fang Yuan's variant human alliance. But even though the Celestial Court agreed, they did not take any action. Such an attitude made Fang Yuan even more convinced of the current grim situation. The entrance of Mushroom Man Paradise opened. Lu Weiyin personally led Fang Yuan into the depths of the blessed land. Chapter 2100. Gulp gulp. The tea was boiling, wisps of yellowish-brown steam rose from it. In a small wooden house at the top of the mountain, there were 2 experts who could influence the world sitting opposite a tea table. One was the number 1 demon in the world, Guiyue Fang Yuan. The other was Southern Borders Paradise Earth Inheritor Lu Weiyin. His overall battle strength might not be at pseudo-venerable level, but his defensive methods were comparable to pseudo-venerables. The windows were wide open, the fresh mountain air entered his lungs, mixed with the fragrance of the tea. Fang Yuan gazed into the distance. Outside the window was a scene of green mountains and clear waters, it was like a paradise. White cranes flew, spirit apes cried, desolate plants and desolate beasts could be seen, they were all docile. There were tree houses and villages at the foot and waist of the mountains, smoke rose from chimneys, chickens crowed and dogs barked, it was a peaceful atmosphere. And in the air there were many small mountains floating. These mountains were made from floating soil, they could float in the air naturally, each of them had their own unique characteristics and different environments. Some were intertwined with vines that hung down like hair. Some were drizzling, reflecting rainbow-colored red light. There were also waterfalls that flowed down continuously until they merged into a wide river on the ground. And the mountain that Fang Yuan was on the ground, it was the highest peak of the Mushroom Man Paradise. The moment Fang Yuan sat down he asked Lu Weiyin, is Spectral Soul still alive? Lu Weiyin only smiled and did not answer, he buried his head in making tea. The tea was ready. This was extreme peaceful mind tea, it was made from rank 8 immortal materials. The fragrance of the tea was fresh, it seemed to be mixed with the smell of soil after rain. The tea, this residence, and this mushroom man paradise complemented each other perfectly. They were not ethereal, they were not high and mighty immortals, they were filled with the joy of a farmer, they were filled with ordinary vitality. Please. Lu Weiyin placed the cup in front of Fang Yuan with both hands. The tea in the cup was boiling hot earlier, but after a few breaths of time, the heat completely dissipated, it became cold tea. Fang Yuan took a small sip, but Lu Weiyin directly raised his bowl-like teacup, raising his head and drinking a big mouthful. Fang Yuan's eyes shined, he immediately understood and copied Lu Weiyin's drinking method. Gulp. His Adam's apple moved as Fang Yuan swallowed a mouthful of tea. This shout made Fang Yuan feel very different. The tea was not cold. Instead, it had a warm coolness that instantly permeated Fang Yuan's internal organs. The hot and dry air in his heart was swept away. The tea was clear and refreshing with a hint of sweetness. Fang Yuan gulped down the tea in his bowl. Good tea. He put down the teacup with a surprised look on his face. Just by drinking a cup of tea, his body had gained over 1,000 Earth Path Dao marks. When Gu immortals undergo a heavenly tribulation, they would only gain 750 Dao marks on average. On average, the Earth Calamity would earn 250 Dao marks. This bowl of Taikang heart-calming tea actually gained so many Dao marks. It was like a Gu immortal risking their lives to undergo a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Lu Weiyin said slowly, "This mushroom man blessed land was saved by Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It was modified into a paradise. There were no calamities or tribulations since then. Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable even left behind a virtue true inheritance here. This mushroom man paradise was thus renamed Virtue Paradise." Before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became a venerable, he cultivated here. When he became a venerable one and transformed the moral paradise, he stayed there for a period of time. Taikang Heart Calming Tea was created during this period of time by Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Even though food path was passed down, Spectral Soul kept it to himself, it was only passed down in a single lineage. Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable spent his entire life trying to make up for Spectral Soul's death and restore order to the people of the world. Thus, he had a deep understanding of food path. He left behind many food path research results in Virtue True Inheritance. In his opinion, food path had huge potential, but there were too few people cultivating it. If it was truly developed, it would definitely benefit the world. For example, this Taikang Heart Calming Tea is a food path killer move formed from the consumption of rank 8 Earth Path Immortal materials. Thus, it can increase the number of Earth Path Dao marks in Gu immortals. The talent of a venerable is truly unfathomable. Fang Yuan praised. In order to counter Spectral Soul's food path methods, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created the killer moves Suffering Loss is Blessings and All Life is Bitter. These two methods played a crucial role in the battle to kill Spectral Soul. But Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not just do this, he even pushed food path to an even higher level. Right now, in the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions, almost all the tea and wine were incomplete food path Gu worm recipes. This was something publicly acknowledged by Gu immortals. Just drinking wine and drinking tea was just for the sake of having a good time, showing off one's wealth and foundation, or the results of one's refinement path methods. But Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable made up for this flaw, he perfected tea and wine into food path killer moves. As such, the esophagus finally revealed its unique splendor. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's food path methods can supplement tea and wine, turning them into killer moves. After tasting them, the Gu cultivator can gain Dao marks. This is definitely a method that can change the structure of the Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan understood. This method had a huge influence. In history, the main method for Gu immortals to gain Dao marks was to undergo tribulations. With this food path method, it was the same as changing this status quo. Fang Yuan had each strength immortal Gu, he could do this too. But immortal Gu were unique. Paradise Earth's food path method could be used as a reference to create more similar killer moves. Each strength immortal Gu could not be popularized, but killer moves could be popularized. These were two completely different concepts. Fang Yuan's gaze turned deep and eerie. Just from this extreme serene mind tea, one could see Lu Weiyin's deep foundation. This virtue paradise had deep foundation. It did not lack rank 8 Earth Path Immortal materials. Just by using this tea, Lu Weiyin could accumulate far more Earth Path Dao marks than ordinary people. It was no wonder he could fight against Spectral Soul so fiercely. Fang Yuan looked outside the window at this mushroom man paradise. His original evaluation of the foundation in his heart couldn't help but rise by several levels. With this food path method, it was extremely beneficial to Gu immortal cultivation. There were many Gu immortals in Virtue Paradise. These Gu immortals' battle strength far surpassed others of the same rank. And from start to finish, Lu Weiyin had only taken action alone. He had never ordered the Blessed Land's Gu immortals to show themselves. This person's shrewdness and forbearance made Fang Yuan look at him in a different light. Sensing the deep meaning in Fang Yuan's gaze, Lu Weiyin waved his hand and said humbly, "Fang Yuan, don't overestimate me in this Virtue Paradise. Even though we have this food path method, the price to use it is too high. Virtue Paradise is rich in earth path resources. Other than me who cultivates earth path, most of the Gu immortals here are mushroom men who cultivate poison path. There are also several human Gu immortals who cultivate wood path and water path. This food path method is not very efficient. For example, this extreme serene mind tea expended a large number of rank 8 earth path immortal materials to gain hundreds of earth path Dao marks. Of course, Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal body, his Dao marks do not conflict, his gains in earth path Dao marks should be extraordinary." Lu Weiyin concluded, "Even Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable said in his True Inheritance that this food path method is nothing compared to Giant Sun Immortal, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Red Lotus Demon Venerable and others. The methods of venerables could change heaven and earth, they were extremely grand. For example, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable led humanity to rise, he created the Celestial Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable created Wisdom Path and toyed with Providence, she truly established the foundation of the Celestial Court for 10,000 years. Giant Sun Immortal left behind his bloodline, he built 88-point Jinyang Tower and occupied the whole of Northern Plains as his courtyard. Red Lotus Demon Venerable plotted for 1,000,000 years, he destroyed Fate Gu. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable left behind methods to create Divine Emperor City. He deduced human path in the painting worlds and established the foundation of human path. These were all world-changing achievements that affected not just one generation, but the development of the entire world." Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Hearing Lu Weiyin's words, he had some guesses. He asked directly, "Since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable mentioned Genesis Lotus in his final words, did he know that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was going to create Divine Emperor City?" Lu Weiyin nodded. When Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable traveled the world and saved lives, he learned of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's methods. Back then, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable left behind Divine Bean Palace to restrain Spectral Soul and plot against him before he became venerable. Qingqiao's core is hatred Gu, it is nurtured by Divine Bean Palace. Qingqiao and Divine Bean Palace have a close relationship. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's original plan was to merge Qingqiao, Divine Bean Palace, and Emperor City during the Fate War to form Divine Emperor City and protect the Celestial Court. However, an accident happened before that. Fang Yuan cooperated with Fang clan to chase Qingqiao away and snatch Divine Bean Palace. After that, even though Divine Bean Palace merged with Emperor City, it lacked Qingqiao. Without Qingqiao, Divine Emperor City did not have enough battle strength. Genesis Lotus Will, who was inside, probably wanted to protect his human path research. He did not participate in the battle in Celestial Court. Fang Yuan had a complex expression, "So that's it. Genesis Lotus' plan was originally perfect." During the Fate War, Qingqiao could sense the location of Spectral Soul's remnant soul. It had rank 9 hatred Gu and pseudo-venerable battle strength. Not only could it help Duke Long protect the Celestial Court, it could also exterminate Spectral Soul's remnant soul. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan unknowingly destroyed this plan. Qingqiao was originally nurturing hatred Gu in Divine Bean Palace to strengthen itself. But after it was chased away, this process was interrupted. Later, during the Fate War, Qingqiao lacked battle strength and was separated from Divine Bean Palace. When the Fate War ended, Genesis Lotus will contacted Qin Ding Ling, Red Heart Traveler and 9 Spiritual Fairy worked together to capture Qingqiao and bring it back to Celestial Court. Thus, the truth was, it was not Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable who schemed against Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan who destroyed Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's plan first. This caused Genesis Lotus Will to have no choice but to act suddenly during the battle to mend the plan. Then why was Fang Yuan willing to accept the alliance agreement and cooperate with Fang clan to chase Qingqiao away? The key was Great Thief Immortal Gu. After obtaining Great Thief Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan used Ghostly Concealment as the core, Great Thief Immortal Gu 7 and others as supplementary to create Great Thief Ghost Hand, forcefully stealing Qingqiao's rank 8 Soul Beast token. Without Soul Beast token, Qingqiao's strength fell greatly. Fang clan won in the end. And where did great thief Immortal Gu come from? Chapter 2101. So thieving heaven demon venerable did not just use heaven form, he also used this method. I just did not notice it. Fang Yuan muttered. Suddenly he had a thought, asking, is Qing Chou not dead yet? Fang Yuan's pursuit battle ended and Divine Emperor City flew over to join the battle. Was it really just to suppress demon immortal Qi Ju and longevity heaven? Fang Yuan was thinking about the few pieces of Qing Chou's corpse. What was Divine Emperor City's main objective? This was something worth discussing. Lu Weiyin's expression turned solemn as he sighed. I only figured this out after I returned here to recuperate for a long time. What was the main reason for Divine Emperor City joining the battle? At that time, rank 9 Hatred Gu had no aura, it seemed to have been completely destroyed. However, Qing Chou is a life form formed from a killer move. I cannot be sure if it is dead or alive. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method is truly unimaginable, it is truly a sight to behold. To be able to turn a killer move into a legendary immemorial beast, this method was too profound, even Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin could only stare at it, they could not understand it. Lu Weiyin continued, I cannot deduce Qing Chou's situation. But I know Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's situation very well. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, I'd like to hear the details. Lu Weiyin finally returned to the main topic after keeping them in suspense for so long. He answered, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's current situation can be said to be dead, but also alive. Because his true body has always been hidden in the door of life and death. Fang Yuan nodded, sighing, as I expected. Spectral Soul's self-detonation had already made Fang Yuan feel something amiss. After he refined all the Heaven Path Dao marks, Fang Yuan reflected on it, he had even more doubts. The great Spectral Soul died just like that? After all, Spectral Soul was the most heaven-defying existence among the Venerables. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Zombie Alliance was still around, Shadow Sect was in hiding, and Spectral Soul secretly controlled Celestial Court. Duke Long still hadn't appeared. It was obvious that he had been killed by Spectre. He had even plotted to kill Feng Jioge and seize the opportunity to invade Lengya Blessed Land. He had manipulated the situation and was the biggest mastermind behind the Five Regions' chaotic war. As long as Great Dream Immortal Venerable was not born, he, Spectral Soul, would be the biggest winner. Therefore, Fang Yuan invaded Hu Immortal Blessed Land and killed Feng Kim Hong with Song Zhong's help. Who is Feng Kim Hong? When Feng Kim Hong was young, Dream Wings Immortal Gu took the initiative to join him. It was the seed of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Who was Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon. As long as fate was not destroyed, only his hands could change the situation. Who was Song Zhong? On the surface, Song Zhong was Song Zixing's son, but in reality he was his blood fetus. As for Song Zixing, he was called Blood Dragon, a member of the Shadow Sect, a clone of Ghost. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, there were many inside stories. At that time, Fate Gu was not destroyed, Demon Immortal Qi Ju could not revive, the other Venerables could only stare at Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul rampaged and eventually, Providence had no choice but to choose Fang Yuan to return to the past to change everything. In the Battle of Yitian Mountain, on the surface Fang Yuan succeeded in stopping Spectral Soul. But was that really the case? When Spectral Soul learned that Fang Yuan had revived, he immediately understood that it was Providence's doing. If he followed his original plan, even if he could control the Celestial Court and manipulate the Five Regions' chaotic war, he would still be obstructed by Providence. If Fang Yuan was not enough, a second or third otherworldly demon would revive, Spectral Soul would never be able to stand at the peak of the universe. Thus, he changed his mind. At that moment he started to cooperate with Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Eventually he gave Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu to Fang Yuan and created a complete otherworldly demon. After the Fate War, Fate Gu was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul wanted to take back the Sovereign Immortal body. His plan was perfect. He did not lack Soul Path attainment level, he had the Sovereign Immortal body, he could annex Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven and others, he could rise up again in an instant. This way he would be ahead of all the Venerables, he would have the initiative. The advantage of being first was unimaginable. Once Spectral Soul succeeded, he would be the sole ruler, the entire universe would be trampled under his feet. But he did not succeed. Red Lotus Demon Venerable schemed against him, while the Heaven Path Dao marks restricted Fang Yuan, they also protected Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul did not obtain the Sovereign Immortal body, there was a huge difference in his development. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, the Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven attacked at the same time, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables Inheritor Lu Wei-yin also joined the battle. They finally killed Spectral Soul. Looking back at Spectral Soul's plan, Fang Yuan thought, if he was Spectral Soul, what would he do? Thus he soon found a huge flaw in Spectral Soul's plan. It was too risky. In the Battle of the Dream Realm, Duke Long defeated Zishan Makoto and destroyed the Blessed Land, capturing Spectral Soul alive and taking away the door of life and death. Spectral Soul's life and death were in the hands of the Celestial Court. If Fairy Myrtle did not covet information and clues and killed Spectral Soul, wouldn't that be terrible? If it were Fang Yuan, he would not have made such an arrangement. What about Spectral Soul? Even if he had the greatest killing nature, he would not be a fool. Thus, the biggest possibility was that Spectral Soul was not Spectral Soul's true body. If Fang Yuan was in Spectral Soul's position, he would do this. Use a clone to disguise as the main body and be captured by the Celestial Court. On one hand, it could lower or even dispel the enemy's guard. On the other hand, the clone was also a trap. Fairy Myrtle fell for it in the end. Thirdly, the clone's information and true inheritances were far inferior to the main body. Even if it was captured, it would not provide too much information to the enemy. Finally, even if the clone was killed, it did not matter, the main body would still be intact. Regarding Spectral Soul's suspicions, Fang Yuan had two pieces of evidence. The first piece of evidence was Demon Immortal Qiju. Demon Immortal Qiju was a crucial person in the pursuit of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul used their true inheritances to try to get Demon Immortal Qiju to become their ally. Eventually, Demon Immortal Qiju was won over by Fang Yuan, causing Spectral Soul to self-detonate in the end. Fang Yuan reflected after the battle. He felt that he had won this battle too easily. It was slightly different from what he had expected. If Spectral Soul was only a split soul, that would make sense. Spectral Soul did not expect Demon Immortal Qiju's revival, because Fate Gu was destroyed, all of his plans for the future collapsed, everything was in chaos. Spectral Soul's plan was that his split soul would be captured by the Celestial Court. He would only select some memories and place them in his split soul. These memories would not attract the suspicion of the Celestial Court, nor would there be too many precious contents, like extremely valuable inheritances. Thus, Fang Yuan won against Spectral Soul in this aspect. The second piece of evidence was obtained by Fang Yuan recently. Through luck inspection and analyzing his own luck, he found that the top of his pure silver light pillar was shrouded in 3 layers of clouds. One of them was pitch black like ink, who could still cause trouble to him. This black cloud should be hinting at Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was not dead, how could he let Fang Yuan off? Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance had accumulated so many years of resources, they even gathered the 10 extreme physiques with much difficulty to create sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Spectral Soul would give up? Impossible. On the other hand, Demon Immortal Qiju's revival told the world that it was not impossible for venerables to revive. Spectral Soul's true body was probably planning to revive long ago. By extension, did the other venerables not have the same thought? In the past, Fate Gu prevented them from reviving. Now that Fate Gu was destroyed, who did not want to revive? No one knew which venerable would be the first to be completely resurrected. No one knew when they would be revived. Perhaps, at the next moment, a venerable would revive. Thus, for Fang Yuan the situation was grim. Once a venerable revives, the value of his pseudo-venerable battle strength would be greatly reduced. His status as the #1 demon in the world would become a target. After the pursuit battle, Lu Weiyin said goodbye to him and told him to race against time. That was what he meant. Fang Yuan did the same. After the pursuit battle, he was truly racing against time. He did not relax for even a moment. Once his strength recovered and he could deal with the hidden dangers, Fang Yuan came to Virtue Paradise. He was not here to meet Lu Weiyin, nor to obtain Paradise Earth's true meaning, or to inherit Paradise Earth's true inheritance. He only had one goal. Tell me, Lu Weiyin, how can I become a venerable? Fate Gu was destroyed, the future of the world was in chaos, anything could happen. Not just the Gu immortal world, the Gu master world also sensed the turbulent future. Fang Yuan was struggling, mortal Gu masters were also struggling. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. 4 Gu masters were traveling together, exploring deep into the mountain range. They had rank 4 cultivation level. When they worked together, they could fight against rank 5 Gu masters. In the world of Central Continent's Gu masters, they were famous demonic path experts. They were Eastern Obscenity Qin Yin Dao, Western Scum Yu Ba Guang, Southern Disturbance Shi Bao, and Northern Squandering Fan Chun Yao. They were known as the 4 great obscenities of Central Continent. Sorrowful winds are blowing again. Yu Ba Guang warned. Among the four, he was the most proficient in investigation. Quick, take out the goo house. Qin Yin Dao immediately spoke. Normally he was the leader of the four. The goo house was guarded by Fan Chunyao. He was in charge of healing and logistics. The four goo masters quickly hid in the goo house. The sorrowful winds blew outside the goo house, causing it to creak. From time to time, Fan Chunyao would need to replenish the goo worms, replacing those that died from the sorrowful winds. We have wasted so much, we have wasted so much. Fan Chunyao made a fuss, feeling heartache. Along the way, just defending against the sorrowful winds has cost us so much. Are there really good things in Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range? Qin Yin Dao shook his head and smiled bitterly. I cannot guarantee that. But as long as there is a trace of hope, we have to do this. Some time ago there was a goo immortal battle in Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. We might have missed out on something that can help us ascend. Once immortal ascension was mentioned, the other three goo masters' breathing became rough. As long as we become immortals, who would dare to attack us for immortals? We will not be hunted down. Once we become immortals, won't those high and mighty female goo masters be at our mercy? Ah! Look at you. After ascending to immortal, what's so good about mortals? We will be able to attack fairies. The goo masters looked at each other as they snickered. What they did not know was that the celestial court had already cleaned up the battlefield. All the immemorial year beast corpses and other corpses were taken away. When the four arrived at the ruins of the collapsed mountain range, they searched for 7 days and 7 nights but did not find anything. Right when the four were furious and were about to leave, they finally found something. There is a person here. Come quickly. What's so strange about a person? There are many corpses here. It is a villager living in the mountain. No, this person is still alive. And there is a phenomenon around him. What? The other three goo masters went up and saw that Wang Xiao'er's eyes were shut, but he was still breathing. Chapter 2102. This was the last day of the month. I let out a breath of turbid air and felt relieved. I had finally completed the small goal that I had mentioned earlier. This month, 1 chapter a day, stable and never absent. It was very difficult. There were many times when I almost could not persevere. There were many aspects of life, and it would always require time and energy. It was impossible for me to write a book like I did when I was still a student. I was an adult, and the adult world was filled with something called not easy. On the other hand, the following chapters of The Legends of Renzuch had taken up a lot of my time and energy. Next month, a new chapter of The Legends of Renzuch would be released to everyone. The difficulty of The Legends of Renzu increased the further one went, almost doubling. This was because many of the images and concepts that had appeared in the previous chapters could not be used anymore. To be able to compose The Legends of Renzuch while completing the goal of 1 chapter a day, even I feel that I was lucky. Thankfully, I persevered and completed it. The pressure was too great. For most of the month, I slept after midnight. There were many days, especially this week, where I would compose until 3 or 4 at night. The main text of 5 million words needed an ending, too many holes to fill in, too many clues to collect. But this month, I had already filled in a lot, and a few clues were being collected. Most of my energy was spent on The Legends of Renzuch. Sometimes I panicked, because I could not find any information on The Legends of Renzu. There were many times when studying it did not yield any results. Most of the time, what broke the barrier was just an idea or something that I learned 10 days ago, or a sentence that I accidentally read. The main text could be controlled, but The Legends of Renzu could not be controlled. The uneasiness brought about by this led to immense mental pressure. Many times I would lie on my bed and try to sleep, but I could not fall asleep no matter what, so I would get up to compose. I would think until my body and mind were exhausted and I would throw myself on the bed to sleep. The results were clear. I was rather satisfied with the quality of this month's updates. Be it the structure of the actions or the description of the side chapters, they were all taken into consideration. Especially the standard of the broken chapters, it had increased by quite a bit. The Legends of Renzu also had a new chapter. At the beginning of the 10th month, there would be a huge show in Crazed Demon Cave. The early stages of the plot were already half done. One last appeal. I hope that all the readers will support the original version of Gu Dao Master as much as possible and try to read it. It takes me at least half an hour to think about a chapter and a few hours to write it. However, readers might spend less than 10 minutes reading, and the fees they paid were only a few cents. Many Chidian coins were even given as gifts. Chapter 2103. In this world of Gu Masters, in the past 3 million years, there were 10 Gu cultivators who stood proudly at the peak of the world, looking down on all living beings with disdain. In the long river of history, there were countless geniuses and heroes in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. If these people were like the stars in the sky, shining brightly, then these Tengu cultivators were like the sun, dazzling and dazzling, spreading across the sky. Their brilliance never faded, their legends continued to spread. They were the 10 Venerables. From ancient times until now, they were 3 million years ago, remote antiquity era. Primordial origin immortal venerable, star constellation immortal venerable. 1,000,000 years ago, olden antiquity era. Limitless demon venerable, reckless savage demon venerable, red lotus demon venerable. 300,000 years ago, medieval antiquity era. Genesis lotus immortal venerable, thieving heaven demon venerable, giant sun immortal. 100,000 years ago, near antiquity era. Spectral soul demon venerable, paradise earth immortal venerable. These 10 people were at the peak, they swept through the world, they were invincible and unrivaled. Their methods were terrifyingly powerful. They seemed to have existed for all eternity. Their wisdom and schemes were unparalleled in history, they pierced through heaven and earth, using all living beings as chess pieces. Even if they died, they would influence future generations. Towards these people, Fang Yuan had the deepest feelings in the world. Fang Yuan was deeply aware of the gap between him and these venerables. Even though he was the #1 demon in the world now, with pseudo-venerable battle strength, he did not have the confidence to fight against venerables. Venerables swept through the world, other than them they were all ants. The Fate War gave everyone a vivid lesson. Any method left behind by a venerable could overturn the entire situation. Only venerables could resist venerables. To put it bluntly, the reason why Fang Yuan succeeded in the Fate War was because he was struggling to survive during the battle between the 10 venerables and Providence. Towards these venerables who invested in him and treated him as a chess piece, every bit of praise that Fang Yuan felt was a bit of challenge. For every bit of fear there was a bit of feeling of being shoulder to shoulder. Since they can become venerables, why can't I, Fang Yuan, do the same? Moreover, in order to pursue eternal life, the so-called 9th rank venerable cultivation is only a stepping stone for me, Fang Yuan. His plan to become a venerable one had already been decided the moment he was reborn. Many years ago, when Fang Yuan had just been reborn, he looked up at the bright moon in the night sky as humble as an ant. Now that he had ascended to the heavens, the venerable realm was only his next step. But how could one become a venerable? Fang Yuan did not know, was not clear, and did not understand. There was a big secret to becoming a venerable one. This secret had never been spread. The 10 venerable ones seemed to have a tacit understanding to keep this secret. The people of the world had no way of knowing, and could only forcefully analyze through some common characteristics. Among the 10 venerable ones there were 9 men and 1 woman. This meant that the venerable ones were not restricted by gender, and both men and women could become venerable ones. Venerables were invincible, but they were not omnipotent. Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once invited Long-Hair Ancestor to refine immortal goo together. Kings did not meet kings. In every great era, only one venerable would appear. There had never been a situation where 2 venerables existed at the same time. The fights between venerables were at most like the Fate War. They would use the methods they left behind to fight each other. Every venerable had great luck. Some were born with a phenomenon, everything went smoothly for them, like Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Some were not obvious at the beginning, and would only erupt after a certain period of time. It seemed like every venerable would have a Tao protector during their growth. Every Tao guardian played a crucial role in the venerable's growth. They could be friend or foe. It was publicly recognized that every rank 9 Gu venerable's main path was Supreme Grandmaster. Venerables were still restricted by their lifespan, and in history, there were many records of venerables searching for lifespan Gu to extend their lifespan. The 10 venerables were all humans. There had never been a case of variant humans becoming venerables. However, just this alone could not deduce the true secret of venerable ascension. The greatest deduction in history was the prophecy of 3 venerables. Immortal Yen predicted that in the future, there would be Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. This deduction did not involve the true contents of the secret of venerable ascension. And after Fang Yuan destroyed Fate Gu, this deduction was no longer valid. Then what was the secret of venerable ascension? Fang Yuan desperately wanted to know this secret. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's success was right in front of him. There was a huge possibility of venerables reviving. Thus, the best way for Fang Yuan to deal with this future was to become venerable himself. Fang Yuan was deeply aware of one thing. No matter how he annexed grotto heavens or fought for immortal materials and Tao marks, he could not become venerable. Thus, his biggest goal in coming to Lu Weiyin was only the secret of venerable ascension. Other things like Paradise Earth's true inheritance and Paradise Earth's true meaning were secondary to the current Fang Yuan. Opposite the tea table, Lu Weiyin drank a mouthful of cold tea as he smiled. He was not surprised by Fang Yuan's question. He raised his head and placed the tea bowl down, raising 3 fingers as he said, "To become a venerable, you need to fulfill 4 conditions. First, the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture origin core must produce white lychee immortal essence. Second, the Gu Immortal's main cultivation path must have at least 300,000 Dao marks. Third, the Gu Immortal's main cultivation path must be at least Supreme Grandmaster. Fourth, after fulfilling the first 3 conditions, the Gu Immortal needs to break through the Heavenly Dao's blockade to cause the immortal aperture origin core to undergo a qualitative change and produce rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence." Out of Fang Yuan's expectations, Lu Weiyin actually told him the secret of venerable ascension. Fang Yuan had thought that Lu Weiyin would use this as part of the transaction and demand something from Fang Yuan. Or more accurately, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable definitely had a motive for choosing Fang Yuan as his inheritor. Fang Yuan did not know what Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was after. But he had already decided that as long as he could obtain the secret of venerable ascension, he was willing to compromise to some extent and cooperate with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. However, Lu Weiyin did not keep this secret to himself because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's motive. He admitted it directly. This was like a transaction between 2 parties. They were supposed to exchange the goods at the same time, but one party handed the goods to the other party in advance. Lu Weiyin's action did not make Fang Yuan relax. Instead, he became vigilant. Lu Weiyin was very shrewd. Fang Yuan had once fought with him and lost to him. He did not manage to take back the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Lu Weiyin and Fang Yuan worked together to kill Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan saw his patient nature. How could such a person be so unwise? Fang Yuan pondered over the 4 conditions of venerable ascension. The first 2 conditions are rank 8 Gu Immortal who has passed 3 myriad tribulations together. My Chi path, time path, refinement path and transformation path have already reached this standard. The third condition is that my main cultivation path must be Supreme Grandmaster. I have not reached this, but refinement path, time path and enslavement path are already quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. There is not much difference. The fourth condition is to break through the Heavenly Dao blockade. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, continuing to ask, "What does the Heavenly Dao blockade refer to?" Lu Weiyin still explained to Fang Yuan, "The Heavenly Dao emphasizes balance, it takes away surpluses and replenishes deficiencies. All beings are balanced and restrict each other. A tree that stands out in the forest will be blown away by the wind, a pile of trees on the shore will cause turbulence. But human path is the opposite. Take away the deficiencies and replenish the excess, devouring the weak, learning and growing, learning from each other's strengths to make up for one's weaknesses. The Heavenly Dao naturally does not want Gu Immortals to become stronger and stronger, so it sends calamities and tribulations. Calamities and tribulations are one of the Heavenly Dao's blockages. And to become a venerable, the calamities and tribulations sent by the Heavenly Dao will far surpass the myriad tribulations. Other than that, there is Lifespan Gu. Lifespan Gu is a heaven path Gu, it cannot be refined. Even if the 10 venerables are invincible in the world, they are still heavily restricted. During the venerable era, Lifespan Gu will become increasingly rare. The third blockade is Fate Gu. But this has already been destroyed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan thought, the Heavenly Dao blockade has 3 methods, Fate Gu is destroyed, Lifespan Gu is not a problem for now, the calamities and tribulations blockade is the biggest obstacle I have to face. Is there a way to deal with the Heavenly Dao blockade? How did the venerables of the past do it? Fang Yuan asked. Lu Weiyin said, it is not that there are no shortcuts, luck path is one of them. The venerables of the past have extremely thick luck. Their luck mainly comes from 2 aspects. The first is the favor of providence, the second is the favor of human path. 3 million years ago, variant humans were too powerful and disrupted the balance. The Heavenly Dao wanted to get rid of them, thus, providence favored primordial origin and made him an immortal venerable. The best example of the favor of human path is Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He is the son of human path, he has extremely thick luck. The moment he was born, a calamity and tribulation of heaven and earth appeared. The 3 elders of the celestial court had no choice but to take action to block the calamity and tribulation for Red Lotus. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Let me think, are human path methods also a way to break the heavenly Tao blockade? Earlier, Fang Yuan had used human path methods to disrupt the heavenly Tao's evolution and gain time to make a move. He was very experienced in this aspect. Lu Weiyin nodded, that's right. Human path methods are also a good way to break the heavenly Tao blockade. Precisely so, the venerables of the past have a common point. They obtained their insights from the legends of Renzu and created top-tier human path killer moves. After chatting for a while, facing Fang Yuan's questions, Lu Weiyin said everything he knew without holding anything back. After Fang Yuan understood the criteria for becoming a venerable, he fell into deep thought. He thought about it carefully and found that there were only two things that restricted him from becoming a venerable. One was attainment level, the other was breaking the heavenly Tao blockade. The latter could be followed. Fang Yuan had cooking luck pot in terms of luck path and human path methods. He only needed to improve and develop them. The truly troublesome thing was attainment level. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster seemed to be very close to true Supreme Grandmaster, but it was actually very difficult to reach. If the environment allowed it and he had enough time, Fang Yuan could cultivate and comprehend it. He believed that in his lifetime he would reach Supreme Grandmaster in a certain path. But now, the shadow of the Venerable's rebirth had already shrouded his future. Is there a way for me to break through this? Dream realms? Clearly not. Fang Yuan had already discovered that the dream realms in his hands came from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but he could only raise them to Great Grandmaster level. True meaning? Don't tell me, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's true meaning can allow me to reach Earth Path Supreme Grandmaster? As if sensing Fang Yuan's thoughts, Lu Weiyin shook his head. Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's legacy can only allow you to become an Earth Path Great Grandmaster. However, Paradise Earth's true inheritance already has a way to resolve this. Fang Yuan looked at the smiling Lu Weiyin as an eerie light flashed in his eyes. Oh, I would like to hear the details. Lu Weiyin said, Fang Yuan is familiar with the legends of Renzu. You must know about Primordial Domain, one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth. Actually, as long as one reaches Primordial Domain, anyone can become a Supreme Grandmaster of any path. Primordial Domain? Fang Yuan was moved. You know where it is. Chapter 2104. Primordial Domain is still at the lowest level of Crazed Demon Cave? At once, Fang Yuan's mind was filled with countless thoughts. There were indeed records of Primordial Domain in the legends of Renzu, but the description was vague and ambiguous. It depended on how the reader interpreted it. Even if Primordial Domain has such power, is it hidden at the lowest level of Crazed Demon Cave? Fang Yuan could not believe Lu Weiyin's words. But there was such a possibility. Fang Yuan had been to Crazed Demon Cave before. He deduced from the traces that Paradise Earth had not only been there, he even created a Tao field there. Fang Yuan could not enter the lowest level, but Paradise Earth was an immortal venerable, his abilities could not be estimated. If all of this is true, then it's true. Then Paradise Earth's objective is Crazed Demon Cave? Fang Yuan's mind was in turmoil, but his expression did not change. Lu Weiyin observed his expression and sighed internally. This Guyue Fang Yuan is truly the #1 demon in the world. No wonder he is the target of Providence and the Venerables. To convince him just this is not enough. Lu Weiyin had to continue. Crazed Demon Cave is indeed at the lowest level. Primordial Domain is very special. It is both the beginning and the end. It contains the supreme profundities of heaven and earth. Limitless Demon Venerable used it and ranked 9 derivation Immortal Gu as the core to deduce the world and create new heaven path Tao marks. In a way, the importance of Crazed Demon Cave is even more important than Celestial Court. Lu Weiyin spoke slowly, revealing even more secrets. 1,000,000 years ago in the Olden Antiquity era, the first Demon Venerable of humanity, Limitless Demon Venerable, attacked Celestial Court and threatened to destroy Celestial Court, forcing star constellations will to gamble on the chessboard. The chessboard was connected to Crazed Demon Cave. During the battle between the two Venerables, sparks of thought collided and created new heaven path results. These results were sent into Crazed Demon Cave through the chessboard, helping limitless deduction. Star Constellation's shadow pretended not to know, but in fact she was already prepared and beat him at his own game. Generations of Venerables like Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal had all visited Imperfection Regret Pavilion. They knew about the battle between two Venerables and the importance of Crazed Demon Cave. In the Fate War, the figures of the two Venerables who were playing chess dissipated in the Imperfection Regret Pavilion, but this was only the end of the gamble between the two Venerables. The final battlefield that would decide the outcome of the battle was still the Crazed Demon Cave. The venerable ones of the past were aware of this, so they all got involved. For example, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created Green Lotus Dao Field in the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable created Savage Wilderness Great World, while Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable also created Yellow Earth Great World. In this way the situation became even more complicated. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This has been one of my doubts for a long time. Why did a portion of the Venerables spend so much effort to build a Dao Right Hall in the 8th layer of the Crazed Demon Cave to protect a large world? Could it be that they also want to make a move against the Origin Realm? Venerated ones have already become venerated ones, so the Origin Realm isn't a necessity for them. Wait, that might not be the case. A flash of lightning seemed to flash in Fang Yuan's mind. It tore through the layers of fog and allowed him to see a small part of the truth. Ah! Lu Weiyin laughed loudly. Fang Yuan is truly a person who roams the world unhindered. No matter how many venerables there are, they cannot be schemed against. You have already guessed a part of the reason. That's right. Lu Weiyin continued. Fate Gu is destroyed, venerables can revive. However, the stronger the Gu immortal, the more troublesome it is to revive, and the greater the price they have to pay. If they are careless, even if they revive, they won't have the same strength as before. For example, Demon Immortal Qiju, because of the interference of Fang Yuan and Wu Yong, his strength fell, he is not at his peak. The same goes for venerables. After they revive, even though they no longer have to pass the venerable barrier, they can return to rank 9 cultivation level. However, there is also intense competition between venerables. Venerables leave behind revival methods, but they are limited after all. Thus, all venerables want to ensure that they can revive successfully. It would be best if they could regain their peak battle strength at the moment of revival. Fang Yuan nodded continuously. He could completely understand the venerable's thoughts. When Fate Gu was around, it could not be revived. But almost all venerables left behind methods. Once Fate Gu was destroyed, these methods could be used to revive the venerables. However, venerables had different viewpoints, they were in different camps, they schemed against each other. Who did not want to become the strongest person in the world? Who would want to see other venerables besides themselves? Venerables were wary of each other, they sabotaged each other, even though they were dead, they were still fighting in the dark. Because of the long duration of these confrontations, normally speaking, the later the venerables, the more advantageous they were. For example, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. But this was not absolute. For example, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was born before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but his arrangements of Divine Emperor City and Qingqiu were enough to trap Spectral Soul. Or for example, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable entered Red Lotus Stone Island and took Regret Gu. It was very easy. But overall the trend was still the same. The later the venerables, the more advantageous they were in this confrontation. Because the whole of the Gu cultivation world was constantly improving. In the remote antiquity era, during Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's time, there were only 4 or 5 Gu cultivation paths. Qi path was the strongest. But now, there were all kinds of paths, there were at least 20 main paths. Take Divine Emperor City for example. Divine Emperor City was created by Genesis Lotus, it was at the peak of Wood Path and Painting Path back then, it could even deduce Human Path. But in the aspect of Luck Path it was weaker. Because Giant Sun Immortal was someone who came after Genesis Lotus. In fact, strictly speaking, it was uncertain if Divine Emperor City was still the peak of Wood Path. 300,000 years had passed since Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's era. During this long period of time, Wood Path continued to develop, countless geniuses appeared, they had their own achievements and pushed Wood Path to a huge level. Only Painting Path was still at its peak. What? Painting Path was hidden by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, it had never been leaked. Thus, Painting Path was still at the peak of the world. This was also why a portion of venerables kept their own true inheritances and did not spread them widely. For example, Giant Sun Immortal's Luck Path True Inheritance. Lu Weiyin continued to reveal shocking news. Fang Yuan, do you know that before the Fate War, Duke Long secretly moved the door of life and death to Crazed Demon Cave? Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. Did the Celestial Court know that Spectral Soul's main body was hidden in the door of life and death, so they moved it in advance to prevent Spectral Soul from taking advantage of it? No wonder Spectral Soul could not find the door of life and death even after he controlled Fairy Myrtle and excavated the Celestial Court's treasury. Lu Weiyin drank another mouthful of tea. Duke Long not only moved the door of life and death away, he even moved a portion of the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard to Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan had a thought. This means that I only destroyed a portion of the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, There is still a portion left in Crazed Demon Cave. Is this the Celestial Court's backup plan? This is the style of a righteous path superforce that seeks stability. After all, the Celestial Court's immortal goo are limited. The awakened goo immortals cannot have their peak battle strength when they were alive. Star constellations will also needs a portion of the hibernating goo immortals. I was about to talk about star constellations will. Lu Weiyin's gaze was like a torch as he stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, do you know that Star Constellations will has not shown herself for a long time to instruct the Celestial Court on what to do? Fang Yuan's expression finally changed, because he could hear the hidden meaning in his words. Fang Yuan also stared at Lu Weiyin. You mean Star Constellation has already revived using this will? Lu Weiyin nodded. Even though I am not completely sure, there is a high chance that this is the case. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revives, she will definitely hide in the 8th layer and scheme for the 9th layer's primordial domain. Once she enters primordial domain, she will regain her Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. She will be able to use the heaven and earth's primeval energy and become a true Dao Lord. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He had originally estimated that the Venerables had not revived. But from Lu Weiyin's conversation, he knew that a Venerable had probably revived already. And this Venerable was extremely terrifying. She was the only Wisdom Path Venerable among the Venerables, and also the only female. This woman was so strong that even after death she could scheme against the 3 demon Venerables of the future. Even though the truth was very different from what Celestial Court had publicized, the truth was that Celestial Court relied on star constellation schemes and arrangements to protect Celestial Court from the attacks of the 3 demon Venerables. This achievement could not be erased. Every time Fang Yuan thought about it, he felt deeply terrified. As for why Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was no longer a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, Fang Yuan was well aware of this. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable died, it was 3 million years ago during the remote antiquity era. It had been too long. Wisdom Path had developed to this day. It had already made tremendous progress and advancement. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster meant that the Gu Immortals' understanding of the path had reached the limit of heaven and earth. They had touched that ceiling. They had almost comprehended all of the profundities of the path. But there were still some corners that they had yet to reach. And Supreme Grandmaster attainment level meant that not only did they comprehend all of the profundities of the path, they could also innovate. At this level, every time a Gu Immortal advanced, it would be an unprecedented feat. It would raise the upper limit of the entire path. It would even be an advancement of heaven and earth. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's former Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster attainment level was no longer the same today. Even though her will and providence were intertwined together, and she constantly studied Celestial Court's Wisdom Path research results, it was the same. Not to mention the fact that Star Constellation's will and clones could not be equated. Celestial Court's Wisdom Path research results were only a portion of the entire Wisdom Path. Only when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable entered primordial domain would her Wisdom Path attainment level reach Supreme Grandmaster and become a Dao Lord. What is a Dao Lord? Fang Yuan heard of a new concept from Lu Weiyin. Chapter 2105. So this is the secret of the Venerable's invincibility. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. This trip to the Mushroom Man Paradise was really not in vain. Fang Yuan learned a large number of Venerable secrets. At the same time, he had some guesses about Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's goal. At this point, all of Fang Yuan's luck inspection guesses were indirectly verified. His luck was like a pure silver pillar of light. Even though it was small, it was tall and slender, shooting straight into the sky as if it was going to pierce through the heavens. At the bottom of this pure silver pillar of light, there was a lump of yellow qi that seemed to be protecting it like dust. And above the silver pillar, there were 3 clouds. One was black as ink, one was golden, and one was shining with starlight. These 3 clouds all showed signs of obstructing Fang Yuan's soaring luck. The black cloud should be corresponding to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After all, the current Shadow Sect only had a few members. Their threat had fallen sharply. The starlight cloud should be corresponding to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who had most likely revived. It was ethereal and mysterious, filled with the aura of wisdom. There was also the golden cloud. Needless to say, it should be Giant Sun Immortal. During the Fate War, there was an attack from Giant Sun that shook heaven and earth from northern plains all the way to Heavenly Court. It was incomparably domineering. In the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, even though they lost a legendary immemorial beast, Longevity Heaven's strength did not fall greatly. Their foundation was still intact. The Huangjin family was in existence like the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. They dominated northern plains and controlled the entire northern plains in the hands of the giant sun immortal bloodline. And Kray's demon cave was in northern plains. It definitely could not avoid the forces of giant sun immortal and longevity heaven. Maybe giant sun immortal chose northern plains to create longevity heaven not because he is a northern plainsman, but because he wanted to make arrangements around Kray's demon cave. Fang Yuan's thoughts ran wild as he thought deeper. If it were him, he would probably do the same. If Fate Gu was not destroyed, everything would be over. But if Fate Gu was destroyed, the Venerables would have a chance to revive. By then, whoever occupied northern plains and encircled Kray's demon cave would have the advantage. Fang Yuan looked at Lu Weiyin again. Since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created Yellow Earth Great World, did he help me become venerable so that I can help him revive? Lu Weiyin nodded with a smile. Indeed. Back then, Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable blessed the world, but his main true inheritances were only left in the 5 regions. Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance is here. Eastern Seas Paradise Earth True Inheritance is the Blue Dragon Whale. Central Continents Paradise Earth True Inheritance is the Reincarnation Battlefield. Northern Plains Paradise Earth True Inheritance is in Yellow Earth Great World. As for Western Deserts Paradise Earth True Inheritance, it seems to have been taken away. Venerable revival methods were left behind, but they are limited. As long as they can be destroyed in advance, these venerables will not revive. But if these venerables are revived, the difficulty of defeating them will be on a completely different level. Now that Fate Gu is destroyed, the lower reaches of the River of Time are in chaos. The world is in an unprecedented situation. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Not to mention the past venerables, just Great Dream Immortal Venerable alone, will she not appear? Pseudo-venerables are only pseudo-venerables after all. At this point, I believe that Fang Yuan no longer doubts our sincerity. As long as you help Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable return, we will be the closest allies. Not only will we hand over Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance, but we will also give you crucial clues regarding it. We will also provide you with crucial clues regarding Eastern Sea and Central Continents Paradise Earth True Inheritances. They are absolutely priceless. Fang Yuan was silent. Lu Weiyin was not just qualified to be the middleman, he was also extremely outstanding. As expected, every venerable has deep wisdom. Fang Yuan felt that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's calculations were extremely accurate. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was not afraid that Fang Yuan would not agree to him. Because the things that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable could take out were already huge benefits. Not only was Fang Yuan moved, the information regarding the venerables was also something that Fang Yuan needed. The reason why Lu Weiyin gave this information to Fang Yuan was not because he was stupid or generous. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable knew Fang Yuan's nature. If he wanted Fang Yuan to cooperate with him sincerely, he needed to make him feel safe. Otherwise, even though Fang Yuan always took risks, he was a cautious person, he would not use his pseudo-venerable identity to protect a venerable who was about to revive. Thus, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted to help Fang Yuan become venerable. Red Lotus, Spectral Soul, and the rest were worried that Fang Yuan could not be restrained and would become venerable in the future. They wanted to get rid of him in advance. But Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted to help Fang Yuan become venerable. While the other venerables were fighting independently, he, Paradise Earth, had already joined hands with Fang Yuan. After all, venerables were the strongest existences in the world, they were the limit of the world. When such existences fought, everyone's strength was about the same, the slightest difference could determine the final result. Thus, once Paradise Earth and Fang Yuan joined hands, they would have a huge advantage. And all of this was just bait. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable not only used the present to tempt Fang Yuan, he even used the advantage of joining hands in the future and the beautiful future to tempt Fang Yuan. Of course, other than bait there was also threat. Lu Weiyin had already told Fang Yuan, the venerables are going to revive in Kray's demon cave, are you going to stop them? If you don't, you will lose this best opportunity, you will definitely suffer in the future. Fang Yuan, look at what you have done. Longevity Heaven, Celestial Court, Shadow Sect, and others have all been greatly offended by you. The venerables will definitely deal with you after they revive. Even if you have no enmity with them, you are a pseudo-venerable, you are the closest to venerable level. Do you think those venerables who revive will allow more people to participate in the competition of the world chessboard? Paradise Earth was a good person, he only knew how to show mercy. However, Paradise Earth's magnanimity and schemes were definitely worthy of his venerable title. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was using threats and promises to tempt Fang Yuan. What would Fang Yuan choose? What else could he choose? Thus, at the next moment, Fang Yuan nodded with a solemn expression. All right, I will agree to this. Let's sign the alliance agreement. Lu Weiyin waved his hand. I absolutely trust Fang Yuan. Why would I need an alliance agreement? This was pure bullshit. The true reason was that Fang Yuan had methods like myriad beings assimilation transformation. Almost all the alliance agreements in the world could not restrict him. Lu Weiyin could only show his magnanimity. Fang Yuan was rational. If he was not rational and cautious, he would not have reached this stage. And because he was rational and cautious, he understood the benefits of cooperating with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and the disadvantages of not cooperating. This was more effective than any alliance agreement in the world. Lu Weiyin stood up slowly. Since both sides have formed an alliance, then Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance will belong to you, Fang Yuan. Please follow me. Fang Yuan moved and followed Lu Weiyin out of the house, arriving at the peak of the mountain. Outside the house, the sky was high and the clouds were vast. The fields at the foot of the mountain were green, the wind was gentle, the pines were rustling. Lu Weiyin pointed at the foot of the mountain. Fang Yuan, firstly, this Mushroom Man Paradise is your asset. You can annex it as you wish. Of course, you can also let it be used as a nail in Southern Borders Gu Immortal World. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. This was a huge gift. Mushroom Man Paradise had been developed for at least 100,000 years. It had abundant resources, comparable to some of the top grotto heavens of the two heavens. Not mentioning the super resources inside, just the countless mushroom men living inside were definitely unique in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This was the best Mushroom Man resource in the world, there was no other. Next, Lu Weiyin handed over more than 10 immortal Gu to Fang Yuan, most of them were Earth Path. Among them, 1 Information Path Immortal Gu recorded the contents of Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. Fang Yuan scanned it with his divine sense. He found that this True Inheritance had 3 parts. The main part was the Earth Path True Inheritance. It had the core killer move, Paradise Earth. After using this killer move, the immortal aperture would be free from calamities and tribulations. The second part was related to Human Path. Fang Yuan had seen the contents before. It was the Virtue True Inheritance that Lu Weiyin obtained from Fang Yuan's dream when Fang Yuan received it. This True Inheritance's requirements were quite special. It required the inheritor to maintain justice in their heart, to be a person with morals. Moreover, the higher one's morals were, the easier it would be to cultivate. The core immortal Gu of the True Inheritance was Accumulate Virtue Gu. As long as Fang Yuan accumulated virtue and did good deeds, he would be able to refine it on his own. The more virtue he accumulated, the higher the rank of the Accumulate Virtue Gu he refined. Accumulate Virtue Gu had many uses. The biggest one was to improve Fang Yuan's cultivation aptitude, turning him into a Righteous Path Virtuous Physique. Righteous Path Virtuous Physique was only inferior to the 10 Extreme Physiques. It did not have the flaws of the 10 Extreme Physiques. It was extraordinary. It represented a bright future and potential. Fang Yuan only took a few glances and was inwardly shocked by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's talent. Earlier he had only seen a small part of it in his dream. He could not see all of its profundities. The Human Path portion of Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance opened a new window for Fang Yuan. He was able to see a different scenery of Human Path. It was a branch that was developed from a person's character. If a Gu cultivator chose this content to cultivate, it would definitely regulate the Gu cultivator's behavior in the future. If such a cultivation content was widely spread, it would definitely allow Righteous Path forces to prosper greatly. Other than that, the refinement method of Accumulate Virtue Gu was also marvelous. Through a person's Righteous Path actions and good deeds, it would eventually refine Accumulate Virtue Gu in a person's body. This was a Human Body Gu refinement technique, or rather, a Human Path Gu refinement technique. From this, one could see that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's refinement path attainment was absolutely shocking. The essence of this refinement path was something that Fang Yuan lacked. It was a huge inspiration to him. I am at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Refinement Path. I mainly use Hairy Man Gu refinement techniques. If one wanted to become a true Supreme Grandmaster, these were the things they lacked. But how many of these things are there? Where are they left? This Accumulate Virtue Gu's Human Path refinement method seems to have some similarities with Qing Chao's Hatred Gu. Fang Yuan analyzed it. He was secretly happy. He then shifted his attention to the third portion of Paradise Earth's True Inheritance. This was related to Dream Path. The core killer move was 3 lifetimes purifying the fated person. This move needed fetus Earth Maze as the foundation to form a sympathetic dream realm. It could let everyone in the dream experience the same dream, it could let them experience 3 lifetimes, let them experience the mortal world, experience life and death, experience the vicissitudes of human path, gradually forget the evil thoughts in their hearts and turn over a new leaf. Fang Yuan had already been hit by this move, it was done by Lu Weiyin. Lu Weiyin knew Fang Yuan's nature and pursuits, it was also because of this move. Thus, among the immortal goo that were given to Fang Yuan, there were 2 rank 7 dream path immortal goo. One of them was dreaming goo, it was the core immortal goo of the killer move 3 lifetimes purifying the fated person. Most importantly, the other immortal goo made Fang Yuan overjoyed. Chapter 2106. Right now, the dream path immortal goo in Fang Yuan's palm was like a round ruby that was split into 2. This round hemispherical goo looked very cute, and its vermilion color was also very beautiful. Its head was only 10% of its body. Its huge back was smooth and round, there were black markings on it, it reminded people of a tortoise shell. This was a rank 7 dream path immortal goo, dream armor goo. It was a defensive dream path immortal goo. Fang Yuan had many immortal goo, but he only had 1 dream path immortal goo, it was the rank 8 dream token, the core immortal goo of Dragon Palace. Dream token was like a dragonfly, it had a round head and a long body, it had a pair of ruby compound eyes and 4 pairs of transparent wings. If one took a closer look at the light wings, they would discover a faint layer of colorful halo. Looking at the 2, Fang Yuan found one thing, dream path immortal goo were all very beautiful. I wonder what dream wings immortal goo and dream travel look like? Fang Yuan could not help but imagine. He had his 500 years of memories, he knew that dream wings immortal goo was in Feng Kim Huang's hands, while dream travel immortal goo was with Lady Poison Scorpion. It was not that Fang Yuan did not have such thoughts. But all along he could not make a move on Feng Kim Huang, while Lady Poison Scorpion did not have much confidence. In the 500 years of his previous life, dream travel, fixed immortal travel, wine god travel, and carefree travel were publicly recognized as the 4 great movement immortal goo. Even though Fang Yuan was strong, Lady Poison Scorpion could use dream travel to instantly travel to any dream realm. Right now, dream path has not truly manifested yet, it is not time for dream realms to manifest everywhere. Dream path immortal materials are rare and dream path immortal goo are even rarer, but I have already obtained 3 of them. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this result. In the 500 years of his previous life, dream realms manifested on a scale that was even larger than Spectral Soul's dream realm, it could be said to be rampant in the 5 regions. This way, everyone could enter dreams to explore, it would not be like now where dream realms were monopolized by the higher-ups. A vast number of dream realms provided opportunities for goo cultivators to excavate a vast number of dream path goo materials. With these goo materials as the foundation, dream path truly entered a period of rapid development. Therefore, during this period of time, Fang Yuan's dream Dao had just begun. The remnants of Thieving Heaven's dream realm, Paradise Earth's dream realm, and Spectral Soul's dream realm could be considered a fire, but it could not boil the cold water in the pot. The scale of Spectral Soul dream realm was still too small for the dream path to be completely stirred up. It required the power of the entire world. To Fang Yuan, dreaming goo and dream token were less important than dream armor goo. Because dream armor goo was a defensive immortal goo. With this immortal goo, he would have the ability to resist the dream path calamities and tribulations and help the pure dream reality seeker clone to ascend to an immortal. Fang Yuan recalled the results of his inspection. The pure dream doppelganger's luck was a pink sand table. It was very small, but the surrounding yellow sand constantly fell in, turning into pink sand and strengthening the sand table. The sand table's luck indicated that the pure dream doppelganger would receive Paradise Earth's support. Now it seemed that it was true. Fang Yuan activated cooking luck pot again to inspect his luck. His silver pillar of luck did not change much. It was just that the light pillar was slightly larger, and the yellow sand at the bottom of the light pillar was mostly gone. Meanwhile, the pure dream doppelganger's luck was still the pink sand table, but there was no more yellow sand falling in. The pink sand in the sand table was piled up high, it was at the crucial moment of a breakthrough or collapse. I absorbed Paradise Earth's southern border true inheritance and obtained support, the pure dream doppelganger has the opportunity to break through. But even so, there is still a huge risk, I need to make more preparations. Fang Yuan immediately understood. After cooking luck pot reached rank 8, Fang Yuan obtained many benefits from luck path. He was increasingly aware of the benefits of luck path, it was no wonder that Giant Sun Immortal could rise up back then. Crazed Demon Cave was a place he had to go, but Fang Yuan could not go immediately. Right now, his strength was rising sharply. Fang Yuan intended to raise his strength to the limit before going to Craze Demon Cave. Even though Lu Wei-yin made it sound like the situation was urgent, Fang Yuan could inspect his luck and knew that he still had a precious period of time. Sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood. Let me research dream path methods first and help the pure dream doppelganger ascend to an immortal. Fang Yuan thought about himself. His dream path attainment could be said to be the #1 person in the current world. The knowledge of dream realm exploration brought about by rebirth was still the most advanced research result, but this advantage was rapidly diminishing. However, after rebirth, Fang Yuan also made huge gains in dream path. He originally had the killer move Unravel Dream in his memories. From Shadow Sect, he obtained Lead Soul into Dream, Change Soul within Dream, and Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. From Dragon Palace he obtained Dreamy Light Smoke, Dream Revelation and Dream Within a Dream. And now he obtained the Dream Path Killer Move 3 Lifetime Dream Salvation from Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. Fang Yuan had far more Dream Path Killer moves than Dream Path Immortal Goo. The core Immortal Goo of many Dream Path Killer moves were of other paths. He had no choice but to use a vast number of Dream Path Mortal Goo to replace the effects of Dream Path Immortal Goo. For example, Lead Soul into Dream, Change Soul within Dream and other killer moves. What I need the most is to use Dream Armor Immortal Goo as the core to create a Dream Path defensive killer move. Secondly, I need to use Dream Path teleportation methods. If I am in danger, I will be able to gain precious time to rest. Thirdly, I need healing methods, and finally, I need to add some offensive methods. Even though Fang Yuan's Dream Path attainment level was ordinary, he was very confident in creating new Dream Path killer moves. The reason was that he had unrestrained heavenly marks. He could create a large number of compound killer moves. Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court were definitely planning for the battle in Craze Demon Cave. They would not send troops to ally with Longhair Ancestor to attack Fang Yuan's variant human alliance. Not to mention finding trouble with Fang Yuan. As for Southern Borders Southern Alliance led by Wu Yong, they were already very fortunate that Fang Yuan did not find trouble with them. How could they come to Fang Yuan's place to court death? The external environment was unprecedentedly stable. Fang Yuan went into close cultivation to create Dream Path killer moves. He was making progress every day. More than 10 days later, Fang Yuan suddenly stopped. He was slightly dazed. He had advanced to Dream Path Master. All of this was the result of his accumulation over a long period of time. It was smooth and natural. In the process of creating the killer move, he had unknowingly succeeded. He had reached a new level. Ever since rebirth, Fang Yuan had been pressured by the outside world. He had not spent any effort on Dream Path or invested any effort in it. Only now did he start to truly cultivate Dream Path. He started to put in effort in this aspect. Because his accumulation was very deep, once he started to exert his strength, his Dream Path attainment level would rise. Master attainment level. A goo cultivator's use of goo worms had already reached the level of art. They were no longer superficial. The most obvious characteristic was that he had developed his own intuition. The understanding of goo worms and the conceptualization of the path's immortal killer moves had already turned into an instinct of the goo cultivator. It was almost like an innate talent. It was as natural and easy as an innate sense. For example, Fang Yuan had a vague understanding of the combinations of many Dream Path goo worms. He could only try them one by one before he knew the result. But now, before he tried, his intuition would tell him that some attempts were possible. While some attempts would fail without a doubt, it would only be a waste of time, energy, and resources. Very good. With Dream Path Master attainment level, I am like a tiger that has grown wings. My Dream Path attainment is definitely at the forefront of the current goo immortal world. But, after some time it will be hard to say. In the 500 years of memories of Fang Yuan's previous life, there were many Dream Path geniuses. Among them, Feng Kim Hong and Lady Poison Scorpion were the most outstanding. Raising their Dream Path attainment level was much easier for them than for others. Some people were innately suited for a certain path. Talent was something that made people speechless. Especially seeds of great dream immortal venerable like Feng Kim Hong and Lady Poison Scorpion. Fang Yuan knew his own limitations. He had expected that in the future, he would be surpassed by others in his Dream Path attainment level. But Fang Yuan would not give up on his Dream Path development. He would not make the same mistake he made in the 500 years of his previous life. Dream Path was definitely the trend of the future. A new path had a huge advantage. But now is not the time to truly cultivate Dream Path. Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of his current situation. He had to become venerable first. Only then could he resist the external dangers. Only then would he have the time and opportunity to slowly develop Dream Path. After learning about the 4 conditions of Venerable Ascension from Lu Wei-yin, Fang Yuan thought about it deeply. He estimated that his final path to Venerable Ascension would be Refinement Path. He would first become venerable through Refinement Path, then he could scheme for other paths and continue to become venerable. This was the advantage of the sovereign immortal body. The other venerables could only watch helplessly. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable knew how to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu, after failing to kill Fang Yuan, his progress was already far behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had far more room for growth than the other venerables. At the same time, Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. In a Gu refinement room specially set up by Spirit Affinity House, Feng Kim Huang's Gu refinement had reached the most crucial moment. I'm about to succeed. Feng Kim Huang's eyes shined. As long as I refine this Dream Path mortal Gu, I will be able to defend myself in dream realms. This is definitely a huge breakthrough. Puff. Suddenly the fire in front of Feng Kim Huang dissipated, the Gu refinement failed. Feng Kim Huang coughed out a mouthful of blood as she fell backwards. How could this be? Feng Kim Huang was extremely shocked. This should not have happened. She had studied this Dream Path mortal Gu recipe more than 10 times. How could there be a mistake? Even if there was a mistake, it should not have happened at this crucial moment. This is not a mistake in my Gu recipe, it is a problem with the Gu materials. Feng Kim Huang felt like her head was about to explode, but she still managed to understand this matter. When I was refining the Gu, I checked it too. Someone must have tampered with the Gu materials. It must be the work of an immortal, that is why I could not sense it. I was schemed against. Someone wants to kill me. Feng Kim Huang thought of this as a bone-chilling cold intense surged out of her heart. She struggled to sit up, but halfway through she fell to the ground again. Her face was pale, her aura was getting weaker and weaker, her strength was leaking out of her body. I'm going to die here. Feng Kim Huang gritted her teeth, tears were welling up in her eyes. Her beautiful face was pressed against the cold floor, but she had no strength to raise it. Master. Before dying, Feng Kim Huang thought of Duke Long, her mother and her father. I really cannot accept this. Feng Kim Huang screamed in her heart. Suddenly there were sounds of argument outside the door. Lady, you cannot go in. I, Zhao Lianyun, am the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. I can use any Gu refinement secret room. Why can't I choose the best room? Lady Fairy, the first secret room is already occupied. If you barge in rashly and disturb the person refining the Gu inside and cause an accident. Accident? What accident can happen? Just as she said that, with a loud sound, the third door of the secret room was forcefully pushed open. Oh, what is going on? The Gu master guarding the Gu refinement secret room was pale with fright. She failed in the Gu refinement and suffered a backlash. Get out of the way, you are a mere Gu master, how can you save her from such an injury? Zhao Lianyun pushed the Gu master away, her eyes shining with eerie light. The Gu master was sweating profusely. He immediately thought of the history of Feng Kim Huang and Zhao Lianyun's battle. He was panicking internally, he did not know what to do and was sweating profusely. What are you waiting for? Can you bear the responsibility for disturbing my treatment? Zhao Lianyun shouted again. The Gu master gritted her teeth. Lady Fairy, ah. But Zhao Lianyun waved her hand. She was enveloped by a lump of profound light and sent out forcefully. Zhao Lianyun got close to Feng Kim Huang and squatted down. The two beauties looked at each other. The Gu refinement secret room was deathly silent. Fate played tricks on people, the two's previous positions had been reversed. Feng Kim Huang, however, was not flustered like before her death, her expression was extremely calm. So the ones who wanted me to die were you too. She was extremely intelligent, she immediately thought of Li Juning and Su Hao from Zhao Lianyun. The latter two had deep conflicts with Feng Jioga. Zhao Lianyun sighed, extending his hand towards Feng Kim Huang. Chapter 2107. Water vapor whistled as 3 Gu immortals flew out from the clouds. Quick. The leading Gu immortal was Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder. Including First Supreme Elder, Spirit Affinity House's 3 immortals had anxious and uneasy expressions. As it turned out, Zhao Lianyun had forcefully sent away the rank 5 Gu master guarding the Gu refinement secret room. This rank 5 Gu master was sent outside and felt uneasy. He quickly contacted Spirit Affinity House's higher-ups. After receiving the news, First Supreme Elder and the rest could not sit still. They immediately got up and rushed over. Nothing could happen to Feng Kim Huang. Previously, because of Feng Jioga's betrayal in the Fate War, Fairy Bai Qing and Feng Kim Huang lost their power. However, the heavenly court still dealt with it coldly and did not really punish the mother and daughter. According to the rules of the righteous path, they could not be punished. Because Fairy Bai Qing and Feng Kim Hong did not betray the sect, and Feng Kim Hong was Duke Long's disciple. During the pursuit of Fang Yuan, Qin Ding Ling gave an urgent order. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder personally controlled the Immortal Gu House and carried Feng Kim Hong. She personally saw her collect all of the dream realms that Fang Yuan left behind. Feng Kim Hong's contribution was not small. Before First Supreme Elder left, she received Qin Ding Ling's secret transmission. She told her, "Take good care of Feng Kim Hong." Even if Fate Gu was destroyed, Dream Path was still the future trend. Spirit Affinity House's higher-ups immediately understood Celestial Court's intentions. Feng Kim Hong was still favored by Celestial Court and was secretly being nurtured. The dream realms that Feng Kim Hong collected were all brought back by her. Celestial Court did not ask for a single one back. The three immortals directly flew into the first Gu refinement secret room. "Fairy Lian Yun, you have to calm down." The three immortals were surprised. They did not see Feng Kim Hong die. Instead, the scene in front of them was a confrontation between Feng Kim Hong and Zhao Lianyun. There were traces of blood around Feng Kim Hong's mouth, but the three immortals immediately found that Feng Kim Hong was healthy and unharmed. What's going on? Did Zhao Lianyun really save Feng Kim Hong? This is too strange. Zhao Lianyun had always been in the anti-Feng faction. Feng Kim Hong's Gu refinement failure this time, her arrival was very strange. She was clearly going to cause trouble. But why is it like this? The three immortals were confused. From the looks of it, Feng Kim Hong's aura had the upper hand, while Zhao Lianyun's expression was somewhat unsightly. Feng Kim Hong, very good. Zhao Lianyun took a deep look at Feng Kim Hong, leaving behind these words with deep meaning. She turned around and left. She brushed past the three immortals without even greeting them. It was very different from her usual demeanor. It was clear that she was in a bad mood. Feng Kim Hong used the back of her hand to wipe the blood around her mouth. She greeted the three Supreme Elders with a smile. The three immortals realized this and sighed internally. It seems like this is Feng Jin Huang's clever plan. She must have found something and used it to lure the snake out of its hole, causing Zhao Lianyun and the others to be exposed. Ever since the Fate War, Feng Kim Huang's improvement has been very obvious. Predicaments can indeed sharpen one's character. But what should we do about the conflict between these two sides? The three immortals were extremely vexed. One side was the anti-Feng faction. Su Hao and Li Juning were the core of this faction. They single-handedly supported Zhao Lianyun to become the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. With Zhao Lianyun's addition, this faction was already the #1 force in Spirit Affinity House. The other side was Fairy Bai Qing and Feng Kim Hong. This pair of mother and daughter were not easy to get along with. They had deep foundations. Feng Kim Hong looked like she was in dire straits, but she was still valued by the Celestial Court. Don't forget, her father was Feng Jioga. Even though Feng Jioga betrayed the righteous path, as long as he was alive, Spirit Affinity House could not forget his existence. The conflict between the two became Spirit Affinity House's greatest internal threat, but Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder could do nothing about it. Feng Kim Hong, if you want to refine Gu in the future, you can come to my main peak. First Supreme Elder looked at Feng Kim Hong and was silent for a while before saying with an amiable expression. But she pretended not to know about Zhao Lianyun's trouble earlier. After all, there was no evidence. The only evidence was destroyed because he participated in the Gu refinement. Moreover, even if there was evidence, First Supreme Elder would probably restrain herself and not do anything. Because if she acted out publicly, it would only cause internal trouble and cause the sect to decline rapidly. First Supreme Elder was a mature person. She knew Spirit Affinity House was in internal conflict now. It was like a volcano that would erupt in the future. What she needed to do was to cover the mouth of the volcano with a pot lid and try her best to stall for time. During this time, she needed to dig a proper channel to let the lava flow out of the volcano, releasing the internal pressure and maintaining stability. Zhao Lianyun had an ashen expression as she flew back to her affection peak. She did not enter the hall. She stood at the peak and looked at the gloomy sky. She knew that someone would come. Sure enough, after a while, Su Hao and Li Juning arrived. This couple had ugly expressions on the way here. They had already learned that their plan had failed. However, he still needed to know the specifics from Zhao Lianyun's mouth. Before Su Hao and Li Juning spoke, Zhao Lianyun asked, "Friends, how did Feng Kim Hong find the flaw in the Gu materials? Now that this matter has been exposed, what do you have to say?" Su Hao was silent. Li Juning said sadly, "I underestimated Feng Kim Hong. Lian Yun, you know that I am known as Huan Mie. I am proficient in such methods. Especially recently, I have advanced to Shadow Path Great Grandmaster. Even if I put the goo materials in front of First Supreme Elder, she might not be able to find anything. Zhao Lianyun had an unfriendly expression. She waved her sleeves in anger. But this is the truth, how do you explain it? Su Hao spoke. Maybe Duke Long had once given Feng Kim Hong some life-saving methods. Or maybe this is the power of Dream Path. After all, we are not familiar with Dream Path. Like that great demon Fang Yuan, he had used Dream Path many times to fight against stronger opponents. Su Hao continued, alright, this matter is our fault. Fairy Lian Yun, according to our agreement, you helped us with this matter, we do not owe each other anything. But since this matter failed, let's forget it, it is our mistake, we will deal with it as if we succeeded. From now on, we do not owe each other anything. Hearing this, Li Juning had an anxious expression. She opened her mouth and wanted to speak, but Su Hao held her back. Zhao Lianyun's expression eased up, he nodded at the two immortals and left without saying a word. The two immortals saw that Zhao Lianyun had entered the palace on the peak, they had to return. Along the way, Li Juning said angrily, if not for our help, how could Zhao Lianyun obtain thieving heaven true inheritance divine concealment? If not for our help, how could she become our sect's current generation fairy? But now she wants to draw a line between us, she is truly an ingrate. What is even more infuriating is that husband let her off so easily. You should know that she is our best weapon against Feng Jioga. You cultivated wisdom path in vain, sigh. Su Hao chuckled, wife, don't worry. Even if this matter fails, we will still have great gains. Firstly, we can probe the Celestial Court's intentions from First Supreme Elder and the others. Secondly, we can bind Zhao Lianyun to our side. Thirdly, we can probe a trace of Feng Kim Huang's background. Li Juning was slightly stunned before realizing, that's right, this plan failed, but Zhao Lianyun and Feng Kim Hong also became enemies. Even if we did not find Zhao Lianyun, Feng Kim Hong would still repay her in the future. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, so she is still a member of our side. That is correct. Su Hao nodded. Li Juning smiled, husband, as expected of a wisdom path cultivator, I have wronged you. Su Hao smiled bitterly with a bitter expression. Feng Kim Hong is indeed Feng Jioga's daughter, her temperament, talent and dream path methods are beyond my expectations. Our original plan was to use Feng Kim Hong as a bait to lure Feng Jioga into a rage and attack Spirit Affinity House, thus causing a direct conflict between him and the Celestial Court. Su Hao and Li Junying's target was Feng Jioga from the start. Feng Jioga was strong, and even Su Hao and Li Junying together were not Feng Jioga's match. But was there a need to fight him head-on? Man was the spirit of all living beings, there were many ways to kill an enemy that was much stronger than oneself. As a wisdom path cultivator, Su Hao thought of a plan to use Celestial Court as a blade to eliminate Feng Jioga. This was the style of wisdom path Gu immortals, they were experts at taking advantage of the situation and using it to succeed. This plan failed because I underestimated Feng Kim Hong. After this, she will definitely hide behind her mother, Fairy Bai Qing, our chances of making a move will be much lower. Su Hao was deeply worried. Feng Jioga had once suppressed Su Hao, causing his life to be filled with darkness. This was hatred. When Feng Jioga was in Spirit Affinity House, his entire family occupied the cultivation resources, causing Su Hao and Li Juning to cultivate slowly. This was benefit. Feng Kim Hong researched Dream Path and obtained the attention of Celestial Court, she was at the forefront of this era. This was a future threat. Spirit Affinity House and Celestial Court could not be counted on, the only one who could truly represent Su Hao was himself. If he did not fight for it, who would think for him? On the path of cultivation, we need to compete, we need to stake our lives for a chance of victory. Su Hao muttered, his gaze becoming resolute again. Several days later. Eastern Sea. On a small island in the Nameless Sea area, Fang Yuan released his Dream Path clone. Let's begin. Fang Yuan said plainly. The Dream Path clone nodded and breathed in deeply. At the next moment, he shattered the aperture. The aperture of a perfect pure dream reality seeker physique body was different from ordinary rank 5 apertures. It was a continuous cycle of shattering and reforming. There was a thin membrane on the aperture walls, but it firmly restricted the Dream Path aperture. At this moment, Fang Yuan's Dream Path clone only needed to use primeval essence to shatter the membrane. At the next moment, the formless heavenly power of heaven and earth surged over, lifting the pure Dream Path clone into the air. Rumble. Dark clouds rumbled in the sky, thunder rumbled. The waves around the island became larger and larger, soon turning into a raging tsunami. The environment became vile. Using goo worms in this environment, be it immortal or immortal, they would suffer backlash. If the backlash was severe, even immortal goo would be destroyed. Providence seemed to be enraged. Fang Yuan, this detestable scoundrel, he actually wanted to become a dream path goo immortal in advance. This was not Providence's original plan. It went against the arrangements of fate. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Fang Yuan looked at the sky, his gaze was calm and firm. So what if the heavenly Tao did not allow it? Then fight. Let's fight. Chapter 2108. Fang Yuan's pure dream clone had already shattered his aperture and ascended to an immortal. Once this process started, there was no turning back. He would either ascend to an immortal or die in defeat. Heaven Qi was clear and bright, surging down violently. Earth Qi was dense and heavy, surging upwards. Dense human Qi surged out of the pure dream clone. The perfect pure dream reality seeker physique was the 11th extreme physique. It contained dense human Qi. The three Qi converged in the air, the Qi currents twisted and intertwined, forming a huge cocoon that enveloped the pure dream clone tightly. At this juncture, the Goo Master had to control the three Qi at all times and fuse them together. The three Qi had to be balanced. If human Qi was too strong, it would self-detonate. If heaven Qi was too strong, it would melt into nothingness. If earth Qi was too strong, it would turn into a fossil and suffocate to death. This step was extremely dangerous. However, Fang Yuan was very confident in the pure dream clone. Fang Yuan had imparted many of his immortal ascension memories to the pure dream clone. This included not only Fang Yuan's own memories, but also the memories that Fang Yuan had soul-searched. For example, the Northern Plains Goo immortals like He Qing that he had captured, Southern Border Goo immortals like Xia Cha, Eastern Sea, Central Continent, and Western Desert Goo immortals were also harmed by Fang Yuan. In the long history of Goo cultivation, in terms of immortal ascension experience, the pure dream clone's accumulation was probably rare. The difficulty of the pure dream clone's immortal ascension was not in adjusting the three Qi, but in passing the tribulation. In the sky, heaven and earth Qi rumbled like a sea. The sky was filled with pink clouds that covered several thousand li of the surroundings. It was grand and grand, emitting dense dream path aura. Fang Yuan's main body was on guard. This immortal ascension had definitely infuriated Providence. The immortal ascension tribulation was definitely not ordinary. Bam bam bam, at the next moment, muffled thunder could be heard. From the sea of pink clouds that covered the sky, 10 huge balls of light shot down. These balls of light were all pink in color, each was as large as a hill, their surface was smooth and glossy without any flaws. The balls of light were not fast, they gave off a feeling of being light as a feather. The 10 pink balls of light shot down, aiming at the pure dream clone in the sky. Fang Yuan immediately moved to intercept him. Countless thoughts had already accumulated in his mind. At once, the thoughts collided and all sorts of killer moves were unleashed smoothly, turning into a chaotic yet orderly wave of attacks that intercepted the 10 pink light balls. The next scene made Fang Yuan slightly stunned. A pink ball of light shattered and turned into countless bubbles, scattering in the sky. A pink ball of light devoured everything it came into contact with and quickly expanded several times. A pink ball of light exploded, revealing a wild beast nightmare demon colt. It neighed and rapidly approached the pure dream clone. A pink ball of light directly transformed into a ball of dream and shrouded the area. A pink ball of light turned into a dream path immortal goo, vanishing without a trace. Each of the 10 pink light balls behaved differently. They were all messy. If it were an ordinary Goo immortal, they would be flustered already. But Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was deep. He immediately made the most appropriate response. He first released the desolate level year beasts in his immortal aperture to stall the nightmare demonic colt. Next, he waved his sleeves as thick smoke flew out, capturing all the dream butterflies that were less than 100 steps away from the pure dream clone. Next, he used pure dream reality seeker transformation against the dream realm. But this ball of dream realm that landed on the pure dream clone's head changed its shape, resisting Fang Yuan's pure dream reality seeker transformation method. It seems that this dream realm contains providence. Fang Yuan was not flustered. Even though he had not passed the dream path immortal ascension tribulation, he had already made many deductions before this. This dream realm was one of the situations that he deduced. A large number of wisdom path and dream path goo worms in the sovereign immortal aperture were quickly activated, forming the killer move Heaven's Will Dissipation. This killer move had already been modified by Fang Yuan. Even though it could get rid of providence in the dream realm, the efficiency was too low. After modification because of the addition of dream path immortal goo, The speed became extremely fast. But the new Heavens Will Dissipation killer move could not be used against this ball of dream realm. What's going on? Fang Yuan frowned. At the next moment, thoughts collided in his mind, like a flash of lightning. This dream realm is fake. Thus, the pure dream reality seeker transformation killer move earlier was ineffective. Now that I am using Heavens Will Dissipation, it is the same. But this way? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with eerie light. He showed a rare hesitation. Which of the scenes in front of me is real and which is fake? The seemingly chaotic scenes of the calamities and tribulations were actually real and fake. But with Fang Yuan's strength, he could not tell which was real and which was fake. One move to dominate the world, one could see the power of Dream Path, even Fang Yuan's main body was unknowingly hit. That's right. The pure dream clone's immortal ascension cannot be this powerful. There are desolate beasts, Dream Path immortal goo and so on. Why did I not notice this earlier? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. Dream Path calamities and tribulations were truly strange. Not only could they not distinguish between real and fake, they even affected Fang Yuan's thoughts and consciousness. Dream Armor Immortal Goo had already been given to the pure dream clone. Fang Yuan quickly activated a compound killer move. With Dreaming Immortal Goo as the core, a layer of profound light appeared on his body. It could defend against some of the power of Dream Path. Fang Yuan felt his mind become clear. He got rid of the vague interference in his thoughts. But the scenes of the calamities and tribulations did not change much. At once, Fang Yuan could only stop. A mere rank 6 level calamity and tribulation forced pseudo-venerable Fang Yuan to stop attacking. Because Fang Yuan soon realized that since he could not deduce the truth of the scenes in front of him, did this include the pure dream clone? Even though Fang Yuan felt that the pure dream clone's chi cocoon had never changed its position, it might have already concealed its true appearance. If Fang Yuan attacked, it was very likely that he was trying to kill the pure dream clone. At this time, Dream Path defensive methods were very precious. Fang Yuan did not attack, he allowed the Dream Path calamities and tribulations to land on him. He relied on the compound killer move to resist them. Meanwhile, the pure dream clone also had Dream Armor Immortal Goo to protect him. The pure dream clone did not have the sovereign immortal body, he could not use the compound killer move that Fang Yuan's main body was using. The pure dream clone had to balance the 3 chi at all times, he could not afford to use Dream Path killer moves extravagantly. In fact, Fang Yuan was only a Dream Path master, he could not create a Dream Path killer move suitable for the pure dream clone in a short period of time. Thus, the pure dream clone directly used Dream Armor Immortal Goo. Even though Dream Armor Immortal Goo was rank 7, the pure dream clone had already prepared the immortal essence of Fang Yuan's main body. Fang Yuan's main body was patient, he watched as the dream realm landed on the pure dream clone, he watched as the nightmare demonic cult broke free from the year beast and charged towards the pure dream clone. The Dream Path calamity lasted for 15 minutes, the sea of clouds in the sky finally dissipated. The world became clear again. Heaven and earth chi dispersed, the sea became calm again. The nightmare demonic cult that had fallen to the ground showed its true form, it was the desolate level year beast that Fang Yuan had released earlier. The chi cocoon was not at its original location, it was near Fang Yuan. This discovery made Fang Yuan's heart turn cold. The chi cocoon was at this location, it was very dangerous, Fang Yuan only needed to use a few killer moves to harm it. By then, Fang Yuan's main body would become the killer of the pure dream clone. The Dream Path Immortal Ascension tribulation was indeed dangerous. If Fang Yuan had advanced rashly earlier, his main body might have been the biggest obstacle to the clone's tribulation. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was cautious and only started the tribulation after obtaining Dream Armor Immortal Goo. Even so, the clone's immortal ascension was very dangerous, if there was any mistake he would not succeed. Even my main body will be affected by this Dream Path calamity, let's call it bewildering dream scenery tribulation. Even though Fang Yuan had a compound killer move with Dreaming Immortal Goo for investigative purposes, this killer move was not enough to find out the truth. Most importantly, he had too few Dream Path Immortal Goo. Dream Armor Immortal Goo was given to the clone, his main body only had rank 7 Dreaming and rank 8 Dream Token. But if he used Dream Token alone, whoever used it would die. Dream Token Immortal Goo would drain the Goo Immortal's foundation, immortal essence, emotions, true meaning, and turn it into a dream realm. The scale and power of the dream realm depended on the situation. Back then, Wu Shuai, this peak rank 8 Goo Immortal and quasi-supreme Grandmaster of Enslavement Path, had sacrificed his entire life to obtain the power to enslave the 4 dragon generals. Dream Token was hard to use alone, it was also very difficult to modify killer moves with it as the core. In Fang Yuan's hands, it was not as useful as rank 7 Dreaming Immortal Goo. The 3 chi fused into a lump. The Pure Dream clone used a rank 5 Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo and threw it in. At the next moment, with a loud explosion, the 3 chi burst out of the Immortal Aperture. The Immortal Aperture formed and started to absorb the heaven and earth chi around the Pure Dream clone, growing rapidly. The Pure Dream clone threw in Dream Armor Immortal Goo and other goo again, adjusting the 3 chi and stabilizing the newly formed Blessed Land. The Blessed Land was completely formed, even though it could not compare to the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, it was still a super-grade Blessed Land that far surpassed high grade. The perfect Pure Dream clone's physique was comparable to the 10 extreme physiques. Thus, it was not strange for it to have a super-grade Blessed Land that only 10 extreme physiques could have during Immortal Ascension. Inside the Blessed Land there was still a lot of heaven and earth chi left. The Pure Dream clone used this chance to refine his vital goo. He had thrown in Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo earlier, it was his vital goo. In the previous heaven and earth resonance, natural inspiration allowed him to learn of 3 Dream Path Immortal Goo recipes. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo Fangjing was one of them. Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo successfully advanced to rank 6. At this point, Fang Yuan had 4 Dream Path Immortal Goo in his possession. After refining the Immortal Goo, the Blessed Land created another Dream Path Calamity and Tribulation. Its power was far inferior to the previous Immortal Ascension Tribulation. But this time, Fang Yuan's main body did not need to make a move. Fang Yuan lent Dreaming Immortal Goo to the Pure Dream clone. The latter used these 3 Immortal Goo to pass the tribulation. Dreamy light smoke, guest from beyond the heavens. Every night, I call upon the soul in my dreams. Even if we are not fated for 100 years, freed from the mundane world, pure dreams. After passing the tribulation, the Pure Dream clone recited a poem. He placed his palm on his chest and lowered his head. From today onwards, I am Meng Qiu Zhen. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Good name. Meng Qiu Zhen, let me see your Dream Path Blessed Land. He was very interested in Dream Path Blessed Lands. This Dream Path Super Grade Blessed Land was over 12 million km2, the time flow rate was 1 to 46. The Immortal Aperture Origin Core produced about 55 Green Grape Immortal Essence every year. This was the standard of a Super Grade Blessed Land, but there was nothing special about it. What made Fang Yuan satisfied was the Blessed Land's special environment. This is the best environment to nurture Dream Path Immortal materials, it has great potential. It did not disappoint me after all. After inspecting it, Fang Yuan was very pleased. The lack of Dream Path Immortal materials had always been a problem for him. With a Dream Path Immortal Aperture, he had the best foundation to nurture immortal materials. Chapter 2109. Kill him. We cannot let him take away the Immortal Goo. That Immortal Goo belongs to me, Dangre's sect, don't even think about leaving. The pursuers were already very close, there were 2 tunnels in front of Feng Kim Hong. Only one of them could allow him to escape, while the other led to Dangre's sect's Blessed Land headquarters. Feng Kim Hong did not hesitate, she chose the left tunnel and charged in. With a swoosh, light shone in front of her. Feng Kim Hong was slightly dazed, she found that her soul had returned to the outside world. And the dream realm from earlier had completely vanished. I've made it through this dream. As expected, that Wild Soul Path Immortal Goo was the key. After her soul returned to her body, Feng Kim Hong had an excited expression. This time, my soul path attainment level rose. With Dream Path Master attainment level, it will be of great help when exploring dream realms. Ever since that dangerous Goo refinement secret room, Feng Kim Hong had benefited from the disaster. She became a Dream Path Master. In the final scene of the dream realm earlier, it was the first time that Feng Kim Hong had tried it. She did not know the correct path to escape. But at the crucial moment, her intuition as a Dream Path Master told her, she quickly chose the correct path. It is a pity that the intuition from Dream Path Master attainment cannot be controlled by me, it often appears and disappears. If I can become a Dream Path Grandmaster, this intuition will increase by several times, I will be able to comprehend other paths and use Dream Path Goo worms to form killer moves, I will be able to imitate the specialty of other paths. Feng Kim Hong sighed inwardly. Becoming a Dream Path Master was already inconceivable to her, she had succeeded because of the danger of death. Feng Kim Hong could clearly sense that all of her Dream Path understanding, knowledge and accumulation had been used up, she had barely become a Dream Path Master. If she wanted to raise her attainment level, she would need to accumulate again, it would take a long time. Feng Kim Hong tidied up and stood up, pushing open the cultivation secret room's door. After passing through the corridor, she came to the hall. Fairy Bai Qing had already prepared the meal, all sorts of delicacies filled the table. Seeing Feng Kim Hong coming over, Fairy Bai Qing smiled. Huang Er, have you finished today's cultivation? Judging from your expression, it seems that everything went smoothly. That's right, mother. The Dream Path Master Realm is indeed extraordinary. It is a great help to me in exploring the dream realm. Feng Kim Hong sat at the dining table and talked about the last scene of the dream. If not for my intuition, I'm afraid my soul would have been seriously injured. Fairy Bai Qing's smile faded. Mother has already investigated, that matter is clear. The ones plotting against you should be Su Hao and Li Juning. Li Juning had secretly become a Shadow Path Great Grandmaster, but kept it a secret to make it easier for her to deal with goo materials. But in the end, Zhao Lianyun didn't harm you. Instead, he saved you. This otherworldly demon really made Mother look at him in a new light. No wonder she could obtain the position of fairy. She was not just a lucky person who obtained Love Goo's acknowledgement. Feng Kim Hong had a complex expression on her face. She recalled the scene in the secret room. Even now, her heart was still throbbing. Back then she had no way to retaliate, she could only allow herself to be trampled on. Her life and death were in the hands of Zhao Lianyun. Even though Feng Kim Hong survived after the incident, this experience had deeply touched her heart. Fairy Bai Qing continued, Huang Er, I have already inspected your body, there are no hidden injuries. Did Zhao Lianyun really only save you and didn't ask for anything else? Feng Kim Hong shook her head. Even though she didn't ask for anything, I have already guessed her plan. After all, the goal that she wanted to achieve was the most obvious. Mother, let's not talk about this, let's eat. After we finish eating, I still need to explore the dream realm. Fairy Bai Qing nodded. It's good that you know what to do. But it is not good for you to cultivate day and night. Cultivation also needs to be balanced. Mother. Feng Kim Hong interrupted Fairy Bai Qing. I know about balanced, but I also know that I need to become stronger. Only when I become stronger can I protect you, Mother, and not be protected by you all the time. Only when I become stronger can I fulfill Master's final wish and become a Dream Path Gu immortal. Only when I become stronger can I make Zhao Lianyun and Fang Yuan unable to casually bully and plot against me. Only when I become stronger can I face Father proudly and compete with him, telling him my true thoughts. Fairy Bai Qing's gaze was dazed. Feng Kim Huang's eyes seemed to be shining. The two rays of light shone into Fairy Bai Qing's heart. Fairy Bai Qing suppressed the worry in her heart and smiled. Huang Er, since you have made up your mind, go ahead and do it. Mother will definitely support you. If you have any requests, Mother will help you with all my strength. Feng Kim Hong immediately left his seat and went to Fairy Bai Qing, grabbing his mother's hands. I knew it, Mother loves Huang Er the most in the world. Mother, do you have a way to get Guts Gu? What I need the most now is Guts Gu. Fairy Bai Qing smiled bitterly. Oh Huang Er, your request is making things difficult for Mother. It is not like you don't know, Guts Gu can only be produced on Danghun Mountain. And Danghun Mountain has long been controlled by that demon Gu Fang Yuan. He has not sold Guts Gu for a long time. The remaining Guts Gu in the market were all sold by him in the past. Right now, these Guts Gu are becoming fewer and fewer, their market price is also rising. Feng Kim Hong sighed. Oh Mother, you know that there are many methods to heal my soul, but they all have side effects and their effects are far inferior to Guts Gu. I must become a Dream Path immortal in the future. At that time, if there are too many Dao marks on my soul, it will greatly restrict my future potential. Fairy Bai Qing patted Feng Kim Huang's hands. I can only do my best. Sai, if your father was here. Feng Kim Huang's expression changed, he said unhappily. Mother, don't mention him in front of me. Alright, I won't mention him, Mother won't mention him. At the same time, affection peak. To think that the sect sent you to be a lobbyist. Affection Peak's Lord, Zhao Lianyun, smiled as he looked at the person who came. Bu Zhenzi smiled bitterly. Fairy, please don't blame me. I have a mission to complete, I can only brace myself and come as an uninvited guest. Zhao Lianyun's smile widened. You are too polite. Back then in Northern Plains during the Battle of Snowy Mountain, if not for you protecting me, I would have lost my life long ago. Please come in, let me brew a pot of good tea for you. Bu Zhenzi was a rank 7 Gu cultivator, he cultivated Phantom Path. Back then he was ordered by the sect to protect Zhao Lianyun, he performed well in the Battle of Reverse Flow River, he was heavily nurtured after returning to the sect. Spirit Affinity House's higher-ups also considered this, they sent Bu Zhenzi to persuade Zhao Lianyun to stop. When Bu Zhenzi arrived, it was evening. After this tea party ended, the moon was already high in the sky. Fairy, please wait, there is no need to send me off. I will take my leave now. Bu Zhenzi cupped his fists. He had a joyful expression. The conversation this time was very smooth. Zhao Lianyun was much more understanding and easy to talk to than he had expected. Zhao Lianyun nodded. Take care. Bu Zhenzi said sincerely, I have already learned about Fairy's situation and difficulties. I will go back and tell Grand Supreme Grand Elder now. Fairy, don't worry. Zhao Lianyun smiled. Then I will have to trouble you. Zhao Lianyun watched as Bu Zhenzi left. Even when his figure disappeared into the clouds, she still stood at the peak of Affection Peak. Night winds blew. The fog around the peak was still thick, almost completely covering the moon in the night sky. This was Spirit Affinity House's headquarters. The moon in the night sky was only an immortal formation. Zhao Lianyun wore a white dress. The sash of her robe fluttered in the wind. Her black hair was tied up like silk. Her skin was fair, her eyebrows were furrowed, her eyes were looking at the night sky. She was now the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She had a high status. Even a rank 7 expert like Bu Zhenzi had to be polite to her. She had divine concealment, one of thieving heaven's true inheritances. She had love gu, she could call the wind and summon the rain. As an otherworldly demon, it was not easy to achieve this. However, Zhao Lianyun was not happy at all. Now that I have become an immortal, you are not by my side. Immortals are inferior to mortals. The huge 5 regions and 2 heavens were like a foreign land to her. She could not find a place to rest her heart. Fate had once favored her, letting her get to know Ma Hongyun, giving her a place to rest her heart. However, fate showed a cruel side. She was separated from Ma Hongyun, she was sold publicly, she was bought by Feng Jioge, she participated in the Battle of Reverse Flow River, but she could only watch as Ma Hongyun was killed by Fang Yuan. She was used by Su Hao and Li Juning as a chess piece. She knelt on the ground and begged. She tried all ways to obtain the position of fairy. She was given difficulties at Secret Inheritance Peak. The Gu Immortals of Spirit Affinity House had a cold attitude towards her at that time. When she heard that Fangjing had passed the tribulation, she came to visit Fangjing and brought him a gift. She helped Fangjing practice his killer move, Blood Turns Cold. With Su Hao and Li Junying's help, she became the Affection Peak Lord. She knew this Gu Immortal couple's scheme. She had no choice but to agree to deal with Feng Kim Hong. Not only did Feng Kim Hong not die, she even saved him. This was Zhao Lianyun's scheme. Su Hao and Li Juning are using me. In turn, I can use their hatred towards Feng Jioge to manipulate them. If they want to deal with Feng Jioge, they will need to rely on me. And I can use their strength to cultivate faster. It is all thanks to my divine concealment that I can face Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. Bu Zhenzi and I have a friendship. We can become allies based on mutual benefits. Fangjing has already become the Demon Judgment Board Lord. His previous investment is extremely profitable. And Feng Kim Hong will remember my kindness. Maybe we can work together to deal with Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan had snatched her Hu Immortal blessed land before. Zhao Lianyun planned with all her might. A network of forces was already vaguely forming around her. And she only had one goal. That was to take back Ma Hongyun's soul from Fang Yuan's hands and rescue her lover. Fang Yuan. Zhao Lianyun muttered. The worry between her brows deepened. Fang Yuan was like the clouds that covered the sky, vast and majestic. Zhao Lianyun was insignificant compared to him. Her goal was like the moon in the night sky, shrouded and concealed by layers of clouds. She could not see it at all. She could not see the future. She could not find a way out. Zhao Lianyun gritted her teeth. Her thin body was like a weak white flower that could be blown away by the wind at any moment. But her eyes were still shining brightly. I must persevere. I cannot be discouraged. If even I fail, who else can save Hongyun? In this world he can only rely on me. And I can only rely on myself. Chapter 21:10. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. In an ordinary small cave, the 4 obscenities of Zhongzhou State chose to take a temporary rest and reorganize. Eastern Obscenity Qin Yin Dao, Western Scum Yu Ba Guang, Southern Frivolous Shi Bao, and Northern Despotic Fan Chun Yao, they were all rank 4 cultivators. They were infamous in Central Continent's Gu Master World. They had ruined the chastity and lives of countless girls. But at this moment, these 4 men were gathered in a circle, staring at an unconscious young man lying on the ground and studying him. Why is he not awake yet? These days he has been sleeping. He has not eaten or drunk anything, but he is still full of life. Do you think he is an immortal? The 4 Gu masters discussed. Their target was Wang Xiao-Er. Wang Xiao-Er was just an ordinary shepherd boy. Fate was cruel to him. Fang Yuan's pursuit battle erupted. The aftermath of the battle caused the mountain he lived in to collapse and destroy. All of his relatives were gone. But for some reason, not only did Wang Xiao'er not die, he even fell into a strange situation. Think about it, the first time we saw him, the flowers and plants around him were blooming and withering. He might be one of the Gu immortals who participated in the battle. In the end he fell, the enemies thought he was dead, but to think that he used some method to preserve his life, but fell into a deep sleep. Yu Ba Guang thought. These 4 Gu masters were too weak, they did not receive the battle reports that the celestial court publicized in jewel yellow skies. But if you say he is an immortal, do immortals dress like this? Shi Bao pointed at Wang Xiao'er's clothes, showing a strange expression. Wang Xiao'er's clothes were tattered and full of patches, he was clearly one of those lowly commoners, he did not even have the qualifications to cultivate Gu. Fan Chunyao rubbed his chin, if we could soul-search him we would know the truth. But these days we have used all our soul-searching methods, there is no effect. This is not something a Gu master can do. Soul-searching methods, ever since Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created Soul Path, had spread far and wide. Because this method was too convenient. Demonic Gu masters who did not know how to soul-search were too embarrassed to call themselves demonic. The 4 Gu masters gritted their teeth, they had never seen such a strange situation, they did not know what to do. 8 pairs of eyes stared at Wang Xiao'er. Chen Yin Dao suddenly spoke. Sai, look at how motionless he is, how good would it be if he were a female immortal? The other 3 looked at each other. In the next moment they laughed in tacit understanding. After a moment of silence, Shi Bao suddenly clenched his teeth and said, forget it, we won't make any progress if we just keep watching. I'm going to do it. What do you want to do? Fan Chunyao asked. Shi Bao sneered, do this. Before he finished speaking, he attacked, activating an offensive Gu worm and shooting a red light at Wang Xiao'er. You're crazy. The others were shocked. But very quickly, all of their attention was drawn to Wang Xiao'er's body. Silver lines lit up on Wang Xiao'er's body, and these silver lines easily blocked the red light. The red light quickly weakened and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shi Bao was dumbfounded, and the other 3 also had the same expression. Because they knew that this was Shi Bao's strongest offensive method, to think that Wang Xiao'er blocked it so easily. Just from his aura, this young man is clearly immortal. But he blocked Shi Bao's attack in his sleep, even a rank 5 Gu master would have to focus on defending. If he is not an immortal, what else can he be? This is not something a Gu master can do. Wait, his eyelids are moving. The 4 of them were horrified, and the cave instantly fell into a deathly silence. Wang Xiao'er slowly opened his eyes, his vision was still blurry, his mind was in a mess. He sat up on his upper body. Plop plop plop, the 4 Gu masters knelt down shouting, Immortals, spare us. Wang Xiao'er jumped in fright. Who are you? Where am I? Wait, who am I? Wang Xiao'er hugged his head, showing a pained expression. The 4 demonic path Gu masters looked at each other, the same thought appeared in their minds. Don't tell me the immortal lost his memories? Several days later. In the valley at night, a bonfire burned brightly. Come, let's drink. Chen Yin Dao placed his hand on Wang Xiao'er's shoulder, giving him the wine that he had kept for many years. Wang Xiao'er's face was already red, he reeked of alcohol. He had just received the wine bowl when Shi Bao, who was at the side, was already smiling as he placed the fragrant meat skewers into Wang Xiao'er's hands. Come eat, little brother. Shi Bao's tone was so mushy that he wanted to vomit. This evil person had never been so nice to others before. Not only was Wang Xiao'er's face healthy, his clothes were also changed, they were made of high-quality materials. He drank and ate at the same time. My 4 brothers, you are really good people. Not only did you save me, you are also so nice to me. Don't say that. Chen Yin Dao patted Wang Xiao'er's shoulder. It is fate that we met. At the same time, his heart was bleeding. My wine, I have kept it for more than 10 years, I can't bear to drink it. We are both people who have fallen in love, this is nothing. Yu Ba Guang returned, he had set up investigative Gu worms in the surroundings, he had an honest and reliable smile on his face. We rely on our family at home, we rely on our friends outside. As long as we help each other, I believe this world will become a better place. Seeing that the other 3 had expressed their stance, Fan Chunyao did not want to fall behind. They were all shocked by the scene in the cave earlier. After confirming that Wang Xiao'er was an amnesiac Gu immortal, they decided to treat him like a master. If in the future this Gu immortal Wang Xiao'er suddenly regained his memories and found out that they were treating him so well, he would not be able to do anything. Wang Xiao'er drank and ate. After he was full, the 4 arranged for him to sleep on the softest and most comfortable bed. He had truly lost his memories. Even though he did not lose his ability to speak, he could not recall his past life no matter how hard he tried. During this period, the four Gu masters brought him back to the ruins, but they could not trigger his memories. At most, Wang Xiao'er recalled his name and told the four great obscenities. Wang Xiao'er felt that his life was blissful. But the other four Gu masters were living in an abyss of suffering. These four demonic path Gu masters, when had they ever served someone like this? They were ruthless and ruthless, they had always been unbridled, how could they endure such servility? Thus, a few days later the four Gu masters could not take it anymore. Everyone, even though I want to know the method of immortal ascension from this immortal. But this life is unbearable. Yes, we have to be careful all day, it is too stifling. What I am afraid of now is, if this Gu immortal really regains his memories, can he really repay us? If he is a righteous path Gu immortal, he can ask around and find out about our past deeds. What will he do to us demonic path members? If he is a demonic path Gu immortal, if he remembers the situation where we attacked him, won't he skin us alive? The four had worked together for many years, they had traveled together, their thoughts were very similar. The four discussed secretly and decided to get rid of Wang Xiao'er. These days were too painful. Not only was the reward endless, but it might even be his own death that awaited him. Then how can we get rid of Wang Xiao'er? We cannot be too direct, if he regains his memories, won't he find trouble with us? I have a good idea. Tell us. Our current location is here, Slaughter Soul Plain is nearby, we will enter this place and get rid of this problem. The next day, the four Gu masters brought Wang Xiao'er deep into Slaughter Soul Crater. Slaughter Soul Crater had a simple terrain, but its environment was very complex. This was part of Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, it was originally a plain mountain range. But the aftermath of Fang Yuan's pursuit also affected this place. Back then, Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortals witnessed the formation of Slaughter Soul Crater. Spectral Soul sent out a black soul ball, but Dragon Palace dodged it. The soul ball shot straight into the mountains. There was no sound, and in an instant the surrounding mountains turned into black ash, dispersing with the wind. The originally lively mountain range had completely disappeared, leaving behind only a huge empty crater. Because the crater was created by Spectral Soul's killer move, it was filled with soul path Dao marks. All the living beings that once lived here were annihilated, but their souls remained. Soul path Dao marks, wind path Dao marks, earth path Dao marks, and others fused together, creating dense soul fog. All sorts of soul beasts started to live in this fog. Whether the surrounding living beings entered by accident or were attacked by soul beasts, they all died here. In short, the more living beings that died here, the more souls stayed here, the thicker the soul fog in Slaughter Soul Crater. The five carefully avoided the powerful soul beasts, entering the middle of Slaughter Soul Crater. Yuba Guang used the excuse of scouting to leave, the other four did not move. Wang Xiao'er did not understand, he asked now, "Brothers, why are we here?" "To leave you here, of course. Of course, we will not do it openly, we will lure some soul beasts and pretend that we are not their match in order to protect you, we will lure these soul beasts away." Chen Yin Dao smiled internally. Other than acting, the four great obscenities also had evil intentions. If this immortal died to the soul beasts, would he leave behind any inheritance? Those in the demonic path were usually very daring. The four great obscenities were among them. Chapter 21:11. Slaughter Soul Crater was still in the process of forming. As it clashed with the surroundings, many loopholes would appear. When it fully forms and reaches a balance with the surroundings, the creatures inside would replenish themselves, beast kings and beast groups would take over their territories and fill the crater. By then, outsiders would not be able to enter easily. Right at this time, the roars of soul beasts could be heard. Chen Yin Dao found it strange. This Yuba Guang's ability to lure beasts has increased. But soon they found something amiss. The one who lured the soul beast here was not Yuba Guang, but a group of Central Continent Righteous Path Gu masters. These people passed through the thick fog and arrived before Chen Yin Dao and the rest. They were overjoyed at first, thinking that they had reinforcements, but their expressions soon changed. Someone shouted, "Oh no, the four great obscenities." Chen Yin Dao observed the situation and relaxed. He snickered as a cold light shined in his eyes. "It seems that my luck has arrived." After an intense battle, Central Continent's four great obscenities won. Not only did they kill a few soul beasts, they even captured some Righteous Path Gu masters who survived. What a coincidence, the remaining five are all women. "Look at this one, she is so pretty. And this one, she looks good too. I like this one, look at her small mouth and big eyes. The more the four demonic path Gu masters looked at them, the happier they became. As captives, the female Gu masters felt even more uneasy. What are you trying to do? I'm warning you, don't have any evil thoughts, otherwise even if I die, I will not let you succeed. I am a Gu master of Spirit Affinity House, you need to consider the consequences. Facing the threat of the female captives, the four great obscenities laughed wildly instead. Right, this is the tone, this is the gaze. Scream. Scream. No one will come to save you. So what if you are from Spirit Affinity House? Back then we even schemed against Heavenly Lotus Sect's fairy by Xia. Unfortunately we were foiled by someone called Fang. We will settle the score with him sooner or later. The four great obscenities slowly approached the female captives as they laughed lewdly. Brothers, what are you doing? Suddenly Wang Xiao'er's voice came from behind, he had a confused expression. The other 9 were stunned. Chen Yin Dao frowned. The atmosphere just now was destroyed by Wang Xiao'er's words. Shi Bao walked towards Wang Xiao'er and grabbed his neck, bringing him to the female Gu masters as he chuckled. Brother Wang Xiao'er, I will let you have a taste today. Now you know what is called the bliss of the world. The other 3 perverts looked at each other in dismay. They quickly communicated with each other through their eyes and nodded. Each and every one of them were extremely daring. They had spent many years being wanted by the righteous path, living a precarious life. Thus, they had developed a carefree and unbridled temperament. In any case, Wang Xiao'er was going to be dealt with later. Moreover, it was quite fun to drag an immortal down with him. Just do it. Thus, the four great obscenities surrounded Wang Xiao'er. So little brother doesn't really understand. But it doesn't matter, big brothers will teach you. Come on, this thing is fun. You can't bear to give it up after trying it once. Most of the beauty of life is here. Wang Xiao'er nodded with interest. What should I do? Shi Bao had a muscular body and an impatient personality. He took off his pants. Let's do this. The female Gu masters gasped in shock, some of them shut their eyes. Yu Baguang had a tall body, he also took off his pants. Another wave of gasps. Fan Chunyao was rather plump, he pouted as he took off his pants and pointed below. Look! The female captives gasped even louder. Shi Bao and Yu Baguang stared with wide eyes, they showed unwillingness to admit defeat but also helplessness from the truth. Chen Yin Dao also took off his pants silently. The female Gu master's gasps reached an unprecedented level. The other 3 perverts raised their thumbs as they said in unison, as expected of the boss. Let me do it too. Wang Xiao'er was very excited as he took off his pants. The female captives were all shocked. The 4 great obscenities turned their gazes over. The surroundings fell into awkward silence. Shi Bao was the most direct, he walked towards Wang Xiao'er and patted his shoulder in sympathy. It's not your fault. It is your parents' fault. Fan Chunyao consoled. It's fine, even though your foundation is not good, it proves that you have a lot of room for growth. I have many good Gu worms here, I can help you. Yu Baguang encouraged. Chen Yin Dao did not speak, he only thought to himself. This Wang Xiao'er's name is truly like his name. Come, I can't wait anymore. Shi Bao walked towards the female Gu masters. No, don't come over. The female Gu masters retreated, some had pale expressions while others were red. Together. Fan Chunyao clapped his hands. But they seem unwilling, this is not good, right? Wang Xiao'er muttered. It's fine. Just follow me. Chen Yin Dao encouraged Wang Xiao'er. Right when the 5 were about to make a move, they heard a cold snort. In an instant, the 4 great obscenities and Wang Xiao'er turned into statues, they did not move. The female captives were shocked. Next, Zhao Lianyun appeared from the thick fog. She came here to deduce the battle strength of Fang Yuan and the rest from the traces left behind, but the result made her heart heavy. Just as she was about to return, she found that a female Gu master from Spirit Affinity House was in danger. She made a move. Thus, the 4 great obscenities of Central Continent were defeated. After revealing his identity, Zhao Lianyun saved these female Gu masters. The female Gu masters thanked him. The female Gu master from Spirit Affinity House had a look of admiration and excitement. Fairy Lianyun, these 4 great obscenities have committed all sorts of evil deeds, they deserve to meet you. These people have committed great sins, it is not enough to kill them. Zhao Lianyun smiled, taking their lives like this is too easy on them. How can we uphold justice for those women who suffered earlier? I have a marvelous technique, so please wait and see. Zhao Lianyun waved his sleeves, the 5 could move again. Even though they were facing each other, they could not see Zhao Lianyun and the rest, they were immersed in an illusion. Beauty, here I come. Bao pounced on Fan Chunyao. After Fan Chunyao was pushed to the ground, she giggled, "Oh my, you are quite energetic." The five fought together, engaging in a chaotic battle. The female Gu masters were dumbfounded, their faces were flushed red. "Oh heavens!" A young girl covered her eyes as she peeked through the gaps of her fingers. "It hurts my eyes." Someone was tongue-tied. There is such a position? A mature female Gu master memorized this information. "All right." Zhao Lianyun waved his sleeves. "Follow me. These people will continue to do it until the soul beasts eat them or they die of exhaustion." The female Gu masters were shocked by Zhao Lianyun's methods. They obediently followed Zhao Lianyun and left this place. What Zhao Lianyun didn't expect was that after half an incense stick's time, Wang Xiao'er's body suddenly lit up with silver threads. These silver lights shone on the surroundings, causing the five people who were fighting to wake up and regain their memories. There was complete silence. "So unlucky, we actually provoked a female immortal." Fan Chunyao was deeply shocked. "This female immortal is too vicious, she is crueler than killing me." Yu Guang's eyes were filled with tears, he grabbed his hair as he screamed internally. I actually. Chen Yindao no longer had the demeanor of a leader, his eyes were lifeless as he muttered, he was already thinking of suicide. Bao started to vomit. "What's wrong with you guys?" Amidst the silence, Wang Xiao'er's voice could be heard, he had a confused expression. Why did it suddenly stop? The four were stunned. They turned around and looked at the naked Wang Xiao'er, they were like statues. Wang Xiao'er scratched his head. "Brothers, why are you looking at me like that?" "Oh right, those female Gu masters were taken away. I thought we were going to play with them." Bao stopped vomiting, the four looked at each other, there was complete silence again. After a long while, Chen Yindao spoke with a trembling voice, "Brother Wang Xiao'er, you are really smart. We invited those women to be the audience. Didn't you see their expressions?" Thinking about it carefully, they were all looking forward to it, very excited, very concerned, and very amazed. Helping these people and bringing them a joyful experience, isn't that what we men should do? As expected of boss. The other three perverts raised their thumbs in their minds. Wang Xiao'er clapped his hands as he realized, "So that's it brothers, you are all good people." Chen Yindao laughed loudly, "Of course." As she spoke, she wiped away her tears, wiping them all away. Next, he emphasized to the other three, "It's fine if we do a good deed but don't spread it. Doing good deeds without leaving our names, that is the style of our generation." The other three nodded frantically. Of course. If this matter spread, it would be too embarrassing, how would they survive in the future? Wang Xiao'er asked again, "Brothers, are we still going to do it?" The air froze again. Bao cursed, "Do it my ass. Do it my ass." Everyone is gone, there is no one to watch. Yu Guang added weakly. Wang Xiao'er was scolded but he felt glad, he smiled innocently, "It's great that we are not doing it. Brother Bao is right, my butt is really hurting." The scene fell into silence again. Bao punched the ground with his fists. Yu Guang lowered his head and bit his lips with his teeth, causing them to bleed. Fan Chunyao punched his head with his fists, he looked like he wanted to knock himself out. Chen Yindao opened his eyes wide as he looked at Wang Xiao'er, his lips trembled. Wang Xiao'er looked at Chen Yindao and asked curiously, "Brother Chen, do you have anything to say to me?" At the next moment Wang Xiao'er realized, "Oh, I understand your butt is hurting too, right?" Chen Yindao spat out a mouthful of blood as he raised his head. Boss. The rest of the naked men hurriedly surrounded Chen Yindao and woke him up. Chapter 21:12. Several days later. Sunlight pierced through the darkness before dawn, shining down on the world. In a valley at the periphery of Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, eastern obscenity Chen Yindao, western cheap Yu Guang, southern flirting Bao, and northern squandering Fan Chunyao had already woken up. They sat on a cold rock as they looked at the sky, their gazes were silent, their hearts were like dead ashes. Ever since that unbearable experience in Slaughter Soul Crater, every night, the four great obscenities in Wang Xiao'er's group would lose control and engage in a chaotic battle. The four great obscenities would lose their senses each time, when they woke up, they would find themselves in extreme pain again. Even though Wang Xiao'er had undone some of Zhao Lianyun's urging methods, there were still some lingering effects. This is a curse. The most vicious curse in the world. That fairy from Spirit Affinity House, she looks so pure and weak. She is too vicious, she is too vicious. I don't believe it, maybe these days are just my dreams. I will wake up from my nightmares one day, right? I'm a dignified man, yet I've actually done such an improper thing. I have let down heaven and earth, I have let down my parents, I have let down myself. The four great obscenities were silent on the surface, but they were screaming in their hearts, they were filled with grief and anger, they were filled with deep regret. Wang Xiao'er walked out of the Gu house at this moment. He had just woken up, he rubbed his eyes as he looked at the four people outside, asking in concern, "Brothers, why are you up so early? You are sitting naked outside, don't catch a cold." The four great obscenities' bodies shook intensely. They all turned to look at Wang Xiao'er, their expressions complicated. On one hand they respected Wang Xiao'er. Because of Zhao Linyun's method, if not for Wang Xiao'er, they would have died from exhaustion. They were certain of Wang Xiao'er's identity as an immortal now, only an immortal could undo an immortal's method. On the other hand they hated Wang Xiao'er. Ever since they saved Wang Xiao'er, nothing good had happened to them. Not only did they gain nothing from sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, they even suffered the greatest humiliation of their lives. After a long silence, the eldest Chen Yindao spoke dryly, "Brother Xiao'er, you are awake." "Yeah, last night's activity was too intense, so I slept very soundly." Wang Xiao'er laughed innocently, "And recently I'm starting to understand what it's like to be happy. What my brothers have said before is very reasonable." The bodies of the four perverted men trembled once more. The four of them quickly looked at each other and noticed the fear in each other's eyes. Could it be that this immortal has always liked this kind of thing? What kind of trash have we saved? Maybe he can completely remove the curse on us. But he chose not to do so. This is worth pondering. Did he really lose his memory or did he fake it? If I also like men and as an immortal I might also want to play in the human world. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they became. They wanted to stay far away from Wang Xiao'er, but they couldn't do that. Every time the curse flared up, he had to rely on Wang Xiao'er to dispel it. If the four of them left, they would all die in less than a night. Thus, the four of them had to calm Wang Xiao'er down so that he could dispel their fatal danger. What the hell is going on? Chen Yindao wanted to cry but he forced a smile. "Xiao'er, this is nothing. We will share blessings and misfortunes together. We are all brothers." Saying so, Chen Yindao stared at the other three. The other three suppressed the disgust in their hearts and agreed. "That's right, this is brotherly love. That's why there's a saying about brotherly love. We were brought together by fate. As your elder brother, I naturally have to take care of you." Wang Xiao'er laughed heartily and nodded. "It is my fortune to have met you brothers. No, this is definitely the greatest misfortune of my life." The four of them roared in their hearts. Wang Xiao'er said again, "Let's continue tonight." "Don't remind me, you bastard." The four of them cried in their hearts. During the day when Wang Xiao'er was not paying attention, the four of them conspired again. "We cannot let this continue. This kind of life is too depressing. Do you guys think Wang Xiao'er really lost his memories or is he faking it? We need to give it a try. Tonight we will capture a few mortal women. No matter what, we need to let Wang Xiao'er know that we are normal. If he really lost his memories, we need to bring him back. If he is faking it, we will make him unable to do so." The four great obscenities were hysterical. These days were driving them crazy. This method was risky, but even if they angered immortal Wang Xiao'er, even if they died, the risk was worth it. At night, the four great obscenities captured more than 10 mortal women. The women were all stuffed into the Gu house. Wang Xiao'er was a little excited. "Brothers, it has been hard on you. You managed to invite so many spectators. Little brother, today I will teach you some things." Chen Yindao patted Wang Xiao'er's shoulder as he said with a serious expression, "All right, I will definitely learn and experience it with my heart." Wang Xiao'er clenched his fists, his gaze was filled with excitement. However, reality was cruel. At the crucial moment of the event, the four great obscenities found out, they could not take it anymore. Hurry up and toughen up." "No, why is this happening? I actually have no feelings for women." Sob. "Why is it that when I see men, I get more and more pleasing to the eye?" The four wanted to struggle, but at the next moment, the curse activated. The female captives looked at the chaotic battle between the five in shock. Some were glad while others were disappointed. There were even some who wanted to join but were sent flying with a slap. This was a huge blow to the four great obscenities. "Let's commit suicide. We can't live like this anymore. Life is worse than death. Life is worse than death. Who can kill me? Come out now." The four were dejected and depressed. Their souls were in a daze. They were listless. As if their wishes were fulfilled, not long after, righteous path Gu masters came to capture them. "I finally found you. You dared to attack my Spirit Affinity House's disciples. Do you really think we can't take care of you? Yuan had a furious expression as she charged towards the four great obscenities. The four great obscenities were living a life worse than death. After leaving sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, they did not care about their traces being exposed. They were not as cautious as they usually were. Zhao Lianyun heard that they were still alive and became interested. He immediately issued a sect mission to kill these people and investigate the truth. Yuan was close to Feng Kim Hong, but she did not know that this sect mission with rich rewards was issued by Zhao Lianyun. Moreover, the female Gu master of Spirit Affinity House who was trapped in Slaughter Soul Crater had a close relationship with her, so she accepted this mission. The four great obscenities usually shouted that they did not want to live, but at the moment of life and death, they burst out with an intense will to live. After half a month, the two sides had fought close to 10 times. Yuan had rank 5 cultivation. She kept chasing after the 5. The four great obscenities were famous demonic path Gu masters in Central Continent, but in essence, they were only demonic cultivators raised by the 10 great ancient sections. These demonic cultivators were very useful for tempering sect disciples. This was a method for the sects to use external forces to filter out the lower echelons of the sect. The 10 great ancient sects did not care about minor characters like the four great obscenities. They were allowed to run around and hide in Central Continent. But now, it was different. Zhao Lianyun, who was a Gu immortal, issued the mission personally. The pursuit was completely different from before. The four great obscenities and Wang Xiao Air fought and escaped. They discussed with each other. We can't survive in Central Continent anymore. What do? We can only go to other places to make a living. Boss, you make the decision. Chen Yin Dao pondered. Northern Plains has a fierce nature. There are few resources. We can't go. Even though Eastern Sea is rich, the righteous path is fighting with varying human races there. It is very dangerous. Western Desert has many deserts. The environment is bad. I think we should go to Southern Border. Alright, let's go to Southern Border. Southern Border. Deep underground. According to Lu Wei Yin's investigation, it is here. I found it. Fang Yuan went deep underground. His eyes suddenly shined as he found his target. He saw that on both sides of this small earth trench, there was a patch of pink grassland. Every strand of grass was pink and swayed without any wind. Looking at these grass, carefully, they were long and thin. They were soft like hair. This is the Earth Dream Fetus hair. Meng Qiuzhen, come out. Fang Yuan opened the door of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture slightly, letting out the pure dream clone. Meng Qiuzhen looked at it and praised. He immediately started to use dream path methods to take care of the Earth Dream Fetus hair. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained Southern Border's Paradise Earth True Inheritance, he had many Earth Path Immortal Gu. He had the method to search for immortal materials underground. He also had control methods like Flying Earth. Mushroom Man Paradise had existed in Southern Border for a long time. Dozens of generations of people in Paradise Earth had found many treasures under Southern Border. Among the treasures, Fang Yuan found some Dream Path Immortal materials. This Earth Dream Fetus hair was one of them. Dream Path Gu materials and Gu worms had already appeared in the world, for example, Fang Yuan's Dream Token, Bo Qing and Mo Yao's Spring Dream Fruit Tree, and so on. It was like during Renzu's era, there were Water Path Gu worms and Gu materials, but it was only until the medieval antiquity era that Central Continent's Shui and I created Water Path and Spirit Affinity House. Dream Path was the same. Dream Path itself had not been officially created, but Dream Path-related Gu materials and Gu worms had already appeared sporadically in history. It was just that Dream Path was different from Water Path. It would have a huge explosion. By then, the 5 regions and 2 heavens would be flooded with dream realms. Because Dream Path Gu materials were too easy to obtain, a vast number of Gu cultivators used them, creating Dream Path rapidly. Countless Dream Path Gu cultivators would also nurture Dream Path Gu materials and refine Dream Path Gu worms, pushing Dream Path to advance rapidly. If Great Dream Immortal Venerable truly appeared, that would be the most glorious moment of Dream Path. Thus, Fang Yuan did not find it strange that some Dream Path Immortal materials were hidden. After Meng Qiuzhen successfully took the Earth Dream Fetus hair, he went back into Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Fang Yuan went to the next location. There were many 9-tune dream flowers growing there. And Meng Qiuzhen had a lot of work to do. On one hand, he needed to organize his Dream Path killer moves. On the other hand, he needed to arrange resources and manage his immortal aperture. According to Fang Yuan's plan, after these Dream Path immortal materials were collected, Meng Qiuzhen's Dream Path methods would also be completed. By then he would replace Fang Yuan's main body to explore dream realms. To be safe, Meng Qiuzhen first dealt with Spectral Soul's dream realm, then Paradise Earth's dream realm, to prevent Paradise Earth from causing any trouble. Even though the chances of this happening were low, Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. Chapter 21:13. Meng Qiuzhen was restrained by the goo worms, his eyes were shut as he was brought to a secret place. "Alright, number 3, you can open your eyes now." A sharp voice could be heard. The goo worms suppressing Meng Qiuzhen had been taken away. Meng Qiuzhen opened his eyes and found that he was in a dark cave. Meng Qiuzhen was kneeling on the ground, there was only an old man standing in front of him. The old man's voice was sharp and piercing, his face was covered in paint, giving off a strange and eerie feeling. "This is the leader of painted-face men," sly-heart old man Meng Qiuzhen said. "To think that I could see a legendary person from 100,000 years ago in this dream." Indeed, Meng Qiuzhen was truly exploring the dream realm. This dream realm naturally came from Spectral Soul. The sly-heart old man in the dream cultivated wisdom path and transformation path. He was a legendary person from 100,000 years ago who existed between Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth. He created a demonic path organization called Painted Face Men. This organization was like Zombie Alliance and Shadow Sect. It was a rare group in history that spanned across the 5 regions. The members of the organization all had paint of different colors on their faces to show their identity. Painted Face Men was an assassination organization. Killing goo master experts was a common thing. When they were at their peak, they even had goo immortal experts. As long as they paid the price, they could even kill immortals for their customers. Meng Qiuzhen had been in this dream realm for a long time. He went from the initial 108 to number 3. "According to my intuition, if I can become the number 1 in the organization, I will be able to pass this dream realm." Meng Qiuzhen was certain, because his dream path master intuition told him the answer. Sly-heart old man took out 3 goo worms. "Number 3, it will not be easy to become number 2. There are 3 goo worms here, you can choose one. Every goo worm represents a part of the assessment." Meng Qiuzhen secretly activated Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo. Almost all other paths goo worms could not be used freely in the dream realm, but Dream Path goo worms could. After Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo was injected with Immortal Essence, it vanished into Meng Qiuzhen's Immortal Aperture. Meng Qiuzhen first looked at the goo worm on the left. In the next moment he saw the goo worm he had chosen twitching and foaming at the mouth. It died on the spot. Sly-heart old man looked at his corpse and evaluated emotionlessly. "What a pity, number 3, you specialize in transformation path, but your wisdom path standard is too low. Choosing this path is your bad luck." Meng Qiuzhen retracted his gaze. The scene in front of him disappeared as he looked at the goo worm in the middle. In the next moment he saw another scene. He had just picked up the goo worm in the middle when Sly-heart old man suddenly attacked. With a loud sound, his palm struck Meng Qiuzhen's chest. Meng Qiuzhen was caught off guard, his ribs were completely shattered, his heart was destroyed, his eyes were wide open as he died on the spot. Sly-heart old man sneered, "So you are the traitor, you came for this goo worm, but you don't know that this is a trap I purposely set up. I spread the news in advance to trap those righteous path pawns." Meng Qiuzhen looked away. Evidently the first 2 goo worms could not be chosen, but the third goo worm might not be the correct answer. Meng Qiuzhen wanted to continue looking, but Sly-heart old man urged, "Quickly choose, what are you waiting for?" Meng Qiuzhen was already familiar with the darkness and cruelty of this painted face organization. They treated human lives like grass. He knew that if he dilly-dallied for even a moment, Sly-heart old man would activate the goo worms in his body, he would be punished severely, he might even die on the spot. Thus, Meng Qiuzhen could not care about using Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo anymore. He quickly chose the third goo worm. For an instant, Sly-heart old man's expression seemed to show a complex expression. After a few breaths of silence, Sly-heart old man nodded. "You chose the most suitable goo for you, it seems that your luck is quite good. Perhaps you will gain something there and perhaps you will come back alive." Saying so, Sly-heart old man took a few steps to the side, opening the door behind him. "Open this door and you will enter a tunnel. Go quickly, don't linger, otherwise you will be digested by the tunnel. After you pass the tunnel you will enter a place. Once there, fight with all your strength and survive. If you find a way to return and find me, you will be the number 1 person in the organization." "Yes, Lord." Meng Qiuzhen immediately stood up, pushing open the door and entering the tunnel. This tunnel was very special, it was circular in shape, the inner walls were made of flesh and blood, it was trembling and leaking acidic liquid. Meng Qiuzhen activated the defensive methods on his body, he immediately felt pressure. Like what Sly-heart old man said, if he stayed here for too long he would really be digested by the tunnel. He quickly passed through the long and strange flesh tunnel, arriving at a vast area. In the savage forest, beasts roared and strange birds screamed. Far away, two beastman tribes were fighting. Meng Qiuzhen looked behind him. The tunnel he used to get here had already disappeared. Only an ordinary mountain wall was left behind. Meng Qiuzhen was shocked. Fang Yuan's main body gave him a complete historical record to make it easier for him to explore the dream realm. That tunnel is indeed the intestines of the gluttonous demon frog. This is the place where reckless savage demon Venerable left his true inheritance. Myriad beast fusion color heaven. Several days later, the dream realm dissipated. Meng Qiuzhen had an exhausted expression as he started to inspect his gains. Transformation path and wisdom path attainment levels have risen, not bad. Meng Qiuzhen was quite satisfied. Forget about transformation path attainment level, the crucial thing was his wisdom path attainment level. It needed to be raised. Especially when Fang Yuan knew about his own luck, as well as the fact that star constellation Immortal Venerable had likely revived. The true myriad beast fusion color heaven was naturally a vast land, but the place where Meng Qiuzhen was in was essentially a dream realm. Meng Qiuzhen had dream armor Immortal Goo to protect him, as well as dream creation Immortal Goo and dream butterfly Immortal Goo as his methods. Especially dream butterfly Immortal Goo, even though it was only an investigative goo, it was far more useful in exploring dream realms than dream armor and dream creation Immortal Goo. Dream path master attainment level gave him intuition. When intuition worked, Meng Qiuzhen would rely on it to quickly find the correct exploration method. When intuition did not work, Meng Qiuzhen would use dream butterfly Immortal Goo to explore the path of the dream realm's evolution. He would seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, quickly finding the most suitable method. Like earlier when he used dream butterfly Immortal Goo to investigate in front of sly-hard old man, Meng Qiuzhen directly chose the most correct path. If it was before, Fang Yuan would definitely try them one by one. If he made a wrong choice, not only would his soul be injured, more importantly, it would waste his time to heal and he would have to explore the dream realm again. Even though Meng Qiuzhen only had rank 6 cultivation level, his efficiency in exploring dream realms was many times higher than Fang Yuan's main body. Southern border. Central Continent's 4 great obscenities and Wuxia heir were finally forced into a desperate situation by Qin Wan. Behind them was the pit. "Don't come any closer, if you come any closer we will jump down," Wuxia heir shouted in panic. Qin Wan smiled coldly, approaching them step by step. "Then jump, you will die if you jump down. Behind you is Southern Border's Sun Moon Pit. It is unfathomably deep, not to mention Goo Masters, even Goo Immortals cannot explore it. If you really jump down you will lose for sure." The 4 great obscenities were injured, they gritted their teeth. "Qin Wan, we will remember you, you lunatic. We have already escaped to Southern Border, you actually chased us all the way here, what are you after? Even though we captured Spirit Affinity House's female Goo Master, no matter what relationship you have with her, we did not touch her. Qin Wan, you accepted the sex mission to kill us. But if we die like this, you won't be able to explain yourself, right?" Chen Yindao suddenly said with a deep gaze. Qin Wan's footsteps paused slightly. But in an instant she understood that this was just a test from the other party. However, she had been tricked and some of her secrets had been revealed. Qin Wan concealed her frustration. She placed her arms behind her back, looking at these defeated foes. She purposely said arrogantly, "You won't be able to explain yourself? Killing all of you is the best explanation I can give. But if you want to live, it is not impossible. Hand over all your goo worms and surrender, I will bring you back to Central Continent. You will have a chance of survival." Chen Yindao chuckled coldly, "We are very clear of the crimes we have committed. Lady Qin Wan's words have confirmed the conjecture in my heart." Qin Wan also smiled coldly, "So what if you guessed it? Can you turn this around? Do you still have hope?" A strange expression appeared on Chen Yindao's face. "The truth is, we do have a trace of hope. Brother Wuxia heir, we will be relying on you this time." Saying so, he pushed Wuxia heir, who had been hiding behind him, to the front. Wuxia heir was shocked. "Brothers, I am not a Goo Master." Qin Wan was also confused. She had fought with the 4 great obscenities. She knew about Wuxia heir's mortal background. Acting mysterious, bluffing. Qin Wan was about to attack. But at the next moment, there was a loud explosion. Huge air currents surged, creating intense air currents. Wuxia heir, Qin Wan, and the rest who were at the edge of the pit were caught off guard. They were blown into the air by the air currents before crashing down. What is going on? Everyone was shocked. Next, the figures of the Southern Border Goo Masters followed this chi wave and flew into the air. Kong Ritian, don't think you can escape. The southern border demonic path Gu immortal Kong Ritian was the first to land. He escaped without turning back as he cursed. Wu Ji, you are the leader of Wu clan, you are not keeping your promise. Wu Ji chased after him. Why would I keep my promise with a demonic path scoundrel like you? Leave behind the Gu worms of Sheng Tian true inheritance. Next, Shang Xin Ci Xiao Yen fake master Tai Ruan An Yi Chong, and the rest also landed on the ground from the air. Chase, don't let him escape. That is a Gu immortal true inheritance. Everyone chased after him, creating a dust storm. Qin Wan Wang Xiao Air and the rest were stunned. Seeing that he was about to be caught, Kong Ritian shouted at Qin Wan and the rest. Those in front, whoever can help me escape, I will share the Gu immortal true inheritance with you. Qin Wan and the rest heard this and their eyes shined. You cannot escape, everything belongs to my Wu clan. Wu Ji was furious. She suddenly jumped into the air. She cupped her fists and raised them above her head, activating a mortal killer move. Boom. She landed on the ground and punched with both fists. The ground shook and rocks flew. An enormous force spread rapidly. Everyone could not dodge in time. They quickly defended. They were in chaos. Qin Wan and the rest were also affected. Their expressions changed. Chapter 21:14. Southern Border Wu Clan's Headquarters. Quick, 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 take out the White King Head Flower. Wu Clan's rank 6 Gu immortal Wu Zhu called with an anxious expression. She maintained the great formation in front of her, her mind focused. It was already a critical moment, yet she couldn't free herself from it. But fortunately she had several rank 5 Gu masters assisting her, and immediately followed Wu Zhenju's instructions. White King Head Flower was a rank 6 immortal material. It was directly thrown into the immortal formation. The Wu clan's immortal array was also famous in history. It was called the Dead Sea Life Fishing Array. It was originally the possession of an Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal, but this Eastern Sea Gu immortal came to Southern Border and challenged Wu clan's authority. He was killed by Wu clan in public. Death Sea Life Fishing Formation was a healing immortal formation, but its core immortal Gu was only rank 7. That former Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal did indeed have a rank 8 immortal Gu, but when he died he destroyed the immortal Gu. Wu clan spent 100 years before they finally managed to refine the corresponding immortal Gu and construct the Dead Sea Life Fishing Formation. Wu Ji and the rest had died on Etian Mountain. The reason why they could revive so easily was because Fake Gu was destroyed and also because of this Dead Sea Life Fishing Formation. The formation gradually stopped operating and the light faded. Wu Ji woke up at the center of the formation with a pale face. Looks like I'm alive again. Wu Ji smiled and tried to sit up, but her body was so weak that she had to try 3 times before succeeding. Take it easy, Wu Ji. This is the 5th time this month. Wu Zhenju walked in front of Wu Ji and frowned. Wu Ji smiled nonchalantly. Don't we still have this formation? Even if I die I can live. Wu Zhenju scoffed. Don't think of Gu Immortal's methods as so high. Wu Ji, do you know that you were so close to dying just now? You came back to life because of the Dead Sea Life Fishing Array. However, such a method would be less effective when used on the same person. You're playing with your life. You have a bright future ahead of you, so why don't you take care of yourself? If you continue to fool around like this, you'll die for real sooner or later. Wu Ji raised her eyebrows and her eyes lit up. Sir, I have died once, why should I be afraid of death? It's precisely because I've died that I cherish life even more. Wu Zhenju was so angry that she rolled her eyes. You call this cherishing life? Since you've already snatched the true inheritance from Kong Ritian, you should be able to answer to your family. Why do you still insist on pursuing us? Why did you have to fight to the death when you were surrounded by so many people? Wu Ji laughed. This is exactly how I cherish my life. After dying once, I re-examine my life. How should people live their lives? Everyone had their own answer. And this is my own answer. The length of life is secondary, the depth of life is the most important. Even though I am not a Gu Immortal, I know the situation of a Gu Immortal. Lady Pearl, tell me, why do Gu Masters want to become immortals by all means possible? After ascending to become an immortal, he would have to face so many calamities and tribulations. Wouldn't he be courting death? How many Gu Immortals died because of tribulations? Don't they know? Didn't they come one after another to obtain the meaning of life? In such a great era, if I don't move forward bravely, wouldn't I be letting down the life that the heavens have given me? Wouldn't I be letting down my chance at rebirth? I, Wu Ji, also want to become an immortal. I want to see more things and gain greater strength. This is the meaning of my life. Hearing Wu Ji's words, Wu Zhenju had a complex expression. She had high hopes for this junior Wu Ji, so she came to persuade her. But Wu Zhenju found that not only did she fail to persuade Wu Ji, she was instead persuaded by Wu Ji. Since you have made up your mind, I will not say anything else. Wu Zhenju sighed. Wu Ji had a sincere expression. She bowed deeply. Lady Pearl, I will remember your care for me. Just as she said that, another Gu immortal appeared. Ha! Wu Ji, I heard everything you said just now. As expected of the number 1 Gu immortal seed of our Wu clan, you did not tarnish the reputation of our clan. Wu Zhanping, you are here for? Wu Zhenju asked. She had a guess in her heart. She was secretly happy for Wu Ji. Wu Zhanping nodded at Wu Zhenju before looking at Wu Ji. I am the supreme elder of Wu clan's technique inheritance. Wu Ji, you have enough cultivation level and contributions. I am here to guide you on the path of Gu immortals. Wu Ji breathed in deeply. She clenched her fists unconsciously. This moment had finally arrived. She had been waiting for it for a long time. Wu Zhanping said solemnly, Wu Ji, you are an old member of Wu clan. You have been the clan leader for many years. You know many Gu immortal secrets. Our Wu clan has many cultivation paths. We are most proficient in Wind Path. With this path, our Wu clan is at the top of southern borders Gu immortal world. Our position is unshakable. You can choose other paths. Our Wu clan has almost all of them in our inventory. But I have a suggestion for you. Wu Zhanping heard Wu Ji's words and felt admiration towards this junior. He said more things. Wu Ji quickly said, Please enlighten me, senior, I am listening. Wu Zhanping continued, Rather than choosing a cultivation path, it is more like choosing a true inheritance. Our Wu clan has the strongest Wind Path true inheritance. First Supreme Elder Wu Yong cultivates Wind Path. He has the strongest Wind Path true inheritance in Wu clan. However, there are many Wind Path cultivators. The competition is intense. I'm not suggesting you to choose one. Right now, Wu clan has 2 new true inheritances. Even us Gu immortals are jealous, but the path has already been decided. The price to pay to change it is huge. If it were a peaceful era, we might be able to do this. But now that the situation is unstable and chaotic, it is a great opportunity for juniors like you. Wu Zhenju heard this and agreed. She was also happy. This means that First Supreme Elder has really lifted the restrictions and taken out these 3 true inheritances to nurture Wu clan's descendants. That's right. Lord Wu Yong is a great strategist with great ambitions. Everyone in Wu clan is in awe of him. Wu Zhanping praised from the bottom of his heart. He said to Wu Ji, There are 3 true inheritances now. They are of extremely high rank. Even us Gu immortals are jealous. I will say them out loud. Choose carefully. The first true inheritance is called Corpse Emperor True Inheritance. Corpse Emperor is not his main body. He is a southern border rank 8 Gu immortal. His lifespan is near its end. He turned into a zombie. Corpse Emperor entered the demonic path. He was powerful and ruthless. Many super forces attacked him together. He was defeated and died in battle. His immortal zombie body eventually grew into a corpse mountain. The corpse mountain is hundreds of meters tall. It is covered in zombies. It produces transformation path zombie Gu and chi path zombie chi Gu. Back then, Southern Border Zombie Alliance's headquarters wanted this treasure land. They offered a high price to buy it from Wu clan and make it their headquarters, but we rejected them. Now it seems that our rejection was not wrong. Zombie Alliance is a subordinate of Shadow Sect. Let's not talk about them. The most important thing is that a true inheritance appeared in Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. That is this Corpse Emperor true inheritance. This true inheritance is an enslavement path true inheritance. It is a rank 8 true inheritance. Wu Ji, if you choose this path, Wu clan will definitely nurture you. Enslavement path Gu immortals who cultivate it often fight against many enemies. The weakness of enslavement path is that it requires too many cultivation resources, but the clan can bear this burden for you. The only flaw is that this true inheritance lacks immortal Gu. Wu Ji thought about it before shaking her head. Enslavement path is not my style. Immortal Gu are hard to refine. I am not skilled in Gu refinement. It is very difficult to cultivate this true inheritance, even with the clan's help. I will not choose it. Alright then, the next one. Wu Zhanping continued. This true inheritance is a soul path true inheritance. It has an even greater origin. It is from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. This true inheritance is called 7-7 Profound Soul True Inheritance. Its most powerful move is to raise soul beasts into 7-7 Profound Soul Birds. Once a 7-7 Profound Soul Bird is successfully cultivated, it is almost immortal. Even if it is heavily injured, as long as one Profound Soul Bird survives, it can recover to its previous state in a short period of time. Even though this true inheritance lacks immortal Gu, it is a different path to nurture soul beasts. It is easier to cultivate it. Wu Ji shook her head. Even though soul path is strong, I hate it. I cultivate my own body, raising soul beasts is like a nanny, it does not suit my nature. Wu Zhanping frowned slightly. Choosing a true inheritance is not child's play. Wu Ji, you should think about it before making a decision. Wu Zhenju nodded in agreement. Be it Corpse Emperor True Inheritance or 7-7 Profound Soul True Inheritance, they are both rare things. Wu Ji, you need to cherish this opportunity. Wu Ji was unmoved. Thank you for your guidance. May I ask, what is the third true inheritance? Wu Zhanping said, the third true inheritance is the Xing Tian true inheritance that you took back. The Gu immortal who left behind this true inheritance is very famous in the history of Gu masters. He is Kong Xing Tian. Kong Xing Tian has Qi escape immortal Gu. This Gu is extremely amazing. It was once ranked 4th on the mystical Gu list. But in recent years, because of the number 1 demon in the world, Gu Fang Yuan, Spring-Autumn Cicada was publicly recognized by the world, it rose to 3rd place on the mystical Gu list, pushing Qi escape Gu down by 1 place. Speaking of Gu Fang Yuan, Wu Zhanping and Wu Zhenju had complex expressions. Wu Ji acutely noticed that these two Gu immortals' breathing was slightly chaotic. Fang Yuan had once disguised as Wu Yihai and entered Wu clan. Even someone as brilliant as Wu Yong lost to him. But Wu clan no longer had the qualifications to take revenge on Fang Yuan. The Fate War, the pursuit of Fang Yuan, as well as the recent variant human chaos in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan was the number 1 demonic path person. Nobody could shake his position. Not wanting to think about Fang Yuan, Wu Zhanping quickly returned to the topic. Kong Xing Tian is a Qi Path Gu immortal. He is most skilled in movement methods. The Qi Path movement killer move that he created is called Kong Xing Tian. It is extremely powerful. If you cultivate this true inheritance, you will be able to move freely and dominate the world. You will have the initiative. Chapter 21:15. Wu Ji's expression sank. If Kong Ri Tian did not have Kong Xing Tian's bloodline, I would not have lost this battle. Wu Zhanping shook his head. He did not lose either. Kong Ri Tian has an immortal Gu, but he is just a mortal even though he escaped, so what? He cannot escape for long. Many righteous path Gu immortals have already made their move. If my Wu clan's Gu immortals obtain it, this true inheritance would have higher value, it would be more suitable for you, Wu Ji. But Wu Ji still shook her head. These 3 true inheritances, one is enslavement path, one is soul path, and one is Qi path, they are all excellent methods. Unfortunately, they are not suitable for me. I will continue to cultivate my strength path. Wu Zhanping frowned deeply. Wu Zhenju also urged, Wu Ji, I know you obtained a strength path true inheritance, but that true inheritance was of low grade. The original owner was only a rank 6 Gu immortal. It can't be compared to the 3 great inheritances at all. Seeing that Wu Ji's expression did not change, Wu Zhenju continued, most importantly, strength path has been declining for a long time. It cannot compare to enslavement path and soul path. Even though Qi path was declining in the past, with the 5 regions merging and the Qi tide surging, Qi path is starting to regain its former glory. Choosing Qi path is definitely wiser than choosing strength path. But Wu Ji still shook her head. I will choose strength path. Choosing someone else's true inheritance will save me a lot of effort. But if there is a strength path true inheritance, I will definitely choose it. I will definitely choose strength path in this life. Without anyone's foundation, I will create it myself. Wu Zhanping was unhappy. Wu Ji, you are not a Gu immortal yet. You do not know the difficulties of Gu immortals. The benefits brought to you by these 3 inheritances are indescribable in a short time, and you won't be able to experience them. Listen to my advice, choose one of these 3. In the long future of your Gu immortal cultivation, you will always be grateful for your decision today. Wu Ji's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. She bowed deeply to the 2 immortals. Immortals, I am deeply grateful for your care and guidance. I will remember it. But if I do not choose strength path, I will regret it at the next moment. I have already decided on this. I will not change it. Even if I die in battle, I am willing to do so. Sigh. Wu Zhenju and Wu Zhanping shook their heads, feeling sorry for Wu Ji for wasting such a great opportunity. True dream immortal aperture. The sky here was filled with constantly changing pink rays of light. At the center of the immortal aperture, a vast pink grassland had already formed. It was made up of several pieces of earthly dream fetus hair that Fang Yuan's main body had dug out from the southern border. There was also a smaller sea of flowers at the northern end of the immortal aperture. The flowers here were all 9 melody dream flowers. This kind of flower only had 1 petal, but it spiraled around the stem, forming a 9-layer spiral shape. It was very strange. At the southeastern part of the immortal aperture, Meng Qiuzhen specially created a lake. However, the lake water was somewhat sparse, and there was still a distance of several hundred feet from the shore. The entire lake was like a huge bowl, and there was a small water stain at the bottom of the bowl. This lake water was pure dream saliva water, and there was a strange fish living in the lake water. It looked like a tongue and was bright red. It was extremely agile and it was called the tongue little dream fish. Finally, at the northern end of the immortal aperture, there was a desolate bone land. Hundreds of huge bones were mostly buried on the ground, but some were exposed. These bones were also dream path goo materials. They were gathered from several dream path ancient desolate beast corpses. Meng Qiuzhen placed them here and set up a goo formation to form this bone dream sand field. The sand field used the marrow of the bones to nourish the soil, gradually turning the soil into dream sand. Earthly dream fetus hair, 9 melody dream flowers, dream saliva water, tongue little dream fish, and dream sand, these were all the dream path goo materials that Fang Yuan had gathered earlier. At the current stage, dream path goo materials were still very rare. Fang Yuan had searched the entire underground of southern border to gather this much. But in true dream immortal aperture, these goo materials will definitely be developed greatly. Soon, there will be an endless supply of immortal level goo materials. Meng Qiuzhen was very confident about this. Even though the original locations of these dream path goo materials had dream path Dao marks, they were suppressed by the surrounding Dao marks, mainly earth path Dao marks. It was not easy for them to develop. Their living space was like a crack in a rock. But now they were all moved into true dream immortal aperture. It was like a dragon entering the pugilistic world, a tiger entering the deep mountains, or a fish swimming in the vast ocean. In such a relaxed environment that mainly consisted of dream path Dao marks, these dream path goo materials would develop well. Don't forget Fang Yuan's rebirth. He had excellent nurturing methods, and the difference in the flow of time between true dream immortal aperture and the outside world. This way, dream path is finally on the right track. As long as I develop it step by step, there will definitely be great results in the future. Fang Yuan evaluated. His investment in dream path ended here. In terms of dream path mortal goo recipes, experience in exploring dream realms, and so on, Fang Yuan had the 500 years of experience in his previous life. He still had the upper hand. In terms of dream path immortal goo, Fang Yuan had 4 immortal goo. He was extremely wealthy. He was definitely number 1 in his era. In terms of dream path attainment level, Fang Yuan was a dream path master. Some people might be able to match him in this aspect, but at least Fang Yuan was still at the forefront. And in terms of dream path immortal goo recipes and immortal materials, Fang Yuan's results were definitely at the top. He had 2 dream path immortal goo recipes. They were absolutely correct and excellent. And in terms of immortal materials, Fang Yuan had the absolute advantage. Feng Kim Hong was still immortal. Even if Lady Poison Scorpion was a goo immortal, she was not a pure dream reality seeker physique. She could not compare to Fang Yuan. All in all, Fang Yuan was definitely the number 1 person in the world in terms of dream path. Such results had already surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations. In his plan, as long as he maintained a leading position in dream path, it was acceptable. Now was not the time for dream path to truly rise. Take true dream immortal aperture for example. It was the number 1 place in the world that produced dream path goo materials, but it could only produce rank 6 dream path immortal materials, and these immortal materials were pitifully few in number. Without dream path immortal materials, Fang Yuan could not advance his dream path immortal goo. In fact, even if he had rank 8 immortal goo dream token and used killer moves like dreamy light smoke, he could not gain an advantage against Duke Long and Spectral Soul. In peak battles, dream path methods could only be used as a trump card. They could at most make the enemy wary. If Fang Yuan wanted to explore Crazed Demon Cave, he might have to face the revived star constellation Immortal Venerable, as well as Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in the Door of Life and Death. Against such existences, dream path methods that were still in the early stages could not be his main trump card. Actually, by combining the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and Spectral Soul split souls, I can create dream path goo immortals in batches. But too many dream path immortal apertures are useless. The biggest gains are still the heaven and earth resonance, the dream path immortal goo recipes and so on. Even if I make use of the immortal ascension tribulation to refine immortal goo, it will not be easy. Calamities and tribulations were controlled by providence. Their power could be large or small. When the power was large, there would be more heaven and earth chi. After the goo immortal passes the tribulation, the remaining heaven and earth chi could be used to refine immortal goo. But if providence could reduce the power of calamities and tribulations, without heaven and earth chi, it would be impossible to refine Dream Path Immortal Goo. If Providence did this, Fang Yuan's gains would be very low. Firstly, the cost of creating pure dream reality seeker physique bodies was very high, a lot of dream realms were needed. But Providence did the opposite and changed the content of the dream path calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan would be in even more danger. After all, Providence already knew about Fang Yuan's foundation in dream path. Thus, cultivating for a period of time and using true dream immortal aperture to isolate Providence, developing rapidly and refining other dream path immortal goo before undergoing tribulation was the safest method. If he continued to invest in dream path, the gains would not be high. If Fang Yuan continued to invest, on one hand he would be suppressed by Providence, on the other hand he would be a pioneer, it would be very difficult and unrewarding. It would be better to wait for dream path to flourish and have dream realms everywhere. Fang Yuan could take advantage of it and save time and effort. Thus, Fang Yuan did not want to keep the dream realms that he had in the hands of others. The greatest value of these dream realms was that they could be the first in this era. Be it Western Desert's Tang Clan, Central Continent's Feng Kim Hong, or Northern Plains Lady Poison Scorpion, they were all the same. But for Fang Yuan, the true value of these dream realms was to increase his attainment levels, allowing him to annex more grotto heavens. Meng Qiuzhen was indeed a dream path clone that Fang Yuan created. His efficiency in exploring dream realms far surpassed Fang Yuan's main body. Fang Yuan's attainment levels rose rapidly, he had great gains. At the same time he continued to annex the two heavens grotto heavens. Each grotto heaven had at least 1,000,000 Dao marks and 1,000 heaven path Dao marks, as well as a vast amount of cultivation resources. These grotto heavens had a long history. If Fang Yuan annexed one, he would be taking the countless years of hard work of others and turning them into his own. Fang Yuan's strength rose again and again. Each improvement was so huge that it was absolutely unheard of. The uniqueness of the sovereign immortal body and the strength of unrestrained heavenly marks had already surpassed the common sense of the cultivation world. Obtaining either would allow one to dominate the world and leave their name in history. More terrifyingly, when the two were combined, they complemented each other. The power they could display was no longer as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. But no matter how much his foundation and strength rose, Fang Yuan was still a pseudo-venerable. He might be the #1 pseudo-venerable since ancient times, but it was useless. Without becoming venerable, there would be no qualitative change. Fang Yuan cultivated secretly while annexing immortal apertures. He also inspected his luck. The silver-white light pillar was getting thicker, but the clouds above were also getting bigger. Be it the black cloud that represented spectral soul demon venerable or the golden cloud that represented giant sun immortal, they were all the same. The nebula that represented star constellation immortal venerable expanded by several times, far surpassing the other two clouds. Chapter 21:16. Rotten Mud Mountain was one of the famous mountains in southern border. If it was in southern border, eastern sea or northern plains, it might be even more famous. However, southern border had many mountains. It had the highest number of famous mountains in the 5 regions. Rotten Mud Mountain was not outstanding, it gave people a feeling of mediocrity. This place produced rotten mud. It was a common goo material that contained poison path and earth path Dao marks. It was extremely common and had a very low market price. During the rainy season, Rotten Mud Mountain would form a temporary swamp. The rotten mud would turn into rotten swamp mud. The latter was a widely used goo refinement material. During winter, the rotten mud would combine with ice and snow Dao marks and turn into frozen rotten mud. It was also a very common resource. Because it was very fertile, it was mixed in the soil and could be used to grow wheat seedlings, vegetables and fruits. As a result, many southern border villages used it. Furthermore, frozen rotten mud was the food of the smelly fart fat worm. Thus, Rotten Mud Mountain also produced the smelly fart fat worm. The smelly fart fat worm was a rank 1 poison path goo worm. It looked like black boar goo and was often used by unscrupulous merchants to impersonate black boar goo in goo master markets. In terms of name, smelly fart goo was also similar to the smelly fart fat worm. It was also a rank 1 poison path goo worm. Similar to the smelly fart fat worm, smelly fart goo was also very large in Rotten Mud Mountain. Living off the mountain and living off the river, there were several villages that relied on Rotten Mud Mountain to survive. These villages were scattered around the periphery of Rotten Mud Mountain. Even though they competed with each other, they mostly cooperated. Because Rotten Mud Mountain was a famous mountain, it could produce immortal materials. There were even poison path desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts in the mountain. These villages did not have goo immortals. They were at most rank 5 goo masters. They did not dare to set up camp on the mountain. Rumble. At this point, the people in the stronghold all heard the thunder-like sound, and they were all bewildered. What happened on the mountain? Why is there thunder for no reason? The mountain is dangerous, it is not something we Gu masters can estimate. Then they heard someone shouting again. Kong Ritian, you can't escape. I know you are hiding here, you can hide for now, but can you hide forever? If you obediently come out now and hand over your Gu worms, I can still spare your life. But if you miss this opportunity when I search the entire mountain and drag you out, you'll wish you were dead. Wu Clan's Gu immortals roared, their voices spread in all directions. The people in the villages at the edge of the mountain were in an uproar. It's an immortal. An immortal has appeared. My God. I know Kong Ritian, this devil. He specializes in harming innocent girls. Immortals actually came to find him. He's dead meat. Did Kong Ritian obtain the immortal Gu and let the immortals snatch it? Bah. This isn't robbery, this is immortals upholding justice. Do you think we'll be able to see immortals if we go there? Can I obtain the method to become an immortal? The fated battle made everyone in the world aware of the existence of immortals. Before this, due to the isolation of the environment and other reasons, many people thought that immortals were just a legend. Bitter. Kong Ritian was covered in injuries. He hid in a muddy hole and his face was filled with despair. Sai Wu Clan's immortals are too domineering. I am a burden to all of you. Kong Ritian looked at Wang Xiao Air and the 4 great obscenities of Central Continent, feeling very guilty. Back then, when they came out of the pit, the situation was very chaotic. The 4 great obscenities of Central Continent wanted Kong Ritian's immortal inheritance, but they were chased down by him. Kong Ritian knew what the 4 great obscenities of Central Continent were thinking. He used the contents of the inheritance to tempt them. As a result, he joined hands with the 4 great obscenities and managed to escape. After all, Sheng Tian's inheritance only had some clues, it did not attract the attention of Gu immortals. Kong Ritian's opponents were rank 5 experts like Wu Ji and Shang Xnci. The 4 great obscenities of Central Continent had great strength, and because Kong Ritian was a famous demonic path expert in southern border, they managed to escape after working together. However, good times did not last long because Kong Xingtian's inheritance was exposed. All the super clans paid attention to it and sent Gu immortals. Kong Ritian and the rest were immediately put in a perilous situation. They hid in all directions and finally managed to hide in the rotting mud mountain. But now they were forced into a corner by Wu Clan's Gu immortals. So what if I die? What's the big deal? Brother Kong, don't say any more, this is fate. Speaking of which, dying at the hands of an immortal is a form of glory. The 4 great obscenities of Central Continent chuckled. They were all demonic path members. At the moment of life and death, they showed some heroic spirit. Alright, don't yell like that. Who told you that you are going to die? Suddenly, a will appeared on Kong Ritian's body. Seeing this will, the 4 great obscenities of Central Continent showed complex expressions. This will was Kong Xingtian's will. Other than his will, immortal Gu and immortal essence were also left in Xingtian's inheritance. This way Kong Ritian had Gu immortal methods. This was also the reason why the 4 great obscenities did not attack Kong Ritian and snatch the inheritance. These people were able to struggle to this place under the pursuit of Gu immortals. It was all thanks to Kong Xingtian's will. Lord Ancestor, you are finally awake. Was his injury completely healed? From what you said, we can still be saved. Kong Ritian's eyes shined with bright light as he asked. Kong Xingtian's will sighed. I am not injured, but using Gu immortal methods expended too much of my will. Thus, I had no choice but to sleep and use Gu worms to replenish my will. As for whether we can be saved, that is a given. Why did I tell you to come here before I went into hibernation? Using this place, we can escape from these pursuers. Saying this, Kong Xingtian took action, using his Gu immortal methods. Everyone was astonished to see that a long passageway had silently opened up in this muddy cave. Everyone entered the tunnel and went deeper underground, arriving at an underground hall. Kong Xing Providence's will revisited this place. He sighed deeply. Back then my main body spent 100 years of hard work. He searched through all sorts of clues. He found this Hu land after much difficulty. Unfortunately, back then, my main body was already old and did not have much time left. I had to make some arrangements before leaving. Wuland. Is it the secluded domain of heaven and earth recorded in the Legends of Rinzhu? Everyone was surprised, but they had heard of it before. The Legends of Rinzhu was simply too widespread. Kong Xing Providence's will smiled proudly. That's right. Wuland is as famous as Shiland. It is one of the top Chi Path secluded domains. Little Ritian, You know that my main body specialty is to use chi currents to shoot out of my pores and move around. Wulan and Shilan are opposite each other, they complement my killer move perfectly, they are a perfect match. Using it, we can definitely escape from our pursuers. That is great. Everyone was overjoyed. Even though they were not afraid of death, it was best if they could stay alive. Kong Xing Providences will sighed as he said, "It is a pity, little Ri Tian, you are not a Gu immortal yet, you cannot take this secluded domain of heaven and earth away. Once I use my killer move, I can make all of you scatter like shooting stars, your speed is extremely fast, nobody can catch up to you. But Wulan can only be left for the Gu immortals outside." Kong Ri Tian was very open-minded, "Ancestor, it is good enough that we can stay alive. The secluded domain of heaven and earth cannot be taken away, let Wu clan take care of it. One day I will take it back, I will make Wu Ji Shang Xinci, and the rest suffer in my hands." Kong Ri Tian said this with a ruthless gaze, he revealed the lawlessness and evil aura of a demonic path member. Kong Xing Providences will laughed loudly, "Good, this is the spirit of a true descendant of mine." Kong Xing Tian was also in the demonic path in the past, he admired juniors like Kong Ri Tian. Speaking of which, even though Kong Ri Tian was a sinner, he did not lack ability or temperament. Otherwise, he could not have survived in southern border for so long, and even made a name for himself as a demonic path expert. Yin Dao spoke, "Lord Gu Immortal, I have a brotherly relationship with these people, I want to travel together. But from your words it seems like we are going to split up?" Kong Xing Providences will nodded, "That's right. If my main body was still here, I could use Wulan to let all of you fly away together and stay together. But I am only a will now, I can barely borrow Wulan's power, be it direction or location, I cannot control them. Or maybe you can stay here and hide somewhere else, when I leave with little Ri Tian, that southern border Gu immortal might chase after us." Yin Dao and the others were troubled. If they could fly away they had to. The risk of staying here was too high. Central Continent's 10 great obscenities had experience of escaping, they knew that in this situation, staying here was suicide. But it was not hard to fly away, they had to stay with Wang Xiao'er. If they were not together, the curse would activate. "Brother Kong, let's talk somewhere else." Thinking of this, Yin Dao sighed deeply, he decided to be honest. Kong Ri Tian felt strange, even though he was working with the 4 great obscenities of Central Continent, he was still vigilant. Now that his ancestors had awakened, he was not afraid of the 4 great obscenities using any sinister methods. Kong Ri Tian and Yin Dao went to a corner as they conversed. "So that's it?" Kong Ri Tian said in shock. "What else did you think?" Yin Dao said helplessly. Kong Ri Tian blinked his eyes, "I thought Central Continent liked this, speaking of which, when I saw it for the first time I was shocked, to think that you have such strong tastes." In the air their conversation could be heard.